What if you suffered a sudden heart attack right after pulling a rare character, only to transmigrate into a dangerous cultivation world with absolutely no combat system, but instead just an affection system? That is exactly the chaotic bittersweet start of Lu Yuan's new life. From an ordinary gamer, he is suddenly swept up by a harem of world-class beauties, bringing along a non-stop chain of life and death tribulations, getting a sword directly planted into his heart by a Yandere demoness, facing a 1,000-year-old demon dragon beneath the ice lake, only to force it to transform into a lazy pet cat, constantly running for his life from the fierce, deadly sword pursuits of his almost wife. On top of all that, he bears the responsibility of protecting two young daughters with highly mysterious origins, one created from his own heart's blood, and the other an incredibly rare mountain sea spirit. It is a breathless journey of survival packed with schemes, but also no shortage of hilarious disasters. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Without further ado, let us dive straight into this wild, turbulent journey right now. It begins on a silent night in an apartment building, with only one room still lit. A young man sits hunched over his computer, clutching his head, his face scrunched up as he desperately stifles laughter. Then he looks up and bursts out laughing, shouting joyfully, "I finally pulled the character I wanted. Is this really a 6-star rare card?" The boy excitedly clicks his mouse. "I have to post about this and show off right away." On the screen is a character card he's drawn, an incredibly beautiful and captivating girl. Below, a stream of lively comments keeps popping up. "First to grab the sofa, got it, wife. Glare at me, glare at me. Just looking at the OP's ID tells you something's up. I've already prepared 3 caddies of melon seeds. The great NJB is pretending to be a newbie again. That's just too much. This is my favorite female character. The ID Jun Zan looks really familiar. To the person above, how could it not be familiar? The first player to start romancing NPCs in the game. The first to post a guide. In his guides, every character has his mark, and most of them are at the top. The story begins with our protagonist's inner monologue. My name is Lu Yuan, a veteran player of the game Mainland Shenxia, Shenyang. It's a mainland Shenxia mobile game, more precisely a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. It's also the only game under the Heavenly Dao Game Company. But unlike other mass-produced low-quality games, this one boasts exquisite graphics and top-tier settings in the industry. More importantly, the NPC's AI computing power is simply off the charts. It's almost a perfect open Shenxia world. And my greatest hobby is romancing the girls in the Shangyang world. Lu Yuan calculates as he goes. The first 6-star character is just the beginning. Although the version I've drawn now is already the strongest, I still have to wait for the game to update with new expansions. Then there will be a new journey. Suddenly his heart pounds violently as if it's about to leap out of his chest. Lu Yuan clutches his chest, his face twisted in pain. Yeah, here it comes. What's going on? A loud crash sounds and he gasps for breath before collapsing to the ground. A strange voice rings out. "Welcome." Unexpectedly, that voice belongs to the game character he just drew. From the screen comes a sentence. Lord Jun Zan. At this moment, Lu Yuan lies still with his eyes shut, sweat pouring down like rain. The scene shifts to an antique, elegant room. Inside there are 2 men and a strange green light is swirling around one of them. Then it immediately darts into his brow, and that man is none other than Lu Yuan. The next second he sits up abruptly, his body stiff, as if undergoing a massive transformation. Lu Yuan looks around in confusion. Where is this? What just happened? Suddenly, a girl in the room calls to him, crying, "Woo-woo, brother Jun Zan." The girl sobs, "I don't want to marry him." Lu Yuan freezes at that. "Brother Jun Zan? How does she know my in-game ID?" He studies the girl before him. "And this face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere." Lu Yuan thinks this little face is crying like rain on pear blossoms. Just then a thought flashes through his mind. Could it be that the scene has gone back in time? When Lu Yuan was still in the real world, a female voice came from the screen. "You said you really like me. Is it true? Is it true?" The person outside the screen replied cheerfully, "Of course it's true." The girl in the screen was none other than the one standing before him now. Back then, the girl asked, 1, 2, 3. "All right then, tell me, do you remember how many moles I have?" Lu Yuan answered easily. "The correct answer is 3. 1 on the face, 1 on the neck, and 1 down there." Only then did he realize his current situation. Could it be that I've really traveled into the game one day? Lu Yuan tries hard to recall her. I remember she should be Jiyu Xian, the youngest daughter of Jiyu Faidao, the village chief of Feiyu Villa's newbie village, and the first NPC I pursued in Shangyang. Xian sniffles, "Brother Jun Zan, they're coming tomorrow." From this moment on, Lu Yuan officially renames himself Jun Zan. Jun Zan doesn't listen at all, still lost in thought. Since I've already traveled to Shangyang, the game system should still be here, right? He strains his body and shouts, "Come out, skill K." But unlike he imagined, nothing appears. Jun Zan freezes. What's going on? Did I call it wrong? Equipment bar, item bar. He holds his head, his face pale. Is there really no system at all? Seeing him like this, Cian asks worriedly, Brother Junzan, what's wrong? Does your head hurt? Junzan is stunned. Gu Cian, is she worried about me? He thinks. I remember Gu Cian was supposed to be a proud young lady. She wouldn't get this close to a player from the start. Suddenly, a prompt panel pops up. Gu Cian, affection 50, till death do us part. Junzan thinks the affection system is still here, utterly shocked, and it actually popped up in Shangyang. A character's affection has a total of 10 levels, every 10 points being one level, ranging from -50 to 50, totaling 10 levels. First meeting, discord, working together, annoying to look at, never see each other again, turned enemies, vows of eternity, irreconcilable hatred till death do us part, deep-seated grudge. Depending on the affection level, the relationship enters different stages. At this moment, Cian wipes her tears and says, I know you're in a tough spot now, she says. Shuiku is a cultivation sect, while Feiyu Villa is just a martial arts force. It can't fight back at all. Junzan is silent for a moment, then raises his hand. Junzan takes Cian's hand and comforts her. I know, don't be afraid, he thinks. Anyway, this is a girl I once pursued. Junzan looks at Cian a bit awkwardly. She's cried so much she's come running to beg him. Suddenly, she pounces and hugs him tightly. I don't want to marry him, I only want to marry Brother Junzan. Cian's two soft mounds press tightly against Junzan, and in an instant his face flushes bright red. Oh, I touched them. Hey, is this what a girl feels like? Cian leans into his arms, crying loudly, then closes her eyes at that. Junzan picks her up and says with a smile, cried herself tired, fell asleep. He slowly walks to the bed. Junzan thinks the engagement-breaking event at Feiyu Villa's newbie village is the first plot point. Then he sighs wearily. Just got here and I'm already in trouble, and now I have to face the male lead whose engagement was broken. What a headache. In the Feiyu Villa engagement-breaking event, the villa chief's daughter Jiyu Cian and Shui Shui of the Shui family were betrothed since childhood. Shui Shui was originally a genius of the Shui family, but later, due to misconduct, his dantian was destroyed, making him a cripple, and the engagement was called off. But later, Shui Shui suddenly became a disciple of the cultivation sect Shui Uiku. Then he came back to propose again. But how could Jiyu Cian be willing to marry him? This incident triggered a series of events, and at the same time, the secrets hidden in the villa gradually surfaced. This is basically the main plot of this melodramatic story. It's precisely because I used to want to pursue female characters that I've memorized the game's plot so clearly. Junzan complains irritably. But anyway, I'll have to fight eventually. Even if I had a battle system, at least I'd be safer now. With only an affection system, how am I supposed to use it? A prompt sounds, the affection system activates, and suddenly a glowing orb appears before Junzan. The prompt panel immediately opens, displaying Shangyang illustrated guide characters. Junzan's mouth drops open in surprise. It even made a character guide. Junzan opens Cian's card and says, Can I only see Gu Cian's stats? Constitution 8, Bone Root 12, Strength 10, Agility 10, Spiritual Power 5, Character, Gu Cian, Gender, Female, Title, Moonlight Unrest, Tribulation Seeking Girl, Rank, Mortal Meridian, Opening Stage, 7th Layer. Junzan thinks, sure enough, the card's attribute boost is pitifully small, but it's crucial for me right now. The prompt panel continues, Equip. Is there? He immediately clicks, yes, equipping one to see how it works. Then a rustling sound follows. The strange light swoops into Junzan's chest. He looks around blankly and says, That's it, no feeling at all. Is it really equipped? Just then, Cian on the bed lets out a soft moan. She lies there, her expression looking uncomfortable. Junzan guesses to himself, is it because sleeping clothes are uncomfortable? Thinking this, he directly helps Cian take off her clothes, just helping her undress. Don't panic me. Now she's only wearing a small belly band and shorts. Junzan quickly pulls the blanket over her, silently reciting, Calm down, it's just underwear. Hurry and cover up. He turns around and lets out a long sigh. Junzan thinks, while it's still late at night, I need to get back to my room quickly. I don't want to be seen as a pervert right after traveling. Then he crawls out the window to sneak away. During the fall, he realizes he's high up. Junzan screams in fright. 3rd floor, no way am I going to die from something like this. He reacts quickly, flipping several times in the air. Finally, he lands perfectly. Junzan looks up blankly and mutters, I'm actually fine. Was that an automatic reaction? He immediately perks up. Not only did the card boost attributes, but it actually worked. Suddenly, someone calls him from the rooftop. Oh, Junzan, what are you doing here in the dead of night? Junzan startles and turns around. The enchanting woman sitting on the roof is Fu Huan, affection 30, vows of eternity. He recognizes her instantly. Fu Huan is the NPC who guides newbies. In Shangyang, Fu Huan is the one who picks up injured players from the deep mountains. Fu Huan extends her hand and says gently, Come with me. The initial tasks in the newbie phase are also issued by Fu Huan, like the beautiful poster girl on the game's promotional art. Back to the present, Fu Huan is looking at Junzan. Junzan immediately turns his face away and replies, "Can't sleep, just out for a walk." Junzan asks curiously, "And you, what are you doing here late at night?" Fu Huan lands lightly and explains, "There's been a lot going on at the villa lately. I'm patrolling to guard against troublemakers taking advantage." Junzan sighs and mutters to himself, Fu Huan's personality is Tsunere. Every Shangyang player knows this, so I have to say, unless you're worried about me and deliberately stayed here to keep watch. Fu Huan shyly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. "Who's worried about you? It's just my duty as the guest elder of the villa." Junzan thought, just like the Tsunere personality in the setting, "I used to see this game's poster girl too much and never bothered to pursue her." Then he grinned and said, "Anyway, thanks." Fu Huan blushed and waved him off. "If you have nothing to do, go back to your room. If something happens, no one's coming to help you." Fu Huan affection. Vows of Eternity 32, she suddenly lowers her voice and says, "Except me." Junzan feels like he's been struck by love lightning and thinks regretfully, "Fu Huan is this cute, why didn't I max out her affection before? What a waste." A little later, he's lighting a candle. Junzan has returned to his room. He looks at the bed and seems to see something, startling him. He rushes over and picks up the book on it. Great, the newbie cultivation manual is still here. He examines the book closely. This is the most comprehensive beginner's guide in Shangyang. It not only has basic cultivation techniques and various practical skills, but is also a newbie guide with everything, hiding a shocking secret related to the main plot clues. Then, as Junzan flips through page by page, he suddenly freezes. "I can actually read the words. Is this the perk of being a traveler?" Junzan immediately sits cross-legged on the bed. "Let's try it out." As he channels his energy, hazy wisps of aura wrap around him, drifting slowly out the window. Meanwhile, Fu Huan sits on a tree branch, sulking. "HMPH, this brat jumped out of Miss Gu's room. Does he really think I didn't see?" she says irritably. "Hey, don't show off so foolishly. Those cultivators aren't easy to mess with." Suddenly, Fu Huan's eyes widen. "No," then she scratches her head in frustration. "Why am I meddling in this?" Fu Huan affection, Vows of Eternity 34. The next morning, Junzan is still sitting there channeling energy. Turns out he wasn't cultivating at all. He was dozing off. Junzan loses his balance, tilts sideways, and his head hits a wooden pillar with a thud. He rubs his head and yells, "Ow, ow, 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 ow." Junzan looks out the window. He says in surprise, "Ah, it's dawn," he thinks. Although all the other game systems except the affection one are gone, it seems some mechanics are still running. Junzan stands up, stretches, and loosens his muscles. For example, meditating still gives experience. He tries to deduce. "I successfully drew in Qi last night and reached the first layer of Qi refining for a player. This speed is average, but in this world it's probably already at the level of a peerless genius." He's now at the first layer of Qi refining. Junzan hesitates, thinking, "But with my current strength it's still too slow, I can't keep up with the later plot progression." He schemes to himself, "Can't I just kill chickens and ducks to grind experience? In the game I could do that, but doing it now would probably get me labeled a lunatic." Junzan continues brainstorming, "So to level up fast, I'll have to rely on that experience book. The system shop is gone, and I can't get sign-in reward experience books either. Anyone else would have given up, but for me, the experience is still there. The experience book by the hermit Xie Qian is grand, majestic, outstanding, with peak artistic conception and powerful spirit, as if it can merge soul and body. That is Hai Zan Miao." Junzan exclaims, "Hermit Xie Qian." I blurted it out and found him. Character, Xie Qian. Gender, male. Title, Patrol Officer. 1,000 years of no rest. Rank, Mortal Realm. Nameless. Status, sealed. Cannot view attributes currently. Card cannot be equipped currently. Additional. Junzan laughs smugly. "I didn't expect even men I wouldn't let go. What experience book? Just go find the author himself. After all, it was a card I pulled with real money." He grabs his sword casually and pushes the door open with excitement, setting off. As soon as he steps out, he bumps straight into Fu Huan's two natural peaks. Junzan looks up. She's wearing a face-covering mask. Only then does he remember, "I almost forgot, this game's poster girl first appeared with a mask." Fu Huan sizes up Junzan and says suspiciously, You seem a bit different from yesterday." Junzan scratches his face and stammers, "Oh really?" Fu Huan claps her hands, recalling, "Yesterday you looked shy, flustered, and nervous, so I came to check. Ah, it's not that I'm worried about you. After all, I was the one who saved this guy, so consider this my last good deed." Junzan was stunned. Was she actually concerned about him? Then a Ying said, "It just hit me that I once buried a jar of fine wine on Tiger Tooth Mountain. When I get back, I'll dig it up and share a drink with you. What do you think?" Fu Huan's favorite things are martial arts and good wine. Fu Huan turned away awkwardly, muttering a reminder, "There are countless beasts on Tiger Tooth Mountain. Before you even dig up that wine jar, you'll end up in some animal's belly. Why not just buy a jar from a tavern instead? Wouldn't that be better?" Junzan was overjoyed. Oh my, Sander." Sander only then did she urge him, "Aren't you supposed to be heading out? Hurry up and go." Before leaving, Junzan made sure to invite her. "Let's drink together next time." Junzan excitedly planned, "There's more and more to do, but I still need to confirm the current story clues first." At that moment in the main hall of Feiyu Manor, he was tiptoeing around outside the building. Junzan pricked up his ears to eavesdrop when a sharp shout rang out, "I won't marry into this engagement." Junzan immediately recognized it as Si Yin's voice. Inside the main hall of Feiyu Manor, many people had gathered. Si Yin declared with righteous indignation, "I will never agree to this engagement even if it kills me." "Don't you dare dream about it," a man pointed at her and retorted. "Whether this engagement goes through or not is not for you to decide." Then he looked up and asked, "Village Chief Jiyu, what do you think?" Jiyu Fayadao, following his daughter's wishes, slowly said, "Since my daughter has made up her mind, I cannot bear to force her. Please all of you, take your leave." Longzhong snapped open his folding fan and said loudly, "Village Chief Jiyu, I advise you to think carefully about what it means to oppose the Water Moon Cave." Jiyu Fayadao remained steadfast. "Though I am old, I have personally slain core formation cultivators before. Even if an elder from the Water Moon Cave were here, they'd have to show me some respect." He roared, "You, a junior who's only learned a few tricks, how dare you bully others in my presence?" Jiyu Fayadao waved his hand, sending an attack straight at Longzhong. Caught off guard, Longzhong could only grit his teeth and endure. Jiyu Faidao's shockwave grew wider, even sweeping toward a young woman sitting there. She calmly sipped her tea, expression unchanged, completely unaffected by Jiyu Faidao's attack. Junzan, peeking through the window, was stunned, his mouth hanging open. How did it come to blows? His mind was in turmoil. This development didn't bode well. Then Longzhong roared furiously, "How dare a mere mortal be so insolent?" He charged forward. "Watch my skills." Jiyu Fayadao pressed his two fingers together, focusing his mind to cast a spell. Longzhong rushed in extremely fast, and then their fists collided with a bang. Junzan rushed in anxiously. "No good. Si Yin is in danger." Seeing a stranger burst in, Longzhong immediately shouted, "Who dares trespass here?" He turned and attacked Junzan. Feiyu Manor is truly impressive, having such sneaky disciples. Longzhong's shockwave swept through in an arc, shattering the ground instantly. Junzan emerged from the billowing dust, standing amidst the wreckage as if nothing had happened, not even a scratch. Longzhong was shocked. "Impossible, how can a mere mortal dodge my attack?" Si Yin shouted happily. "Brother Junzan, have you come to save me?" Meanwhile, Zhongrong curiously lifted her veil. "Is that Junzan?" Seeing her, Junzan breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing Ning Zhongrong was here too, or he'd be done for. Character introduction: Ning Zhongrong. Physique 128, bone structure 90, strength 112, agility 134, spiritual power 322. Character: Ning Zhongrong. Gender: female. Title: Mirror Flower, Water Moon, an unattainable ethereal dream in the mortal world. Cultivation level: core formation, second stage. Status: normal. Junzan loudly commanded the equipment system, "Equip everything for me." A prompt sounded and his attributes increased. Bone structure 545, spiritual power 5161, agility 567. At that moment, Longzhong's shockwave was about to hit Junzan. Junzan quickly turned to dodge. Junzan scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Sorry for the interruption, everyone." But inside he was burning with anxiety. Had he gone mad? Why did he rush out? The next part of the plot was bound to be brutal. Then Ning Zhongrong spoke up. "Junzan, it really is you." She suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Junzan, I've been searching for you so desperately." The three people over there were all stunned, and even Junzan was frozen. "Damn, no way, is this really the Ning Zhongrong who blushes at everything? Things are only going to get more complicated." Zhongrong sobbed as she recounted the whole story. 3 years ago you left without a word. I've been looking for you all this time. I thought I'd never see you again." Junzan thought to himself, but Zhongrong, the female lead of Water Moon Cave, a core formation second stage cultivator, the future heir of Water Moon Cave, one of the top beauties in the cultivation world, unfortunately, her late-game strength isn't enough. A 4-star rating is most fitting, she scolded angrily. "I never expected to meet you here, you shameless little thief. You once said you'd take responsibility for me, but in the end you ran away." Zhongrong said firmly, "This time I won't let you run away again." With that, she grabbed Junzan's wrist. Junzan quickly explained, Wrong, long time no see. Back then, I left you out of necessity." But inside he thought, actually, I don't even know why I left back then. Probably the affection system took all the blame for me. Junzan looked at Zhongrong and silently said, "And the way I won her over wasn't exactly honorable. A long time ago, as dusk fell, Zhongrong was shyly bathing by the stream. Great, no one's around. I can wash in peace. I wonder how the sect is doing." Junzan, hiding behind this rock, had wicked thoughts about this pure and flawless character. To win her over, he had to steal her clothes while she was bathing. He accidentally stepped on a leaf, making a sound. Zhongrong turned at the noise, covering herself and screaming, "You shameless thief, give me back my clothes." Junzan quickly covered his face and said, "Ah no miss, you've misunderstood, also you down there." Zhang Rong blushed and immediately sank into the water. "Ah don't look," then she shouted again. Those are my clothes, give them back." Jun Zan had no choice but to comply. "I grabbed the wrong ones, here you go." After that, Zhang Rong dressed and stood there. Meanwhile, Jun Zan was still curled up behind the rock, not daring to make a sound. Jun Zan thought to himself, after that incident, my relationship with Ning Zhongrong grew closer and I eventually succeeded in winning her over. But Jun Zan also felt a pang of guilt. Even though I did do it, when I think about it carefully, I really am a jerk. Over on Si Yin's side she was furious. HMPH, Brother Jun Zan is so infuriating, what's going on here? She wondered. Why does Brother Jun Zan know her? Si Yin immediately pushed Jun Zan and Zhang Rong apart. "You two stand farther apart." She grabbed Jun Zan's arm to assert her claim. "Brother Jun Zan is mine and he'll only ever be mine." Suddenly a voice rang out. "What are you doing?" It was Long Zhang again. He struck and broke a wooden beam, shouting loudly. "Who is this person?" Long Zhang asked. "Senior sister Ning." "What exactly is your relationship with him?" Zhang Rong replied coldly. "None of your business." Only then did Jun Zan speak up. Rong, let's talk about us later," Long Zhang said with murderous intent. "HMPH, I'll see what kind of thing you really are." With that he opened his folding fan and roared. "Today I'll kill you." Jun Zan muttered to himself. "My attributes just got boosted, that should be enough to handle this guy, even though he's stronger than me now. As long as I use my current skills skillfully." He drew his sword as he spoke, silently saying, "No problem, let's give it a try." Jun Zan raised his glowing blade and taunted, "Make your move." Long Zhang charged forward. "Prepare to die." Jun Zan calmly thought to himself, "Come on." His first battle since crossing into Shangyang, Long Zhang swung his folding fan and roared, "Die!" He shot streams of energy at Jun Zan. Jun Zan raised his sword and shouted, "This is soul severance amidst the clouds." Jun Zan analyzed silently. "Using green bone as a barrier to roll up countless golden needles, I'll be hit instantly." He immediately moved to dodge, leaping away to avoid being hit. Jun Zan sidestepped and rushed to one side. Long Zhang roared angrily, "Not bad, let's see how you escape this time." He swung his fan and called out his move. Azure Water Divine Sword. Jun Zan dodged clumsily. After soul severance amidst the clouds, Azure Water Divine Sword always follows. The attack speed is extremely fast. Ordinary novices die here. Long Zhang pressed on relentlessly, refusing to let him go. "I don't believe you can dodge this move of mine." Jun Zan shot out like lightning. He dodged his attacks in succession, just as the fastest attack tactic described earlier. Most players in this situation can only keep dodging, but there's actually another way to counter it. As he swung his sword in retaliation, he thought, whether it's the mist or the needles hidden within, they all have a fatal weakness. They're too light. Jun Zan observed carefully. While Long Zhang was forced to stand on the ground aiming with his fan, Jun Zan calculated silently. At this point, if I quickly release an area of effect skill and use the skill's energy to disperse the mist, I can even force Long Zhang into a corner. Jun Zan immediately swung his sword and shouted the move name, Shuan Wind Overlord Blade, followed by another move, Wind Blade Sword. Jun Zan pointed his sword straight at the sky, unleashing a violent flash of lightning. 10 directions stir. He then sent that lightning bolt straight forward, cloud waves and wind surge, Jun Zan shouted. Or you could call it beating the old master with random punches. Seeing the attack heading straight for his face, Long Zhang was terrified. He dodged sideways, panic written all over his face. How does he know the Cloud Lotus Mountain Stormbreaker? Is he a disciple of Cloud Lotus Mountain? A sword light grazed Long Zhang's cheek. No, this is the Overlord Blade Sect Shuan Wind Overlord Blade. He can even execute it with a sword. Long Zhang was sent crashing into the wall, his mind full of questions. How does he know so many basic moves from different sects? He even knows the Water Moon Cave's cloud waves and wind surge. Long Zhang was completely stunned. Even an elder of the Water Moon Cave might not be this proficient. Jun Zan smirked triumphantly. As a player, of course, he knew all the new skills from every sect. Then, with a loud crash, tables, chairs, and various items were sent flying. Zhang Rong immediately set up a barrier to protect herself and the others. Jun Zan also quickly leapt out from the thick dust. He slashed his sword at Long Zhang, but Long Zhang blocked it with his folding fan. Jun Zan taunted loudly. "How about it? How does close quarters combat feel?" Then Long Zhang fell into a disadvantage and was knocked back. Suddenly, countless tiny golden needles shot out from his folding fan. Those poison needles flew at Jun Zan with astonishing speed, so fast he couldn't react in time. Jun Zan immediately spun his sword at incredible speed, forming almost a shield that blocked all the needles. This time Long Zhang was utterly shocked. "Impossible, you can dodge my Azure Water Divine Edge at this close range?" Jun Zan just smiled slightly and said, "Your techniques and movements are practically etched into my muscles. Pure reflexes are enough." At that moment Gu Yin immediately ran out and cheered, "Brother Jun Zan, you're amazing." Fu Huan stood up, walked toward Long Zhang and taunted, "Weren't you just so proud and arrogant? Why aren't you jumping around now? Jump again. Unexpectedly, Long Zhang suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, when you came in just now, you called her Si Yin, right? As soon as he said that, Long Zhang suddenly darted past Jun Zan, heading straight for Jiu Si Yin. Jiu Si Yin immediately screamed in terror. Help, help! Jun Zan also shouted. Zhang Rong. At that moment, Ning Zhang Rong finally acted. She flicked her sleeve and shouted, Water Moon Cave Heaven. A blue flame instantly rose, forming a shield in front of Jiu Si Yin. In an instant, Long Zhang slammed into the shield, a loud crash rang out, and blood sprayed across the ground like a fountain. Long Zhang fell to the ground, his face full of disbelief. Senior sister, how can you help an outsider? Doing this will get you expelled from the sect. But Zhang Rong walked over to Jun Zan and said calmly, Outsider? He's not an outsider. Long Zhang was stunned. Then who is he? Ning Zhang Rong said shyly, He is my future husband. Long Zhang flew into a rage and roared hoarsely, You, how dare you? But then he suddenly coughed violently, spitting up large amounts of blood, and then collapsed face first onto the ground. Ma Shu panicked and shouted, Senior brother Luo? He rushed over and asked, Senior brother Luo, are you okay? But when Ma Shu's hand stopped in front of Long Zhang's nose, he froze, then screamed in terror, Dead, dead. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. What? Even Jun Zan hadn't expected it. I deliberately spared his life. There are many ways to kill Long Zhang with internal energy, but dying from anger like this, I've never seen that before. Jun Zan quickly explained, Everyone here can testify. Long Zhang attacked me first for no reason. I only fought back out of necessity, and I didn't go all out. An official standing beside Jiu Fiadao said in a trembling voice, Yes, the young master is absolutely right. It was indeed because the young master had no choice but to fight back. The official wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, terrified inside. What a ruthless character. This time, we've thoroughly offended the immortal sects. He looked at the bodies lying scattered on the ground and felt a chill run down his spine. If I hadn't hidden behind the master just now, I'd probably be just like them. Who is this person? Only then did Jun Zan notice Ma Shu. Hey, what are you doing? Ma Shu was startled and quickly pulled his hand back from Long Zhang, explaining, I was just trying to collect my senior brother's body. Jun Zan thought to himself after hearing that. All right, I know you're the spy from the demon sect now. Then he started publicly cursing Long Zhang. Long Zhang was skilled in using poison. He must have had poisonous items on him. If he's buried in the usual way, the poison will definitely spread and harm others. You're his junior brother, so you must be aware of this, right? Ma Shu replied. Of course I know. I'll be sure to check carefully. Jun Zan waved his hand. No, I mean stop touching him randomly. Then he decisively decided, I'll say it straight. Burn him. Ma Shu's face instantly turned pale. Burn him, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. TCH, this bastard, don't jump out and ruin my plans. Jun Zan then put on a tone full of compassion and mercy. A cultivator should have a compassionate heart. Find a quiet place to give your senior brother some dignity. But in his heart, he thought, isn't this just trying to refine the dragon chapter into a puppet? Ma Shu had no choice but to agree. Fine. Jun Zan then said, How about this? I'll give you a treasure. He took out a glowing little butterfly and said, This spirit butterfly can prevent the toxin from spiraling out of control and can also block one attack for you. The butterfly fluttered up and landed on Ma Shu's shoulder, who immediately exclaimed, Illusion spirit art. Jun Zan instructed, That's right. Make sure you handle it properly. According to the original plot, Ma Shu was a spy planted in Shuiuidak by Luosheng Heaven, the largest demon sect in the southern central region. This demon sect worshipped an 8-armed deity named Luo Tian. Legend had it that if he were to reincarnate and descend, he would bring destruction and rebirth to the world. Luosheng Heaven had been searching everywhere for traces of Luo Tian. After the player completed the quest at Feiwu Manor, Ma Shu would flee with the dragon chapter, later refining it into a puppet that became a much tougher boss. Jun Zan remained calm. That storyline was now gone, but he quickly reminded himself that things here weren't fully over yet. Jiu Xian called him Brother Jun Zan. Jun Zan immediately cupped his hands and said, Village Chief Jiu, blood has been shed after all, so let's put the marriage on hold for now. What do you think? Jiu Fiadao replied. No matter. Until everything is completely settled, you two can stay in our manor for now. Ning Shangrong suddenly spoke up. Staying is fine, but I have one request. She smiled softly, her cheeks flushed, and leaned into Jun Zan's arm saying, Where's Brother Jun Zan? I want to be with him. Jiu Xian's jaw dropped at the sight, and she said indignantly, Absolutely not, Jiu Fiadao reminded her. Xian, don't be rude. Jun Zan, caught in the middle, was extremely awkward. Indeed, women were the most troublesome. He absolutely couldn't let any cracks show. Jiu Fiadao suddenly coughed a few times and asked, Young friend, it seems you know my daughter. Jiu Xian was about to blurt out, he is, when Jun Zan quickly cut in. That's right, actually I am Xian's master. Then he said seriously, I saw that Xian has extraordinary talent and wanted to guide her onto the path of immortality, so I've been secretly instructing her. Gucin stood frozen. "Ha, master," Junzan calmly repeated. "Yes, her master." Gucin immediately panicked. "Wah, brother Junzan, are you abandoning me?" Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in her ear. "Be good, I won't let you marry anyone else." She looked at Junzan, who was winking at her, and her heart stirred. Is this brother Junzan's way of communicating without telepathy? Then she thought further. If he won't let me marry anyone else, doesn't that mean I can only marry him? She couldn't help but wonder, was all of this part of brother Junzan's plan? So Gucin turned to Jiu Fiadao and said, "Dad, it's true, brother Junzan is my master." Only then did Junzan breathe a sigh of relief. He had managed to bluff his way through. He mused to himself that before entering the game for the sake of his strategy, he had different approaches for each character. Now that he had suddenly been transported into the game for real, what exactly was his persona? Junzan couldn't help but worry. If his persona collapsed, the consequences were unimaginable. He tried to recall just how many characters he had actually charmed. Why did something feel off? Junzan thought again. Forget it, this place wasn't safe to stay, better to slip away first. He walked outside, stretched, and took a deep breath. The air out here is so fresh. As Junzan walked, he thought about how he needed to find a way to level up first. But no sooner had he stepped out than he was startled by a loud shout. 30 years on the east side of the river, a man was holding a spear and declaring to the sky. 30 years on the west side, what I must surpass is this very sky. Junzan watched, utterly speechless. Truly these game characters had no shame. He turned to leave, pretending he hadn't seen anything, but after walking a bit he suddenly turned back. "Wait, this guy is," he hurried over and asked. "Are you the male lead?" Shui Shui, the protagonist of the broken engagement plot at Feiwu Manor, was a disciple of Shui Uidok. He asked coldly, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Junzan's mind raced. The dragon chapter is dead, the marriage is off, let alone a broken engagement. So he turned to leave. "Nothing, sorry to bother you. Farewell, carry on." But then he suddenly thought of something. Wait, this guy might still be useful. He's the plot's protagonist after all. He must have some protagonist halo, right? Shui Shui asked suspiciously. "What exactly do you want?" Junzan asked. "Do you still remember your childhood sweetheart, Kang Cheng?" Shui Shui was startled. "You? Who are you? How do you know?" Junzan muttered to himself. "Because I'm a plot researcher, of course." Then he continued. "You and Zhuang Yuner are in love and have long agreed to spend your lives together, but the people from Shui Uidok forced you to propose at Feiwu Manor, am I right?" Shui Shui quickly covered his mouth. "You bastard, shut up," he asked again. "Who are you? What do you want?" Junzan said. "I'm here to save you." Shui Shui's face turned pale. "Save me? I don't need anyone's help." Junzan sneered. "Your face has already betrayed you." Shui Shui pretended not to care. "HMPH, mind your own business. As long as I complete the mission, they'll promise to stop bothering me and Yuner." Junzan tried to convince him. "Do you really trust them? What's Shui Uidok's real purpose in making you enter this engagement? Do you even know? And do you realize that because of your engagement the dragon chapter is dead? Do you think they'll let you off?" Shui Shui asked in terror. What? Uncle Long is dead?" Junzan turned and walked away, leaving only one sentence. "That's right, now the only one who can save you and your Yuner is me. I'll come find you again in 3 days. Think it over yourself," he said. "There's only one chance. Whether you can seize it is up to you." Shui Shui spun around and shouted loudly toward Junzan, "Senior!" But by then Junzan was nowhere to be seen. Junzan chuckled confidently to himself. Knowing the game's characters and plot was his strongest weapon, he was now sitting on a tree branch looking down at Shui Shui below thinking, "Fooling NPCs is definitely the right path and it's also my greatest strength." Junzan added, "Next," he calculated silently. "Next, let's go see how Ma Shu is doing." With that, he leapt away. Soon he spotted Ma Shu chanting a spell. Found him. He's using a fire spell to dispose of the dragon chapter's corpse. As the incantation fell, a burst of flame erupted, burning the body lying on the grass. From the corpse, a group of vengeful spirits gradually emerged, wailing in agony within the sea of fire. They opened their mouths wide, revealing eerie, terrifying fangs, extremely horrifying. Just then a gentle breeze blew and a blue butterfly took flight. The butterfly guided strands of energy, tightly binding the vengeful spirits. Ma Shu clasped his hands together, surrounded by swirling dust, and cursed angrily. "Long Zhang is such a useless waste, even in death he finds a way to disgust people." Then Ma Shu thought to himself, "This Lu Yuan has seen through my identity but still helps me. He's likely from the holy sect. But why hasn't there been any news? Could he be a hidden agent?" Suddenly, a hand landed unexpectedly on his shoulder. Ma Shu jumped in fright and turned around, shouting, "Ah, you!" The newcomer was none other than Junzan. Junzan said, "I'm not some hidden agent." Ma Shu quickly stepped back a few paces. "Who exactly are you, sir?" He was filled with doubt. Logically, there shouldn't be any reinforcements or insiders from the holy sect at Feiwu Manor. Only then did Junzan introduce himself. "I am indeed from the holy sect, but I'm not a hidden agent sent to support you. I was originally assigned to the Zhanhai Tower, but an accident a few days ago led me to transfer to Feiwu Manor. Upon hearing this, Ma Shu exclaimed in shock, Zhanhai Tower, the #1 Zhanhai Tower in the world? Zhanhai Tower was located at the Yanghui Sea in the eastern central region, guarding the blood-red ghostly sea to prevent the demon race from invading again. The tower was filled with experts and was renowned throughout Xiangyang, and the never-seen master of Zhanhai Tower was one of the top figures in this world. Ma Shu's heart trembled. Someone sent to Zhanhai Tower must be incredibly strong and extremely skilled at disguise. He hesitated and said, I see, no wonder you're so powerful, Senior. Ma Shu's attitude immediately changed. Senior, do you have any orders? Jun Zan smirked. That easy to fool? Then he lowered his voice and commanded, help me contact your superior. I have something to discuss with him. Ma Shu looked troubled. That's a bit difficult. It's not that I'm unwilling, Senior. He scratched his head awkwardly. Because I actually don't know how to contact the higher-ups either. Suddenly, Ma Shu remembered something. Oh right, the higher-up recently said they want to see that kid surnamed Shui, claiming they want to teach him the holy sex techniques. Jun Zan hummed in acknowledgement. So that means you'll have to wait until your superior tells you to bring him along. He turned as he spoke, adding, good, when the time comes, take me with you. As for the dragon chapter, he's the real demon sect insider. You understand what I mean, right? Finally, Jun Zan said, I'll be off then. I'll wait for your news. Ma Shu nodded blankly. Jun Zan was now strolling leisurely down the road in high spirits, even whistling. Jun Zan stretched comfortably. What an easy person to talk to. Staying with these NPCs is way too dangerous. But then he felt a bit guilty. Why does it feel like I've been lying non-stop since I transmigrated? He worried. But if I only rely on my silver tongue, it might not always work out, he thought seriously. If I didn't bring Cian along, I could actually just wash my hands of it and leave this morning. With the experience books, I could find a remote low-conflict minor sect to cultivate in peace and still be able to protect myself. After all, there are way too many NPC-level bosses in Xiangyang. One misstep and I could die even right after leaving the beginner village. Jun Zan hesitated. From a survival standpoint, he really should stay as far away from the main plot's dangers as possible. But the thought of Cian immediately brought to mind the image of her affectionately linking arms with another man. Brother Jun Zan, I'm going to marry this person. That sentence seemed to pierce Jun Zan's fragile heart. He immediately declared decisively, absolutely not. There's no way I'm letting a character I've charmed happily marry someone else. Jun Zan quickly opened the affection meter in the system. He made up his mind. Even if I've transmigrated, I'm going to charm every single character. Onlookers only saw Jun Zan standing there alone, grinning like an idiot. An old woman passing by immediately warned the little girl beside her. Xiao Bao, if you ever run into a lunatic like that, remember to stay far away, got it? The little girl obediently replied. Got it, Grandma. Seeing this, Jun Zan snapped to attention. I need to be more careful next time. Even the NPCs are cursing me out. Just then he spotted something. Looking down at the town below, he blurted out, we've reached Shi Town, soon. Jun Zan entered Shi Town. He looked around and sighed. Oh, the game's scenes really aren't as vivid as reality. He thought for a moment. I think it's this direction, so he began searching. After passing through this alley, turning left past a bookshop, he would reach Xie Qian's residence. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed out and asked, Hey sir, where are you headed? This fat man was Ding Lu, a merchant from Shi Town, he said enthusiastically. Or if there's anything you want to know, just ask me, Ding Lu. I guarantee I'll tell you everything I know. Jun Zan recognized him too. This was Ding Lu, the gateway for most beginner quests. So Jun Zan said, no need for a guide, but I do have a question. Ding Lu immediately replied warmly, Go ahead, sir. Jun Zan leaned in and whispered, Has the arrow wound on your knee from 20 years ago healed? Ding Lu immediately waved his hand in denial. Oh sir, I have no idea what you're talking about. My knees are perfectly fine, my legs are just a bit short. Are you making fun of my short legs? Jun Zan turned and walked away, saying, I don't need anything from you. Haha, you go on your way. But after a few steps, he stopped as if remembering something. All right, Jun Zan said to Ding Lu. In a few days, a group of martial artists will pass through here. They'll have a piece of Han jade that can heal your knee. With that, he waved and left, adding a reminder, know when to seize an opportunity. Ding Lu stood there stunned. 20 years ago, I escaped from BALA Manor and was unlucky enough to get shot through the knee by a flaming arrow, leaving me with chronic knee pain. But how did that kid know? At that moment, Jun Zan also suddenly realized, damn, I've made a fool of myself. I habitually picked up a side quest. Only now did Jun Zan realize the consequences of his slip. This wasn't a game anymore. Ding Lu wouldn't actually give him a reward. By asking about his leg injury, hadn't he just revealed that he knew his secrets? Jun Zan immediately bolted. Not good, time to run. By then, Jun Zan had also reached the Xie residence. A servant led the way. This way, honored guest. The master is just ahead. Jun Zan looked around as he walked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is this what the world of the rich looks like? This garden is even more magnificent than before." He noticed a pavilion spanning across the lake. A voice came from inside. "Young friend seems to like my garden." Jun Zan was startled. "Can he hear me from here?" 3 people were seated in the pavilion, one of whom was a refined scholar, Xie Qian. Jun Zan stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Xie," the servant beside him reported. "Master, this young gentleman said he had an appointment with you, so I brought him here." Xie Qian put down his brush. "Indeed, we did have an appointment," he instructed. "Xiao Ying, you may withdraw," the servant replied. "Yes, master," another elderly man asked. "Xie Qian, who is he?" "This was Yuan Kaiji from Fusong Si," Xie Qian said coldly. "None of your business." Jun Zan couldn't help but let out a laugh. Xie Qian and Yuan Kaiji both looked at him. Jun Zan quickly explained, "Sorry, I just thought of something funny." Yuan Kaiji flew into a rage. "How dare you let me teach you a lesson?" Jun Zan's face turned pale. "HMPH, laughing out loud was my fault, but there's no need to get so worked up. And that killing intent you're showing, you clearly want to kill me." "Too scary," Xie Qian, however, said unhurriedly. "Laugh if you want, but you can still restrain yourself. To act freely without overstepping, that's admirable. You really are a person of excellent character, young friend," he said, then turned to scold. "Yuan Kaiji, are you using your seniority as an excuse to be so rude to your juniors?" Yuan Kaiji sat back down and said in a deep voice, "I came to see you in person today, yet you brought in an outsider. Who is the one showing disrespect here?" Xie Qian replied calmly, "Everything has its priorities. You came to ask a favor of me, but I had already arranged to meet Junquan first, so naturally he takes precedence." Junquan sneered inwardly. "If I hadn't just transmigrated and this was my first time meeting Xie Qian, I might have believed that. Lying so brazenly, come on buddy." Just then, from the waterside pavilion in the lake, Hong Li spoke up. "Senior Xie, what arrangement did you have with Taoist Junquan?" Junquan scratched his head awkwardly. "I came to ask for calligraphy and paintings. I've always admired Senior Xia's work." Xie Qian said gently, "Young friend, do you also enjoy calligraphy and painting? Then I'll give you all of these." He waved his hand, and several streaks of light shot out, flying toward the paintings hanging outside the corridor. Guided by the light, the paintings flew into the room on their own. Even Junquan couldn't help but be surprised. Yuan Kaiji cried out in distress. "That's Tao embodied in writing." The paintings neatly folded themselves and piled up in Xie Qian's hands. Xie Qian pushed them all to Junquan. "Take them, young friend." Junquan's eyes lit up. "All of these for me." By now, Yuan Kaiji was fuming with rage, his face flushed red, and he finally roared, "Xie Qian, are you deliberately pretending to be that old bastard?" Xie Qian asked in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Yuan Kaiji pointed at Junquan and accused, "How could this kid be so lucky? He says he had an appointment with you to pick up paintings, and he just happens to show up when I come." He broke into a violent cough mid-sentence. "Xie Qian, you," cough, cough. Hong Li rushed forward anxiously. Grandfather, are you all right?" Then she pleaded softly, "Senior Xie, please save my grandfather. Only Tao embodied in writing can stabilize the injury in his qi and help him rebuild his spiritual veins. We're even willing to trade the supreme treasure of Fusong Si, the golden crow True Yang. Isn't that enough? Why must you make things so difficult for us?" Sob. Junquan was startled when he heard this. Fusong Si, golden crow True Yang. He immediately recalled that before he transmigrated, the map of Fusong Si hadn't been opened to players yet, and this area was still uncharted territory. Junquan couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected that just coming to pick up an experience book would land him such a good deal. He thought to himself, "I can't miss this opportunity." Hong Li asked anxiously, "Grandfather, are you feeling better?" Yuan Kaiji forced himself to say, "Child, let's go. Even without Tao embodied in writing, I can still live another 50 years. The Fusong clan won't collapse because of this." Hong Li hesitated, but she supported Yuan Kaiji and said worriedly, "But grandfather, your injury." Yuan Kaiji cut her off. "Enough, let's go." Just then, Junquan suddenly spoke up, "Senior, please wait. I can share these paintings with the two of you." Hong Li's face lit up with joy. "Really?" But Yuan Kaiji raised his hand to stop her and said in a deep voice, "Speak, boy, what do you want?" Junquan toyed with the scroll in his hand and said, "Actually, giving you these paintings is not impossible, but just now Senior wanted to strike at a junior over a mere disagreement in words." "I'm truly terrified," Yuan Kaiji immediately barked. "Are you trying to make me kneel and apologize to you?" Junquan laughed. "That won't be necessary. Just continue the earlier transaction. You mentioned the golden crow True Yang earlier, and I'm a bit interested in it." He probed. "What do you think, Senior?" Only then did Yuan Kaiji calm down and reply, "HMPH, you're quite clever, kid. Fine, as long as I get the paintings, it doesn't matter who I trade with." With that, he took out a golden pearl. Junquan's eyes widened as the golden pearl gradually transformed into a strange spirit beast. Seeing it, Junquan blurted out, "As this?" At that moment, Xie Qian also looked over curiously. Junquan exclaimed happily, Three-legged golden crow, he asked Senior Sheiqian. How many paintings do they need, he replied. Just one. Junquan tossed 2 scrolls to Hongli. Forget it, I'll throw in an extra one. Hongli was stunned. An extra one? Yuan Kaiji had no choice but to say, in that case the golden crow True Yang is yours. He snorted reluctantly. HMPH, you got lucky, kid, Hongli carefully instructed. Taoist friend, hatching the golden crow True Yang is extremely difficult. I hope you have the fortune for it. If not, please treat it kindly. Junquan replied. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Yuan Kaiji snatched one of the scrolls and opened it eagerly. Let me see what kind of painting this is. He let out a light laugh and then swaggered off, saying arrogantly, HMPH, I'd rather die than set foot in this place again in my lifetime. This left Hongli baffled. She chased after him, calling, Grandfather. Only then did Sheiqian ask Junquan, young friend, do you understand the effect of my calligraphy and paintings? Junquan replied. Body and mind united, the sea of consciousness clear, Sheiqian continued. I have never forgotten the great kindness you showed me back then, young friend. Junquan pointed at the pile of scrolls and asked, So you did it on purpose, Sheiqian said frankly. And I have never forgotten the grudge I hold against Yuan Kaiji. Junquan asked curiously, What grudge? But Sheiqian suddenly changed the subject. If you want to hatch the golden crow True Yang, you must first find an extremely cold place. Junquan thought, Hey, are you trying to change the subject? He cursed inwardly. This NPC is both stingy and vengeful, infuriating to no end. Good thing I maxed out the favorability beforehand, Sheiqian continued. You'll also need to find some materials and then place the golden crow True Yang into a formation. As he spoke, he took out a stack of paper. Take this, Junquan asked in surprise. What's this? Sheiqian explained. This is the information needed for hatching. The methods and locations are written in detail, and it includes the formations you'll need later. Junquan immediately unfolded it to look. Sheiqian said, I only said you're not simple, young friend, but I never claimed you understood my skill with Tao embodied in writing. Junquan thought, what else could it be? Sheiqian looked at him and said, Judging by your expression, you don't seem to realize what makes you special. Then he said, Originally, I planned to let you decide how to handle the paintings. If you gave the scrolls to Yuan Kaiji, I'd owe you a favor from Fusong Si. If you traded them, I'd give you the golden crow True Yang. Sheiqian said, But I never expected you to trade first and then give away. This way, everyone's opinion of you has only improved, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Junquan examined the golden pearl and replied, Senior flatters me. Besides, the opportunity with these paintings was originally yours. I don't feel regret giving them away. He thought, these 2 must hold high positions in Fusong Si. They'll definitely be useful to me later. A sudden idea struck him. This True Yang would make a good hand warmer. Sheiqian reminded him. But if you had been greedy or held a grudge against Yuan Kaiji for his rudeness, you wouldn't have made this decision. Without greed or anger, it shows your upright character even better than I imagined. Junquan's face darkened, thinking, this is the benefit of maxing out favorability. Sheiqian praised him. Young friend is meticulous and thorough, then he added. Young friend is also free-spirited and not bound by trivialities. Junquan remained calm on the surface but screamed inside, I'm special, both meticulous and free-spirited. What kind of nonsense evaluation is that? He could only force a smile and say, Ah well, Sheiqian continued to praise, young friend is truly admirable. Junquan quickly stood up to leave. I suddenly remembered I left my clothes out to dry and it looks like it's going to rain. I need to go take them in. Farewell, Sheiqian said regretfully. Young friend Junquan slipped away. Senior, I'm off. Sheiqian still gazed after him, picked up his brush, and wrote on the paper, Time, fate, fortune. These are beyond my control. Timing, destiny, luck. Junquan couldn't help but sigh. How interesting. Back at Feiwu Manor, Junquan strolled in leisurely, having obtained the experience scroll and an extra treasure. It was fantastic. But he suddenly stopped. Wait. Junquan thought of Si Yin and Ning Shangrong. Almost forgot those 2. Lu Yuan, bring out your spirit attack momentum. They've already been hit by you once. He took a deep breath and thought with renewed vigor. With favorability maxed out, what's there to fear about catching them? He pushed open the door and ran straight into Ning Shangrong. Seeing her, Junquan thought, no wonder she's ranked 3rd among the beauties in the game. The incident at Feiwu Manor didn't affect her at all. After the hidden mission of the demon cult was resolved, Ning Shangrong would become the master of Shuiui Dak. Ning Shangrong's eyes glistened with tears as she softly called, Junquan. She choked up. What have I been through these past 3 years? My cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. The once carefree Lu Junquan had now become so restrained. It was you who showed me the beauty of the world and gave me the courage to step outside. I gained freedom, but you lost your pride. Junquan hesitated. Use that matter. Ning Shangrong ran to him, thinking, so this time let me pull you up. She leaned on his shoulder and said, Lu Junquan, come back to Shuiui Dak with me and become my Tao partner. I'll find a way to restore your cultivation and heal your wounds with time. We'll rely on each other for life, never changing. Ning Shangrong said tenderly. Everything I have is yours. Junchuan's face turned red as he listened. She nudged him suggestively. Including this heart and this body. Junchuan remained outwardly calm but screamed inwardly, how could I refuse such temptation? I'm just a 19-year-old youth, damn it, he had to say. I can't, but Ning Shangrong held him tighter. I know everything. I'll bear it all for you. Junchuan still said I can't, but he suddenly felt something was off. Wait, what does she know? Then he said, no, listen to me first. Just then, Jiu-Cian appeared, calling out, Brother Junchuan, I've come to find you. Seeing the two embracing intimately, Jiu-Cian froze on the spot and the plate in her hand crashed to the ground. Junchuan quickly explained, Cian, that was. Ning Shangrong sensed something again. Though their master and disciple, this girl's reaction is anything but that of a disciple to her master. Junchuan was at a loss. How do I explain this? Jiu-Cian's eyes reddened as she sobbed. I'll listen to Brother Junchuan's explanation. I'll listen, sobbed. Junchuan lifted her chin and said seriously, Cian, listen carefully. No matter what, my promise to you will never change, she replied obediently. Sob, okay, I know Brother Junchuan would never lie to me. Jiu-Cian whined with a nasal tone. I'm just a little sad, just a little. Junchuan continued, you should already know about my relationship with Shangrong from the hall, right? Jiu-Cian puffed out her cheeks and said, I know, I just came to bring some snacks. Ning Shangrong suddenly interjected, little sister, do you like him? Jiu-Cian said petulantly, HMPH, I don't like him, but she thought, no, it's not like, it's love. Ning Shangrong also said, what a coincidence. I happen to like your master too. Jiu-Cian puffed out her cheeks. So what's that got to do with me? Ning Shangrong lifted her chin. Be good, call me master's wife and let me hear it. Jiu-Cian shouted angrily. You're not even married to Brother Junchuan yet, why should I call you that? Ning Shangrong was taken aback. That's a fair point, then she reminded. But your address is wrong, Ning Shangrong said matter-of-factly. If he's also your master, why do you call him Brother Junchuan? You should call him master. Jiu-Cian trembled with grievance and softly called out, Junchuan, then still teary-eyed she called out, Master, with that. Jiu-Cian covered her face and ran off crying. Junchuan could only stand there helplessly sighing. Ning Shangrong poked his forehead and demanded, how many romantic debts have you racked up in these 3 years? She scolded. I've asked around. You've only been here a month. Though you were badly injured, you were brought here by a female guest. In just 1 month, you've already fallen for someone else. You're something else, Junchuan said awkwardly. Hasn't it been less than a month for you too? Junchuan thought, in this past month almost every time she saw me she spoke with a mix of shyness and anger. Seeing Ning Shangrong's face flush red with anger, Junchuan immediately froze. She bit his neck hard and cursed. Bastard, Junchuan yelped in pain. Ow, 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 I've only just started basic cultivation. How can I withstand a bite like that from you? A clear set of teeth marks immediately appeared on Junchuan's neck. Ning Shangrong snorted, that was your punishment. Then she cast a soundproofing spell and asked bluntly, tell me, what's the deal with Yu Longzong? Only then did Junchuan say, he has the mark of the holy cult on him. I noticed it when I fought him. Ning Shangrong asked curiously, what mark? Junchuan explained. When he attacked me, Yu Longzang's temperament changed a bit, but it's not something ordinary people would notice. Junchuan thought, Yu Longzong, sorry, but you're just a failed NPC. Ning Shangrong said in surprise. Though Yu Longzang's character isn't great, his father is the Doc's war defense elder. Our families have been close for generations. I never expected Yu Longzong to join the demon cult, Junchuan said. That's because you don't know Yu Longzong well enough. I've gathered quite a bit of intelligence on the demon cult over the years, Ning Shangrong probed. So that's why you were severely injured back then, Junchuan replied. Yes, luckily someone found me, or I wouldn't have made it. She suddenly took his hand and made a solemn promise. From now on I'll always be by your side. I won't let you get hurt again. Junchuan said seriously, thank you, I'll become stronger and stronger. But Ning Shangrong worried, but Yu Longzong is already dead. How can I help you now? Junchuan revealed, it's not just Yu Longzong who has ties to the demon cult. Ma Shu couldn't escape involvement either. Jun Zan thought to himself, to clear suspicion, Ma Shu would later frame Yu Longchong for colluding with the demon cult. That way, Shuewi Island would become more vigilant against the cult. Ning Shangrong immediately grew anxious. In that case, I need to go tell my father right away to thoroughly investigate everyone involved this time. Jun Zan quickly cautioned, remember, be very careful. I'm worried the demon cult has already infiltrated Shuewi Island. Just as she turned to leave, she suddenly stopped. Then Ning Shangrong turned around and gently kissed Jun Zan on the cheek. Thank you for your concern. Jun Zan returned to his room, leaned against the door in silence, and before he knew it, his face had flushed bright red. He placed his sword on the table, buried his face in the surface and muttered nervously, looking back it was really dangerous. Just after transmigrating, I had to soothe my sister, got caught sneaking in, and almost got killed the next day. Jun Zan dazedly recalled how on the first day he had inexplicably put on 3 acts in a row, spinning like a top. He sat up again, poured a cup of tea to calm himself. This is only the beginning. My mission as a transmigrator is so hectic it can't just be about romance or building a harem. But Jun Zan slumped again, knowing upon reflection that it was impossible. He downed the tea in one gulp, quickly climbed into bed and sighed. Troublesome, too troublesome. I'd better focus on boosting my strength. He opened the system to check, and since it was still early, he first inspected the loot in his backpack. He saw 5 bottles of pills, 2 healing potions, 2 chi restoring potions, 1 Ling Tai pill for breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, plus some scattered spiritual herbs categorized as miscellaneous materials. Both red and blue potions are covered, so I can relax. Jun Zan suddenly noticed a piece of green jade and said joyfully, Jingyue jade. He immediately perked up. This was one of the 4 array materials needed to hatch the Golden Crow's true young. He hadn't expected to get it so easily, almost effortlessly. Jun Zan looked at the other items, the Dai Sword, a sword technique and a longsword. These were all rewards from defeating the mini-boss Yu Longchong. By comparison, the Jingyue jade was probably a random drop. He laughed heartily, pressing one hand on the sword hilt. My luck is really good, even the random probability skewed this way. Haha, a longsword instantly appeared in Jun Zan's hand and he said with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, I got the top-grade purple flying star sword. My luck is through the roof. Haha, that meant he didn't need to worry about weapons for now. From Foundation establishment to core formation, this azure flying star sword alone would be more than enough. With that he put the sword away and muttered to himself, I'll stick with the white sword for everyday use to avoid suspicion. Jun Zan thought gloomily. Using a sword is too convenient. I almost forgot I'm actually an archer. This was his character card. Lu Junquan, specializing in attack type NBC 6-star, ranked first in combat power. His combat power was extremely high, even capable of suppressing advanced giant creatures. So why did he use a sword as a weapon? Because he possessed an execution weapon. The sword in the sheath for killing the wicked and the bold. How to use it. Touch the sword string with your hand, use the sword body as a bow and the sword's sound as an arrow. That sharp rust and blood-tinged sound would pierce through the enemy's ears like an arrow, stabbing straight into their mind. Ordinary enemies would first be disrupted, then suffer mental damage, start killing each other in madness, and eventually die from brain fissures. Jun Zan gave a thumbs up and said confidently, this is a bow, no problem. He sighed. Looking back, it's actually a bit nostalgic. Maybe that divine artifact is still in the Tianbao Pavilion, tossed in a corner as an ordinary longsword. Then Jun Zan calculated, since there's still time before the main storyline, I can wait until my strength reaches at least the core formation stage before retrieving it. He continued, staring at the system. Let me see what else there is, Jun Zan exclaimed excitedly. 300 spirit stones. The game's currency is divided into 4 types: copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and spirit stones. Copper and silver coins can be obtained through quests. Gold coins come from top-ups and can also be exchanged with copper and silver coins. The exchange rate is 10,000 copper coins equals 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. Just this alone is enough to satisfy poor players. As long as you have money, nothing else is a problem. As for spirit stones, this high-level currency can only be obtained through production from specific mineral veins and doesn't circulate with ordinary currency. So in the late game, players must develop their own territories and factions to acquire spirit stones. Jun Zan stroked his chin and thought, 300 spirit stones is roughly equivalent to a month's output for an average first-tier faction. Yu Longchong probably took out half his savings. I wonder what he was planning. He covered his mouth and snickered. Anyway, it's all mine now. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Time to cultivate. The scroll experience Xie Qian had given quickly took effect. Jun Zan sat cross-legged with a serious expression. Let's start with the initial performance of the 5 elements spiritual method. He slowly closed his eyes and the scrolls fluttered under the influence of the energy Jun Zan emitted. The next day, as soon as Si Yin finished cultivating to the 3rd layer of Qi refining, Jun Zan got out of bed. He stretched and muttered, I succeeded in drawing Qi the night before last, and now I've jumped 2 levels in one night. Double experience really works. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door. Mr. Lu, the Manor Lord invites you to the front hall for a talk. Jun Zan was a bit curious. Jiyu Fiadao, what does he want with me? As he followed the maid, Jun Zan thought, the night before last I was still an ignored nobody in the manor. Now, in the blink of an eye, servants are treating me like an honored guest. The Shangyang world really values the strong. When he saw Fu Huan, Jun Zan suddenly remembered that without any plot events, Fu Huan would be fixed in the training ground, waiting for players to pick up daily quests. Compared to immortal cultivation, this path of martial arts was too hard to stand out. Immortal cultivation mostly relies on talent, opportunities, and even background. Jun Zan sighed. Martial arts, on the other hand, is pure hard training. Like sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you retreat. The saddest part is that Fu Huan once had a chance to cultivate immortality, but she gave it up to be with that person. He secretly planned, after I see Jiu Fiadao, I'll go retrieve the monkey wine from the bottom of the pool. Monkey wine is an M-grade treasure that can improve physique and unblock meridians. When he arrived at Jiu Fidao's room, the latter said, "Mr. Jun Zan, please sit." Jun Zan sat down as instructed. Jiu Fiadao ordered, "All of you withdraw." The maids bowed and replied, "Yes." Only then did Jiu Fiadao get straight to the point. "I've spoiled Si Yin too much over the years, making her develop a willful nature. I hope Mr. Jun Zan will take extra care of her." Jun Zan immediately felt a bit disappointed. Isn't this the take a million and leave my daughter routine? From the sound of it, it's more like tacit approval. So he spoke up for Si Yin. Si Yin only acts that way to protect herself. She's actually a smart and sensible girl, Jiu Fiadao said. "If something happens to Feiwu Manor in the future, I hope Mr. Jun Zan can take my daughter away." Jun Zan asked in confusion, "Manor Lord Jiu, what do you mean by that?" Jiu Fiadao asked with a grave expression. "Mr. Jun Zan, you oppose this marriage, right?" Only then did Jun Zan say, "Shuiui Island's scheme against Feiwu Manor is just to seize the Jiu family bloodline. I am Si Yin's master and I will never let her fall into the hands of villains, so I oppose this marriage." Jiu Fiadao was stunned. "Is that all?" Jun Zan replied, "That's all." Jiu Fiadao suddenly knelt down. "Mr. Jun Zan, I underestimated you. I don't even know what my own daughter truly wants in her heart. I'm truly a useless father." Jun Zan was startled. "Manor Lord Jiu." He quickly helped Jiu Fiadao up and said, "Manor Lord Jiu, if you need any help from me, just say the word. I won't refuse. Why go this far?" Jiu Fiadao said, "I know very well what Shuiui Island wants. With my current condition I could still contact sects stronger than Shuiui Island, but I dare not." Jiu Fiadao glanced at him and said, "Mr. Jun Zan, do you know why I dare not?" Jun Zan tentatively replied, "Because of the holy cult." Jiu Fidao's expression immediately changed. "So you do know." Jun Zan cursed inwardly. "Jiu Fiadao, you old fox." Then he turned and said, "To be honest, I came here not only to help Si Yin but also to deal with the holy cult. Though I don't know why they're targeting Feiwu Manor, I'm willing to contribute to eliminating evil and upholding righteousness." Jun Zan silently added, "Deal with them, my foot. If it weren't for cute Si Yin, I'd have left long ago. And pretty Sao Rongrong too." Jiu Fiadao sighed. "I was right about you after all. You must have convinced Ning Shangrong to postpone the marriage for this reason too." Jun Zan also analyzed. "The holy cult's hand has already reached inside Shuiui Island. I had to use this lowly tactic to first pull out their hidden spies, making them alert. Though I'm willing to help Feiwu Manor, I don't want to openly oppose Shuiui Island." Jiu Fiadao said in surprise. "Yu Longchong was that spy." Jun Zan had to hold back. Jiu Fiadao exclaimed, "I thought it was Ma Shu." Jun Zan was speechless. "How did you figure that out?" Only then did Jiu Fiadao realize. So Yu Longchong was the holy cult's man. Ma Shu, on the other hand, was too conspicuous and too easy to expose. As for Yu Longchong, with his fierce and brainless exterior, he was the least likely to be suspected and thus harder to uncover. Jun Zan thought helplessly. "I'm impressed by this old man's ability to fill in the blanks," he continued. "I also have some understanding of the holy cult, so I wanted to catch that mole and cut off their communication lines." But Jiu Fiadao remained wary. "It's not that simple. I've heard the holy cult sends high-ranking members to complete missions," he said bluntly. "If that day really comes, I still beg you to take Si Yin away. Consider it my selfish wish. I trust my daughter's judgment. Mr. Jun Zan must be someone she can entrust her life to." Jun Zan thought to himself, "It seems Jiu Fiadao is likely cornered. Only asking me to take Jiu Si Yin away probably means he intends to completely sever the last remaining bloodline of the Jiu family from the Xuanwu secret treasury." After leaving Jiu Fidao's room, Jun Zan remained lost in thought. After all, that Xuanwu secret treasury did require the Jiu family bloodline to open. But why would the holy cult send high-ranking members? This was too sudden. Jun Zan suddenly jolted in shock. This plot had never existed before, and it completely contradicted the original Newbie Village storyline. Unless it was a butterfly effect, he immediately grew tense. "Damn it, what's going to happen this time? All the variables are hidden in the unknown, which puts me too much on the defensive." But soon, Jun Zan sat down again and mused. "Forget it, even if the holy maiden Sua Lanluo herself comes, I'm not afraid." He started encouraging himself again. "I'm a top-tier player who's traveled all over the central continent. I know this place better than my own home. How could I be scared of you?" Jun Zan immediately rushed out. "Phew, I'd better go to Hoya Mountain first to get the monkey wine and see if I can bring back something useful." He quickly darted through the forest. Jun Zan looked into the distance and said, "Hoya Mountain's location. I remember it's west of Zitang Town. Let's go check it out first." Soon he spotted a group of monkeys, then crossed a valley and passed an old pine tree. Finally, Junzan found what he was looking for. The monkeys were darting through the pine trees so fast they left only black shadows, making strange screeching sounds. One monkey suddenly lunged at Junzan. Junzan immediately swung his sword using wind draw, and the tip struck the monkey squarely. Junzan recognized it at once. Ha, it's a spirit monkey. A monkey sat on a branch, its belly cut open by his sword, baring its teeth and roaring at him in fury. Junzan clicked his tongue as he looked at it. Can I handle a monkey? He raised his sword and shouted. Misty waves for 10 miles, kicking up dust that left the monkey dazed. It instinctively glanced to the side, and in the next second its arm was severed. The monkey was so startled its tail shot up and it turned and ran. Junzan stood still, thinking, it can actually run? Then the whole group of monkeys swarmed at Junzan all at once. Junzan's face immediately changed. Damn it, I forgot I was right next to the monkey group. He turned and fled, cursing as he ran. You dead monkeys! The monkeys behind him kept hopping in pursuit. Junzan propped himself on a large rock, panting heavily. Finally shook them off. He hid behind a giant boulder, feeling troubled. No way around it. In the game I could slash monsters step by step, but that's totally unrealistic after transmigration. Can't I just press the A key to pull aggro? Junzan looked around and wondered. And where is this? Am I lost? He wandered aimlessly, muttering. If I end up dying in the mountains from getting lost, those guys will laugh me to death. Suddenly, Junzan noticed something. What's that? He pushed aside the grass, revealing a large stone with words carved on it. Suolong Lake. Junzan approached the small lake and whispered his guess. Suolong Lake. Does this have something to do with the sealed cold pool below and that dragon? He thought for a moment. Or maybe some evil force is locked underwater. Then Junzan decided, no risk, no reward. I'll go down and take a look first, just a quick glance and not touch anything. He stood there reciting the water avoidance spell, and in the next second his figure had already darted out from between the cliffs. He dove into the sea, filled with curiosity. It really is a locked dragon, but this iron chain is 1/2 meter thick. I wonder how big that dragon must be. Junzan observed the red patterns on the chain. These runes look a bit familiar, like I've seen them in some analysis post on the forum before. Soon he remembered. He recalled a post about runes that later turned into a dungeon guide, and that dungeon was this place. Junzan thought to himself, this isn't a level 20 newbie dungeon. It's level 50, meant for cultivators just entering the mid-stage of nascent soul. If this isn't handled well, when the dungeon actually opens, people will die down to their underwear. He immediately wanted to retreat, thinking, looks like it's time to go back and settle the score with those monkeys. Suddenly, Junzan noticed a red liquid drifting by. He glanced at it casually. It's spirit monkey blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood had already surrounded Junzan. The blood energy was precisely the primary condition to activate the instance. He could only force a bitter smile. Damn it, Junzan swallowed hard, pulled himself together, and slowly looked to the other side. Suddenly, a massive beast thrust its head forward, locking eyes with him directly. He immediately cried out, this is the demon imprisoned in the cold pool. Junzan explained, this demon dragon has been sealed here since ancient times. After countless years, the seal has loosened, and with the stimulation of the blood energy, it can reappear in the world. Man and dragon stared at each other, neither making a move. The air was silent yet tense to the extreme. The demon dragon kept its eyes fixed on Junzan from start to finish. Only then did Junzan realize, this boss must finish its lines before the instance starts, right buddy? Your monologue is way too long. Finally, the demon dragon spoke slowly. Mortal, you are special. It was then that Junzan noticed the chains were still there. His heart tightened, and he nearly lost his wits. It seemed the dragon, lacking sufficient blood energy to fully break free, was trying to lure him into releasing it. So Junzan said, I know I'm special. Especially handsome, thanks, farewell. The dragon then asked, you're from another world, aren't you? He replied, no, I was born in the Central Plains and grew up there. It continued, do you want power? No, Junzan said coldly. I want your sister, the dragon pressed on. Don't you want to get out? I've seen through your tricks. A dialogue box pops up halfway to trick me, one click to confirm, and I'm dead on the spot. I'm not falling for it. Junzan thought to himself, this thing is really good at deceiving people, but as long as I ignore it, I'll be fine. Immediately after, the dragon bombarded his mind with a series of questions. Have you seen your desires clearly? What you enjoy is manipulating hearts, love and hate, the 7 emotions and 6 desires. You revel in these like a blind man craves light because without them, you'll eventually come back. This is your fate. Junzan's hand had already climbed onto the bank. He broke free from the sea and cursed, I believe in your sister's fate. But his hand accidentally got cut by a stone and blood dripped slowly. He couldn't help but cry out, it hurts like hell. Junzan warned himself, HMPH, no, I can't be this impatient. It's affecting my reason. Sure enough, a level 50 boss. Junzan turned and left. Better go deal with those monkeys first, those little rascals are real trouble. As his blood dripped onto the stone, it seeped through the cracks all the way into the deep sea. Meanwhile at Feiwu Manor, Junzan lay on the ground sighing. those damn monkeys were really tough to handle. He reminded himself silently, in the end it's because my level is too low. I must seize the time to cultivate. Now, in the dead of night with the moon still, Junzan sat cross-legged on the bed, concentrating in meditation. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. Brother Junzan. Junzan was startled. Turning his head he saw Jiu Xian holding a plate of pastries, calling out, "Brother Junzan." He sighed in relief and smiled. "Xian, it's you." Jiu Xian was leaning in through the window but got stuck. Trembling, she said tearfully, "Woo-woo, Brother Junzan, I'm stuck." Junzan hurried over. "Little Xian, why not just come in through the front door? What if you make a big commotion like this?" she replied. "But Brother Junzan always climbs through my window, doesn't he?" he said awkwardly. That's different. That's not important. Why are you running over here in the middle of the night?" Jiu Xian handed out the plate and whispered, "I spent all day today learning to make red bean cakes. This is for you." Junzan said softly, "I can't do anything with you." Jiu Xian asked in confusion, "What about the pastries?" Junzan placed the plate of cakes on the table. She said a bit shyly, "The kitchen master taught me how to make these red bean cakes. I might not have made them well." Suddenly, Junzan took Jiu Xian's hand. He gently pressed his forehead against hers and said tenderly, "As long as Xian makes it, whether hot or cold, I think it's delicious." Junzan held Jiu Xian. He thought to himself, "Because I don't know what others are thinking, afraid that my efforts won't be repaid. That's why I chose this kind of game based on effort. As long as I work hard, I'm sure to reap rewards." Looking at the system panel, it showed Jiu Xian's affection level as unto death. He mused, "And now the radiant light of maxed out affection is right before me. What else do I have to fear?" Jiu Xian asked softly, "Brother Junzan, did my father come to see you again?" Junzan thought, "I'll keep this from her for now to avoid worrying her." So he replied, He did come to see me." Jiu Xian asked curiously. "What did he say?" Junzan answered. "Village Chief Jiu already knows about us." He didn't object. In fact, he was even supportive. She nestled in his arms and asked coquettishly, "Then Brother Junzan, when will we get married?" Junzan was taken aback, then laughed. "This girl is really fixated on marriage." Junzan instructed Jiu Xian, "Wait until I deal with those villains from Shuewi Islet, okay?" She immediately replied, I know, Brother Junzan is the best." Jiu Xian yawned and said, "It won't take long before you marry Xian." I'm so sleepy." With that, she leaned against him and fell asleep. Junzan picked her up, thinking, she must have stayed awake until midnight, sneaking over only after avoiding the night watchman. He immediately leapt across the layered rooftops to take her back to her room first. Jiu Xian's door was gently pushed open. Junzan tenderly laid her on the bed. Jiu Xian mumbled sleepily, calling for Brother Junzan. Junzan lightly touched her hand and said, "Sleep, I'll leave once you're asleep." Jiu Xian shyly pulled the covers over her face and let out a soft, Junzan looked at her and smiled, then asked, "Xian, do you want to cultivate immortality?" She was stunned. "Ha," Junzan said. "Before, when I said I was your master, it wasn't entirely to hide my identity. You have the aptitude for cultivation. I hope you can stay by my side and walk further with me." Junzan tightened his grip on Jiu Xian's hand, then said, "If you agree, I'll teach you a fire-based technique, but you need to think it through. Once you set foot on this path, you'll face many hardships and many regrets." Outside, it was pouring rain. The scene shifted to Shuewi Islet, where the rain pounded incessantly against the temple roof. Inside the hall, there was a red-haired woman and someone kneeling before her. This woman was a new character. She spoke, "It's the heavenly saintess Junzan." Now, the night was deep, with only the cold moon hanging high. Junzan left Jiu Xian's room and landed on the ground, suddenly sensing something. It turned out there was a woman sitting on the rooftop. Junzan recognized her as Fu Huan. Fu Huan was looking up at the moon, swinging her legs. Junzan found it strange. Why was she still here so late? Suddenly, he noticed something and was startled. The system showed Fu Huan's affection level as eternal vows. Junzan was puzzled. The affection level had increased. When did that happen? At that moment, Fu Huan also noticed him and called out, "Junzan." She wondered to herself, why is he here? Realizing her posture was somewhat unseemly, Fu Huan immediately pressed her legs together, blushing with embarrassment, and secretly asked, Junzan, why are you here?" Junzan smiled slightly, and in the next second he vanished as if teleporting. In the blink of an eye, Junzan landed beside Fu Huan. He replied, "I sent Xian back to sleep, just got back." Fu Huan thought I was going to question him. How could he as a teacher go into Miss Gu's boudoir? But he said it so matter-of-factly. Just then Junzan asked her, "Do you miss home?" Fu Huan replied, "Yes." Then she said seriously, "I wonder how the harvest is back home this year, whether my parents are sick from overwork. They're mortals getting older, so life is bound to be harder." Junzan couldn't help but ask, "The pay from Feiwu Manor should be enough to support them, right? Why is it like this?" Fu Huan said softly. "They won't accept it," she continued. "Because I practice martial arts and show my face in public, they've long stopped recognizing me as their daughter. So I left them, taking only the name Fu Huan. Later they had a son. A few years ago I secretly went back to see. That child was studying diligently in school. He'll surely pass the imperial exams and make a name for himself. Jun Zan said, maybe your parents are satisfied. Fu Huan looked up at the sky and said, yeah, they're satisfied with my brother. As long as they're happy, I'm happy too. Then she turned the question back to Jun Zan. What about you? You never talk about yourself. Jun Zan replied, I'm just an ordinary person. He laughed half-truthfully. I can't even kill a chicken. I don't know any martial arts. Those people are all fooled by me. Whatever I say, they believe. I'm not that impressive, then he said enthusiastically. Really, I'm telling you this because I consider you a friend. Do you believe me? Fu Huan turned her face away and said, all right, yes, I believe you. Whatever you say is right. Jun Zan continued boasting. Let me tell you, my hometown is full of round things. The moon and the sun are about the same. People are ordinary too, but there are lots of interesting things. Time passed, and soon it was early the next morning. At that moment, Shui Shui was also focused on cultivating. Suddenly, Jun Zan appeared before him, startling him. Senior. Jun Zan got straight to the point. 3 days ago, do you remember why Shui Islet insisted on forcing you to propose? Shui Shui pondered. I really don't know about that. Jun Zan said solemnly. It's the holy sect, not Shui Islet. You've been turned into a tool by the holy sect, understand? Shui Shui was shocked. The holy sect, a tool? Jun Zan said, that's right, that kind of tool. Use it and throw it away. In a few days, people from the holy sect will come to you. They'll lure you out, join them, give you everything you want, teach you techniques, but you don't know that technique is actually a kind of mother-son GU. Jun Zan pointed directly at Shui Shui. You are the son GU. Then he deliberately scared him. By then you'll have to obey them, unable to resist at all. Once you're of no use, they'll kick you out. Shui Shui was immediately terrified. Then what do I do? Jun Zan replied, power. You need power. Shui Shui was stunned. Ha! Jun Zan thought to himself, the beginner techniques and attributes aren't much different, but there are many types. Rather than having the system delete them later, it's better to teach them to others now, as a contribution. So he analyzed, Shui Islet treats you like a tool, only giving you the most basic outer sect techniques. Even if you practice for 70 or 80 years, you won't amount to much. Jun Zan leaned in close to Shui Shui. Your constitution is a rare water attribute, combined with a mutated lightning attribute. Jun Zan took out a book and said, this set of thunder control art was once a famous secret technique of the thunder control sect. It's extremely suited to your constitution, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. If you can find a suitable lightning source, in just 3 days, you can break through to the foundation establishment stage. Shui Shui's eyes lit up. Really? Jun Zan threw the book to him and explained. This technique is extremely powerful. Once mastered, lightning power will be hidden in all your meridians. A single strike can take a life, but it also causes severe damage to yourself. It's a move that kills 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own. Remember, never use it lightly. Shui Shui shouted excitedly, thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior. Then he solemnly promised, Senior's great kindness I have no way to repay. Once I succeed in cultivation, I will surely eliminate demons and uphold the Tao to repay you. Jun Zan reminded him seriously, I'm moved by your sentiment, but right now your most important task is to try your luck at 9-8 Mountain. Head southwest. These next 2 days will be a major turning point in your life. Shui Shui mused, but 9-8 Mountain is full of dangers. Jun Zan replied, your fate is in your own hands. If you want to defy the heavens and change your destiny, do as I say. Shui Shui muttered, defy the heavens and change destiny, defy the heavens and change destiny. Then said loudly, I understand, Senior. Jun Zan hummed in acknowledgement but thought to himself, I wonder if this kid Shui Shui really gets it. He calculated silently. Southwest of 9-8 Mountain, there is a massive thunder pool. If Shui Shui can master the thunder control art combined with the environment there, it will surely draw down a bolt of lightning. When the thunder strikes and the art activates, it will forcibly push him into the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Jun Zan sat on the doorstep, deep in thought. His biggest worry was still the legendary superior of the holy sect. He suddenly shook his head vigorously. Deal with whatever comes, handle what I can, and leave the rest to fate. Jun Zan suddenly remembered, oh right, there's another promising candidate to cultivate. He recalled the sole heir of Feiwu Manor, Jiyu Fideo's illegitimate son, Jiyu Chang. This was an extremely bizarre storyline. After the main beginner quest ends, Feiwu Manor will be engulfed in a great fire. Only a few of the Jiyu family will survive, and the Xuanwu secret treasure will be buried within, never seeing the light of day again. Until later, Jiyu Chang changes his name, reappears as a young rogue cultivator, and the Xuanwu secret treasure falls into his hands. Jun Zan was irritated. If only this guy's affection level weren't impossible to raise, I would have drained his power dry long ago. He recalled, after all the twists and turns, Jiyu Chang turned out to be the biggest boss of the modern era. The mysterious shadow in the sea of fire. Jiyu Chang's path was like a demon. I send my hair full of snow into the mortal world, Jun Zan speculated. Based on the current timeline, Jiyu Chang should have just come into contact with that crippled 8-armed heavenly demon. Jun Zan stood up and snapped back to reality. Though a bit risky with some effort, it might not be entirely impossible. Meanwhile at Wuyan Alley, Jun Zan thought, at this point in time, Jiyu Fiadao probably hasn't brought Jiyu Chang back to Feiwu Manor yet. This kid is likely still living with his mother, a singing girl. Suddenly he noticed a figure of a red-haired woman flashing by. Jun Zan tried to recall. Wait, this familiar figure immediately brought it to mind. Sui Huan Luo. Jun Zan remembered, the holy maiden of the demon sect, at the fusion stage, level 78. She could sense others' gazes by instinct alone. He immediately turned pale with fright. Jun Zan thought, and although her body was walking on the street right now, no one noticed her. Clearly she was using an invisibility technique to hide her tracks. But when everyone else couldn't see her, my gaze was as conspicuous as a firefly in the dark night. It would surely get an immediate reaction from her. Jun Zan's heart jolted. Damn, in that split second it was the line between life and death. He quickly took out a mirror moon jade ring, then clasped his hands together and softly chanted the dreamlike shadow incantation. The next second he had transformed into a completely different appearance. Seeing that Chahuan Luo was about to turn her head, Jun Zan still felt it wasn't safe enough and hastily opened the system manual. Character Chahuan Luo. Gender female. Title Ruksha Demoness. 10,000 bones topple the masses. Level Immortal Dao Fusion Stage. Below it was an option to equip or not. Equip. Jun Zan chose to equip without hesitation. He shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and put it all on me." At that moment Chahuan Luo had already turned to look at him. Jun Zan gave her a calm smile, quickly assessing the situation in his mind. Nascent soul stage cultivation, okay. Completely different appearance, okay. Exposure probability, not okay. Jun Zan calculated that if the disguise succeeded, he could just find some excuse to slip away later. Then he pretended to walk forward leisurely. Jun Zan raised his hand to smooth his sideburns and introduced himself. Fellow cultivator, I am Zhang Feng, once known by the alias Jade-Faced Little Mengchang. I wonder if the lady has heard of me, he thought to himself, hoping she would find him annoying at first glance, even repulsive. Behind the black veil, Chahuan Luo had already seen him clearly. Zhang Feng said discontentedly, "Fellow cultivator, why don't you speak? Do you look down on me, Zhang? Let me tell you, in this territory of Zhang country, I, Zhang Feng, have 100 ways to make your life unbearable." Seeing Chahuan Luo staring at him with sharp eyes, Zhang Feng's face turned pale. Why did it feel more and more dangerous? Jun Zan thought. A nascent soul-level dreamlike shadow incantation should theoretically be enough to fool a fusion-stage cultivator. This is one of the top-tier concealment skills in the upper central realm. Isn't that enough? He raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Well, now you know my power, don't you? Even a major sect like Watermoon Cove has to fear me. So, let's get familiar. Just mention my name," while frantically repeating in his mind. As long as he acted disgusting enough, no one would want to dirty their hands. But Chahuan Luo didn't respond. She just turned and left coldly. Zhang Feng hurriedly called out, "Hey fellow cultivator, don't go, are you looking down on me?" She still didn't care and simply walked away. Zhang Feng could only shout at her retreating figure, "Stop right there, do you believe I'll call people to deal with you? I have plenty of friends." Zhang Feng shouted as he ran, "Just wait, I'm going to get people." But Chahuan Luo suddenly let out a soft laugh and murmured to herself, "I didn't expect that while I was thinking of going to find him he would deliver himself to me." She raised her hand, and a thin thread was already wrapped around her finger, though no one knew when it had appeared. Chahuan Luo whispered, "Heart entwining Jiyu, love not." She had secretly attached that thread to Zhang Feng. "Let's see how you run this time." A moment later, Jun Zan was seen climbing over a wall, panting heavily, still shaken. That was terrifying just now. Why would she be here? Could she be the superior sent by the holy sect? Jun Zan began to fear. If that were the case, wouldn't he have to see her again, and face to face at that? He almost wanted to cry. Chahuan Luo, the Ruksha demoness who revels in bloodshed. How could I survive? Then Jun Zan forced himself to calm down. "Stay calm, absolutely stay calm. You can't panic now. First, find where the time machine is." Then he clutched his head and shouted, "Ah, where would I find something like that?" He thought it over again. Even if she were traveling from Watermoon Cove to Feiwu Manor, there was no reason for her to be here. This wasn't even on the route from Watermoon Cove to Feiwu Manor. Jun Zan began to suspect, could it be because of the 8-armed heavenly demon? Then it dawned on him. Since this place was connected to the holy sect, it was most likely because of that 8-armed heavenly demon. That was why they had sent a high-ranking member like the holy sect Saintus. Things were no longer as simple as they seemed on the surface. There were hidden layers involved. probably in places unknown to players. The holy sect was also sending people to search for clues. Jun Zan looked up at the sky, feeling a bit more confident. After all, she was the demon sect saintess. There was no way she came all the way here just to find me. HMPH, I tricked her once before. Am I afraid of a second time? But the next second he snapped back to reality. No, I can't set myself up for failure again. If I get cocky, I'm a dog. I'd better get down to business and find Ji Kong. According to the official lore, the demon race is a purely spiritual entity. If they leave the demon realm, they must have a physical body to survive, and humans happen to be the most suitable hosts for possession. Although monsters and demonic beasts can also be possessed, most of them have low compatibility and quickly turn into a pile of sludge. At the point in time when Lu Yuan had crossed over, aside from the player faction system, no large-scale demon-related dungeons had appeared yet. The demon sect map was still locked, and relevant information was scarce. Most players had no idea what was happening. At least one thing was certain. The entire upper central realm was divided into 3 layers. The upper layer was the sky city of the celestial realm. The middle layer was the human continent, and the lower layer, passing through the rift at the bottom of the eternal sea, was the abyss of the demon realm. The lower layer was filled with magma and extremely high temperatures, so the demons probably remained in a gaseous state. Jun Zan immediately set his plan. So he had to get on good terms with that kid named Ji Chang by now. He should have already met the person who wanted to suppress the demons and later taught him cultivation. Just then he noticed something. Jun Zan looked down at the stone ring in his hand. Cha Huan, then he clenched the stone ring and silently vowed, "Once I've cultivated enough, I will subdue that demoness and make her obedient." Jun Zan said bluntly, "Just you wait." His figure flickered between the eaves, then he lightly landed on a tree branch. Jun Zan thought, this should be the place. He looked down and saw a woman placing a basin of water on the ground. The woman looked up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was Wan Niang, also known as Shi Niang, skilled in song and dance. In her youth she was a courtesan, but later she bought her own freedom and now made a living by washing clothes. Jun Zan thought to himself, unfortunately, Wan Niang seemed to die in the storyline, but the game didn't specify the cause of death. Maybe this time he could try to save her. Suddenly a hoarse voice called out, "Shi." A fat old man came running over. Jun Zan recognized Ding Lu at a glance. Jun Zan's heart stirred. Shi. He was calling Wan Niang, unless they both came from BALA Manor. BALA Manor was a special sect composed of rogue cultivators. Located on the eastern shore of the central continent, its membership was a mixed bag. They could do anything, but players loved this sect because it was fast and lucrative for making money. Many guilds even sent people specifically to BALA Manor to farm spirit stones. Ding Lu asked Wan Niang, "Where is Chang'er?" Wan Niang replied softly, "He went up the mountain to play. That child has always been mischievous." Jun Zan guessed that he would have to go up the mountain to find Ji Chang along with the old man who had failed to suppress the heavenly demon. Ding Lu continued, "Is there any chance my old injury can be cured?" Wan Niang asked, "Has my brother heard any news about the chilling jade?" Ding Lu revealed that it was a man named Lu Junquan who had been taken in by Fei Wu Manor. "He told me." Wan Niang exclaimed. "Lu Junquan," Ding Lu went on. "That guy not only has a special relationship with the young lady of the Jiyu family, but even the core formation beauty from Watermoon Cove does whatever he says," he added. "But I've never heard of such a figure in the cultivation world. I really don't know where this love saint came from." At some point, Jun Zan had already appeared. He chimed in, "Well, since you mentioned love saint, that's right, it's me." Ding Lu subconsciously said, "Yes, yes, yes." Then he caught himself and corrected, "No." Wan Niang was also startled. "When did you appear?" Jun Zan replied, "It's normal that you haven't heard of me. After all, like you, I never let anyone know what I do." Ding Lu shouted, "You followed me?" "No, that's impossible. I checked thoroughly when I came." You. Wan Niang immediately drew her sword. Ding Lu made a move. Ding Lu quickly stopped her. "Wait." Jun Zan pressed his 2 fingers together and gently caught the tip of her sword. Only then did Wan Niang say coldly, "HMPH, my green ring snake sword is coated with a deadly poison. Even cultivators have no cure." But Jun Zan said calmly, "I don't need an antidote in the first place." Then behind Jun Zan a dazzling Bagua diagram appeared. The 2 of them froze in terror and cried out. Nascent soul stage. Shi Niang's green ring snake sword clattered to the ground. Jun Zan waved his hand, brushing the sword aside, and warned, "The holy sect's interference in the affairs of Fei Wu Manor and Watermoon Cove will only get worse. It will also attract those troublemakers from BALA Manor who thrive on chaos. If you want to live, leave now." Ding Lu shouted, "Mr. Junquan." Suddenly, Jun Zan's figure flickered and vanished. Ding Lu said anxiously, "Shi Niang, quickly move to the forest behind the mountain." In a cave on the mountain, a monster was attacking an old man, growling orders, "Hand your body over to me." A boy was watching nearby. The old man's shoulder had been pierced by the monster. The boy trembled and called out, "Grandpa." The monster let out a low, terrifying roar. A flash of light from a staff and a loud shout rang out. A piercing scream echoed through the cave. One of the monster's arms fell to the ground. It grew a new arm and roared angrily, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Jun Zan held a longsword and said, "What's the use of asking so many questions? Let me just send you on your way." He raised the sword high and shouted, "Flying star conveys resentment." A bow was instantly drawn. The monster immediately laughed mockingly. "Using a sword as an arrow, what kind of trick is that?" Jun Zan gripped the bow, using the sword as the arrow. He drew the bow and said, "Sorry, but I'm a real archer," he shouted. Piercing delusion, heavenly wolf. The longsword shot out instantly, hurtling straight toward the monster. The monster was instantly engulfed in flames, howling in agony. The old man quickly formed hand seals. The monster was sucked into the old man's body and said weakly, "I'll be back." The old man cut him off coldly. "Shut up and crawl back into your dog hole." At that moment the monster had completely sunk into the old man's body. Jun Zan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this evil spirit was weak, all bark and no bite. Otherwise, with his hollow nascent soul cultivation, he wouldn't have stood a chance. He sighed wearily. There really is no shortcut in this world. I have to rely on honest cultivation. I can't keep relying on stats to get by," the old man spoke. "Thank you for your help, young friend." Jun Zan replied, "You're welcome." The boy ran over anxiously and asked, "Grandpa, are you okay?" The old man answered, "I'm fine." Only then did the old man look up and introduce himself. "I am Zhou Zhangzi, Ding Huan. 700 years ago I was the patriarch of the Yushu Dao sect. Now I'm nothing but a useless man. If not for your rescue, young friend, hundreds of years of my effort would have been in vain, master." Zhou Zhangzi, the former patriarch of Yushu Dao sect, Ding Huan, after being parasitized by the 8-armed heavenly demon centuries ago. Ding Huan had remained in this remote cave, struggling against his inner demon and himself, always trying to suppress the heavenly demon. Jun Zan replied, "I am Lu Junxuan. I have long admired your reputation, patriarch." Ding Huan was currently at the tribulation transcendence stage, repeatedly plagued by inner demons, unable to successfully transcend the tribulation, and his life was fading day by day. But it was during this time that Ji Yu Chang appeared. He said, "I didn't expect to meet you here, but that black mist," Ding Huan said. "It's a long story, but why has the young friend come here?" So Ding Huan decided to pass on all his life's knowledge to Ji Yu Chang. But the 8-armed heavenly demon had turned its parasitic target to Ji Yu Chang. Jun Zan pointed at the child and said, "I came to find him." This child was the 9-year-old Ji Yu Chang, the younger version of the biggest boss in the current version. And this was the starting point of Ji Yu Chang's tragic life. Jun Zan said, "I met his mother at the foot of the mountain and she told me the kid was up here, so I came to find him." Ji Yu Chang asked suspiciously, "Brother, are you looking for me?" Jun Zan replied, "That's right, I came to talk to you about something," the boy asked curiously. "What is it?" Jun Zan said, "Family matters." Ji Yu Chang immediately became suspicious. "Brother, you're not after my mother, are you?" Hearing this, Jun Zan's face twisted. Then he said, "It's not about Fei Wu Manor." Ji Yu Chang turned and walked away, refusing outright. "I'm not going to Fei Wu Manor. I want to stay with my mother." Jun Zan thought to himself, this future big boss really isn't as innocent and cute as he looks. He even knows about Fei Wu Manor. Ding Huan asked, "I heard from Changer that Fei Wu Manor wants to take him back as an heir. But why has the young friend gotten involved in the affairs of the martial world?" Jun Zan replied, "It's a long story, but in short," Jun Zan said as he called to Ji Yu Chang, "You should call me uncle." He continued teasing the kid. "Ji Yu Cian is your aunt, so naturally I'm your uncle. Come on, call me uncle." Ji Yu Chang said angrily, "I'm not going to Fei Wu Manor anyway." Ding Huan said, "I originally wanted to take Changer to join the Yushu Dao sect, but in the eyes of the world I'm probably already a dead man. If I let him return in my name, he'd likely get caught up in power struggles." Jun Zan replied, "I see. In the entire game, if there's one sect with the most intense internal strife, it's undoubtedly the Yushu Dao sect. Although it's one of the top righteous orthodox sects, its internal factions are numerous, full of contradictions, and it even once erupted into civil war, splitting into 2 sects." Then Jun Zan asked seriously, "Since you already know my background, senior, can you tell me what that black mist really is? It looks a bit like the 8-armed heavenly demon worshipped by the holy sect." Ding Huan suddenly laughed and then said, "Young friend, you are indeed observant. That is indeed the 8-armed heavenly demon. It has tormented me for nearly 700 years. I am now at the end of my strength, and in the end I still cannot fully suppress it." Ding Huan continued, "By chance, Changer stumbled into this cave, so I decided to pass on all my life's knowledge to him. I didn't expect that damned heavenly demon to set its sights on the child, wanting to switch hosts to escape its predicament. According to the original plot, the key node is probably around here. If no one intervenes, this would be the opportunity for Ji Yu Chang to be parasitized." Jun Zan said, "It seems I came just in time. I was fortunate enough to help you suppress the heavenly demon senior." Ding Huan praised, "I must thank you, young friend. That arrow of yours made me realize the essence of spirit, not being confined to the fixed form of a weapon but having spirit reside within form. Truly brilliant," Jun Zan complained inwardly. "Are you possessed by Shay Qian? Why do all these senior experts here like to praise people like this?" Wasn't he afraid of praising someone to the skies? He quickly humbled himself, saying, "With my meager skills, how dare I show off in front of an elder?" Ji Yunyang curled his lips behind him, muttering, "Putting on airs." Jun Zan let out a dry laugh, cursing inwardly, "What an ill-mannered brat." Ding Huan sighed and said, "I had no other choice but to let Chang'er inherit everything from me, but he's still young, without guidance he might go astray." Jun Zan spoke up. The old Taoist then interjected, "Though I've been in seclusion for 100 years, I'm confident my judgment hasn't dulled. This young friend has good character and is related to Chang'er. What's more, you've already reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age, showing extraordinary talent." Jun Zan replied, "Thank you for the compliment, elder." Ding Huan then entrusted him, saying, "I will pass on all my life's knowledge to you, but I hope you'll take Chang'er as your disciple and teach him when the time is right." Jun Zan was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this too rash, elder?" He muttered to himself. "I thought he was just praising me, but now he's roped me into this. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets." The old Taoist turned to Ji Yuzhong and said, "Chang'er, why don't you pay your respects to your master?" The young man gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. "Master, him," Jun Zan, wearing an awkward expression, commanded. "That's right, kid. From today on I'm your master. Come and bow to me." The scene shifted to Yinping Lane. Jun Zan said to Ji Yuchong, "Go in by yourself." He waved goodbye and warned, "Don't reveal our relationship." The youth turned and left, responding coldly, "Oh." Ji Yuchong walked into the house and called out, "Mother, I'm back." A voice came from inside. "Chang'er, you're back, have some water." Jun Zan just smiled silently. This 11th lady used to be so sharp-tongued. What a contrast. For her to temporarily set aside thoughts of revenge, it seems Ji Yuchong means more to her than anything. Meanwhile at Fei Wu Manor, Jun Zan exclaimed in surprise as he entered. "Using it?" Ning Shangrong said. "I just contacted Shuei Wu and it's in chaos over there." She revealed that as soon as Yu Longjung died, several people in Shuei Wu couldn't hold back. Ning Shangrong continued, Yu Zhang, Yu Longjung's father, went mad with grief after learning of his son's death, and some who originally had grudges against Yu Zhang began spreading rumors without restraint, claiming Yu Longjung was a spy for the holy sect. Ma Shu also added fuel to the fire, making it seem more and more real. She looked worried. So it quickly turned into internal strife. Ning Shangrong was somewhat annoyed. Even though his son is dead, he doesn't think of revenge, but only fights for power. She sighed again. It wasn't until a few days ago that they finally had time to ask who killed Yu Longjung. Jun Zan could only listen in silence, thinking, truly, humans love tearing each other apart the most. Ning Shangrong looked up at the sky and said, compared to the major sects in Zhangzhou, Shui Wu is just a small pond. Whether elders or disciples, their talents are limited. She paused for a moment. The path to immortality is too hard to seek. Over time, it's inevitable to lose sight of the fundamentals and fight for fame and profit. Jun Zan immediately began flattering her again. You have such foresight, not bound by interests, with an open-minded attitude. Ning Shangrong felt a bit embarrassed. Smooth talker, she said. What's the use of not being bound by fame and profit? In the end, aren't I still bound by emotions? Jun Zan was stunned. Suddenly, Ning Shangrong took his hand, leaned close and softly confessed, You are the one I've been searching for, the one I've chosen. Then she blurted out, Husband. Jun Zan froze in place. She then pursed her lips and smiled. I'll protect you. It's okay. Ning Shangrong added, I've already told my father, if I don't marry you in this life, I'll go to Yushu and become a nun. Jun Zan was immediately startled. Yushu? No, don't go to Yushu Taoist sect. There might be a magnanimous, gentle, virtuous and non-jealous woman looking for me there. But Ning Shangrong still happily held Jun Zan's hand. He only wanted to cry inside. This isn't right. Nothing's going to happen, so why am I feeling guilty? On the surface, Jun Zan pretended to be calm, coughed a few times and then said softly, That's not enough. He leaned close to Ning Shangrong's face and said ambiguously, If you really become a nun, I'll climb up from Yushu. As he spoke, he slowly moved his face closer to hers, but she pinched him hard, making him cry out in pain. It hurts, but Shangrong scolded. You're just talking nonsense, Jun Zan retorted. You say I'm talking nonsense and I say I'm talking nonsense. Isn't it the same? He then asked curiously, What did your father say? Ning Shangrong replied, My father has always doted on me, so he'll naturally go along with my wishes, but, she continued, he wants me to bring you back to see him. Jun Zan was full of confidence. Let him see. I'll make sure he's satisfied and marries his daughter to me, but inside he was a mess. Now it's not just about skill. There's also GUC in here. How can I let anyone feel at ease marrying their daughter to me? Ning Shangrong poked his chest with her finger and said resentfully, I knew you were still thinking about that, Miss Xiao Rong. Jun Zan replied, I'm not, but she said, actually I don't mind. Ning Shangrong poured out her heart. I searched for you for 3 years and the longing in my heart was almost burning. At that time I was so worried. What if you didn't want me anymore? She choked up and whispered. What if I never saw you again? Nestling in Jun Zan's arms, she finally relaxed. But now I've found you and that's enough, she confessed. Earlier I was just scaring you. You care so much about that young girl, and I can't bear to force you into a difficult choice. As for my father and Yu Zong, don't worry. Ning Shangrong said decisively, I told you, this time I'm here to save you. They won't dare touch a hair on your head. Jun Zan was a bit dazed. Really, he held her tighter. Using it. Jun Zan hesitated inwardly, wondering if he should tell her that he had already reached the nascent soul stage and she didn't need to worry anymore. But then he thought, it's only been a few days since I jumped from Foundation Establishment to Nascent Soul. There's no way to explain that with common sense. I'd better not say anything for now. Ning Shangrong then said, tomorrow morning I'll take you back to Shuiui Wu. Tonight I'll stay with you. Her eyes were full of ambiguous affection as she looked at Jun Zan. He stared at her, momentarily stunned, then let out a soft sigh. The techniques of the Yushu Taoist sect were deeply etched in his mind. He could cultivate any time by sitting quietly and focusing. He took out a yang mirror and thought, but there are still some special techniques in the methods. I'll need to consult Ding Huan. After all, this isn't just the orthodox Yushu technique, it's Ding Huan's lifelong learning. Those experiences are the most valuable. He stared intently at the yang mirror and suddenly saw Ning Shangrong's gaze reflected in it. Jun Zan's face flushed bright red with extreme embarrassment. He quickly gulped down some water, trying to force himself to calm down. Panting, he thought, I'm nervous right now. Ah, what a joke. He slammed the teacup heavily on the table and gritted his teeth. No, he propped his hands on the table, his mind in turmoil. In Ning Shangrong's eyes, his image was just that of a carefree, frivolous playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. But now that she had taken the initiative, if he backed down, what kind of man would he be? Jun Zan slowly opened the door but suddenly stopped. He thought, if I go in and hesitate again, won't my image be completely ruined? The more he thought, the more panicked he became. He had been single for 19 years and had no practical experience at all. What if something went wrong? Then he slowly clenched his hand. In the end, Jun Zan decided to push the door open. But Shangrong looked up at him. She was only wearing a tight-fitting nightgown and called out softly, Hey Yuan. Because of shyness, Jun Zan's face stiffened, but Shangrong sat there, shy as a 16-year-old girl. Jun Zan quickly closed the door again. She slowly approached him, but Shangrong was shy and gentle, looking at him tenderly. Jun Zan thought, at this point running away or resisting is useless. He thought again. There are so many future wives in the manual. When I meet them later, I can't be scared to death every time I face a scene like this. Besides, the affection level is maxed out. Isn't this the next step? So Jun Zan made up his mind. He shouldn't be afraid, he should enjoy it. Enjoy, that's right, enjoy. Looking at Ning Shangrong's loving face, he thought, facing a beauty who gives herself to me wholeheartedly, shouldn't I enjoy it? Jun Zan immediately wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled Ning Shangrong into his embrace. She shyly called out, a Yuan. Then Ning Shangrong kissed him directly, catching Jun Zan off guard. So fast, he thought. For me, we've only just reunited, but for her it's been 3 whole years. Thinking this, Jun Zan held Ning Shangrong tightly, and the kiss grew hotter. Her legs went weak and she lost her balance, leaning sideways against the bed. Jun Zan simply lifted her onto the bed. Ning Shangrong's hands gripped the bedsheet tightly, as they were still lost in the kiss. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and a voice came through. Sister Ning, are you there? I have something to talk to you about. But Shangrong exclaimed, Xian. Outside the door, Jiyu Xian said in confusion. Strange, the light is on in the room but no one's answering, she wondered. Sister Ning was definitely in this room tonight. Then Jiyu Xian changed her mind. I'll go find Brother Jun Zan first. Ning Shangrong quickly opened the door and called out to Xian, making up an excuse. I was just cultivating. Too focused to hear your knock. The naive Jiyu Xian immediately believed her. She suddenly noticed Ning Shangrong's complexion. Jiyu Xian looked closely and thought, but why does her face look a bit red, her clothes a little wrinkled, and she's out of breath? Then she thought, probably she was at a critical point in her cultivation and exerted too much energy. Cultivation is really hard. Then Jiyu Xian asked, can I come in? Shangrong replied, sure. Jiyu Xian said, thank you, sister. Looking at Ning Shangrong's full chest, Jiyu Xian couldn't help but marvel. Wow, truly magnificent. Then she sat down on a chair. At that point, Jiyu Xian spoke up. But sister, I came about Brother Jun Zan. Ning Shangrong was taken aback. Jun Zan. Suddenly she looked down and saw that Jun Zan was hiding under the bed. Jun Zan could only awkwardly dodge and hide, filled with helplessness. How did it come to this? What's the use of nascent soul? I can't even teleport. Jun Zan noticed 2 pairs of feet in front of him, his gaze fixed on Ning Shangrong's slender bare feet. He thought, at a time like this, logically he flashed a mischievous grin. Should I do something? Jiyu Xian suddenly stood up and said, Sister Ning, I want to talk about Brother Junzan, but I don't want him to know, Shangrong said. Ah, she thought, how could he not know? Your brother Junzan is sitting right under your feet, she mused. But now that he's hiding, it would be even more awkward to make him come out. I'll keep it from her for now. So Ning Shangrong simply said, if you want to know about my relationship with him, you don't have to go to such trouble. Jiu Xian exclaimed in surprise. But Shangrong said, I came to find him. Tomorrow I'll take him back to Shui Wu to meet my father. Jiu Xian felt as if struck by lightning. Ning Shangrong muttered in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for you just now, I would have already become his. Tears welled up in Jiu Xian's eyes. She replied, oh, I see, she said frankly. I'm not here to be jealous or cause trouble. I just wanted to ask about Brother Junzan's past. Ning Shangrong was a bit surprised. You want to know about those things? She looked at Jiu Xian and couldn't help but feel moved. Jiu Xian's persistent and earnest expression resonated with her. Shangrong glanced at Junzan and thought, I wonder if he's been with other women in these 3 years. At that thought, she puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Ning Shangrong lifted her foot and kicked, but Junzan dodged. Junzan grabbed her ankle with one hand. Ning Shangrong was startled. Oh dear, Jiu Xian asked blankly. What's wrong? Ning Shangrong hurriedly said. And nothing. Actually, I don't know much either. Under the table, Junzan held her foot and let out a playful light laugh. Hey, up there. But Shangrong pretended nothing was wrong and said, he suddenly appeared in front of me. I didn't know who he was. Her face flushed slightly. I don't know why he had such high cultivation, or how he got through Shui Wu's defenses and restrictions to reach the lake where I bathe every day. Jiu Xian was shocked. In the bathing lake? Ning Shangrong nodded shyly. Then she pulled her foot back from under the table and said, he stole my clothes to change and stood nearby, grinning at me. But when she pulled her foot back, Junzan grabbed it again. Ning Shangrong's heart trembled at the movement and her cheeks burned. At the time I was furious. But I didn't dare go ashore. So I just soaked in the water and called him shameless. Jiu Xian imagined the scene and immediately felt embarrassed. Brother Junzan, how could he? How could he? Afraid Jiu Xian would misunderstand, Ning Shangrong quickly added, he just openly stole my clothes and hid them. He didn't do anything else, she said a bit sheepishly. Instead, he told me a lot of interesting stories. At first I was just angry, but later I unconsciously became drawn to him. At that time I found him very charming. He was like someone from another world, bringing incredibly rich and vivid colors. I kept watching him, making me feel that my previous dull days were like black and white, not even worth mentioning. Later I gradually fell for him. At some point I kept hoping he would appear. Her eyes dimmed as she spoke. But one day he stopped coming. Ning Shangrong looked up at Jiu Xian. So I left Shui Wu to find him. I wanted to see what the world he had shown me was really like. She lifted her face and said, I wasn't disappointed. In 3 years I've traveled to many places and met many people and things. But the mark Lu Junchuan left in my heart only grows deeper. Jiu Xian asked curiously, did Sister Ning always live in Shui Wu and never go out before? Hearing this, Ning Shangrong turned back and replied, never. Back then I only focused on cultivation. What about you? Weren't you always staying at Fei Wu Manor? Jiu Xian said somewhat desolately. I wanted to go out too, but my father thought my martial arts were still weak and my temperament not mature enough, that I'd easily be tricked away. But Shangrong waved her hand excitedly and said, staying in the manor didn't stop you from being tricked away by some bastard, did it? Jiu Xian suddenly looked up. Tricked away by what? Under the table, Junchuan firmly squeezed Ning Shangrong's ankle. Hey, her foot was still in that bastard's hand. Ning Shangrong's body stiffened, her face reddening to her ears, and she couldn't speak for a moment. Jiu Xian explained, Junchuan didn't trick me away. I like Brother Junchuan. She lowered her head, looking forlorn. No matter how willful I was, he was always good to me, took care of me, was tolerant, reliable, gentle as jade. More of a gentleman than those who prattle on about morality. So I really truly can't imagine Brother Junchuan stealing Sister Ning's clothes. She clutched her clothes and looked up, tears already glistening in her eyes. Can 3 years really change a person so much? Ning Shangrong mused. Yes, what exactly did he go through in those 3 years? His cultivation even. Under the table, Junchuan opened his mouth ready to bite Ning Shangrong's foot. Ning Shangrong, completely unaware, continued, I didn't ask him, but I believe he experienced more in those 3 years than I did. Just then, Junchuan bit her foot hard. Ning Shangrong jumped up in fright, screaming, ah! Jiu Xian quickly looked at Sister Ning. Seeing Ning Shangrong suddenly stand up, she called out, Sister Ning, what's wrong? She looked at Ning Shangrong's flushed cheeks, then down and saw a clear ring of teeth marks on her instep. She immediately shouted, there's a snake in the room. Jiu Xian quickly bent down to lift the tablecloth and look underneath, but saw nothing. Ah, how is it not there? She searched the room again. Has it already escaped? What do we do? Ning Shangrong was still standing there, cheeks crimson, and said softly, it's already escaped. Then she looked up and found Junchuan sitting on the beam, swinging his legs. Junchuan raised his index finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet. Below, Jiu Xian was still anxiously searching. It's too dangerous. What if it bites someone else? Ning Xiangrong said. Be careful not to get bitten. This snake's venom is quite potent, she frowned, thinking to herself. This brat clearly bit me on purpose to distract Gucian and make a quick escape. And how is he so skilled at this? On the beam, Junquan showed a mischievous grin. Below, Gucian suddenly crouched down with a pained expression, looking at Ning Xiangrong's foot and asking, Then sister, what about you? Sister Ning, are you all right? Ning Xiangrong smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. I'm a cultivator. This injury is nothing. Go tell the steward that a snake got into the manor and have the guards catch it. Gucian heard this and quickly ran off. All right, I'll go tell them now. Ning Xiangrong stood there watching her leave, and the door was closed tightly again. Only then did Junquan lightly jump down from the beam. With a thud, Ning Xiangrong stepped forward and repeatedly pounded on Junquan's body, her face full of annoyance. A yawn as she hit him in this coquettish way. He instead showed a look of enjoyment. Ha ha, she puffed out her cheeks and asked, Brother, why did you bite me? He looked down at her foot, thinking it was beautiful just to look at, so he wanted to bite it to taste what it was like. Hearing this, she was instantly shy and embarrassed, and could only say casually, What taste could it have? It's so dirty. Junquan grinned roguishly. No taste, but you're not dirty at all. You're actually very fragrant. She turned away in shame, cursing him in her heart for being smooth-tongued. Just then, Junquan walked over and sat down on a nearby chair. Ning Xiangrong stared blankly at him as he calmly sat down and poured tea. A moment ago he was teasing her, and the next he was sitting there drinking tea as if nothing had happened, leaving her baffled. She covered her mouth, muttering to herself, smooth-tongued. He had embarrassed her to no end, yet he could sit there drinking tea so calmly, making her so angry she was about to steam. He's definitely bullying me. Junquan turned around, took her hand, and asked in a low, husky voice, Want to keep going? Ning Xiangrong pulled her hand out of his grasp. I need to go release the snake now. With that, she turned and left. Since I've already made up this excuse, if I don't go, no one in the manor will get any peace tonight. This left Junquan stunned. Ah, he thought helplessly. Even a cultivator got bitten by the snake, so it must be incredibly dangerous. And the manor is full of ordinary people. This could be a disaster. I've really made things worse. Ning Xiangrong glanced back at him and then walked inside. Brother, change into my clothes before you come out. Ah, you've bitten me so hard my hands and feet hurt. This remark left Junquan momentarily stunned. Ha, he coughed a few times. Where are the clothes? She replied. On the bed. Inside the bed, the tea leaves that had sunk to the bottom of the cup slowly floated up. Oh, how do I wear them? Even the tea stems floated into the cup. Brother, listen to me. The next day at the manor, Junquan pushed open the door and walked out. Yang, good morning. Ning Xiangrong stood outside and said, What morning? The sun is already high. We need to go take our leave of Manor Lord Jiyu. It's time to head back to Shuiwi Wu. Then the two walked toward the main hall. Good morning, Manor Lord Jiyu. Inside, Jiyu Fiadao walked out. Mr. Junquan, did you rest well last night? That snake? Junquan replied respectfully. Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Manor Lord Jiyu. Xie Kai stepped forward and bowed to Ning Xiangrong. Senior sister. Ning Xiangrong responded politely. Hidden in his palm was a note. He looked up at Junquan and slowly opened his hand. Mr. Junquan. Junquan looked at the note. This was a clue about Ma Shu's superior. The mole planted in Shuiwi Wu was a high-level spy from the sacred sect. He also passed messages for Ma Shu. Junquan thought to himself, following the original plan, he just needed to keep going, cooperate with Xie Kai, or secretly help him eliminate this person, and things would be temporarily settled. So he turned to Jiyu Fiadao and said, We've troubled your manor for many days, it's time for us to return. Jiyu Fiadao's face darkened slightly upon hearing this. Mr. Junquan is also— Junquan was still scheming in his mind, but the sacred sect spy was Pai Nong Luo, so he'd have to change his face again when the time came. He said politely, I also have matters to attend to, so I won't impose any longer. Jiyu Xian's expression turned disappointed at these words. Although Jiyu Fiadao wanted to keep them, he could only sigh in the end. Very well, I wish you all a safe journey. The three bowed and left, taking their leave. After a while, they arrived at a nearby forest. Senior Sister Ning, Senior Lu. Xie Kai took his leave first, saying, My rented mount is due at the Chen hour, and it's a bit pricey, so I need to go ahead. With that, he waved his hand and a white horse with wings appeared. A low-level celestial mount. He leapt onto its back, sat down, and glanced down again. See you at Shuiwi Wu. Junquan watched Xie Qi's departing figure, thinking as expected of the sacred sect's agent. His skill at reading people and acting accordingly was indeed remarkable. Beside him, Ning Xiangrong conjured a flying sword with a spell and walked up to Junquan. I'll fly with you, your magic power hasn't recovered yet. Stand behind me, she said shyly. Hold my waist. Junquan reached out from behind and hugged her, deliberately moving his hands up a bit, making Ning Xiangrong cry out, ah. Blushing, she pulled his hands down. Here. Junquan pretended to be clueless again. Then with a hint of sweetness he rested his chin on her shoulder. "Let's go." Ning Shangrong and Junquan flew on the sword, one in front and one behind. Junquan held her waist from behind, a scene so sweet it was almost cloying. He leaned on her shoulder thinking, hiding the fact that his power had recovered was definitely the right call. Then he gently sniffed the fragrance of her hair. Truly blissful. Just then, Ning Shangrong in front suddenly spoke up. "Did you teach that Miss Gu a cultivation technique? I sensed spiritual energy on her." Hearing this, Junquan said, "Yes, I asked her." She agreed. "I told her that cultivation brings more regrets and very difficult things, many of them." Shangrong turned back and asked, "What did she say?" Junquan looked down at her. After much thought, she said, "Even if I die, I'll never regret it." Hearing this, Ning Shangrong just said, and while flying in the sky she added, "She's a very simple girl. I could tell. When she came to ask me yesterday, she was actually very scared, didn't even know who you were." Then she said something that stunned Junquan. "I don't really know who you are either." She seemed to be pondering. "She was afraid you'd put your feelings on someone else and no longer need her, so she wanted to know more about you." As she spoke, she turned back to watch his reaction, and her hand covered his, which was holding her waist. Ning Shangrong closed her eyes. "She doesn't know that I share the same fear, but one day I'll wait for you to tell me yourself." Junquan frowned behind her, deep in thought. "Should I say I'm a time traveler, or that my wife would take dozens of pages to describe? For now, I'll keep it hidden and take it step by step." The two flew all the way back to Shuei Wu. Inside Shuei Wu, as soon as the junior disciples saw Ning Shangrong, they immediately turned their heads in unison. "Senior sister is back." They stared at Junquan beside her, scrutinizing him. "Who's that guy? Why is senior sister so close to him? He doesn't look like anything good." Zhu Zishi walked out. "Senior sister Ning, you're back. Master has been waiting for you." Ning Shangrong responded coldly. He turned to Junquan. "You must be that Taoist Lu Yuan who killed senior brother Yu, right?" Then he introduced himself arrogantly. "I am Zhu Zishi, an inner disciple of Shuei Wu, now succeeding as the chief disciple, also under the tutelage of the Wu master." Junquan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Do all the chief disciples of Shuei Wu like this? Knowing I killed your chief, you, the second-ranked substitute, were already inferior to Yu Longzong, yet you dare come before me with this nonsense?" Then he glanced at Ning Shangrong beside him, and looked back at Zhu Zishi with exasperation. Tisk, another one blinded by lust. Zhu Zishi clenched his fist and shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Don't you even know the basic courtesy of stating your name? Shuei Wu is a righteous immortal sect. We don't welcome a brutal, murderous, and morally bankrupt disciple like you." The other junior disciples behind him chimed in. "Isn't that right? Senior brother Yu was a good man, a true gentleman. How could he be a demon sect spy? He was always kind to everyone. He often helped junior brothers and sisters too," they sneered. "Maybe this guy is the demon sect spy himself. Senior sister Ning is probably bewitched or threatened by him." Standing amidst these complaints and insults, Junquan looked utterly helpless. "Wow, this momentum almost rivals the online trolls I saw in my past life," he thought. "This bunch was called in by Zhu Zishi. They're all on Yu Longzang's side. He wants to put pressure on me and pin the murder charge on me." Junquan was full of disdain. "I did it anyway, so why would I be afraid?" Just then, the enforcement hall master appeared from somewhere and said, all right, everyone quiet down. Yu Longzong was a demon sect spy. There's solid evidence. Who are you to butt in here?" The enforcement hall master stepped forward and slightly bowed to Ning Shangrong. "Senior sister, you've worked hard. The Wu master is waiting for you." Ning Shangrong said politely, "Enforcement hall master, I appreciate your trouble." He looked up. "Senior sister, no need to be polite. I assume this is the one you brought back." Then he turned to look at Junquan. Zhu Zishi immediately interjected. "Senior sister Ning hasn't even said anything, and the enforcement hall master is already on his side?" His attitude immediately angered the enforcement hall master. The enforcement hall master frowned and said, "You're just a junior. What right do you have to speak to me like that? Even if your father is the Grand Elder, you should know the limits of the enforcement hall." Junquan just stood by and watched. "So he has connections. No wonder he's so arrogant," Zhu Zishi said indignantly. "I'm just speaking the truth," the enforcement hall master said impatiently. "Out of respect for Elder Zhu, I've tolerated you long enough. If you keep blocking the way, don't blame me for taking action." Hearing this, though furious, Zhu Zishi had no choice but to turn and leave with a dark face. "Since the enforcement hall master says so, I'll have to show respect to the enforcement hall." Junquan frowned as he watched him leave. "Too bad. If this guy had struck first, I could have taught him a lesson legitimately," he thought. "The waters in this small pond of Shuei Wu are murkier than I imagined." The enforcement hall master then said politely to Ning Shangrong, "Senior sister, please." So Junquan and Ning Shangrong arrived at a room. Standing outside the door, the enforcement hall master behind them said, "Please." Junquan frowned in thought. Ning Tingshan, the Wu master of Shuei Wu, doted on this daughter the most, always holding her in the palm of his hand. Now he was willing to lower his head to him. Thinking this, his face darkened slightly. Is this a trap? Just then, Ning Shangrong suddenly reached out and took his hand. Seeing that he seemed a bit worried, she gently comforted him. It's fine, she looked up at him. My father keeps his word, since he promised not to make things difficult for you, he won't. Then with a hint of teasing she added, besides back then you dared to steal my clothes while I was bathing, why are you afraid of my father now? A cough came from inside the room. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Tingshan and Zhu Wenrui were standing inside. Father, Ning Shangrong was still holding Junchuan's hand. Seeing this, Ning Tingshan frowned. Seeing his expression, Junchuan thought, as expected, fathers are all the same when they see another man by their precious daughter's side, so he quickly bowed. Junior Lu Yuan, Lu Junchuan pays respects to Wu Master Ning while bowing verbally. He was thinking, this is my first time meeting the parents. Meeting the parents, the thought made him break out in a cold sweat. Damn, meeting the parents, and I forgot to prepare a gift. According to custom, even if you can't afford something expensive, at the very least there should be some sincerity. How could he come empty-handed? His heart raced in panic. In the cultivation world, one had to at least offer techniques, treasures, artifacts, or pills. Now truly desperate, he thought of the storage pouch, the one he'd taken from Yu Longzong. Maybe it held something novel. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Jun Zan presented a painting with both hands. This junior upon first visit has nothing worthy to offer. I humbly present this painting to the warden as a token of my regard. Zhou Wenrui spoke up. Calligraphy and painting? Do you still take this place for the bandit Mist Manor? Young one, do you think Miss Ning is worth only a few mortal trinkets as a betrothal gift? Zhou Wenrui clearly disliked Jun Zan, his eyes full of murderous intent. Jun Zan raised an eyebrow, displeased, and felt a killing intent of his own. Then he looked down at the painting in his hands, thinking though it did seem a bit shabby, this painting could trade for a true sun golden eagle, a divine beast at that, surely worth more than a doddering old man. He frowned and looked up at Zhou Wenrui. Excellent, starting off with sarcasm. This old bastard really has ill intentions. With that, he spun the painting in his hands, making a whooshing sound. Jun Zan raised his hand toward Zhou Wenrui and asked, May I ask, senior, who are you? Zhou Wenrui, looking decrepit, replied, I am Zhou Wenrui. Jun Zan raised an eyebrow, thinking, so he's Zhu Zishi's godfather and the Watermoon Cove's grand elder. No wonder he stands beside Ning Tingshan with such arrogance. With that he said, so it's Elder Zhou, if I may ask, what is your cultivation level? Zhou Wenrui glared at him with disgust. Young one, what do you mean? Jun Zan crossed his arms, looking at the hunched old man. From what I see, you're only at the nascent soul stage. All right, let me rephrase. How old are you this year? Zhou Wenrui looked up angrily. Don't think just because the young lady likes you, you can do whatever you want in Watermoon Cove. Cut the act. Jun Zan closed his eyes, utterly disregarding the old man, and said slowly, your answer is completely off topic. Could it be that old age has dulled your eyesight and hearing? He cast a sidelong glance. Can't hear my question, let me repeat it, enraged. Zhou Wenrui slammed his staff into the ground. Boom, insolent sparks of electricity shot from the staff, spreading to the feet of Jun Zan and Ning Shangrong. Jun Zan stepped in front of Ning Shangrong, sneering, your cultivation isn't much, but your temper sure is. Hearing this, Zhou Wenrui was furious. What did you say? Jun Zan pressed on relentlessly. I mean, if you're trying to fake a sudden death to extort me, I don't have that much money, but I can afford a coffin for you. With that, he raised his hand and condensed a light orb. The orb shone on him, and suddenly its radiance flared. Seeing this, Zhou Wenrui was shocked. The light then appeared at his feet. Jun Zan said coldly, flame-locking tower, and crushed the light orb in his hand. The pain made Zhou Wenrui scream, ah! Zhou Wenrui fell to his knees, racked with agony, his hands trembling as they reached for his knees. Sensing something, he widened his eyes in terror. How is this possible? His heart shook. My nascent soul power has been sealed. Ning Tingshan frowned. How can this be? Ning Shangrong was also stunned by the scene. Jun Zan stood there calmly, rubbing his chin. Isn't there an unwritten rule in the cultivation world? He said, tilting his face slightly. The one with higher cultivation and seniority is respected. Anyone can be honored as a teacher. Zhou Wenrui looked up to hear him continue. You're 300 years old at the third layer of nascent soul. Jun Zan said mockingly. And I'm hundreds of years younger, yet I'm at the 9th layer. Hearing this, Zhou Wenrui gritted his teeth in fury. Jun Zan looked down at him kneeling, saying calmly, if you could fight across levels like some with the Destiny Child's 5 elements, that would be one thing, but the problem is you can't beat me. He raised his voice. Who's stronger? Who's superior? Then he pointed arrogantly at himself. Come on, call me senior, let me hear it. Zhou Wenrui looked up in rage. Too much, this is too much. He turned to Ning Tingshan for help. Warden. Ning Tingshan was also awed by Jun Zan's strength. Elder Zhou, well, Zhou Wenrui called out repeatedly. Warden. Ning Tingshan had to turn to Jun Zan with a placating smile. My son-in-law, the elder, has contributed much to Watermoon Cove over the years. It's not convenient to embarrass him like this. Jun Zan felt a bit awkward too. He thought Watermoon Cove's current gloomy and chaotic state probably has a lot to do with Ning Tingshan's weak character, and he's already calling me son-in-law. He immediately said, "Since my father-in-law speaks, I naturally obey." With that he waved his hand at Zhou Wenrui. Zhou Wenrui breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was saved, but the next moment, his dantian was forcibly extracted. Dantian, my dantian," Jun Zan said calmly, "just a precaution to prevent Elder Zhou from holding a grudge and seeking revenge someday. Don't worry, Elder Zhou, you can still cultivate." He tilted his head, looking as if deliberately provoking. "From now on, the spiritual power in your dantian is temporarily in my keeping." Though the old man was furious, he was helpless. Ning Tingshan smiled. "Son-in-law, sit, please sit. Can I see that painting? I actually have some knowledge of calligraphy and painting." Hearing this, Jun Zan brought out the painting. "Here." The two old men unrolled it, their eyes widening in shock. Could this be a saint's authentic work? Ning Tingshan stared at the painting, terrified, while Zhou Wenrui's mouth hung open in astonishment. Shangrong was also surprised to hear this. A saint's authentic work. Jun Zan was equally stunned. Xie Qian's calligraphy and painting turned out to be a saint's authentic work. Zhou Wenrui, still trembling, looked up and said, "It truly is the power of a saint's authentic work." Then he turned to question Jun Zan. Where did you get this painting?" Jun Zan turned his face away. I cannot say." Ning Tingshan quickly rolled up the painting, laughing. Right, then I won't ask. Shangrong can stay in the cove for now. We'll discuss the marriage after the matter with Yu Longzong is settled." Ning Tingshan's ready agreement left Jun Zan a bit dazed. "You agree," he thought blankly. "Where's the old folks' ambush?" Then Ning Shangrong led Jun Zan to a small courtyard. "You can stay here for now." She pushed open the door. "This was my room when I was young. I moved next door later." She walked in with him. "Why did my father react so strongly? What exactly is the power of the saint?" Jun Zan followed. "Don't you know either?" She sat down thoughtfully. "I only know that hundreds of years ago, celestial prodigies emerged endlessly, then countless fell, and a saint appeared before vanishing without a trace, now long gone. That was probably the era my father and Elder Zhou experienced." She reached out and poked his forehead, chiding. "But you struck Elder Zhou, he'll hold a grudge." Jun Zan just sneered. "It's fine with my current cultivation, though not fully recovered. Dealing with him is beneath me." Ning Shangrong looked somber. "You're so strong, but I'm still worried." Jun Zan looked down at her, his gaze tender and affectionate, her thin lips parted slightly. Too tempting, he suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Jun Zan's sudden kiss landed on Ning Shangrong's lips and she immediately closed her eyes to respond, but then he pulled away, leaving her startled. Jun Zan looked down at her gently. "There's plenty of time." Ning Shangrong threw herself into his arms. They held each other tightly, deeply in love. Her cheeks flushed, she nodded softly. Elsewhere, Ning Tingshan was examining the painting beside him. Zhou Wenrui said, "This youth and I are both at the nascent soul stage," the old man continued. "But from his spiritual power I can't sense any trace of Tao embryo or primordial spirit power." Ning Tingshan was shocked. "No Tao embryo or primordial spirit power? How is that possible?" Zhou Wenrui slowly sat down. "Reaching the nascent soul stage without Tao embryo or primordial spirit power? There are only two possibilities," he said. "First, he suffered severe damage at the nascent soul stage, with his nascent soul injured or sealed." Thinking of Jun Zan, he speculated further. Second, he forcibly advanced to nascent soul using special pills, unable to progress further, trapped at nascent soul for life. Given Lu Yuan's age, it's definitely the second, the old man thought. If so, pills and attribute boosts do share many similarities. Only attribute boosts are more convenient, and compared to normal stages, it only lacks the power of the nascent soul Dharma form. In another room, Jun Zan's shoes were by the bed, but the nascent soul Dharma form couldn't be used either. This nascent soul stage was merely equivalent to the peak of core formation plus 9 layers. In reality, he didn't even have a golden core. On the bed he was cross-legged in meditation. To put it bluntly, it was like cultivating 27 layers of foundation establishment without even a spiritual platform. At this moment he was fully focused. But in Zhou Wenrui's eyes, Lu Yuan was essentially at the 26th layer of qi refinement. HMPH, someone looks like a nascent soul big shot, but their actual cultivation is only at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Jun Zan sighed helplessly. "Too weak, I need to cultivate quickly. Or if I run into a real big shot without weapons and only a hollow cultivation, how can I fight?" Then he remembered the note. "Meet at Reflection Moon Lake the day after tomorrow." Jun Zan frowned and thought, "I recall Reflection Moon Lake is," he rested his chin on his hand. "Anyway, Shangrong used to change bathing spots several times to avoid me. I must have been there." Then he switched hands. "If it's just meeting that holy sect person, there's no need to be so cautious. Watermoon Cove is only a mid-level map, maxing out at nascent soul. There can't be higher cultivations." Jun Zan closed his eyes, annoyed. "But the problem is, what if T. Wanluo is there too?" He fell onto the bed with a sigh. What a headache, this saintess of Snowcliff. But as soon as he said the name, he paused. "Snowcliff, who is that?" He grabbed the bed edge and sat up. Just then a small patch of gray fire appeared on the floor. As his gaze slowly rose, a pair of long, slender legs came into view. The newcomer was Wanluo, who had removed her blindfold, one eye drooping as she looked at him. "I don't care who he is," she said, her hand already reaching for Junzan. Then she slowly approached Wanluo. She knelt on one knee by the bed, leaning down to gently lick his forehead. "The one you can have can only be Lu Junquan." Wanluo cupped his face. "But Lu Junquan will only belong to Wanluo, won't he?" Behind the blindfold her eyes showed a trace of sadness. Junzan was completely stunned by her series of actions, not reacting at first. But when Wanluo's hand tightly gripped his face turned deathly pale. He felt that these fair, slender hands might suddenly twist and snap his neck at any moment. Pale as a ghost, who said that raising affection prevents a Yandere from acting? Once you're kind to someone like that, the crazy love you don't want will be far more terrifying than imagined. He clutched the bedsheet, his voice tense. How are you here?" Wanluo leaned down and whispered. "I thought you'd finally stopped running, so I came to you." Then she knelt on the bed. "Since you knew the holy sex mole in Watermoon Cove was meeting near here, you should have guessed I'd be here. Isn't that right?" Hearing this, Junzan asked about the note. Wanluo pressed her chest close to his face. "The meeting place wasn't originally near Watermoon Cove, but I changed it there in case you didn't come." She leaned down to look him in the eye. "I ordered it." Junzan's heart sank. I should have known. Facing this situation, he felt powerless. A hero can't resist a beauty's charm. Not long ago, he'd used that phrase to mock others, never thinking he'd face the consequences so soon. Wanluo said softly, "Don't be so down. My Lu Junquan isn't one to give up so easily. At least struggle a bit." She placed her hand on his, a red thread passing through a love knot. "No matter where you go, I can find you, and wherever I am, it will respond and bring you to me." The red thread wound around their hands, binding them tightly together. Junzan was startled. "You've put a curse on me." "No, when?" He recalled the only recent contact with Wanluo was when she pretended to be Zhang Feng. He immediately raised his voice. "You recognized me back then." Wanluo seemed intrigued. "Exactly. Pretending to know nothing, shallow and frivolous, thinking yourself a playboy. It was adorable." Junzan quickly backed away. "Adorable or not, he said frantically. "I tell you, even if I die today, I won't submit." She looked at him, thinking the curse was planted on a Unity stage cultivator. With his superficial nascent soul cultivation, he couldn't break it. She narrowed her eyes, looking down at him, then slowly closed in. Junzan kept retreating until his head hit the bed frame with a thud. He looked up blankly at Wanluo, who sneered, "HMPH." Then she placed one hand on the bed with a bang and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" She slowly brought her face closer, pressing her body against his. She leaned down to whisper in his ear, "Anyone can fear me, but not you." Junzan's face was pale. "Damn, are you trying to kill me?" he thought. "No, I can't fall now. That would be too shameful." Wanluo smiled slightly, thinking, "Hurry up and use that brilliant mind of yours." Lu Yuan. Junzan let out a heavy breath, huff, then spread his arms. "I'm not afraid of you. Ah, meow." Hearing this, Wanluo paused, about to rise, but Junzan's arms wrapped around her. "You know yourself, I've never feared you all these years." He looked up at her. "Otherwise we wouldn't have met." Just then a call came from outside the door. Yuan, I'm here to find you." Junzan's face changed drastically as he hurriedly looked toward the door. "No, don't stop, don't come in." Outside the door, Ning Shangrong was standing and knocking. Hearing his words, she paused her hand that was about to push the door open. What's wrong?" Junzan was almost in tears. Did these people all have a talent for catching someone in the act? How could it be such a coincidence? Outside, Ning Shangrong raised her voice and asked, "Is something wrong?" Inside, Junzan quickly let go of Luo and said, Nothing. Wait for me outside for a moment." Ning Shangrong responded with a hint of disappointment. "Oh," she asked worriedly. "Yuan, are you really okay? Why does your voice still sound shaky?" He quickly replied from inside. "Really, I'm fine." Inside, Luo turned her head toward the door. "Junzan, she's here, standing at the door watching." Then she looked down at her soon-to-be-married lover HMPH, while another woman was still lying in the bed. Junzan broke out in a cold sweat. Was she doing this on purpose? As she spoke, she leaned in even closer, almost cheek to cheek. "Isn't this interesting?" Then she lifted his chin. My Lu Junquan is no longer clean. He has someone else's scent on him." "No way." She slowly approached, sticking out her tongue to lick his thin lips. Junzan was completely frozen, standing still on the spot. Outside, Ning Shangrong stood hesitantly at the door. "I'm still not at ease, but Junzan said he's fine, so I'll choose to trust him." She withdrew her hand and was about to turn and leave. Inside, Junzan thought she had already gone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I dodged that bullet." Then he turned to Luo and said, "Meow, listen to me." Luo placed her index finger on his lips. "Shish." She glanced sideways at the door. "Guess if she really left." Junzan smiled and turned his head. Her Ning Shangrong, of course, but then he caught a glimpse of Ning Shangrong's figure still standing outside the door. She hadn't left yet. "Oh heavens," Luo said. "HMPH, do you think she'll come in?" he said decisively. "No, I told her not to come in." She'll trust me and listen to me. Hearing this, she switched to using the tip of her tongue. Is that so? You really trust her? What if I do this? As she spoke, she reached out to untie Junzan's belt, a move that startled him. Wait, what are you doing? He looked at her in horror. Hey, don't come near me. Ning Shangrong was about to leave, her expression dim as she remembered the day Jiu-Xian knocked on the door. Me and Junzan? She closed her eyes, trying to shake the thought from her mind. No, it's impossible. I must be overthinking. She shook her head repeatedly, holding it. Only a Yuan and I came to Shui Wu. There's absolutely no one else. It must be that he made a mistake while cultivating. I shouldn't disturb him. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound from the room. She pressed her face worriedly against the door. Yuan, what's wrong with you? Is your old injury acting up? Is your recovery unstable after your cultivation level dropped? Do you need my help? Junzan shouted outside. Nothing at all. It's just a bit exciting. Hearing his words, Ning Shangrong froze. Exciting? Afraid she might misunderstand, he quickly said, No, then, in a moment of desperation, he came up with an excuse. I'm at a critical point in my cultivation and my spiritual power is fluctuating unstably. It's also quite exciting. After hearing this, she didn't say anything more, but she couldn't help letting her mind wander. That day, with Jiu-Xian's ambiguous encounter, he had also used cultivation as an excuse. Thinking of this, she frowned again. No, it's impossible. I can't let my thoughts run wild. Then she walked to the door. I'll guard you from outside. Focus on your cultivation. Inside, Junzan said with a pained expression. No, there's no need. I can handle it myself. But Ning Shangrong ignored him and stood there anyway. I came to find you anyway, and I have nothing else to do. I said this time I'll protect you. Even though your cultivation is higher than mine now, her voice was sincere, but I'm still somewhat useful, right? He only felt guilty. I'm touched, but you standing outside, well, that's enough. Don't worry about me. This is my choice, he frowned and thought to himself. But her choice looks like she's willingly putting a green hat on herself. Is she really planning to stand outside until dark? So he came up with another excuse. It's late now and I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Ning Shangrong said, You're a cultivator, how could you get sick? Junzan shouted outside, I just feel bad for you being out there alone. Go back to your room and sleep. He closed his eyes tightly, peeved, I'm really fine now, but she still insisted on her decision. I don't believe you, you must be saying that because you're afraid I'll worry, he stammered in reply. Really, don't you trust me? Just then someone rubbed his foot hard, sending a tingling sensation through him. He quickly cried out. My injury has been suppressed. I'll come find you later, okay? Go back to your room first, be good. Hearing him cry out, Ning Shangrong's face immediately turned red. Then, I'll wait for you. Inside, Guiwaluo licked her lips with interest. HMPH, Junzan was lying on her lap. She looked down at the reclining figure and asked, So my adorable Junzan, are you still planning to go find her later? He thought to himself. Sure enough, I've just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. Hearing her question, Junzan let out a dry laugh, thinking, in this position, if I say one wrong word, I'll probably have my neck twisted off, my body dismembered and packed away in the next second. He stammered for a long time but still couldn't form a complete sentence. He could only silently weep in his heart. This wasn't a sure kill, it was a guillotine. So he tilted his neck up. Then go ahead and chop, do it. Guiwaluo was slightly taken aback and said nothing. After a moment she raised her hand. Then I'll really do it. Her long hand suddenly dropped, and a smack sounded in the room. But Guiwaluo wasn't trying to chop off Junzan's head. She was rubbing his head. She smiled contentedly, using both hands to gently massage him, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Junzan looked up at her. Not angry anymore? Hearing this, her movements paused, and then she asked, So you knew I was angry? He closed his eyes. I know. Then he opened his eyes again to look at her. I also know that you're this angry and doing all this because you think I'm afraid of you, right? Hearing this, Guiwaluo was also a bit surprised, and then she let go of her hands. At that moment, Junzan raised his hand to cover hers, and a red thread appeared from his palm. He looked up and said, I'm not afraid, I'm just startled. Fear and surprise are not the same thing. As he spoke, he took her hand and lifted it. If you suddenly appeared in my room and I acted like nothing was wrong, that would be strange. Especially in a situation like this, he said bluntly. Actually, I like wrong. Hearing this, Guiwaluo froze. Their hands were bound by the red thread. She said, Aren't you afraid I'll kill her if you say that? Junzan smiled confidently. You won't do that. Hearing this, she also smiled. You're still this confident? He looked at their clasped hands. If you really wanted to kill someone, you wouldn't waste time with all this nonsense or do so many unnecessary things. You would have acted long ago. Since there's this way out, the affection points must be useful. Then he raised his hand. Because I understand you. He pressed his hand against her face and said affectionately, There won't be a second person in this world who understands you like I do. There won't be a second person who knows you're the Rakshasa demoness but still isn't afraid of you and only sees you as an ordinary woman. His fingers touched her eye patch. and there won't be a second person who loves you like I do. He thought to himself, to deal with a Yandere with maxed out affection, I have to satisfy all her emotional needs completely. She held the warm hand pressed against her face. Yeah, so you're not afraid because you have the upper hand, right? Her eyes were full of grievance. You're the only one in this world who treats me like this. Waifu nuzzled into his palm. I've also given you all the human-like feelings I have. Hearing this, Junzan was startled and bounced up from the bed, pushing himself up. As her hair flew, Junzan directly pinned her down on the bed. She looked up at him in surprise. He declared loudly, I'm telling you, Waifu, I'm the only one who can be the one and only in your life. His voice was firm. Your body and soul must belong to me, not as a wife but as something truly mine. Junzan curled his lips into a smile. Yes, I like others. That's my own feelings. He looked straight at Waifu. In the future I'll like many people and many people will like me. Then he gritted his teeth and said, but there's only one Lu Junquan in this world and only one Lu Miao who belongs solely to Lu Junquan. Waifu looked straight into his eyes through her eye patch. He said, you say I have the upper hand. Call me despicable and shameless if you want, because I've taken up every corner of your heart while I've only left you a small space in mine, he said in a completely rogue tone. Since I've caught you, I'll never let go. In this life your heart can only have Lu Yuan. You're my possession with no freedom at all. He frowned tightly, his gaze firm as he looked at her. Then he leaned down and kissed her lips. Their lips met and his hand tightly gripped her wrist, pressing it onto the bed. Then he propped himself up slightly, focusing on her. Just then, Waifu suddenly swung her hand and forcefully threw off his grip. Junzan was startled. Ah. Waifu looked at him and asked, is everyone a possession? He answered honestly, no, only you. Hearing this answer, she let out a cold laugh. Then she looked straight into his eyes and suddenly swung the hand she had placed on his chest. A knife appeared out of nowhere, stabbing straight down. Caught off guard, Junzan cried out in pain. Ah! Then he clutched his stabbed chest, blood gushing out continuously. The knife kept spinning and digging deeper, and the blood flowed more and more. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down. The wound twisted inward like it was being screwed, and then the knife disappeared. Waifu swung her hand again, and the blood from the wound flew out with it. The blood droplets gathered in her palm. She crushed them without hesitation and blood splattered everywhere. Junzan exclaimed in shock, what was that? His eyes widened and then he was sent flying by some force, pinned under the bed. Waifu pressed him down with one hand, placed the other on his chest and said, a love curse. If you don't like it I'll take it back, but I have to leave something else behind. He frowned and said, I know you took back the love curse, but what did you put in my heart? Waifu leaned down and said in an eerie tone, a knife. Junzan could only silently weep in his heart. You take out a worm and shove in a knife. Are you even human? Seeing his expression, Waifu laughed happily. All right, don't worry. Then she pointed at his chest. That knife is my artifact. No one has ever seen it. Now it's placed in your heart. Then she gently lay down in his arms. As long as you have the thought, I'll die instantly. Waifu curled up peacefully in Junzan's arms. As you said, I am your only possession. My only possession. My fate and feelings are all yours. Her eyes held a hint of triumph. No matter how many people you come to like in the future, or how many people come to like you, I will always be the one you can never abandon. Then she looked up at him and said, that knife in your heart, if one day we become enemies, as long as you decisively cut off the bond, I will swing the knife and sever this feeling. Junzan looked at the prompt before him. Waifu's affection has been locked. Waifu gently lifted his chin. This time I came to Zhongguo to find you. Her hand slid from his chin to his lips. The love curse inside you wasn't placed when we first met, but earlier. It was when you said you loved me that I placed it. Then she leaned close to his ear. I rushed out a bit hastily this time. Some people in the sect are already dissatisfied with you. I can only see you for a short while, and now I have to go back immediately. While Junzan was still dazed, she had already vanished without a trace along with the flames, leaving only one word, take care. He still lay motionless on the bed, completely dazed. His hand, which had been raised in midair, fell with a smack. Then he wriggled happily a couple of times. Finally gone. I'm exhausted, he cursed under his breath. Damn, this is more tiring than fighting. Junzan frowned and said, good thing I had experience dealing with Waifu from before. I left a backup plan when writing her character biography. I never thought it would actually come in handy. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Lu Yuan, you really are the brain of the strategic god. If I hadn't remembered plan B, I would have died here today. Then he fell into thought again. Thinking carefully, could even this kind of affection state trigger a flag? He recalled the prompt from earlier. Waifu's affection has been locked. Locked means it won't change anymore, right? He frowned and sighed. But the conditions to achieve this are too harsh. You have to understand the character's personality to the extreme to produce this effect. I still need to think of a long-term plan. Then he sat up, put on his shoes, walked to the door, pulled it open, and headed toward the room opposite. Right now I just want to focus on cultivation, work hard to get stronger and be a diligent cultivator. Before entering, he said, "I'm coming in." Just as he reached out to push the door, a pair of fair and slender hands suddenly rushed over from the side, and a hug full of longing enveloped him. Junzan was caught off guard by the hug. The overly forceful embrace almost made it hard for him to breathe. "What's wrong? I'm suffocating." Ning Shangrong looked down at him worriedly. "Yuan, are you okay? Why is your face so pale?" Then she noticed the bloodstains on his chest. "There's blood on you too." Junzan quickly reassured her. "It's nothing, the wound has already." Before he could finish, she hugged him even tighter. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier." He was once again nearly choked by the embrace. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, while Junzan was about to die in her arms. His legs went weak and he could barely stand. He was really about to die. Ning Shangrong helped Junzan into the room. "Careful." He slowly sat down on the edge of the bed, then leaned back and let out a long sigh. "It's good to be alive. I never thought my first serious injury after transmigrating wouldn't be from a fight but from a love battlefield." By the bedside, Ning Shangrong was sitting and rummaging through medicine, anxiously handing him a pill. "I'm sorry I was too emotional earlier." He waved his hand. "It's fine. I'm not dead yet, am I?" But she said with tearful eyes, "It's all my fault. I even suspected you were in the room." Junzan silently looked at her. She kept sobbing uncontrollably, finally breaking into loud wails. "Woo-woo." Junzan gently brushed her cheek. "Stop crying. You're already a golden core great immortal. Crying like this, what kind of image is that?" Hearing this, she barely managed to stop. Ning Shangrong let go of his hand and said, "You've lost so much blood and chi, you must have pushed too hard trying to break through to the immortal realm and suffered backlash. Let me use my energy to heal you," he said softly, "then I'll trouble you." She sat on the bed and began channeling her energy to treat him. "If you could be more careful in the future, and stop recklessly forcing breakthroughs to the immortal realm, that would be the best thanks you could give me." Her words were full of reproach, but every sentence carried concern. "How could you be so careless about something as major as breaking through a great realm? You should at least find a safe cave, prepare pills and formations." Her expression darkened. "Now look, not only did you fail, but you've also depleted your blood and chi, severely harming your strength." Junzan remained silent, obediently listening. At that moment he frowned and thought, that Gu worm must be scattered throughout the blood in his body, when it appeared in blood form within the blood ring prison. The Acacia Gu must have more than just tracking and attracting functions. His hand gradually clenched. He thought, maybe it even has a function to prevent betrayal. This idea sent a chill down his spine. The passive mechanisms from battles in the game seem to have been retained too. It looks like I haven't fully transmigrated. Then he quickly shook off that thought. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. If I keep going, I'll scare myself to death. I thought the past few days were exciting enough, but that was just the beginning. He frowned. I was too young and naive. The other party was just a rookie still in the chi refining stage. He silently wept in his heart. Why did they have to harm me like this? Thinking this, he sighed. Seeing this, Ning Shangrong stopped her healing and asked with concern, "Are you tired?" Junzan replied wearily. Then she reached out to pull the blanket over him. "Then don't cultivate anymore. Let's sleep." They lay down. But Ning Shangrong kept staring at him. Even with his eyes closed, Junzan could feel it, so he opened his eyes and asked, "What are you looking at?" His sudden opening of his eyes made her shyly turn away. "Nothing, I'm just lying here taking a little look," he said with a hint of teasing. His gaze was ambiguous as he looked at her. Then he reached out and pulled her into his arms and they fell asleep embracing. The next morning, Junzan stretched and called out, "Good morning." Two female disciples replied, "Good morning, Mr. Liu." They immediately whispered to each other, "Oh my, why is Mr. Liu coming out of the young lady's room? Did they, last night?" Still chatting, "It seems the Manor Lord's son-in-law is basically decided. How sneaky. I didn't expect him to strike first and ask later." Seeing everyone looking at him with meaningful eyes, Junzan was startled. He could only comfort himself inwardly, no way around it. Fame is as bad as fat for a pig. By then, Junzan had already reached the main hall to report, "Manor Lord, about the marriage." Ning Tingshan said as soon as he saw him, "Young friend Liu has arrived." Junzan said, "Oh, isn't this Elder Zhou? I thought you'd hide a bit longer before coming out." Zhou Wenrui replied, "What does this old man have to hide from?" He taunted, "Aren't you afraid of death? And your son, doesn't he need to hide?" Zhou Zishi, upon hearing this, immediately frowned, his face full of anger. His hands clenched tightly as he suppressed his emotions. Ning Tingshan quickly stepped in to mediate. "Why must it be so tense? Sooner or later, young friend will be a member of my Water Moon Manor." Zhou Wenrui quickly cupped his hands and pleaded, "Please, Manor Lord, investigate clearly. I have already summoned a ghost official from the Fengdu realm and found the soul of my nephew Yu. Just a simple interrogation will reveal the truth," he added. "If it truly was murder for treasure, such a person absolutely cannot become the Manor Lord's son-in-law." Seeing this, Junzan said nothing. Ning Tingshan was startled. Fengdu realm, summoning a ghost official, isn't that related to the legendary reincarnation forbidden technique? Elder Zhou, how could you? He suddenly realized, unless then Zhou Zishi spoke up himself. That's right, it's the blood sacrifice great formation. Ning Tingshan immediately raised his hand. Absolutely not, he explained. Absolutely not. Never mind where you got this method. The blood sacrifice great formation damages the body. It's far too dangerous. Zhou Wenrui immediately knelt and begged. That child, Yu Longzong, I watched him grow up. He was like a brother to Zishi. I simply cannot bear to see him wronged. Manor Lord. Zhan Zan cursed inwardly. This old man is an even better actor than Ma Shu. Zhou Zishi continued to persuade Ning Tingshan. That's right, you seen your brother and I grew up together. I know his character better than anyone. How could he be a spy for the demon cult, he said darkly. As long as the soul summoning is completed, the truth will naturally come to light. Zhan Zan immediately taunted. The man is resting peacefully in the underworld and you want to summon his soul up? Isn't that like digging up his ancestral grave? He shouted loudly. Even grave robbing is on the table. I think you two must have some deep-seated grudge against him. Zhou Zishi roared. You? Ning Tingshan quickly grabbed his wrist and gave him a look. Don't be impulsive. Zhou Wenrui looked troubled. The matter hasn't been proven yet. Elder Zhou and Zishi, what you're saying is indeed a bit excessive, Ning Tingshan added. The Manor Lord is right, but summoning a ghost official and the blood sacrifice soul summoning great formation, I'm 80% confident it will succeed, he was resolute. If it goes smoothly, it can resolve all conflicts within the manor at once, Ning Tingshan asked. I think the Manor Lord doesn't want Watermoon Manor to remain in chaos forever, does he? Zhou Wenrui fell silent after hearing this. Zhan Zan cursed inwardly. Old villain, the chaos in Watermoon Manor is ultimately your doing behind the scenes. Then Ning Tingshan ordered, in that case, go prepare. Ning Tingshan bowed his head. Thank you for your magnanimity, Manor Lord, he announced. Then 7 days from now, set up the blood sacrifice great formation outside Watermoon Lake. At this moment Zhan Zan was still thinking. Aside from the 3 great upper realms of heaven, human and demon, the setting also mentioned a ghost realm, also called the reincarnation realm or Fengdu realm, said to be on the border of the demon and human realms. Ning Shangrong was delighted to see him. You're back, but he was still lost in thought. The Yushu Dao Canon, supreme clear heavenly evolution heart-calming precious record had recorded spells for dealing with demons. He would have to ask Ding Huan. Then, Zhan Zan finally told Ning Shangrong the whole story. After hearing it, she was furious. Elder Zhou has gone too far. He just wants chaos. He could only sigh inwardly. It's all my fault for not having enough cultivation back then to make Yu Longzong vanish completely, body and soul. Zhan Zan comforted her. In 2 more days we'll find a way. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenrui was instructing Zhou Zishi to prepare the materials. I need to make the fake look real enough. Apart from having no effect, everything else must be identical to the original. Zhou Zishi hesitated. But father, then he said. But back then, he took out the original without hesitation to show others. It couldn't have been an accident. Zhou Wenrui suddenly slammed his staff hard on the ground and shouted. What do you know? He said fiercely. A nascent soul without a Tao embryo or primordial spirit is useless. Is such a person worthy of being a saint's disciple? He's just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Zhou Wenrui said sinisterly. On the day of the blood sacrifice soul summoning, I'll make him reveal his true form. The scene shifted to the cliff cave. Ji Yuchong finally agreed to call Zhan Zan master. He cupped his hands and reported, Senior Ding, Ding Huan spoke. You've come at the right time. He said, I've been resting these past few days and recovered some of my power. There's no time to lose. I'll teach you the remaining chapters. Zhan Zan was a bit worried but agreed. After a session of cultivation he let out a long breath. He felt like his head had been stuffed with hundreds of O4 dictionaries, strange and a bit clogged. Zhan Zan thought if he kept learning like this, he'd either end up with his head exploding and becoming an idiot, or become a living index of forbidden cultivation texts. Then Ding Huan said, This is all I've learned in my life. I hope you will treat the 10,000-year legacy of my Yushu Dao sect well. He bowed his head and cupped his hands in plea. If one day you master it, I have one more presumptuous request. Zhan Zan quickly helped Ding Huan up. Please speak, senior. Then Ding Huan said, I hope you can inscribe the evolved version of this technique back onto the Yushu Dao sect's transmission stele. Ding Huan explained, The reason the Yushu Dao sect has endured for 10,000 years is this ever-living transmission stele. Since ancient times, only Dao sect disciples have left their legacies, never an outsider. He sighed softly with a hint of sorrow. Perhaps only then will this stele truly deserve to be called a transmission stele. Zhan Zan immediately replied, All right, I agree. Ding Huan was somewhat surprised, he said bluntly. Once the technique is inscribed, anyone who leaves a spell can read all the content left by others on the stele. Ding Huan bowed his head in shame. Please forgive me for deliberately concealing this earlier. I never expected you to be such a righteous person. It makes me feel ashamed. Junzan replied, Senior flatters me. I simply feel it's wrong to take something for nothing. Junzan thought, sorry, as a player I know this secret. Then Junzan called out Senior Ding. Ding Huan said warmly, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can help, I will do my best. After hearing his account, the old man exclaimed in surprise. I see, Ding Huan said. The reincarnation forbidden technique is not something a nascent soul cultivator can touch. As for soul summoning, it's utter nonsense, he explained. The entrance to the Fengdu realm has long been sealed. I only know a few legends from what my predecessors said. The Lord of the Demon Realm, at some unknown time, answered the calamity and re-entered reincarnation. The entire demon realm has long vanished. Once a soul enters, it cannot come out. It can only dissipate into the world, and then be reborn. Junzan suddenly understood. That meant the blood sacrifice soul summoning was fundamentally impossible. Junzan asked, is blood sacrifice soul summoning inherently impossible? Ding Huan replied, indeed. As for what he really intends to do, I don't know either. Junzan cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. You've been a great help, Ding Huan sighed. All I've sought in my life is freedom. Yet this body has become a cage imprisoning the heavenly demon plaguing the human world for centuries. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if realizing something, and then Ding Huan burst into laughter amidst the sea of fire. Please grant my wish, ha 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 ha, freedom, Ji Yu Chang shouted in panic. Grandfather, Junzan also called out. Senior, the flames consuming Ding Huan gradually dissipated. Junzan could only stand there in despair. The senior had actually burned himself to death along with the heavenly demon. Junzan patted Ji Yu Chang on the shoulder, his heart shaken, and silently left. It was tragically heroic. At that moment he stepped on the treetops, swiftly returning to the village. As he traveled, Junzan thought, if the soul summoning ritual is fake, what does Zhou Wenrui really want to do? He landed and said, if he could just kill him directly, it wouldn't be this troublesome. Unfortunately, there are too many entanglements. Forget it, I'll deal with it as it comes. So Junzan flew back to the village, he said with satisfaction. Perfect timing. First, go find Shui Kui. At that moment, Shui Kui raised his hand and shouted, the Thunder-Pact art has reached the 6th minor realm, he said. As the senior said, this early-stage technique really gives big returns for small investment. Shui Kui explained, using thunder force instead of spiritual power to enter the meridians, allowing the body to contain thunder power, making it least likely to arouse suspicion. Truly profound, he added. To practice repeatedly, I've been tempering my body in the thunder pool of the 9-linked Abyss mountain range. It also has a miraculous effect on repairing my dantian, breaking and then rebuilding. Incredibly wonderful. But, Shui Kui picked up the book, I still can't hold out for too long. I need more types of thunder power. It's still early. I can practice one more time. Then he frowned again. Mashu said he would take me to change my fate. He's from the holy cult the senior mentioned, right? Shui Kui cupped his fists and snorted. HMPH, how would he know that my fate was already changed by the senior, he said firmly. Damn Watermoon Manor, I will win back my freedom, Junzan said with satisfaction. I'm glad you have such a proactive and ambitious mindset, Shui Kui called out joyfully. Senior, Junzan said, Shui Kui, today is the day you truly change your fate. Shui Kui immediately knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. Shui Kui will never forget it, Junzan said with difficulty. Hey, get up first, he said. A man of 7 feet, how can you kneel so easily? We are merely chance acquaintances, Junzan added. Besides, why do you cultivate immortality? It's so you can stand tall and live, not to kneel and kowtow like this. Shui Kui's eyes lit up. The senior is right. Shui Kui understands, he swore loudly. From now on I, Shui Kui, swear that I will never kneel to anyone again, neither in knee nor in will. Junzan smiled. You have good insight, then he asked. Mashu has already come to see you, hasn't he? Shui Kui said, the senior's foresight is remarkable, that Mashu came to me and told me to go to Reflection Moon Lake at the U hour, tricking me into thinking he could change my fate, he said boldly. My fate is mine to command, not his to change, Shui Kui solemnly assured. Rest assured, senior. I will handle it with discretion. But he thought to himself, weren't you deceived the same way back then? Then Junzan said, the second insider of the holy cult in Watermoon Manor that Mashu is taking you to meet is also the mastermind behind Mashu. There might be 2 scenarios. Shui Kui asked in confusion, what 2 scenarios? How should I respond? Junzan replied, first, the cultivation of that holy cult insider far exceeds your imagination, he said bluntly. I won't hide it from you. To be honest, I'm severely injured now. Without nascent soul peak spiritual power, my actual combat strength is less than half. If he's at nascent soul 5th layer, the odds of winning are very slim. Hearing this, Shui Kui's eyes lit up. A nascent soul, great power, he said. But the senior doesn't seem worried at all. You must have a calm way to handle it. Junzan replied, adapt on the spot. Don't panic at first, I have my arrangements, Shui Kui said urgently. Then wouldn't that waste the senior's training? If I can't get any information out of him, then Jun Zan made his request. I want you to infiltrate the holy cult and gather intelligence for me. Shui Kui was stunned. This, Jun Zan said. What? Scared? Shui Kui immediately raised his head and said, No, this is truly wonderful. I never expected you, senior, to entrust me with such an important task. I can hardly express my excitement. Seeing this, Jun Zan's expression stiffened slightly. He cleared his throat and regained his composure. Ahem, it's good that you feel this way. Let me continue with the second scenario. Shui Zui listened attentively. Jun Zan continued, The second scenario is that this mole is not as strong as I am. When I give the signal, you will immediately kill Ma Shu on the spot. Shui Zui replied decisively. I will do my utmost to slay all members of the holy sect, Jun Zan added. No, the holy sect has many people like you who are not acting of their own free will, understand? Although these people cannot be considered innocent, they are not great villains or heinous criminals either. In the future, you must learn to distinguish good from evil. Shui Zui lowered his head and replied, Yes, thank you, senior. Jun Zan continued, The holy sect's moles operate in pairs. They will not report to the sect before the mission succeeds to avoid leaks or accidents, he instructed. So as long as we silence those two, the rest will just be a conflict between Shueiwu and Feiwu Villa, Shui Zui said worriedly. But regarding Shueiwu, Jun Zan ordered, Leave the rest to me. As for you, I will recommend you along with another disciple of mine to the Yushu Dao sect. Shui Zui was stunned. Yushu Dao sect? Jun Zan asked. Didn't expect that. Shui Zui nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, Yes, senior is, Jun Zan said coldly. That's all in the past, let's not mention it. It's not difficult to get you into Yushu, but how far you go depends on your own fate. Shui Zui stood frozen, muttering to himself. Senior has already arranged everything for me. Since childhood, he recalled, his dantian had been destroyed, making him a cripple, and everyone looked down on him. Shui Zui said, Although my parents treated me well, they could not hide their disappointment. They absolutely forbade me from touching anything related to martial arts, he continued to confide. Whenever I tried to get involved in martial arts, they would show pained expressions. I hate being treated like a waste. I want to earn everyone's expectations. Shui Zui's whole body trembled, but his tone was unwavering. I will rely on my own efforts to overcome all difficulties and win the recognition of others. He cupped his hands and said loudly, Senior. Shui Zui lowered his head and said solemnly, Although I, Shui Zui, am untalented and unvirtuous, I will follow in your footsteps for the rest of my life, regard you as my elder brother and teacher, and repay your kindness. Seeing this, Jun Zan was very satisfied. His favorability had risen to the point of eternal vows, but he hesitated again. Although the effect was remarkable, he felt something was off. Jun Zan smiled again. Well, anyway, it seems Shui Zui is completely won over by now. It was fully daylight. In the holy hall, the disciples gathered together, unsure of where to go. Someone asked, What do you think? Elder Zhu insists on summoning the soul. Is senior brother Yu really a mole for the holy sect? Junior sister Lu replied. Definitely not. How could senior brother Yu be from the holy sect? He grew up in Shueiwu, and his father is an elder. There's no reason for him to be a mole for the holy sect. She added, In my opinion, it's those without talent or ability who are most easily bought by the holy sect. This young woman was junior sister Lu, a disciple of Shueiwu. Another person interjected. I heard that this senior brother Yu usually likes to suppress other disciples. Who knows what's going on in the mind of someone so arrogant? That person then asked. Ma Shu, what about you? Your information is always the most reliable. What's the situation now? Ma Shu said awkwardly. Even if my information is reliable, I'm just an outer disciple at best. How would I really know what those big shots are thinking? Junior sister Lu said discontentedly. Last time you were the one who insisted that senior brother Yu was a holy sect mole, and you were the one who found the decisive evidence. Ma Shu scratched his head and said timidly, But I was telling the truth. I'm scared too. Junior sister Lu shouted angrily. Look at you, Zhu Zishi quickly interjected. All right, stop arguing. Don't get worked up, another junior disciple said. Isn't it enough to fight in the training ground during the day? The outer sect competition is coming up. Everyone is waiting for the soul summoning result. Who has the mind to cultivate? Maybe the outer sect competition will have to be postponed. Ma Shu roared angrily. Yu Longzhang's family has been in Shueiwu for generations. My family, the Ma family, has also been in Shueiwu for generations. Just because he has a good background and I have a lowly one, you call me a holy sect mole? Junior sister Lu retorted. What are you talking about? When did I ever scold you? She turned around, and only then realized that a crowd had gathered behind her without her noticing. Those disciples from ordinary backgrounds were staring at junior sister Lu with knife-like gazes. Ma Shu continued pitifully, "Everyone knows my character, Ma Shu. I'm easygoing and have never fallen out with anyone. But today this humiliation is too much for me to bear. Just now you secretly called me a holy sect mole and now you won't admit it." Junior sister Lu stiffened her neck and retorted, You're wronging me. You're definitely the holy sect mole. What kind of good person are you? It's all an act." Ma Shu immediately turned to the other disciples and accused, "You all heard that, right? She humiliated me, and now she wants to bite back." With that, he turned and left. He snorted coldly, "From today on I sever all ties with you." Someone spoke up for Ma Shu. "How old is he? How could he be a holy sect mole?" Junior sister Lu, "This time you went too far." Junior sister Lu could only stammer, I really didn't." Another person advised her, "Junior sister Lu, go apologize to Ma Shu in a few days. This has blown up a bit. He's a good person, he definitely won't hold a grudge." While junior sister Lu was still hesitating, after the senior brothers had walked away, Ma Shu immediately spat contemptuously on the ground. He curled his lip and said, "Fight me, I'll ruin your reputation." Then Ma Shu leisurely whistled in the woods. He was currently resting by the Moonshadow Lake. Shui Zui walked over, cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother Ma," Ma Shu instructed, "Little junior brother, this is a golden opportunity to change your fate. You must seize it." He smiled and said, "Once you obtain the holy sect's techniques, your Dantian will be saved." Shui Zui replied, "Senior brother Ma is right, I understand," Ma Shu said with satisfaction. "Good, as long as you understand." He then revealed, "Later I'll take you to meet someone. Maybe you know them. Let's go see our superior." Shui Zui said doubtfully, "Someone I know?" A hand landed on his shoulder and said, "It's me. Who else could it be but Jun Zan?" Ma Shu laughed triumphantly. Little junior brother didn't expect that. The son-in-law of Shui Weiwu, the guest of Feiwu Villa, Master Jun Zan, this guy who specializes in rooting out demon cult moles, is actually a mole for our holy sect too. Jun Zan had no choice but to admit it frankly. "That's right, I am one of the countless moles of the holy sect," he explained. "But there was a mishap and an accident earlier. I was seriously injured and lost contact with the holy sect. I was planning to go directly to Zhangzhou, but I happened to run into Ma Shu, so I thought it would be safer to contact the holy sect through him." Shui Zui was momentarily speechless, but inside he thought, "Old man, you said you'd make arrangements, but when did you even become a demon cult mole?" Ma Shu also secretly sneered. "Sure enough, he's just a mortal, scared by such a small thing. Being a mole, he can't achieve anything big." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I didn't expect the holy sect to have another mole here." The person who emerged was the demon cult mole, He Ying. Ma Shu immediately cupped his hands and bowed. "So it's third elder, I never expected the one guiding me all along to be you." He Ying's expression was cold and fierce, which made Jun Zan's heart tighten. "This guy is stronger than Zhu Zishi. I'm probably no match for him." Jun Zan quickly introduced, "Shui Weiwu hasn't gained any new moles. I'm from the Deng family of Grey River. I happened to meet someone from the holy sect here, so I thought I'd lend you a hand," He Ying said coldly. Lend a hand, he frowned and thought, "Damn it, I finally discovered a big secret of Feiwu Villa. I was about to claim credit. If this holy sect guy butts in, he's clearly trying to take a share." Then He Ying said to Ma Shu, "I remember I told you not to reveal your identity or information to anyone. It seems you," he shouted, "have taken my words as deaf ears." With that, he threw a punch. Ma Shu clutched his chest and screamed, Elder, please see clearly. I really didn't say anything." It was then that Jun Zan spoke up. "A few days ago I already met the saintess of our sect." He Ying was stunned. "What?" At this moment Ma Shu was curled up on the ground. He Ying said in a deep voice, "But the saintess never mentioned another holy sect member here." Jun Zan taunted, "Who do you think you are to deserve to know?" He Ying's eyes turned red with rage. "You want to die?" He lunged straight at Jun Zan. Jun Zan was startled. "Damn it, the plan is completely messed up and I run into this hothead again." He Ying's flame fist was already closing in on his face. Suddenly a flash of cold light swept past, directly severing He Ying's arms. Jun Zan's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, he saw the torn sleeves of He Ying's robe fluttering in the wind. It turned out that the one who had cut off his hands was a woman. The mysterious woman's figure was extremely captivating, and even Jun Zan couldn't recognize her. "Who is she? Where did she come from? I've never seen her before. Why did she save me?" Suddenly, the tip of her sword flicked lightly. He Ying's eyes widened, and he hastily retreated. The woman's movement was astonishingly fast. She danced around He Ying, and in an instant the tip of her sword pierced his abdomen. He Ying trembled and said unwillingly, "Why are you doing this to me?" Jun Zan suddenly noticed something. The woman's sword pierced through He Ying's lower abdomen, erupting with intense killing intent. Jun Zan understood. She seemed to deliberately target the key techniques crippling him. He Ying's knees went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Finally, with a thud, he fell face down, his eyes wide open in death, completely gone to meet his maker. The strange woman stood with her back to everyone, her expression calm. Even Junzan felt a chill watching this. This method was too ruthless. Ma Shu and Shui Zui hid behind the bushes, peeking out, almost scared to tears. That was an infant soul realm cultivator, killed in an instant. The woman sheathed her sword. She was Ji Ying. Then Ji Ying turned to leave. Junzan hurriedly called out, "No, wait, who are you?" Ji Ying replied. Then she suddenly recited a few strange lines. Vast, 10,000 miles of layered clouds, 1,000 mountains of snow tides, a solitary shadow walks alone, to whom does it know to turn? Junzan paused, his expression drastically changing. No, how could this poem exist in the world? Junzan remembered that he had only recited this poem to Kui Huan Luo. Back then he had asked Kui Huan Luo if she had a name in Zhangzhou. She replied, "No, what's wrong?" Junzan looked up and said, "Then I'll give you one. Vast, 10,000 miles of layered clouds, 1,000 mountains of snow tides, a solitary shadow walks alone, to whom does it know to turn? How about the character Miao?" Kui Huan Luo happily agreed. Her father's clan name was Kuichu. According to Zhangzhou naming conventions, she should now be surnamed Lu. From today on I will be called Lu Miao. Junzan murmured, vast, 10,000 miles of layered clouds, 1,000 mountains of snow tides, a solitary shadow walks alone, to whom does it know to turn? His gaze sharpened. Luo Kui Huan Luo, you're here. He thought, no wonder before He Ying died. Junzan asked, did she send you to protect me? Ji Ying nodded gently. Junzan asked again, you only intervened when you saw I was in danger. She nodded again. Junzan continued, she sent you after she left. You've been following me in secret. She didn't want you to appear before me. Ji Ying only nodded, not speaking. Suddenly she felt something was wrong and shook her head frantically. Junzan then said, it seems her intention is that you are her shadow, which is why you've been following me. He then asked, what is your relationship? Ji Ying replied, mother and daughter. Hearing this, Junzan was greatly shaken. Junzan stared at Ji Ying, his mind full of question marks. What the hell, where did I get such a big daughter? He reconsidered. No, Kui Huan Luo and I never did anything. At most we kissed and hugged. Can that get someone pregnant? Junzan couldn't help but doubt. Could just a look do it? He turned around, thinking nervously. No, this isn't scientific. Let's calm down and analyze. Junzan forced himself to analyze. First, there's absolutely no way I've been cuckolded. Kui Huan Luo's favorability towards me is clear. Second, Kui Huan Luo must abide by the sex rules and remain chaste. She cannot marry unless I can free her from the Luosheng heavenly demon sect. Otherwise, even in the game at the Tribulation Transcendence stage, I couldn't break that silver chain restriction. I couldn't even touch her. Junzan looked at Ji Ying and thought finally, Ji Ying probably wasn't lying. Even knowing that poem proves she and Kui Huan Luo must be extremely close enough to share all secrets. Junzan was almost driven mad by this logical loop and concluded, then where the hell did I dig up such a big daughter? He forced himself to stay calm and asked Ji Ying, so you are Kui Huan Luo's daughter? She nodded again. Junzan thought, no big deal, don't panic, calm down. Calm down. Then he asked awkwardly, whose is it? Ji Ying raised her hand and pointed, yours. That finger pointed straight at Junzan's face. Junzan pointed at himself blankly. Mine, Ji Ying said calmly. Yours. Junzan frantically told himself inside, calm down, this is a big deal, panicking won't help. Damn it, can I even calm down? Junzan was shocked. I Lu Yuan haven't even cleared my negative status effects and I just picked up a daughter in the game. Junzan asked tremblingly, what exactly happened? Ji Ying explained, the heart's blood of two people. The heavenly transmission is born when a nascent soul cultivator separates a strand of primordial spirit from their body. After hearing this, Junzan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Heart's blood, that makes sense. Shenxia style. Junzan asked, can that count as a biological daughter? He looked at Ji Ying and thought, looking closely, their features do have some resemblance. What exactly does Kui Huan Luo want? Junzan really couldn't understand. Sending someone over without a word, instead having her follow me in secret, it's truly puzzling. Ji Ying looked at him and thought, father seems not very good at talking to others. Junzan asked her, are you just going to follow me like this forever? Ji Ying nodded again. Junzan awkwardly scratched his face, but you're a girl. Having you protect me in secret feels a bit strange. A grown man like me being protected by his daughter, saying it out loud, Ji Ying said. But showing myself would easily attract attention, she added bluntly. And I'm stronger than you. Junzan was speechless. This girl sure knows how to speak the truth, Ji Ying added. And your lover would be very angry and you would be in more danger. Hearing this, Junzan almost choked on his saliva. Is this girl naturally a black-hearted one? But then he reconsidered, no, this child had always been the extremely taciturn type from the very beginning. Junzan asked, did Bai Huan Lan say that? Ji Ying nodded, then said, can I go now? Junzan thought to himself, I feel like I'm being disliked. So he said, you can, but can I come find you on my own? Ji Ying gave her name. Junzan asked, so you mean as long as I call your name, that's fine, right? but in the next instant her figure flickered, and she vanished without a trace. Junzan could only sigh inwardly. She wouldn't say a single unnecessary word, and he couldn't even ask anything. Just then, Shui Kui ran out shouting, "Senior Junzan," he said. "No need to deal with it can serve as evidence," he added. "Take it that far." Shui Kui immediately summoned a long whip crackling with electric light. Ma Shu screamed in terror. "No, don't!" In the next moment he was struck to the ground by Shui Kui's whip, wailing in agony. Shui Kui barked sternly, "Though your crime doesn't warrant death, aiding the wicked is truly hateful. Sparing your legs is already merciful." Just then, other disciples ran over and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh master, you're here too." Only then did Junzan speak. "Oh, 2 more moles from the demon cult have been found." He thought to himself, the demon cult's hidden threats have been uprooted, and the conflict between Shui Yu Wu and Fei Wu Villa will be much easier to resolve. A group of disciples walked up to Ma Shu and said, "This man is still alive. Take him back for interrogation." Junzan thought, only this guy named Zhou Wen Rui is truly hard to deal with. By then it was already dark, but Zhang Rong said, "You've already beaten them badly enough. I heard from my father that Ma Shu has confessed everything, only hoping to be spared so he can atone for his crimes." She added that, "Back when we went to Fei Wu Villa together, I was the only one among those who entered who wasn't a mole. The demon cult setup was truly brilliant. 1 from the upper echelons, 1 from the lower ranks, plus an elder. The arrangement was thorough." Junzan replied, "Ahem, that's the gist of it," he added. "Hu Ying was about to strike at me, but I ended up killing him instead. It was barely a success. He nearly wounded me badly." Ning Shangrong gasped. "You!" She gently raised her hand and touched Junzan's cheek. Junzan caught her wrist and smoothly pulled Ning Shangrong into his embrace. They locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. Junzan thought so fragrant, he leaned in to sniff near Ning Shangrong's neck, making her shrink back. "Ah, that tickles," she said. "Don't sniff, it's weird." Junzan just chuckled thoughtfully, then wrapped his arm around Ning Shangrong's waist, startling her. He lifted her up and said, "Tomorrow I need to go to the Julian Yuan mountain range to pick something up, and I'll stop by Fei Wu Villa on the way." Ning Shangrong cautioned, "Be careful yourself. Keep an eye on Zhou Wen Rui and Zhou Zishi, neither of them is easy to deal with." Junzan set her down on the bed and said, "I'll sleep here tonight." He took Ning Shangrong's hand. Junzan lay down beside her and said, "Nothing will happen, just chatting, like before." Ning Shangrong shyly pulled the blanket up to cover half her face. Junzan chuckled thoughtfully, placing his hand on her head. He immediately channeled a surge of energy into it, and in an instant, Ning Shangrong fell into a deep sleep. Just then, Ji Ying poked her head out from the head of the bed and responded, "Here." Junzan was so startled his whole body jolted. He stared in shock. "Damn, what the hell, how is Ji Ying at the head of the bed?" Then he realized, "No wait, if she's at the head of the bed, then didn't she see my entire interaction with Ning Shangrong just now?" He immediately put on a stern face and scolded, "Next time don't be at the head of the bed, okay? Anywhere else you can stay wherever you like." Ji Ying blinked her big round eyes, looking completely innocent with no idea what was wrong. Junzan could only laugh helplessly and beg her, "I'm begging you, don't even watch your own father's affairs with other women." "It was really embarrassing," she spoke up. "Inside the bed I'm speechless. What's the difference between the head of the bed and inside the bed? Is there any other place? That's why I said, why does it have to be on the bed?" Only then did Ji Ying say, "To protect you." Junzan had no choice but to say, "Then the head of the bed it is. The head of the bed is fine too." She nodded lightly. And then Ji Ying pulled her head back in. She rested her hand on the edge of the bed and then dropped to the floor. Junzan asked curiously, "Now that it's like this, how long will you keep following me? Do the people from Luo Shengtian know you exist?" Ji Ying replied coldly, "Never." She also revealed, "Mother said she gave me to you to make up for regrets." Junzan didn't understand the regrets. He thought the affection level is already this high. The biggest regret is probably that it can't happen, right? He thought to himself. Given Bai Huan Luo's personality, it's entirely possible. Ji Ying suddenly let out a tisk. She slowly approached Junzan. Junzan patted Ji Ying's head and said softly, "Good girl." He smiled gently, but inside he thought, once you accept this setup it actually kind of feels that way. Ji Ying added, "Mother said at night, untie the fruit." She slowly began to undo the ties on her clothes. Junzan was puzzled, but before he knew it, Ji Ying had ambiguously slipped off her outer garment. Junzan froze instantly, utterly bewildered. "What do you mean? What are you trying to do?" Junzan shouted in panic, "Wait, stop, don't." Ji Ying looked confused, not understanding why he was reacting so strongly. Then she said, "Am I all right? The one who unties the fruit should naturally be the one who receives it." Junzan finally caught on. "Ah, so that's it." Then Junzan slowly moved closer to Ji Ying, but he frantically reminded himself, "No, what am I untying? Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Lu Yuan, wake up, this is your daughter." Junzan's eyes went wide and he was incredibly tense, his hands trembled. He slowly reached out toward Ji Ying's fruit. Seeing Junzan shaking like a leaf, Ji Ying thought just as Mother said. She wondered why he looked like he was about to pull his hand back. Ji Ying grew a little frustrated. This wouldn't do, she wondered. Did I do something wrong? Only then did Ji Ying glance elsewhere. She looked at Ning Xiangrong and guessed, is it because his lover is nearby? At that moment, Ning Xiangrong was fast asleep on the bed. Ji Ying continued thinking, no, mother said this would make it more exciting, so that can't be the reason. Then she realized it's just not exciting enough yet. At that moment, Junzan was tilting his head back, taking a deep breath. Struggling to stay calm, he looked at Ji Ying's contemplative expression and wondered, wait, what is she planning? Ji Ying suddenly had an idea, wake her up and have her stand and watch. She immediately snapped her fingers, snap. The sound reached Ning Xiangrong's ears, but she didn't wake up. Ji Ying was a little surprised. Oh, she didn't wake up? Junzan instantly breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Ning Xiangrong turned over and mumbled drowsily, Yuan. Hearing this, Junzan's face turned pale. He quickly grabbed Ji Ying's wrist and hid her behind him. Ning Xiangrong groggily rubbed her eyes. Where are you? She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and asked, Yuan, brother, did you hear a sound? Ning Xiangrong tried to focus on him. Junzan forced a dry laugh and said, what sound? I didn't hear anything. He explained, you must have been dreaming. It's just because you just woke up. Ji Ying, hiding behind Junzan, thought with a smile. Bodies pressed together. I must be doing it right? Ning Xiangrong was still puzzled, but I clearly heard something like a sword sound. Could I have misheard? That shouldn't be possible. I'm a cultivator at the core formation stage. There's no way I'd hallucinate from a dream. Then she said worriedly, unless I've developed a demonic heart. Junzan laughed and said, how could that be? He explained. It's probably just that you've been too busy lately and too tired. Anyway, get some rest and sleep a bit more. But at that moment, Ji Ying was doing something that made Junzan's whole body shudder. Are you trying to kill me, you little brat? Stop touching around. Just then, Ning Xiangrong asked, speaking of which, Yuan, why aren't you asleep yet? He replied, I can't sleep, so I got up to practice. Junzan thought, why do I instinctively say practice every time I open my mouth? Has it become a habit? Ning Xiangrong was puzzled. Practice, brother, are you trying to recover your cultivation quickly? Ning Xiangrong said softly, but I think it's fine like this. I really like being protected by you, brother. She tentatively added, since you're practicing, brother, why don't we practice together? Junzan was taken aback. Together, he didn't know there was such a thing as dual cultivation between a man and a woman. He looked at Ning Xiangrong and thought, she's taking the initiative. This is the second time since last time. Junzan said skeptically, in other words, is it okay? He studied Ning Xiangrong. His girlfriend had woken up in the middle of the night feeling a little uneasy. She was only wearing a thin layer of clothing, her cheeks flushed, sitting on the edge of the bed with a shy and conflicted expression. Junzan continued imagining. She was looking at him expectantly, waiting for him to comfort her. He pictured further. After some gentle conversation she would say, you can come up, and then it would be such a delightful thing. Junzan immediately hugged Ning Xiangrong, calculating in his mind at this point I should probably just hold her tightly, then kiss her gently, push her down onto the bed and whisper a few sweet words. They exchanged thick, sticky saliva. Junzan's hand slid to Ning Xiangrong's waist, then his other hand traced down her thigh, and together they fell onto the bed. In the distance, behind the curtain, two figures were lost in their passionate embrace. Back to reality. Junzan was still deep in thought, but now there was a girl standing behind him who knew she was a fruit and was waiting for him to untie her. He thought of Ji Ying right behind him and could only laugh helplessly, especially since she was pressed tightly against his back. Junzan was tormented. One moment of carelessness and his girlfriend would catch him red-handed. He could only force a bitter smile. Haha, just kill me. Ning Xiangrong called him. Yuan. Junzan replied, He immediately changed the subject. Cultivation can wait anytime, but the matter at Fei Wu Villa is urgent. We also need to figure out how to deal with Zhou Wen Rui. Ning Xiangrong reminded him, Yuan, it's already the hour of the ox. Time to rest. Brother, come up first. Hearing this, Junzan froze completely. He stood up, touched the table and said, this table is nice. It could work as a hidden weapon to throw at that old guy. But Xiangrong didn't understand. Table, hidden weapon. Junzan quickly said, right, let me borrow it. He slowly moved the table. Now's the time to set up the plan to deal with that old man. Finally, he said to Ning Xiangrong, you rest first. Good night. The door immediately closed. Ning Xiangrong sat there, still not understanding what had just happened. She shouted loudly, Lu Yuan, it's the middle of the night. Junzan let out a long sigh of relief. I'm alive. He put his hand on Ji Ying's shoulder and asked, is it Bai Huan Lan? Ji Ying replied, yes, mother said. Junzan quickly cut her off. All right. He turned around and said, I get it. She sent you to sabotage my relationship with other women, right? I know it all. Ji Ying said no. Junzan asked again, then what else could it be? She said, I'm just a fruit. Junzan was stunned for a moment. Then he slumped and said, I understand. You're just an innocent and cute little gift. Bai Huan Lan is still Bai Huan Lan. I can't outsmart her. Junzan said with a wry smile, anyway, you're a good kid. I can't hit you or scold you. I'll just have to do my best to keep this little life of mine. Ji Ying tilted her head in adorable confusion. Junzan paused, then chuckled softly and ruffled Ji Ying's hair, saying she was cute. She widened her eyes and asked blankly, "Dad, does cute mean like?" Junzan was speechless. This kid really doesn't understand anything, but why did Bai Huanlan make her do this? Then he answered, cute means like. Ji Ying is very cute and I like her a lot. Just then, Junzan noticed the cleavage on his daughter's chest and froze instantly. He quickly covered Ji Ying with a cloth and scolded, "Do you know you need to dress properly? Don't do this anymore." As he tied her clothes, he instructed, "Are you still a child? That's not the issue. The issue is that you can't do this." Junzan thought, "This is the first time I've dressed someone else. This feeling of taking care of someone isn't bad." Then he said, "There." Suddenly Ji Ying felt a strange sensation. Her heart was racing. She turned to Junzan and said, "Mother said that once the conditions of bodies pressed together and saying like are met, we can move to the next step." Ji Ying suddenly stood on tiptoe, ready to pounce and kiss Junzan. Junzan quickly tried to stop her. All right, but it was too late. She planted a tongue kiss on him. Junzan had no time to react and couldn't break free at all. They immediately fell to the ground, locked in a passionate kiss. Just then, Ning Shangrong's door opened and she hurried over, thinking, "I was too emotional just now. I need to find a yuan." By then, Ning Shangrong had already seen something. She watched helplessly as Junzan and Ji Ying tangled together, with her on top and him below. Lost in their embrace, completely unaware of her presence, tears immediately streamed down her face as she screamed, "Liar!" Junzan's eyes snapped open. Ning Shangrong sobbed, "I already let you take my private sound. Why do you have to find someone else? I've been tolerant enough. I thought this would make you like me more and think of me too." "Why?" She covered her face, trembling, and said, "You rejected my offer but went outside to kiss someone else. Couldn't you at least go farther away?" Junzan quickly broke free from Ji Ying and rushed to Ning Shangrong to soothe her. "It's my fault. You can scold me, hit me, do whatever you want," he continued gently. "Calm down first. If you don't want to see me anymore, I'll leave as soon as the matter is settled." Ning Shangrong grabbed his hand and said, "Don't go." Junzan looked up at Ning Shangrong's affection meter and was shocked to find it was still full. She choked out, "I still can't bring myself to hate you, brother. I'm afraid you'll leave. I searched for you for 3 years, worked so hard. Am I supposed to just watch myself push you away?" Ning Shangrong said firmly, "I can't live without you, brother. I will never let go." Junzan was also moved. Suddenly he saw something. Ning Shangrong's affection meter was locked. Junzan was stunned. Locked, he was deeply shaken. The second locked affection meter, and under these circumstances, with all my precautions, yet Shangrong still accidentally stumbled upon my affair. Junzan's mind was in turmoil. This locked state, do I have to make them acknowledge each other's existence with full affection to unlock it? He held Ning Shangrong in his arms, thinking to himself, no wonder Guiwa Luo's status had become locked. Ning Shangrong was still crying sorrowfully when Junzan finally revealed the truth. Only Ying, that child, was his daughter. But Shangrong immediately widened her eyes, staring at him in shock. "A daughter and your daughter," Ning Shangrong said suspiciously. "Mother and daughter sharing." She rolled her eyes and lost consciousness directly. Ning Shangrong's face turned pale, and her whole body stiffened. Junzan said awkwardly, "It seems the blow was indeed a bit too much." He looked at the system panel, thinking to himself. But surprisingly, the affection level could actually be locked and wouldn't drop anymore. Ning Shangrong, affection level, locked. That way, even if I do bad things, I won't die anymore. In other words, no matter what I do, Junzan calculated, in the end, Ning Shangrong would still be swayed by her own feelings. In the end, she would still forgive me. The situation looked promising. Then he said, "You are the only one?" But Shangrong was stunned after hearing this. Junzan continued, "You are the only one who has kissed me, the only one I've gone that far with. It's all you, no one else." But Ning Shangrong still sobbed, "But you've kissed her too, and even if it wasn't that, you've touched her." Ning Shangrong cried while pounding on Junzan's chest, "You bastard. Ooh, back then, you stole my clothes and saw my whole body naked. Why can I still not see through your fickle nature even now and still be devoted to you?" Junzan could only feel helpless. An all-ages game, how could I have seen your whole body naked? Then Junzan placed his hand on Ning Shangrong's hair, holding her as he said, "I admit I'm not good." Junzan said sincerely, "I'm fickle and shallow, but I really like you." Ning Shangrong pressed on, "Is there anyone you don't like? You like anyone who's pretty, right?" She pointed at Ziying and said, "You must have said you liked her just now too." Ziying sat there in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. Junzan thought with a headache, "Women in love have the lowest IQ, but women catching a cheater have the highest IQ, and you actually guessed it all." Then he said, "Last time being interrupted by GUC and must have made you uncomfortable. I was planning to wait until you had thought it over before talking." Ning Shangrong replied, "I've already thought it over." Her expression was sorrowful. "Just now I was ready to give my body to my brother, but he ran off." Ning Shangrong said angrily, "Ran off to have an affair." She fiercely pinched the flesh on Junzan's thigh. Junzan immediately screamed in pain. Ning Shangrong turned her face away, snorting with anger. Junzan could only rub his hand, no, rub his thigh to ease the pain. Then Junzan continued to explain. Ziying is the child born from the heart's blood and essence of me and her mother, combined with a lotus reincarnation and primordial spirit. You must have heard of this technique, right? He looked at Ziying and said, that child's mother treated her as a gift and I don't know what she taught her. Junzan scratched his face and said, anyway, that's how it is. I really didn't expect it either. Junzan added, this child seems to have never been exposed to the outside world. She doesn't understand anything and has been spoiled by her mother. Ning Shangrong said discontentedly, treating a living person as a gift is really not like the righteous path. Then she asked, who is the child's mother? Junzan said, Guiwa Rekshasa Demoness Guiwa Luo. Ning Shangrong immediately exclaimed in shock, the holy maiden of the demon sect. They say that if anyone dares to look at her more than once, they'll be tortured to death with rivers of blood. Ning Shangrong quickly pressed on, you've been to the demon sect's lair in recent years, right? So she liked you and imprisoned you there. Junzan thought, imprisoned is fine. Anyway, you didn't object, did you? Then he said, that's roughly how it is. On a moonlit night, Junzan's voice still echoed from Ning Shangrong's room. You probably don't want to hear about the old times between her and me. Junzan said honestly, anyway, it's pretty much as you imagined. She loved me, and I developed feelings for her for many reasons too. Junzan said it wasn't as serious as imprisonment. We did have a happy time together, he continued. A lot happened in between and I only met you again after arriving at Feiwu Manor. It was then that Junzan noticed Ziying. Seeing her sitting cross-legged looking very awkward, Junzan asked, don't you know how to meditate? Seeing her shake her head, Junzan was immediately speechless. Junzan observed Ziying and thought to himself, indeed this is no ordinary mortal body, but it has great advantages, even with built-in cultivation. No wonder this child has reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age. Junzan sighed, alas, people really are infuriating compared to each other. Ning Shangrong leaned on his shoulder and said, I never expected you to have gone through so many complicated things over the years. For us to meet again is truly a rare fate. Junzan called out softly, Yang Yang. She looked up and replied, Ayuan. The two kissed again, growing more and more entangled, slowly falling onto the bed. It was then that Ning Shangrong slowly opened her eyes. She glanced to the side and saw Ziying still sitting there blankly motionless. Ning Shangrong looked at her, displeased, and questioned Junzan again, how many more women do you have? Ning Shangrong's voice dropped. Before I was always uneasy, overthinking and afraid to ask my brother. Now I want to know the truth. Junzan opened the system panel. Suddenly asking this, let me see. After seeing something, he immediately started sweating. Junzan tremblingly held up 2 fingers and said, about this many. Ning Shangrong was stunned. 2 people. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 2 people. So adding me, Jiu Xian and Guiwa Luo, and counting Ziying, that's only 6 people. Ning Shangrong secretly felt relieved, thinking it wasn't as terrifying as over 10 people. So I was wrong about Ayuan, only Junzan knew the truth, a total of 30 pages each with M character avatars. His face turned pale. It seems the total is still less than 300. Junzan began to ponder. In this vast central world, over 200 people isn't actually a huge proportion, but there are always a few high-status, high-cultivation figures who can find me. He comforted himself. I've been playing for so many years, 200 or 300 characters isn't really a big deal, right? Junzan said guiltily. Right? Then he wilted again, completely drained of energy. But Shangrong took out a set of clothes and said, I made this set myself, she said. The fabric is woven from black spider silk, waterproof and fireproof with a layer of golden lock soft armor inside, so it's not easy to tear, Ning Shangrong added. There's also a spell array hidden in the sleeve. I worked on shrinking it for a long time. Always thinking that on the day I found my brother I wanted to put it on him with my own hands, she continued. I even embroidered my own name on it. Junzan called out Yang Yang, but she said, I don't need my brother's gratitude. Ning Shangrong said gently, I only want my brother's love. Junzan thought, love probably isn't what I'm thinking, right? He glanced at Ziying, feeling very awkward. There's a child here. Suddenly, Ning Shangrong pushed him down. Junzan quickly said to Ziying, you go out first. She replied, yes. Ning Shangrong smiled slowly, unbuttoning Junzan's clothes. She even took off his clothes. Ning Shangrong pressed close to Junzan, her face full of ambiguity. Suddenly, Junzan glanced to the side and saw Ziying still sitting there looking innocent and naive. Junzan exclaimed, no way, why haven't you left yet? Ziying said calmly. Mother said, learn more useful things. Junzan's mouth twitched. Learn what? Useful, my foot. Can you even sum up experience from this kind of thing? And then create a brand new position on your own. Ziying still stared at them without blinking. Ning Shangrong also spoke up, let her watch. She said, let Guiwa Luo's daughter watch us. Junzan's face stiffened at a loss for words. Ning Shangrong caressed his face. Although I can't have my brother all to myself, she said firmly. All of my brother's first must be mine. Junzan was still too flustered to speak. He quickly said, wait, close the door tight first. Ziying replied, yes. then she quickly ran out to close the door and zipped back onto the bed, continuing to sit and watch the show. Junzan was completely speechless. Is this kid really planning to sit here and watch until dawn? Ning Shangrong said. Let's begin. Then, right in front of Ziying, she kissed Junzan's lips. Ziying just stared wide-eyed, her eyes fixed straight ahead, looking completely expressionless. Who knows what she was thinking? After a while, still in that room, Junzan finally came out. He leaned against a pillar, exhaling tiredly. Junzan said, "The first time is always the hardest," he thought to himself. The two parts sticking together was indeed a difficult scene. Before doing it, she was especially brave. Ning Shangrong had said, "All of my brother's firsts are mine." But when it came to actually doing it, she curled up instead, too scared to take the initiative. Junzan thought to himself, the days are long, and it's not as bad as imagined. There's plenty of fun in exploring together. He looked at Ziying and thought, and having an audience actually made it more exciting. Junzan smiled contentedly. The first experience was pretty top-notch. He stretched with satisfaction and said loudly, "Anyway, this is a historic milestone since the Transmigration. From now on I'm no longer a virgin. Ha ha." Junzan suddenly bent over, his whole body trembling. "What, my waist?" Ziying suddenly touched his hand. Junzan asked what was wrong. She said, "Why do people still not understand anything?" Ziying looked down, then asked, unwrapping the gift, physical contact, saying like, "Why is there something else afterward?" Junzan thought to himself, it seems Guiwaluo really didn't teach anything else. He patted her head and said, "Ziying, you've done everything your mother asked you to do. The things afterward don't matter, right?" Ziying pressed on. "But why?" Junzan was truly speechless. "Are kids these days really that hard to fool?" Then he said seriously, "Not everything in this world has a reason, just like you don't know why apples fall to the ground." Junzan put on a lecturing tone. "Young people should live well and not ask so many questions, understand?" After saying this, he turned and left. Ziying still stood there blankly. Why do apples fall to the ground? By the next day, Junzan was in the 9-8 Mountains, standing on a branch. Junzan thought to himself, hidden in the 9-8 Mountains is the ruins of a bow. He judged that this bow was called Cloud, of average quality, with a fire-attributed skill attached, suitable for foundation establishment and early core formation stages, perfect for my current level. Junzan was very satisfied. He hadn't expected that after just one night. His strength had already reached the 5th layer, successfully surpassing Guiuxian, whose combat power was nearly 3 times his. Junzan clenched his fists, marveling at the wonders of the yin-yang fire exchange. Junzan calculated that although he had encountered some trouble during his last visit, the situation was still stable. This time he came well prepared. His eyes were firm, his killing intent fierce. Behind him, several pairs of bright eyes were staring at him. A group of monkeys bared their teeth, extremely excited. Junzan was immediately stunned. "Damn it, these wretched monkeys still remember me." He immediately jumped to the ground and the monkey group followed suit. Junzan landed lightly, sneering inwardly. "Today I, Lu Yuan, will show you all the progress I've made these days." The monkeys also landed in front of him. Junzan waved his hand to release fire and shouted, "Burn!" The monkeys were immediately set ablaze, screeching and jumping wildly, trying to escape the sea of fire. Just then, Junzan noticed something. He picked up a glowing bead from the ground which seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Junzan picked it up and examined it. This is the quest item for the Monkey King's treasure. I actually got it here. A water-repelling bead. Wearing it enhances water-repelling ability, allowing natural breathing underwater, and keeping the body dry. He gripped the bead, thinking it's better than nothing, and it's an unexpected gain anyway. Junzan said happily, "Let me get some monkey wine for Fawan." The scene shifted to Feiwu Manor, where Fawan's familiar robe fluttered in the wind as she sat on the rooftop, lost in thought. Today seems to be the 6th day since he left. I wonder how things are going between him and that disciple from Shueiwu, Fawan thought, wondering if he had become a son-in-law of a cultivation sect, or if he would come back to marry Guiuxian. Fawan recalled, then remembered. Missian hasn't been eating or sleeping well these days, muttering Brother Junchuan all day long, sometimes saying Brother Junchuan is so nice, and other times saying Brother Junchuan come back soon. She thought to herself, she's practically been shaped into Lu Yuan's form. Fawan propped her chin on her hand and sighed. I envy her for being carefree like a little phoenix surrounded by so many people. How could she remember a friend like me? Suddenly, someone called out from below. Fawan. It was Yi Gaoxuan, a guest elder from a noble family in Feiwu Manor, known in the martial world as the Heavenly Shadow Sword, he said. Fawan, I recently obtained a very precious ancient manual for a body movement technique. As soon as Fawan saw Gaoxuan, she put her mask back on, her face full of impatience. Him again, so annoying, she said coldly. No need, thank you for your kindness, young Master Yi, Gaoxuan said enthusiastically. I know you train hard in martial arts and your movement skills are impressive. This manual is perfect for you. But Fawan still refused. I already have a fixed movement routine. Practicing another one might slow down my martial arts progress. It's really not suitable, Yi Gaoxuan continued to persuade her. This technique doesn't have those problems. I even had the elders in my family test it, and it won't affect your meridians at all, but Fawan was still firm. No need, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate the thought, but I really don't need it. Yi Gaoxuan immediately grew angry. Are you disrespecting me, the third young master of the Yi family? Fawan snorted in displeasure. He changed his tone to a threat. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Yi Gaoxuan rambled on. If I proposed to Feiwu Manor to expel you from your guest elder position, it would be as easy as turning my hand, he smirked cunningly. If I still want you then, that would be your good fortune. I won't be as patient as I am now. Fawan glared at him angrily. You, suddenly a voice rang out. I don't think she wants your technique at all. Yi Gaoxuan was startled and shouted. Who? It was Jun Zan standing on a nearby rooftop. Yi Gaoxuan demanded loudly. Who are you? Fawan was stunned. Jun Zan, he stood there, smiling faintly, his expression calm. Yi Gaoxuan said coldly, This is Feiwu Manor, don't you? Before he could finish, Jun Zan punched him in the stomach. Jun Zan sighed. What a strange situation. A nameless NPC from the mortal class in an immortal cultivation game dared to disturb me. The pretty girl making promotional posters for the game, planning to spare your life, was already showing you plenty of mercy. Today you're dead. Yi Gaoxuan sat on the ground, trembling with rage, grinding his teeth. Bastard! Suddenly, Jun Zan pressed a single finger onto the crown of his head. Yi Gaoxuan's face instantly froze. His eyes filled with blank terror, his entire body pinned to the spot, unable to move. Jun Zan commanded, Stand still for me. It was only then that Fu Huan removed the mask from her face. Jun Zan shook the wine bottle in his hand and said to her, I promised to bring this to you, and I remembered clearly. Then he tossed the bottle to Fu Huan, who caught it immediately. Fu Huan examined the bottle in her hands, her mind in turmoil. Then she landed in front of Jun Zan. Fu Huan looked at Yi Gaoxuan and asked in confusion, What about him? Jun Zan replied, Nothing much. He explained, Just a small punishment. His upper dantian would be crippled, and he'd be a fool for 3 days before waking up. Fu Huan thought to herself, after losing his upper dantian, he'd never have a chance to hold his head high again. Just then, the other guards and officers came out, shouting. After Mr. Jun Zan heard the full story, they finally said, So that's how it is. The group of officers bowed and reported, Please, Mr. Jun Zan, calm your anger. Someone stammered. But the discussion, Jun Zan explained. It's just the effect of a spell. It'll only make him a jerk for 3 days. Then he instructed. Afterward, if he's not convinced, or if he thinks his family has too many people, tell him to come find me. Jun Zan said, I'll help him reduce the number. Just then, a system prompt appeared. Your equipment durability has reached 0. You're about to lose your defensive capability. Jun Zan let out a surprised ah, thinking to himself, Your beginner gear is pretty tough, Even the transformation couldn't save you. Jun Zan was speechless. On second thought, the durability of this set was indeed impressive. Then he spotted another set. This one arrived just in time, no equipment issues. The next moment, Jun Zan's body was instantly clad in a new skin. Physical defense 40, magical defense 60 with the attached skill, Chang'an sleeve teleporting to the temple's outer grounds. Fu Huan held the wine bottle, a bit embarrassed as she said, How did you still remember? I just mentioned it casually back then. Fu Huan pouted and scolded playfully, Weren't you supposed to be at Shuei Wu? Coming all the way back, so annoying. A casual mention was actually a very earnest expectation. So annoying meant incredibly happy. Fu Huan's favorability increased. The poster girl promise. Jun Zan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this girl's world really is small. The so-called poster girl promise was just me saying I'd bring her a good bottle of wine and then actually bringing it back. A simple commitment like that. So he said, It's no trouble, I'm a cultivator. Coming back doesn't take much time, Jun Zan said. If I hadn't come, would you really have been forced to marry him? Fu Huan said pitifully. I have no status at all, Jun Zan replied. Now you do. He pointed at the wine bottle in her hand, a betrothal gift. Fu Huan let out a surprised ah, blushed, turned her head away and exclaimed, Who's as casual as you? I can't accept it. Jun Zan thought to himself, so that means she can accept it. Then he said, Consider this gift as something for the poster girl. Fu Huan turned back in confusion and asked, Poster girl, what's that? Jun Zan explained, It's the face of a sect. I don't understand. A sect, Jun Zan revealed. In the future, I'll definitely establish my own sect. From a management perspective, a sect needs a pretty girl to attract attention, to build a reputation and drive the sect's development. Jun Zan continued, For example, your sister Huan La is the poster girl of the holy sect, attracting all kinds of demons and monsters to join. He gave another example. And Ling Hao, the female official of Yushu Dao, many people joined the sect because they admired her. That's roughly the idea, things like that. Fu Huan was stunned for a moment but still replied, "That sounds somewhat reasonable," she said. "So in the end you want me to join your sect that hasn't even been established yet?" It was then that Jun Zan said, "Back then a cultivator saw your talent for cultivation and wanted to take you as a disciple. If you could enter the Tao through martial arts, you'd become one of the most unique cultivators." Moreover, he lifted Fu Huan's chin, and Jun Zan said gently, "Your beauty is your greatest advantage." Fu Huan was puzzled. "But I'd still need to enter the Tao through martial arts first," she hesitated. "Even the old manor lord couldn't do it, how could I?" Jun Zan immediately said, "You can." Fu Huan was stunned by these words. She looked at him blankly. Jun Zan said, "In Zhangzhou, there's a cave dwelling called the Martial Emperor Cave. 1,000 years ago, the Martial Emperor He Jun Wu is a mortal, left behind the pinnacle of martial arts inheritance there," he gestured. "If you agree, I can make you the second Martial Emperor." Fu Huan gasped, "Martial Emperor?" Her gaze instantly froze. Jun Zan said with satisfaction, "Good." He waved his hand and created a small halo of light which rapidly expanded to envelop Fu Huan. This was the Vajra Demon Subduing Spell. She asked blankly, "What is this?" Jun Zan explained. "The Vajra Demon Subduing Spell, a spiked halo created by the Combat Division. Anyone below the core formation stage dies on contact. Anyone below the Yuan Dan stage gets severely injured." He told her she could take her time to consider, that giving up cultivation because of parents like that was not worth it. Jun Zan also promised, "After I finish dealing with matters at Shui Wu and am forced to go find some things, I'll come back to ask you." Fu Huan hadn't yet recovered from the shock, but Jun Zan had already leapt over the rooftop and left. She stood there, lost in thought. By then the sky had darkened. In GUC study she was fast asleep. Jun Zan condensed a golden pill, but then he stopped. "Forget it, I won't wake her up. Otherwise she'll cling to me and act spoiled all day." Then Jun Zan arrived at a desolate cliff edge where he was looking at a map. Jun Zan murmured, "From here to here should be right." He flew up and looked around. "Ah, found it." Jun Zan pushed aside the grass, suddenly revealing a huge skeleton. The moment he saw it, his entire body froze. Jun Zan then picked up the bow beside the skeleton, a weapon bow, crimson pattern nightmare. He looked at the skeleton and thought, "Well, since I'm taking something from them, it would be too heartless to do nothing." Jun Zan covered the skeleton with a blanket. He straightened the remains. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Jun Zan picked up an item and immediately recognized it. "Isn't this the token of BALA Mansion, number 37, he recalled. "I remember the rule of BALA Mansion is that if a member goes missing for 3 months, the token is reclaimed. This person is probably a special case. After all, Juyuan Mountain has complex terrain and high danger levels, so it's normal not to find someone." Jun Zan examined the skeleton and speculated. "But if he died here, it means there's something in this place and someone killed him." He tightened his grip on the token, and Jun Zan decided he could go ask Ding Huan. The next day, the weather was clear with a gentle breeze. In the guild hall, Ding Huan was happily whistling while tidying up his counter. Suddenly, a loud shout from behind made him jump. "Ding Huan?" Ding Huan turned around, trembling, his face pale. Jun Zan stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Ding Huan's soul nearly flew out of his body, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." His face was still alternating between pale and green, but he didn't forget to bow with cupped hands. "Mr. Jun Zan." Jun Zan took out a token and said, "I found a corpse in Juyuan Mountain." It was carrying this. The moment he saw the unfamiliar name on the token, Ding Huan let out a startled cry. Seeing his expression, Jun Zan smiled faintly and immediately guessed part of it. "So this has something to do with you." Jun Zan raised his hand and tossed the token back to Ding Huan. He muttered, "The whereabouts of this number 37 are deep in Juyuan Mountain." Before leaving, he added seriously, "I doubt you can get in even if you know where it is. In a few days I'll personally lead you in." Ding Huan clutched the token tightly, stroking it, his voice trembling as he hesitated to explain. "About last time, Wan Niang was too agitated and Jun Zan didn't care about such trivial matters at all and just waved his hand dismissively. Forget about your sneaky dealings. I don't take them to heart. Just handle it yourselves." Ding Huan hesitated as he watched Jun Zan's retreating figure. Jun Zan, who had no interest in listening to explanations, vanished gracefully in an instant. Ding Huan stood there dumbfounded, still holding unanswered questions. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop, Zhou Wenrui had dark circles under his eyes, his gaze deep and distant as he stared at the pitch-black sky, one hand resting on a large rock as he murmured softly, "Heh heh 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 heh." The scene shifted to inside a tower where a large stone began to shake. It crashed heavily to the ground. Under his gaze, a massive blood-red formation covered in spiderweb-like spiritual energy patterns emerged. The blood fiend Grand Array. Zhou Wenrui frowned, looking into the air, his voice cold and resolute. "Next I will sacrifice half of my lifespan as an offering." The disciples behind him were full of worry. and quickly tried to stop him. "Elder, do not act rashly." He remained silent, continuing to stare at the array's core, calculating in his heart. "I have cultivated for centuries and never encountered such a difficult trial." The more Junzan thought about it, the more determined Zhou Wenrui became. As long as he successfully released that thing. Zhou Wenrui watched quietly as the grand array gradually took shape layer by layer, but he didn't realize that Junzan had long been standing on a high vantage point, silently observing his every move. Junzan watched the array being activated and felt a growing unease. Something about the Blood Fiend Grand Array felt off. Junzan quickly used a teleportation technique to leave. That night in the bedroom of Shuiui Wu, Ning Shangrong lay on a soft brocade bed, fast asleep. Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently stroked her soft cheek. It was Junzan. Seeing her sleeping so peacefully, he couldn't help but feel happy. He thought to himself, "I'll find out tomorrow anyway. Whatever tricks that old man wants to play don't matter." Suddenly, Ning Shangrong mumbled drowsily, "Did you go back to Feiyu Manor to see Jiyu Xian?" Junzan was startled, then smiled. You're awake." She sat up with half-closed eyes and complained vaguely. "When I woke up this morning I didn't see you. I had to ask to find out." Junzan nodded and told Ning Shangrong the story. "I went to see Fu Huan. I promised to bring her a bottle of wine as a gift and I couldn't break my word." Junzan added specifically, "As for Xian, she's been nagging about missing me all day. If I showed up, she'd definitely cling to me. Better not to meet." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, turned to look at her and teased, "What, are you jealous?" Ning Shangrong leaned her head on Junzan's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Jealous of what? She hasn't even tasted anything yet while I've already licked it all clean." Her cheeks flushed, her eyelashes fluttered, and she looked up at him. "You should be thinking about what to do if she gets jealous." Junzan looked at her, smiled and reassured her. "Xian won't be jealous of you, at least not openly." He hugged Ning Shangrong, but in his mind he thought of Jiyu Xian. "Usually, even though she's stubborn, she doesn't throw tantrums with me. At most, she just silently grieves alone." Suddenly, his gaze grew a little distant and unfocused. "I should find a way to comfort her." Ning Shangrong nodded in agreement. "That child is quite adorable, much cuter than your daughter." As she said this, a hint of displeasure appeared on her face and she pouted. "Besides, your Huanla didn't even treat that child as family, and she still brought her to seduce you." Junzan looked troubled and quickly urged, "Hey, the child might hear us." Suddenly, Ning Shangrong vanished and Junzan was startled. He immediately turned his head to look around. He searched in confusion. Ji Ying peeked out from behind the curtain and whispered, "Father." Junzan was startled and helplessly suggested, "Next time, could you pick a more appropriate place?" Ji Ying blinked her big round eyes in confusion. By the bedside, Junzan was completely speechless, the awkward silence stretching on. The next morning the weather was cool, with bright warm sunlight streaming down. Junzan pushed open the door energetically, breathing in the fresh air. Suddenly a soft hand wrapped around his arm, accompanied by a gentle whisper. "Today all the disciples will gather near Shuiui Wu to watch the Blood Fiend Grand Array's soul-summoning ritual." It was Ning Shangrong. She clung tightly to Junzan's arm, listening intently as he said, "I heard from the seniors that the Ghost Gate has been completely sealed. If Zhou Wenrui tries to summon souls, it definitely won't work." She was stunned and confused. "Then what exactly is he trying to do? After all this effort, isn't it for the side chamber?" Junzan's eyes suddenly turned dangerous, his tone almost arrogantly confident. "Side chamber or not, if he wants to court death today, I'll show him what true terror really means." Then Junzan's expression changed faster than flipping a book, and he grinned foolishly with anticipation. "Or maybe Ji Ying will come." At the site where the Blood Fiend Grand Array was placed, Ning Tingshan sat calmly in a chair and commanded, "Elder Zhou, begin." Below, Zhou Zishi and Zhou Wenrui stood opposite Junzan and Ning Shangrong. The tension between the two sides was like a drawn bowstring. Zhou Wenrui glanced at Zhou Zishi, signaling with his eyes, and he immediately understood. "Patrol order." Zhou Wenrui chanted a low incantation and began activating the array. The complex and intricate grand array slowly started up. The disciples panicked, shouting in terror as the ground shook. Zhou Wenrui roared, "Come forth!" Immediately, massive waves surged on the sea, and the surrounding atmosphere turned gloomy. Beneath the grand array, a giant iron pillar slowly rose from the seabed, suddenly bursting through the water's surface. Several Zhonglong Ning Tingshan sensed something was wrong and became flustered, asking in confusion, "The energy of this array feels off. It seems like demonic power." "Zhou Wenrui, what have you done?" Zhou Wenrui said nothing but erupted into manic laughter, inhuman in its sound. "Ha ha ha!" A storm swept across the sea, thick clouds completely covered the sky, and massive waves pounded the ancient iron pillar one after another. Junzan stared intently at the scene, his heart tightening. This sight looked familiar. Junzan's eyes widened in recognition. He recognized it. The Tai Sui demon dragon from the ice lake. Ning Tingshan shot to his feet, grinding his teeth in fury. "How can demonic power exist in Shuiui Wu without me knowing?" Ning Tingshan looked at Zhou Zishi and immediately demanded, "Zhou Zishi, what did he just say to you?" Zhou Zishi was terrified and stammered an explanation. "My adoptive father said that there's a prison beneath Shuei Wu." At the word prison, Ning Tingshan was even more shocked. "Prison? What prison?" Zhou Zishi, panicked and trembling, stammered in defense. "My adoptive father said this grand array is just for show. I was only responsible for setting it up. I don't know anything." Zhou Wenrui laughed uncontrollably, his face twisted with malice and ferocity. "Ha ha ha, Ning Tingshan, did you think I stayed at Shuei Wu for nothing? You all forced me to do this." He raised his hands high and blood energy surged from within him. "Today I sacrifice myself to feed this monster, letting it break free and slaughter everyone." The waves grew fiercer, the formation stronger, and countless iron pillars emerged simultaneously. Zhou Wenrui roared, "Come forth, crimson cloud-scaled flood dragon." Jun Zan smirked, realizing there was still an unfinished game here. A claw like a sword reached out. The blood dragon surged upward, its eyes bloodshot, fangs bared, letting out a deafening roar. Zhou Wenrui was ecstatic, his expression manic as he screamed in excitement, "Come out, come out." The massive blood dragon coiled around the iron pillars, appearing before Zhou Wenrui with overwhelming pressure, glaring at him. Zhou Wenrui laughed, raising an eyebrow challengingly at Jun Zan. "Aren't you also at the 9th level of nascent soul? So is it. I'll give you a chance to make a name for yourself. Can you do it?" Jun Zan stood still, arms crossed in thought, silent. Zhou Wenrui proudly gave the order, and the fire-eyed blood dragon immediately obeyed. "Crimson cloud-scaled flood dragon, kill him." The flood dragon let out a earth-shaking roar, its eyes bloodshot, opening its massive maw to spew fire at its opponent. Only then did Jun Zan sneer. In the past he couldn't have won. He casually subbed his weapon, but now he gripped his longbow, confidently drawing the string and aiming at the flood dragon, taunting politely. "Too bad your wish probably won't come true." The arrow tip blazed with fire, shooting straight at the flood dragon. The vicious blood dragon showed no fear, charging head-on. It was about to roar and spit fire. In that instant, every arrow shot straight down its throat, precisely the Red Lotus calamity. The blood dragon's body stiffened suddenly, blood vessels appearing in its eyes, its whole body tense as it roared in agony. On the sea surface, the flood dragon thrashed and rolled wildly. Jun Zan smirked, raising an eyebrow slightly. The effect was a bit too good, it must really hurt. Zhou Wenrui was dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "How is this possible? You're not even at nascent soul, but I see you at the transformation stage. Am I imagining it?" Jun Zan replied calmly, "Nothing is impossible. If you're ignorant, don't embarrass yourself." Jun Zan drew his longbow again, focusing his aim, calculating inwardly. With double cultivation from his technique, he broke through directly to transformation divine ability. With this strike, his combat power was now incomparable. Jun Zan taunted loudly, "At your age, still only at nascent soul, have you wasted centuries of cultivation?" This time, the arrow shot straight at Zhou Wenrui at an astonishing speed. Seeing the fire arrow flying toward him, Zhou Wenrui's face paled in terror as he hastily summoned the flood dragon. But the flood dragon, seeing the arrow coming, broke out in a cold sweat, instead of blocking for him. It dove into the sea and fled. Zhou Wenrui roared, "How dare you flee?" But the arrow stopped just before him, falling into the sea, leaving both man and beast waiting nervously. Seeing this, Zhou Wenrui was stunned. Furious, he cursed, "You're messing with me." Jun Zan stuck out his tongue, teasing him smugly, then sneered, raising his hand to call out, "Shui Zui." Shui Zui perked up immediately, rushing over. Jun Zan smirked mischievously. He shouted, "Summon thunder, break the formation with lightning." In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at the blood dragon and Zhou Wenrui. The terrifying lightning struck both Zhou Wenrui and the flood dragon simultaneously. Zhou Wenrui was charred black, smoke rising from his head. After that shocking heavenly thunder, he and the blood dragon both passed out, still smoking. Ning Tingshan immediately ordered Zhou Wenrui to be imprisoned. Zhou Wen's added, "We'll deal with him tomorrow." The Wu leader understood. Jun Zan looked at Shui Zui and praised, "Well done." Shui Zui scratched his head sheepishly, smiling. "Senior," he looked at the exhausted flood dragon sprawled on the ground and asked curiously, "Senior, what do you plan to do with this guy?" Jun Zan pondered. He said calmly, seriously suggesting a 9th level nascent soul should have transformed long ago. "Transform for me to see. If you look good, I'll sign a contract with you as a dragon. If not, I'll roast you for food." Hearing he might be roasted, the flood dragon broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning purple. Before Jun Zan, he immediately shifted forms from a fierce flood dragon into a cute little cat in the blink of an eye. A cat. Jun Zan crouched before it, asking curiously, "You're a dragon, why turn into a cat?" It replied dazedly, "Don't you humans think cats are the prettiest?" Seeing its innocent expression, Jun Zan was momentarily dazed. "Makes sense, but what's with that voice?" He stared incredulously at the little cat. "You've been locked up here for centuries, you can't be that young." It immediately grew annoyed, frowning and snorting. "HMPH, that's just the voice you expected in your head, not mine." She opened her eyes wide, speaking in a crisp, shy girl's voice. How is it? Pretty and nice sounding, right? Junzan pulled out a meat cleaver, pointing it at the cat, warning darkly, one chance. Change back to normal. It stammered in panic. Got it. Junzan looked at the little cat, then froze. Black hair fell, eyelashes fluttered, and it became a blue-eyed girl with a graceful figure. It was the Crimson Cloud-scaled flood dragon. She asked shyly, like this, do you like it? Faced with such a transformation, Shui Zui's scalp tingled in fear. Junzan frowned, asking, you're female. She pursed her lips in a light laugh, winking playfully at him. Demons have no gender. I can be whatever I want. Junzan turned away coldly, asking, you seem to understand human hearts well, so why were you locked up here? And for centuries she feigned weakness, curling up pitifully. Because they say demons use words to bewitch hearts and confuse the masses. Then she suddenly transformed back into the fierce flood dragon, eyes blazing, opening her massive maw to swallow him as prey, roaring with murderous glee. Shui Zui jumped in shock, quickly warning, Senior, Ning Shangrong also exclaimed, watch out. Junzan remained calm, raising his hand to gather fire energy. The flood dragon couldn't dodge in time and took the blow, her face turning green, clearly not expecting another hit. Moments later, she spun dizzily, spitting black smoke. Junzan shook his hand, taunting, old habits die hard. He turned to look at her, nodding in satisfaction. I've met a dragon before. Its skill at bewitching hearts was indeed top-notch, so this time I brought a golden flame demon-subduing talisman. Works great. Junzan put 2 fingers to his mouth, biting the tips, then raised the bleeding fingers before her, smirking coldly. Didn't see that coming, did you? Exhausted, she reverted to her frail girl form. Just as she was grinding her teeth in fury, about to curse, Junzan seized the moment, pressing his 2 fingers to her forehead. He slowly withdrew his hand and her gaze gradually lost focus. Junzan pulled a small flame from her forehead. He threatened her. Your soul is bound. If you ever harbor an evil thought again, one thought from me and you die, understand? She snorted in displeasure but had to concede. HMPH. Seeing her stubborn attitude, Junzan's anger flared, and he clenched his fist, warning, not afraid to die? But she remained defiant, challenging him. Come on, let's fight again. Ning Shangrong snapped angrily. At least put some clothes on first. She froze, looking down at her body, only to find Junzan had already turned away, his face red with embarrassment. She quickly covered her chest, embarrassed and shy. I've been locked up so long I forgot how to dress. Ning Shangrong fumed, then turned back into a cat. She puffed out her chest, proudly and majestically transforming back into a cat, but Shangrong was displeased, turning to suggest, no wonder this demon was locked up. I think we should put it back where it was. Lu Yuan hesitated, analyzing. It's still a nascent soul beast, such combat power is rare. He smiled, teasing her. Are you jealous of a beast? Her cheeks flushed instantly. Caught off guard, she stammered in denial. Ning Shangrong, both embarrassed and angry, quickly turned and walked away. How is that possible? The cat sidled up to Lu Yuan, rubbing its head against his leg, meowing. It successfully caught his attention. Lu Yuan roughly grabbed it by the scruff, lifting it to eye level, asking, by the way, what's your name? It replied helplessly. What name would a demon have? After racking its brains for a while, it said, I was originally a remnant dragon soul from earthly fire lava. After absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy, I became a flood dragon. Just call me Crimson Cloud-scaled Flood Dragon. Hearing this, Lu Yuan paused, finally understanding, earth fire turning into a dragon. No wonder you're all flames, and no wonder you were suppressed by Red Lotus like this. He stroked his chin, thoughtfully examining it from head to toe, muttering, Crimson Cloud-scaled Flood Dragon. Crimson Cloud-scaled Flood Dragon. A name suddenly popped into his head. Lu Yuan eagerly decided, then I'll call you Zhao Ju. It looked dazed, confused. What does that name have to do with me? Growing angrier, its fur stood on end, and it extended its short claws to scratch him. Protesting in dissatisfaction, I don't want that name, give me another. But Lu Yuan calmly kept his distance, gently scratching Zhao Ju's chin to soothe it. It immediately looked content, enjoying the bliss. Suddenly it froze. Wait, I'm not a cat. But the euphoric feeling was too hard to resist. It had to swallow its pride and compromise. Fine, this is okay. Ning Shangrong, walking ahead, turned back to urge, let's go, my father is waiting. With Zhou Wenrui down, there's much to handle, including our marriage. Lu Yuan nodded, holding Zhao Ju and petting it. Then they walked side by side back. With Zhou Wenrui's fall, Shuiwu lost its greatest combat pillar. Recovery would take time. The demonic energy from the blood sacrifice stirred neighboring sects who sent people to investigate. For a time, people came and went, bustling with activity. The scene shifted to the Juyuan Mountains before a simple nameless grave. Someone asked in confusion, this is. Lu Yuan, Ding Huan and Wan Niang stood before the grave, examining it. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment. He said quietly, I couldn't bear to leave him exposed, so I built him a grave. Wan Niang gently touched the gravestone, her expression somber. Thank you. Her eyes held a trace of sorrow. I remember when he ran to the Juyuan Mountains to lead away the BALA Mansion pursuers, allowing Ding Huan and me to escape. Wan Niang personally dug into the dirt pile, her tone still calm. After that there was no news of him. We knew he was likely dead. She grabbed a bone and yanked it out. Wan Niang held it so tightly that the dry bone snapped in two. But she had always held a sliver of hope that he might have changed his name like them and survived these 20+ years. Lu Yuan's face paled, his worldview nearly shattered. Wan Niang's expression was serious. In one hand she held half a piece of paper that fell from the broken bone. In the other she produced another tattered half. She slowly pieced them together, and the two halves instantly merged into a complete sheet. With a wave of her hand the paper transformed into a thick 100-page book. The true treasure. The reenactment of Chenkin's fate. Wan Niang held the book looking at it sadly. Distant painful memories flooded back. Back then, for this we betrayed BALA Mansion only to end up with death and loss. Lu Yuan stared at the book, eyes wide in shock. The reenactment of Chenkin's fate isn't the beginner technique called the initial enactment of the 5 elements art? He wiped his sweat, marveling. The forum analysis was right. He recalled an article he'd seen online. Back then, the forum was buzzing with speculation that the so-called beginner technique might not just be an initial enactment but also a reenactment or middle enactment. He watched the tense atmosphere silently, thinking that's why the beginner technique was listed as the strongest in the game. And now this reenactment of Chenkin's fate is exactly what they were talking about. What surprised him more was that Wan Niang had 2 copies. The acquisition method was so similar. Who could call it a coincidence suddenly? Wan Niang calmly handed him one. Take it. Lu Yuan looked at the book, stunned. Huh? Ding Huan was also shocked by her action. Wan Niang, she just smiled slightly, pressing the book into Lu Yuan's hands. Consider this my apology for last time. Lu Yuan smirked, nodded in understanding and took it. Ding Huan stared blankly as Wan Niang solemnly gave the book to Lu Yuan, shaken. Unable to believe she had truly let go, suddenly she looked at Lu Yuan, asking in confusion, "Are you teaching Chang'er to cultivate? Is that so?" Wan Niang observed him silently, speaking slowly. "I can tell it's the Yushu Taoist sect's cultivation method. You're from Yushu," her voice shifted slightly, tinged with disappointment. "I wanted Fanner to live an ordinary life, but in the end she's still on the path of immortality." Lu Yuan suddenly interrupted loudly. "You're wrong," he frowned, explaining seriously. "Her talent destined her fate to far exceed ordinary people. Even if I didn't teach her, she would have taken this path eventually, and it would only have been harder." As he finished, Wan Niang paused, staring at him blankly. She smiled softly, lowering her head. "Is that so?" She looked up at him, asking, "Then will you take Chang'er to Yushu Taoist sect?" Lu Yuan raised his hand to his chest, saying firmly, "Yes." She nodded, finally relieved. "That's good." Lu Yuan looked utterly confused, turning his head. Then Wan Niang clasped her hands before her chest, gathered her energy, channeled her spiritual power, and with a forceful sweep pressed it deep into the ground. A gale rose at her feet, whipping her hair and clothes, forming a magical vortex around her. Ding Huan shouted anxiously, "Wan Niang!" As her internal power drained, Wan Niang collapsed weakly. Ding Huan was shocked, rushing to support her, scolding, "Why destroy your own cultivation? You willingly sacrifice yourself just so Jiyu Chong can truly have a clean background." Lu Yuan watched silently, not intervening. In another secluded spot of Shui Wu, Shui Zui rushed in excitedly, shouting for the senior. Lu Yuan looked up in confusion. Shui Zui, his face full of fighting spirit, said solemnly, "I've thought it over for days and I believe I should push beyond my limits. Only then can I achieve greater success." His gaze was firm. "My talent is too poor and my dantian is already damaged. Even joining a major sect like Yushu Dao sect is too much for me. For me it's more about tempering myself." He clenched his fist. "What I need isn't just cultivation resources. What I need are tough challenges and a surging resolve," Shui Zui declared loudly. "A life of quiet cultivation and few desires simply isn't for me. I've decided I won't let any opportunity slip by, or else my own aptitude will drag me down and turn me into a waste." Finally he sheepishly made his request. "So senior, please let me join the demon sect." Shui Zui grinned, clearly having already prepared his story. That he was ostracized by Shui Wu, harbored resentment, betrayed the sect, was hunted down on the road, and finally sought refuge with the demon sect for help. The reasoning was sound and practically perfect. Lu Yuan took a sip of tea, feeling helpless, then stepped forward and gently patted Shui Zui on the shoulder. "I admire your insight. I also believe you can resist the seductive arts of the demon sect," he praised, his expression turning serious as he warned. "But you must remember never to forget your original intention." At that moment Shui Zui was stunned, moved beyond words. The senior trusted him without hesitation. Shui Zui's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to say solemnly, "I will not disappoint your expectations. I, Shui Zui, swear here and now. I will not forget my original intention and will fulfill my mission to eliminate demons and uphold the Tao," he declared with unwavering determination, his eyes shining and a fierce fire blazing in his heart. "I will not let you down, senior. No matter how powerful the demon sect's methods are, I won't be afraid. Because you've given me such immense trust, it makes me believe in myself even more." Lu Yuan wiped his sweat, momentarily speechless, completely baffled by what was going on in his head. "No, it's not me, I didn't. I just gave you a slightly harder and more grueling technique. The rest is all your imagination." The more Lu Yuan looked at that expression, the more uneasy he felt, yet he inexplicably thought the guy seemed genuinely excited. Lu Yuan was covered in black lines, thinking, could I have trained some kind of weirdo? After mulling it over, he still felt uneasy. While patting Shui Zui on the shoulder, he secretly cast the Vajra demon-subduing mantra. Only then did he feel a bit relieved and urged, "You must take care," Shui Zui replied excitedly. Yes, a few days later, in Shui Wu, Zhao Zhao was rolling around on the ground having a blast, his eyes curved into crescents from laughter. Lu Yuan crouched in front of him, waving a blade of dogtail grass, laughing uncontrollably. Just as he was laughing heartily, Ning Shangrong suddenly walked in from outside and reported, "The Green Lotus Swordmaster is heading toward Shui Wu." Zhao Zhao was still stretching out his paw to fiddle with the grass spike, but Lu Yuan's back went cold. He confirmed in a trembling voice, "The young Swordmaster of Bushan Pavilion, Shen Siphon?" She nodded. "Yes." Lu Yuan was startled, his face changing color. "Ah, run, let's go back a few days." At the lakeside pavilion of Taiching Pavilion, a young man and woman were sitting across from each other, drinking tea. The man spoke, "Demon sect tombs were originally extremely hard to identify. It's unbelievable that someone in the world could recognize one at a glance. This Mr. Jun Zun is definitely no ordinary person." Lotus flowers were in full bloom, their pale pink petals glistening under the morning light reflected on the clear water. A steady voice rang out. Taiching Pavilion Master Shen Lin's handsome face looked even more ethereal in the sunlight. But now he's become the son-in-law in Shui Wu's tale of a hero saving a beauty. A beauty offering herself in marriage is a bit cliché. Suddenly, a cold sword light tore through the air. Shen Lin stared blankly at her movement. The young woman sitting across from him had a crisp voice tinged with mockery. "Son-in-law?" She was Shen Siphon, the Green Lotus Swordmaster of Taiching Pavilion. Shen Siphon gripped her long sword tightly. She sneered angrily, "It's not that easy." Before she finished speaking, she leaped onto her flying sword and sped off, leaving only a brief remark. "I'm going out for a while." Shen Lin called out regretfully, "Siphon, you haven't finished your seclusion yet." The flying sword tore through the air. Shen Siphon was filled with rage, moving at an astonishing speed. "Ever since you disappeared without a trace, I've had no choice but to focus on cultivation, hoping that one day I could defeat you, and then you'd have to marry me obediently. Now I've only been in seclusion for a few years, and you dare to get married." As she traveled, she suddenly collided head-on with a cultivator flying on a sword. The moment he saw her stunning beauty, he immediately blushed and greeted her shyly. Shen Siphon completely ignored him, but he stubbornly chased after her to strike up a conversation. "You've finally come out of seclusion. It looks like the Green Lotus sword art is about to break through, right? Could you spare a few pointers?" Shen Siphon turned back impatiently, her cold gaze sweeping over him. She clicked her tongue and simply spat out, "Scram!" Without giving him a chance to continue, she raised her hand and flung him away, the motion clean and decisive. The man lost his balance, fell off his sword, and rolled on the ground for over a dozen rotations. A series of thuds audible even from a distance. Shen Siphon didn't look back, flying away, leaving the man floundering below. Her eyes were filled with coldness and resolve. Her sleeves fluttered gently in the wind as she silently vowed, "If you dare deceive me, I'll cut everything off with one sword strike and switch to the supreme emotionless sword Dao." Lu Yuan frowned, his tone certain. "I'm afraid the Green Lotus Swordmaster has come out of seclusion for me." Ning Shangrong raised an eyebrow in confusion. "For you, is it a romantic debt?" Lu Yuan pleaded in agony. "Change the subject, this is a matter of life and death. Spare me." Ning Shangrong crossed her arms and turned her face away in a huff. "Fine, I won't argue with you." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly flattered her. "You're the best." Then he frowned again, nervously clearing his throat. "No, I need to get out of here and lie low." Ning Shangrong felt a headache coming on, forcing herself to stay calm. Lu Yuan grabbed the luggage on the ground, put Juju on top of his head, and frantically packed up before running out, only managing to leave behind, "I'm going to Chiyu village to pick up Jiyu Chang. If you ever need to find me, come to Yushu Dao's sect." Ning Shangrong shouted anxiously after his retreating figure. Soon after, sunlight bathed the forest and rustling sounds came from the thick grass. Jiyu Chang followed behind Lu Yuan, panting and constantly calling out, "Master, slow down. I can't walk anymore." Lu Yuan was panicked and couldn't care about anything else, just urging, "Hurry, hurry, we're fleeing for our lives." Before he finished speaking, his face changed drastically as a long sword brushed past his eyes. The sword came from nowhere and plunged straight into the ground in front of Lu Yuan. His face turned pale and he quickly stepped back. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, countless terrifying images flashing through his mind. A foot gently landed on the sword's hilt. Shen's siphon descended slowly from the air. Her face was dark, her gaze sharp as a knife, and she spoke coldly. "Jun Zan, long time no see." Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, his face filled with barely concealed terror. He nervously glanced at the information panel. Character: Shen Siphon. Gender: female. Title: Green Lotus Swordmaster, slays demons, refines detachment, takes fierce heart. Immortal Dao level, refining void 7th layer. Status: normal, killing intent fluctuating. Lu Yuan groaned inwardly. Killing intent fluctuating, this is clearly a sign she's about to strike. His eyes reddened, nearly in despair. "This time I'm really going to die." Shen Siphon suddenly glanced at Jiyu Chong, who was hiding behind Lu Yuan. With her hands behind her back, she asked calmly, "Your son?" Lu Yuan quickly waved his hands to explain. "This is my recently tricked, recently accepted disciple." Shen Siphon frowned. "Disciple?" She landed lightly, staring at Lu Yuan, and gritted her teeth as she asked, "Can't have kids, so you take a disciple? Does that count as not breaking the promise?" She subtly waved her hand, and the sword stuck in the ground vibrated before flying cleanly back into her hand. Shen Siphon raised the sword, pointing it at his face, and demanded coldly, "So did you get married or not?" Lu Yuan's voice was resolute. "No," he frowned, forcing himself to explain clearly. "Back then I promised you that if you ever defeated me, I would marry you. I know you must have heard I was getting married and came to settle the score." The sword in front of Lu Yuan trembled slightly. Shen Siphon's voice dropped, tinged with confusion. "How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? If I kill you, I'll go back and cultivate the emotionless Dao." Lu Yuan lowered his head and was silent for a moment before saying, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm only at the nascent soul stage now. If you want to kill me, it's just a thought away." A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Siphon's face. Nascent soul stage. She withdrew her sword, her gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Full of doubt, she asked, "How did your cultivation drop so much? And there are clear signs of severe qi and blood loss. What have you been through these past few years?" Lu Yuan looked up and met her eyes. "Let the past be the past, but I truly don't want to face you like this." His voice turned cold, decisively cutting off the lingering connection. "I'm no longer worthy of your pursuit. Forget about me." Shen Siphon was completely stunned. Just then a voice suddenly sounded from the side, interrupting their reunion. Shen Siphon, a cultivator, landed lightly. The young man had a serious expression. He bowed loudly to Shen Siphon. "Kui Ting, senior disciple of the Heart Sword sect, hereby challenges the young sword master of Taiching Pavilion. Please enlighten me." The newcomer was indeed Kui Ting, a senior disciple of the Heart Sword sect. Lu Yuan's face was full of surprise, but inwardly he was overjoyed. "Good brother, you couldn't have come at a better time." Lu Yuan was so moved he almost cried. "Whatever you're here for, today you're my lifesaver." Lu Yuan grabbed Kui Ting's hand, cleared his throat, and said solemnly, "The generational feud between the Heart Sword sect and the Green Lotus Swordmaster will be settled here today." Shen Siphon's gaze instantly turned cold, but she couldn't be bothered to look at him. Kui Ting was momentarily stunned, then anger surged. He shouted furiously, "Hey Shen Siphon, I'm talking to you." He suddenly noticed Lu Yuan beside her and froze, realizing there was someone else here. Kui Ting scratched his head awkwardly. "The atmosphere doesn't seem right." His face darkened, and he shook the sword in his hand, suggesting, "It seems I've come at a bad time, but since you two can't sort things out quickly, why not fight me first?" Shen Siphon, who had been holding in a bellyful of anger with nowhere to vent, immediately agreed. Hearing this, Kui Ting politely cupped his hands to Lu Yuan. "This fellow Taoist, please step aside for now. With your cultivation level, you might get caught in the crossfire." Lu Yuan pointed at himself in confusion. "Me?" The next second he excitedly grabbed Kui Ting's hand and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, you're such a good person." Kui Ting was taken aback, then awkwardly nodded politely. "There's no need for such courtesy, fellow Taoist." Lu Yuan, without changing his expression or skipping a beat, said sincerely, No, this isn't courtesy. I genuinely think you're a good person. High cultivation, upright character. It makes me feel a bit inferior." Kui Ting looked bewildered. "Ah, really?" He scratched his head shyly. You flatter me, you flatter me." Shen Siphon silently watched Kui Ting and Lu Yuan say their goodbyes like old friends reuniting after a long separation. Knowing full well what Lu Yuan was up to, but she couldn't be bothered to expose him. Lu Yuan's face was pale, his back felt cold, and he frantically urged himself, "Run." Kui Ting turned and drew his sword, his expression turning serious. "Please enlighten me." Shen Siphon's expression remained utterly indifferent as she merely snorted, "HMPH." Soon, two sharp long swords clashed in the air with a resounding boom. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan quickly pulled Jiyu Chong away from this terrifying place of trouble. Lu Yuan took out two paper figures and directly cast a substitution technique, turning them into likenesses of himself and Jiyu Chong. Jiyu Chong looked up at him in surprise. "The paper figures turned into us." Lu Yuan nodded, stroking his chin. "This is a relatively simple technique from the Xuanwu secret vault. You can learn it later too." Jiyu Chong stared excitedly at the paper figures in front of him. "Really? I want to learn." He leaned in to examine the paper figure that looked exactly like him, comparing every detail and marveled. It's truly identical. Lu Yuan pointed behind them and commanded with authority, "Go, head for the distance." The two paper figures obeyed and immediately took off running at top speed. Lu Yuan crossed his arms and nodded smugly. "The substitutes carry our aura, leading Shen's siphon in the opposite direction from us." He suddenly frowned and called out in a low voice, "Ji Ying." Ji Ying silently jumped down from a tree, startling Ji Yu Chang, who only then noticed her presence. She replied respectfully, "Here." Lu Yuan handed her a jade pendant and instructed her to hold it. He raised his hand and said seriously, "I'll teach you how to cast Dream Phantom." Ji Ying nodded. "Okay then." Ji Ying immediately began casting the spell. Dream Phantom. Lu Yuan frowned, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a dashing young man with red hair. He watched with great interest. "I praise your talent." Hearing a noise beside him, he turned around and almost burst out laughing. Ji Yu Chang had turned into a little red-haired girl, looking incredibly beautiful. Ji Yu Chang panicked immediately. "Master, my body." He raised his hand to touch his unfamiliar face and said frantically, "I've turned into a girl." Lu Yuan held back his laughter, patted his shoulder and comforted him. All right, let's just get through this first. The farther away we are, the harder it is to be found." Zhao Zhao also came running over on his short legs. Lu Yuan glanced at him and nodded in satisfaction. "Meow, Zhao Zhao has changed a lot too. Not bad then." Lu Yuan looked at the information panel in front of him, smiled, and commanded, "Cancel all stacked bonuses and show my true current cultivation level." He silently calculated, thinking, my true level is now 5. It took less than half a month to reach level 5 before, and now I need a month to consolidate it. Lu Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder when Senior Ding passed his power to him back then, his cultivation only increased a little. Because he had helped him reorganize his entire cultivation base. Lu Yuan stuck out his tongue sheepishly, but his heart was full of gratitude. Ji Yu Chang asked cautiously, "Master, where are we going now?" Lu Yuan stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Zhao and placed him on his head, sneering, "HMPH, I'm taking you somewhere." The fat cat sat steadily on Lu Yuan's head, only saying, "Fine." 5 days later, the two were still on their way to that place. Lu Yuan teased the kitten. "Zhao Zhao, you need to lose some weight." He glanced at him and joked, "Even if your appearance has changed, your weight hasn't changed at all." Soon, they finally reached their destination. Lu Yuan stopped in front of a place where countless flying swords were suspended in the air. He smiled faintly. "Ah, we're here," he introduced briefly. "This is the most bustling gathering place for mortal cultivators in Shu Sword Pavilion, 10,000 Sword City." Ji Yu Chang was utterly awestruck, exclaiming, "Wow!" Lu Yuan crossed his arms and gazed up at the sky, saying in a deep voice, "Soon, the Sword Pavilion will host the once-a-decade Tide Viewing and Sword Listening Assembly. Most cultivators will flock here then, making it much easier to fish in troubled waters." His gaze paused slightly, but in his mind he thought, this Tide Viewing and Sword Listening Assembly is also a PvP dungeon for player versus boss combat. Lu Yuan revealed a meaningful smile and slowly explained, "By viewing the tide, we mean watching the Celestial River's tide. The Celestial River originates from the Jade Snow Mountain in the southwest of the central continent, and eventually flows into the Red Forest Sea in the southeast. Once every 10 years, around the 5th or 6th month, a tidal surge occurs. The tide reverses from the Red Forest Sea and collides with the melting ice and snow from Jade Snow Mountain, creating a spectacular sight," he continued. "And listening to the sword means hearing the sound of a batch of newly forged swords from the Sword Pavilion over the past decade as they emerge from the furnace, used to assess the sword's grades and the swordsmith's star ratings." Ji Yu Gong eagerly suggested, "Master, let's go to the Tide Viewing and Sword Listening Assembly too." Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up and nodded readily. Of course, he was also filled with anticipation inside. Dungeon drops of equipment were nothing unusual, but maybe he could also find traces of the 3 materials needed to hatch the true sun 3-legged golden crow. After a while, they reached the city gate. The guard soldier took the token, glanced at it, and read in a deep voice, "Red maple." He frowned, looking like he wanted to cause trouble. "A loose cultivator, 1 spirit stone." Ji Yu Chang couldn't help but say, "That expensive?" The man glanced at him and said flatly, 2 people, 2 spirit stones, and I'll throw in a map for directions." After entering the city, Ji Yu Chang was still fuming over the incident. But Lu Yuan beside him had already commented with a smile that this map hadn't changed at all. He scanned the map seriously. "Let me see where the inn is." Ji Yu Chang stood on tiptoe, his view blocked, and asked puzzledly, "Master, is that a brothel?" Lu Yuan replied casually, "Ink Pavilion, the most famous brothel in 10,000 Sword City, next to 100 Flowers Alley." He couldn't help but chuckle, raised a hand and pressed down on Ji Yu Chang's head to scare him. "That's a place that devours people without spitting out bones. Kids shouldn't look." In reality, behind Ink Pavilion was a gray organization in the cultivation world as renowned as the Azure Fall sect called the Azure Mortal Realm. It was even more secretive than the Azure Fall sect with stricter entry conditions. Just then, all eyes suddenly turned in one direction. The rapid sound of horse hooves rang out as a carriage pulled by a pair of twin-horned white horses arrived and stopped. A man in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Is that a spirit beast?" Lu Yuan and Juju both turned to look, startled. Could it be the Zanyin clan? A pretty brown-haired girl was driving the carriage ahead. She pulled hard on the reins and lightly commanded, "Whoa!" The gate soldier, who had just looked down on Lu Yuan and the others, now became extremely respectful toward this carriage. He bowed and asked cautiously, "May I ask if this is the carriage of the Zanyin clan?" The girl nodded seriously at the gate soldier and then raised a token. "The Zanyin clan has an appointment with the city lord. I am a maidservant of the Zanyin clan." Jun Zan was startled, his face turning pale, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it really is the Zanyin clan." Sweat poured down his face like a spring, and his whole body trembled. Why of all times did they have to come to 10,000 Sword City now? No, I can't get nervous. Nothing has happened yet. I can't lose my composure. The gate soldier bowed respectfully and raised his hand to guide the way. "Understood. This way, please." The maidservant immediately pulled the reins and drove the carriage through. Suddenly a hand reached out from inside the carriage, and a voice softly called, "Maidservant." She quickly responded, "Young master." The people around were stunned, their faces full of surprise and speculation. Young master." Upon hearing this name, Jun Zan's face instantly lost all color. He looked at the carriage in panic. In the upper central world, clans and sects were two different concepts. Sects valued ability while clans prioritized bloodline. Clans were formed because of special cultivation physiques that could be passed down through generations. The three most famous major clans in the upper central world were the Zanyin, the Stainless Flower Grace, and the Zanyin Stainless Flower Grace. Each represented a different physique, each with its unique traits. And the most special thing about the Zanyin clan was that it only had women. Jun Zan quickly grabbed Ji Yu Chang's collar to slip away. They were born with a Zanyin pearl, which they would refine at the appropriate age to simulate the union of yin and yang, meaning they could conceive on their own and perpetuate endlessly. Another hand reached out from inside the carriage, softly calling, "Maidservant." The maidservant immediately turned and asked, "Young master, what are your orders?" The people around couldn't help but exclaim, "The young master of the Zanyin clan, Yizika? Why is even the Zanyin young master here? She doesn't use a sword, so why would she come to the tide viewing and sword listening assembly?" The maidservant paid no attention to the murmurs below, and simply turned to listen to her master's instructions. Jun Zan silently recalled, in the battle at Tien Ning Cliff, Yi Zika had used the secret technique falling snow as blades, stirring up a blizzard that covered a 1,000-mile radius for 3 whole days. The entire mountain range was leveled, and the Azure Fall sect people who besieged her were either dead or maimed. The rest reduced to human stumps. In short, it could barely be considered swordsmanship. The crowd buzzed with discussion. "Who says she's definitely here for the assembly? Didn't we hear she has an appointment with the city lord? Maybe the Zanyin clan has business with the sword pavilion. It might not be anything major." Jun Zan was sweating coldly from tension. "No, how did she track me here? Is there some sign on me that even I can't see?" Suddenly a light screen appeared before him. Jun Zan sighed. Sure enough, the handbook has activated again. A beautiful girl with a hint of aristocratic bearing appeared in it. Character Yi Zika, gender, female, title, Zanyin cold snow picks all cold branches, refuses to perch. Immortal cultivation level. Refining void, 3rd layer, status. Normal, weak. Jun Zan's face turned ashen, and he was shocked as he carefully examined the skill, divine calculation, and ghostly schemes. He still stood in place on the surface, but inside he was roaring madly, "Damn it, how did I forget this? In this Shenxia world, there's also a skill called deduction of the celestial chess." Jun Zan sobbed inwardly while praying to the gods, "Don't come any closer. If you do, this will really turn into a survival game." The maidservant suddenly jumped off the carriage. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Then she cupped her hands and announced loudly, "My young master says that coming in haste today has caused trouble and displeasure for everyone, and feels very guilty." The maidservant extended 5 fingers and continued, "So she has instructed me to compensate each of you with 50 spirit stones. Please come forward to collect them." The surroundings immediately buzzed again, with people exclaiming in surprise, 50 spirit stones, really? That's the style of a great clan." Jun Zan frowned nervously at the carriage, now convinced that Yi Zika had deduced he was nearby but couldn't pinpoint his exact location due to the dreamlike shadow, so she was gathering everyone to the front. Ji Yu Chang asked softly, "Master, should we go?" He sighed. "Going now would only draw more attention." Jun Zan wanted to flip a table and cursed, "Go my ass." With that, he quickly pulled Ji Yu Yang out of the crowd and headed toward the inn. The little boy looked reluctant, and Chen Chu said, "What about those 50 spirit stones?" Distracted for a moment, Jun Zan bumped into a tall man ahead who asked angrily, "What are you doing, trying to cut in line?" Jun Zan rubbed his reddened nose and said aggrievedly, "Move aside, who wants to cut in line? I'm trying to leave, you're the ones blocking the way." The man in front frowned and asked suspiciously, "What did you say?" "You want to leave," the crowd around also started murmuring, "turning down 50 free spirit stones? Are you out of your mind today?" Jun Zan had already made up his mind. If one person couldn't do it, he'd trick everyone. He stood in the crowd, raised his head and crossed his arms, speaking arrogantly. "We cultivators seek justice and the Tao in our hearts. Who cares about those 50 spirit stones?" The people around immediately jeered. "Kid, you don't look like you have much money. A reckless fool like you probably just joined a sect, still chasing justice. Watch yourself starve on the streets." The maidservant was drawn by the commotion and looked over curiously. Jun Zan glanced at her, counting silently in his mind. The timing was almost right, he sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. "May I ask, is your dignity worth only these spirit stones? Just a moment ago you were gnashing your teeth at the privileges of those sects, and now you're reaching out to beg for their charity. Isn't that ridiculous?" The gazes around gradually darkened. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing. "Yeah, 50 spirit stones aren't that hard to earn anyway." Suddenly a heavy hand slapped onto Jun Zan's shoulder and a voice praised, "Well said, young friend." Jun Zan was taken aback. Turning around, "Kui Ting, how did he end up here?" He cupped his hands seriously and introduced himself. "I am Kui Ting, a senior disciple of the Heart Sword sect. Forgive me for saying so, but these aristocratic clans are just relying on their bloodlines to bully others." Kui Ting began to argue passionately. "I know everyone here fears the strength of those from the great clans, but it's fine." He patted his chest and loudly guaranteed, "I, Kui Ting, will represent everyone and demand an apology from the Zan Yin clan." Hearing this, Chun Zan was so moved he almost cried, praising inwardly, "Damn, this kid is truly a righteous friend." The crowd was stirred up and immediately changed their tune, shouting in unison, "Yes, an apology, apology." Kui Ting stepped forward to the carriage on behalf of everyone and said, "I am a senior disciple of the Heart Sword sect. Please, young master of the Zan Yin clan, give an explanation to all the cultivators here." The guards around immediately tensed up and quickly warned each other, "Go report to the city lord. If they anger the Zan Yin clan, we're done for." There was still no movement from inside the carriage. Yizika silently confirmed, "The divine calculation and ghostly schemes isn't wrong. He must be here." She scanned through the curtain crack, analyzing the situation. That person who tried to leave first earlier was suspicious. But the aura doesn't match, the cultivation level doesn't match, and he's with a little girl. Kui Ting is even less likely. Could he still be hiding in the crowd? Yizika coldly continued her deduction. "Just a little closer and I can directly cast a spell to break the disguise and lock onto him." Outside, Kui Ting's firm voice kept pressing, "Hey, young master of the Zan Yin clan, please give an explanation." She couldn't help but frown. The Heart Sword sect lives up to its reputation, truly annoying. She raised a hand to dispel the spiritual energy and said irritably, "Damn it, I was so close." Yizika sighed softly, thinking, "Since you've come to 10,000 Sword City, you must have something to do. I don't know why you're avoiding me, but as long as you're still in this city, I'll find a way to catch you sooner or later." She frowned and sent a telepathic message. After receiving instructions, the maidservant nodded in understanding. "Understood," she announced solemnly. "Everyone, my young master feels that the previous compensation wasn't enough." Kui Ting was stunned, then delighted at his apparent success. It worked, and so quickly, but the maidservant's next words directly extinguished his small joy. 50 spirit stones weren't enough to show sincerity, so let's make it 500. "Those who already collected, please come again." This was too outrageous. Kui Ting stood frozen, speechless. 500 spirit stones. The crowd cheered and sighed with no trace of opposition left. The Zan Yin clan is truly generous, worthy of a great clan. Kui Ting stood there completely dazed, his spirit utterly shattered. How can this be? Was my master right all along? Are some things truly unchangeable? The maidservant waved her hand politely. "How much are your grand principles worth in spirit stones, if you can't even survive? Who needs your justice?" The crowd happily collected their money and dispersed, not forgetting to flash him sincere, grateful smiles. "Thank you, Senior Kui. Thank you, Senior Kui. Thanks for your help today, brother." The maidservant drove the carriage away, not missing the chance to mock, "The Heart Sword sect sure loves to meddle." With a flick of the whip, she left. Inside the carriage, Yizika was still secretly instructing the maidservant via telepathy. "Keep an eye on the one who left first, and Kui Ting," she thought viciously. "Once I borrow the great formation of 10,000 Sword City, and turn the whole city into a cage, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." As for Kui Ting, his vision went dark and he stood there, dazed, enduring the first major blow of his life. Jun Zan let out a dry laugh, feeling a bit of sympathy for this brother. Several guards holding items, barely suppressing their laughter at the trembling Kui Ting, respectfully presented them. True person Kui, the Heart Sword sect has good relations with 10,000 Sword City. You may enter the city for free. Here is a map. Junzan flicked his finger, sending a copper coin flying toward the guard, and said generously, True person Kui's entry fee is on me. Kui Ting's eyes reddened, and he was so moved he couldn't speak. So from start to finish, there was still one person who stood by righteousness and refused to compromise. He turned solemnly and cupped his hands. No need for this young friend to spend his money. I will follow the rules. With that he turned back, placed the copper coin in the guard's hand and instructed, You go guard the gate. I'll find my own lodging. Junzan silently watched Kui Ting wave goodbye, thinking, why didn't I notice the Heart Sword sect before? This Kui Ting doesn't appear often and he's not within the scope of potential targets, but now it seems this guy is actually pretty decent. Junzan's mouth twitched. No, why am I subconsciously thinking about targets again just then? Kui Ting spoke absent-mindedly. Near ink you get blackened, near vermilion you get reddened. The pursuit of justice should come from the heart. His gaze gradually grew firm, as if he had suddenly understood something. I know what I need to do. He suddenly grabbed Junzan's hand, the warm and enthusiastic gesture startling Junzan. Thank you, young friend. Junzan smiled warmly and took the chance to slip away. I'm happy for you too, but we need to get to the inn. My little sister hasn't eaten yet. Jiyu Chong quickly nodded in agreement. Kui Ting scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, I got too excited, he then said sincerely. But I still don't know your name, brother. Though we've just met, it feels like meeting an old friend. Hearing this, Junzan was speechless. Do sword users all have such sharp intuition? He had no choice but to politely cup his hands. I am Junzan, a minor loose cultivator from Fragrant Kingdom. I heard that the Tide Viewing and Sword Listening Assembly gathers the young talents of all the major immortal sects in the central continent, so Kui Ting put a hand on his shoulder, interrupting him, and nodded in agreement. Right, this is indeed a good training opportunity for you. He gave a thumbs up in encouragement. Foundation Establishment 5th layer. You might not take first place, but if you can squeeze into the top 50, that's already pretty impressive. If he could make it into the top 30, he would have a chance to challenge. Then Kui Ting excitedly suggested it wouldn't be a bad idea to take his sister along to broaden her horizons. How old are you this year? Junzan smiled and replied, 19. He immediately analyzed seriously. At 19, being at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, though a bit behind the disciples of the major sects, is still quite impressive for a rogue cultivator. He suddenly lowered his head, looking at him meaningfully. If you could get guidance from a sect, he cupped his hands and leaned in to actively recruit Junzan. Though it's a bit abrupt, brother Junzan, are you interested in joining the Heart Sword sect? Kui Ting said with a serious expression. He looked determined to drag him away. I can vouch with my reputation that I'll ensure you enjoy the treatment of a true disciple. Junzan felt a bit awkward and politely declined. I already have a master. Switching to another sect wouldn't be appropriate. He sighed in disappointment, his face full of regret. It's admirable to uphold the dignity of your master. What a pity. Then he excitedly placed his hand on Junzan's chest, sincerely expressing admiration. But I truly admire the anger you showed toward those people earlier. Junzan smiled modestly. At that moment I was just momentarily furious. Please don't laugh at me, Master Kui. Unexpectedly, Kui Ting cheerfully put his arm around Junzan's shoulder. He insisted on pulling him close, making it impossible for him to escape. Just call me Kui Ting. I feel a connection with you. Let's be friends. Kui Ting closed his eyes, sighed and spoke with a hint of regret. This time, I came to the Tide Watching and Sword Listening Assembly, which is also my first time descending the mountain and entering the world. Actually, I didn't want to accept the invitation at first, but a few days ago, the Green Lotus Sword Maiden suddenly got married, so I decided to challenge her. Unfortunately, I still failed. Junzan exclaimed in surprise. Wow, that Green Lotus Sword Maiden must be very powerful. But inwardly he sneered, who's the newcomer here? You're a 200-year-old nascent soul cultivator. Kui Ting looked dejected, his face bitter, and Junzan felt some sympathy for him. She was so strong that I couldn't even muster the thought of resisting or escaping. Saying this, Kui Ting regained some of his handsome pride. He gestured as he spoke, but luckily I pulled myself together in the end. Since I was already here, it wouldn't be good to refuse the invitation, so I came along to be a judge. Junzan was taken aback and asked in confusion, Do you mean you came with the Green Lotus Sword Maiden? He turned around, looking bewildered. What, is there a problem? Junzan quickly shook his head. No, nothing, he frowned and guessed. If she hasn't come looking for me, it means the dream shadow is still effective. Junzan silently prayed to the gods. It seems she's the type least likely to leave any strange marks. She trusts you purely on intuition, he generously decided. Then I'll take you to the inn. Follow me. Kui Ting politely nodded in thanks. Then I'll trouble you, brother Junzan. Junzan smiled faintly, but inwardly he thought, using this person as a shield, bringing this shield along is indeed necessary. The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion, where servants bowed in unison to greet the arrival. The young master of the Zan Yin clan has arrived. A servant respectfully led the way, saying, "The city lord has arranged accommodations for the young master. Please follow me." He lowered his voice and added, "The city lord knows that the Zan Yin young master prefers not to be seen, so he has specially set the daily residence as the meeting place to ensure safety and secrecy." The disciple had no objections and replied politely, "We naturally trust the city lord's arrangements." Soon, the group arrived at the location where a maidservant was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing them, she bowed solemnly and said, "Welcome, young master of Zan Yin." The disciple approached the carriage and said softly, "Young master, we've arrived." Then she gently extended her hand for Yi Zik to support as she stepped down. Yi Zik, dignified and radiant, slowly descended from the carriage. She entered the city lord's mansion with composure, and the maidservant bowed to report, "Young master, the city lord is already waiting inside." Yi Zik frowned, immediately noticing that these seemingly inconspicuous maidservants were all above the nascent soul level in strength. Inside, someone was using a brush to trace elegant characters on paper. It was a beauty with delicate features. Duan Lanruo, the city lord of 10,000 Sword City. The former wife of the Sword Pavilion Master, she had been waiting inside for some time. Yi Zik glanced down and saw only the character Jun on the paper. Yi Zik closed her eyes in thought. Eyes Jun referring to Jun Zan, but she quickly dismissed the idea. "HMPH, I'm overthinking." Duan Lanruo noticed her change in expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it strange? I often find myself bored in the city lord's mansion, so I practice calligraphy to cultivate my mind," she praised. "The city lord's calligraphy is beautiful, graceful and smooth yet full of spirit." Duan Lanruo smiled modestly. "To receive praise from the Zan Yin young master is my honor." Yi Zik replied indifferently, "I rarely compliment others. I'm just stating the facts." She got straight to the point. "I assume the city lord already knows the purpose of my visit." Duan Lanruo nodded and didn't hide it. "The young master wants to temporarily borrow the 10,000 Swords Grand Array." Duan Lanruo took a thoughtful sip of tea, seeming hesitant. "This matter is of great importance. I'm afraid I can't help, after all." 10,000 Sword City, Yi Zik interrupted bluntly, offering the price of a first-grade spirit vein. She was momentarily stunned, then pondered in surprise. Duan Lanruo looked at her, secretly assessing. "I've long heard that the Zan Yin young master spends money like water, even giving away a spirit vein so casually. Last time, the guard reported that she casually gave away 500 spirit stones. It seems that's just routine." She was already wavering but still sighed and said hesitantly, "Now that the Sword Pavilion's tide-watching and sword-listening assembly is imminent, if something goes wrong." Yi Zik calmly took another sip of tea and threw out an even more shocking price. 2 first-grade spirit veins, plus a Phantom C Nether Iron vein. Duan Lanruo was jolted. Phantom C Nether Iron, hearing the next line. Duan Lanruo stiffened even more. Plus the Heavenly Ring Sword. Yi Zik tested softly. "One of the Sword Pavilion's top 10 divine swords fell into our Zan Yin hands back then. Don't you want to take it back?" Duan Lanruo's face darkened slightly, her expression tense. "But may I ask one thing? The young master is paying such a high price just to use the 10,000 Swords Grand Array once. What for?" she said softly, flipping over the paper with the character Jun on the table and answering meaningfully. Her slender fingers traced over the paper with the vermilion Jun character. Duan Lanruo frowned in silence. "Is there really such a coincidence in the world?" she wondered suspiciously. "Is she testing me? It can't be the same person, can it?" Yi Zik picked up the paper and the two probed each other with their own agendas. "If it's just for one person, why go to such lengths, even requiring the young master to act personally? I can't guarantee I'll catch him, and even the 10,000 Swords Grand Array might not trap him." Yi Zik's expression was calm to the point of coldness. As she slowly pondered, "He seems to possess a divine ability that transcends the rules of time and space, making it impossible even for a Tribulation Transcendence cultivator to lock onto his location." At this, Duan Lanruo suddenly remembered something and immediately asked a question that made her heart race. "Is it elusive and unpredictable?" Her expression shook as she continued to confirm carefully. "No matter when or where, he can suddenly appear without any warning." She grew more excited as she spoke, slamming her hand on the paper on the table. "During the time he disappeared, no matter what spell was used, he couldn't be traced, as if he had never existed, right?" Yi Zik began to feel nervous and asked hesitantly, "City Lord Duan, how do you know so clearly?" This sentence was like the last straw, and both of them froze, staring at each other with cold sweat on their foreheads. Duan Lanruo sat down calmly and shook her head. Nothing, I've just seen many similar cases and suddenly remembered. Yi Zik was slightly stunned. Seen? Is there really such a coincidence in the world? She asked cautiously. Duan Lanruo replied calmly. As the city lord, I've also seen this special divine ability. I witnessed it on an old senior, but unfortunately he has passed away. She felt uneasy, taking a sip of tea to calm herself, and was almost certain. Who else but Li Junquan would dare to strike at someone from the Zan Yin clan? Duan Lanruo closed her eyes and drained her teacup. If she wants to catch him, then I, Duan Lanruo, will keep him here and make him understand who truly cares for him. She set conditions with a stern face. I can let you use the 10,000 swords grand array once, but it must be under our supervision. Upon hearing this, Yi Zik remained silent in thought. A few seconds later, a slight smile curled at the corner of her lips. Yi Zik extended her hand. Pleasant cooperation. The two stunning beauties thus boarded the same boat, holding hands in a pleasant collaboration. Duan Lanruo had already planned in her heart, when you push him to the brink, that's when I'll step in. Though the deal was struck, each harbored their own schemes. Regardless of the relationship between Duan Lanruo and Jun Zan, she would use her influence this time, then snatch the person away. A moment later, Yi Zik left, leaving Duan Lanruo alone, leisurely sitting by the table. She called out, "A you." Instantly, a figure descended like lightning from above, landing softly. The person knelt respectfully, ready to receive orders. Duan Lanruo stroked her chin and instructed, "Compile a record of everyone who entered the city during the chaos earlier." Her eyes were cold with a hint of a smile. "Include appearances and token information, focusing on those who used illegal means to forge identities." A Yu cupped her hands in acknowledgement. Understood, then, with a flicker. She vanished like lightning, leaving only a faint afterimage in the air. Duan Lanruo, graceful and triumphant, thought, Lu Junquan, since you've come to me willingly, how can I let someone else take you away?" Her cheeks flushed slightly as she couldn't help imagining, if only I could face him openly and exchange a few words instead of always sneaking around like this. Duan Lanruo excitedly covered her eyes and jumped twice. "Oh dear, what am I daydreaming about?" The scene shifts to another area. This is the Joyful Inn. Joyful Inn encounter location. Special NPCs refresh randomly every week. Kui Ding and the group had just arrived when the innkeeper immediately said, "Honored guests, the superior rooms are all taken now." Jun Yang, leisurely shaking her smoking pipe, bluntly reminded them, "If you want to stay, only the large common room downstairs is left. You're so noisy, I find it annoying." The few people immediately showed displeasure, their faces dark. "The common room? Are we supposed to squeeze in with those mortals?" she asked coldly. "May I ask your cultivation level?" A man pointed at himself, proudly boasting, "Foundation establishment." Jun Yang took a light puff of her pipe. She declared flatly, "Sorry, but even the ordinary rooms now house core formation cultivators." The few people immediately deflated like punctured balloons, bewildered. "Core formation." The three were terrified and whispered in panic, Then we'll take the common room." "The common room is fine too," she snorted arrogantly. HMPH, Kui Ding and Jun Zan with Chu Chu beside them watched and sighed. As expected, during the tide-watching and sword-listening assembly, a flood of cultivators pours in, filling even the inns. Before he could finish, Jun Zan rushed forward under Kui Ding's astonished gaze. "A brother Hong Feng, what are you doing?" Carrying Chu Chu on his shoulder, Jun Zan walked in calmly, raised his hand and greeted, "Jun Yang, remember the bean cake from back then?" She was stunned, lost in thought for a while. Jun Zan smiled. After a moment, Jun Yang tentatively asked, "Are you?" She suddenly sniffed lightly as if sensing something, then asked eagerly, "How did you come here?" Character Jun Yang, 3 stars, gender, female, title, fox-faced beauty, alluring and charming, level, demon spirit, nascent soul, level 2, status, normal. Jun Zan replied somewhat awkwardly, "Yeah, I came for the Sword Pavilion assembly and happened to see you. I wanted to stay with a friend, but it seems the inn is full." She enthusiastically pointed at herself and said generously, "What's the problem? Just stay in my room." Jun Zan was taken aback, clearly not expecting this. Isn't this character's friendship root? There are a few jars of wine on the shelf." Fox, Jun Yang's affinity, kindred spirit. Jun Yang naturally walked over and took his arm. Only then did Jun Zan relax. As long as the affinity is fine, it should be okay." Jun Yang was very generous. She smiled and said, "Come on, I'll take you." Chu Chu suddenly sensed something, immediately widened its eyes, bristled and glared at her fiercely. "Chirp, monster, how dare you seduce my mount?" Chu Chu's action stunned both of them. Jun Zan quickly averted his gaze, looking tense, and gently placed his hand on Chu Chu's forehead, using the contract to suppress it. "This little one is a bit timid and easily startled." Jun Yang nodded silently. She pursed her lips in a smile, leaned close to Jun Zan and whispered, "It seems you've gained quite a lot during your time away." On the surface he just smiled bitterly, but inwardly he felt a pang of bitterness. "Indeed, I've gained a lot, like 200 wives or something." After chatting for a while, Kui Ding walked in looking confused. Are you friends? Junzan nodded and explained. Yeah, Juniyoung ran into some trouble back then. He recalled the old days. I was starving, gave her a piece of bean cake, then took it back and we became friends. Kui Ding was immensely envious and valued their bond. Indeed, friendship forged in hardship is most precious. The friendship route is harder than the romance route. Giving gifts can increase affinity a lot. Anyway, just spend money. Junzan patted Chu Chu's head and said with a smile, That's true, but Juniyoung, I brought a friend along. Are we really staying in your room? Juniyoung winked at him. Don't worry, the big room has space. She curved her lips into a smile and spread her arms to lead the way. Come on, I'll take you there. Just then, Kui Ding quickly declined. No need. Brother Hong Feng can stay upstairs. I'll take the downstairs. Is there still space in the common room? A few of Junzan's friends had already gone in. Juniyoung didn't insist and just nodded. That works. The three soon walked inside, chatting as they went. Juniyoung asked curiously, teasing. What? Even your face has changed? Are you being chased by romantic entanglements? Junzan put his hands behind his head and said slowly, It's a long story. She walked ahead with her eyes closed, snorting as if sulking. I'm not interested in your overnight stay, she reminded him. I told you years ago that you'd eventually run into romantic trouble. Be careful yourself. Junzan smiled awkwardly. That was then. Who knew it would turn out like this now? Suddenly Juniyoung turned around, gently placed her hand on him and said with a glint in her eyes, During the assembly there are many people. I've already converted the big room into a multi-person room. Let's all get along. Junzan and his companions entered the room and politely cupped their hands in greeting. I am Hong Feng, a rogue cultivator. I've brought my younger sister to Wanjian City to see the world. I hope you'll all look after us. There were several others in the room. A man in yellow stepped forward to return the greeting. You're too kind. Meeting by chance is fate, he introduced himself. I'm Lu Yu, a disciple of Zhan Tian sect. The young man sitting on the meditation bed and the woman in red also spoke. Shu Dian Hall, Ran Guanlin, Li Huo sect, Ni Fei Luan. Then came a woman with multicolored hair and a calm demeanor, Murang Lian. Junzan wondered to himself, is that a man? Finally, there was a female sword cultivator with dreamy purple hair. Ling Yu of Yu Shu Dao sect. He nodded politely. A pleasure to meet you. Lu Yu smiled and pointed to two empty beds. You, your sister, and your cat can stay here. Ling Yu suddenly glanced at him. Lu Yu was very enthusiastic and chattered on. This inn is under the jurisdiction of the Wanjian City Guards, so you don't have to worry about anything while cultivating. Junzan gave a dry laugh and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's quite good. But inwardly he was speechless. This NPC was way too enthusiastic. Just then, Jiyu Chang was already lying on the bed playing with Zhao Zhao. The little one excitedly suggested, I want to sleep on this side with Zhao Zhao, meow. Suddenly, Ling Yu asked coldly, Do you know the innkeeper? Junzan nodded in admission. Yes, she's my friend. Hearing this, Ran Guanlin suddenly let out a snicker. This stunned the other two, who turned to look at him. Ran Guanlin sat on the bed cultivating while casually chatting. The innkeeper of this Yu Lai Inn is a Fox Clan great demon at the nascent soul stage, and you're a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Ling Yu was silent for a moment. I just saw the innkeeper being somewhat close with him. He narrowed his eyes, frowning in thought. Being close to a fox demon doesn't necessarily mean they're friends. She might just be a cultivation cauldron. But Ran Guanlin quickly lost interest and closed his eyes again. Ling Yu stared at Junzan, a hint of wariness in her eyes. A rogue cultivator being friends with a nascent soul great demon was anything but simple. Junzan, busy tidying up, asked back in confusion, Taoist Ling Yu, are you asking because you need something from the innkeeper? Then he turned to look at Jiyu Chang and Zhao Zhao, who were playing. Watching Zhao Zhao play with its teeth bared, Ling Yu couldn't help but blush. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. Nothing major, you should rest now. Junzan smirked inwardly, guessing, could Ling Yu be a sucker for fluffy things? Night fell, the moonlight was serene. Junzan tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Zhao Zhao lay peacefully in his arms, speaking of which he wondered if Ling Yu would return to Yu Shu Dao sect after the assembly. If she did, it would be the same route. The streets were still bustling with people. Suddenly, Junzan felt a weight on him. He looked down in surprise and was startled. In a daze, he realized Zhao Zhao had somehow transformed into human form. Junzan immediately moved, quickly reaching out, but he was still a step too late and was trapped inside a barrier. Zhao Zhao sat triumphantly on top of him, looking majestic. Humble mount, I finally got my chance. Junzan frowned. What does this cat want now? She grinned slyly and threatened. You're dead meat today. Ha ha ha. Junzan raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth lifting. Is that so? Suddenly he twisted his hand and wrapped it around Zhao Zhao's waist. Junzan pulled hard, yanking her off him. He threw her onto the bed. Junzan sneered. If I remember correctly, this is the 23rd time. He pressed down on her, holding her in place, and asked coldly, I let the previous time slide, but tell me, who is the mount? Zhao Zhao stammered. Well, it's been a long time. Finally she pouted and reluctantly admitted. I'm the mount, all right. Junzan remained silent. He knew exactly how rebellious this girl was inside. Expressionless, he held up a recording stone, shaking it like a camera. "Do you know what this is?" Zhao Zhao was both aggrieved and angry. "Damn it, don't bully me too much." Her face flushed red as she shouted, "Even if I'm a demon, I still know what a recording stone is. Don't treat me like a country bumpkin." "Bastard," Junzan ordered in a deep voice, "kneel down and crawl for me." Zhao Zhao was stunned, her face full of confusion. "Crawl, crawl," he sneered, his tone icy without a trace of warmth, enunciating each word. "Can't understand human speech. Since you're a mount, do you know what a mount is supposed to do?" He darkened his face and commanded coldly, "Get down on all fours now and practice crawling for me." Zhao Zhao immediately panicked, her voice dropping. I am the true dragon soul of the red cloud-scaled flood dragon." She hugged her chest awkwardly and pleaded in a small voice, "I am noble, one of a kind in the world. I can still turn into a cat. You can't do this to me." She knelt, bent over as if about to do something. "Look at me now." Suddenly, Junzan reached out to her, releasing spiritual power to suppress her. A force yanked her up from the ground, stunning Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao trembled pitifully, tears welling up in her eyes. "Wah!" Junzan was completely unmoved and shouted coldly, "Hurry up. If I don't teach you a proper lesson, you'll dare to do it again next time." She pouted and turned her face away. Zhao Zhao obediently got down on all fours and started crawling forward. Junzan nodded in satisfaction and reminded her, "Remember your place, Mount." He was still recording everything with the recording stone and warned coldly, "I have the evidence. Next time you want to court death." Zhao Zhao threw herself onto the bed blushing and pulled the blanket over her face. "I won't dare anymore." Immediately after, Zhao Zhao turned back into a kitten. Just then, Junzan suddenly remembered, "Damn, Zhu Niang is still waiting for me. I can't just stand her up like this." He snorted, raised his hand and knocked on Zhao Zhao's head while shifting the blame. "Ahem, it's all Zhao Zhao's fault, all of it, woo-woo-woo." The night was deep. The bright moon hung high. In a cradle, a tiny baby was playing enthusiastically with a rattle. Zhu Niang's expression was blank, as if she was pondering something. She coaxed the child while snorting, her tone full of complaint. "I thought Lord Lu had already forgotten about this slave girl and didn't want to see me." Zhu Niang looked disappointed. "Sigh, before you called me Darling Jor, but now it's just innkeeper, and you're even late for our meeting." Junzan made excuses to defend himself. "Don't I know your temperament? If I really called you Darling Jor, I'm afraid you'd throw up everything you ate last night." She covered her mouth as if she was about to vomit. "You already called me that." Junzan's face stiffened, full of embarrassment. "That's not my fault," Zhu Niang sneered and turned back with sharp words. "Indeed it's not your fault. After all, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, naturally more important than this old fox." Junzan quickly said, "What spring night? I just picked up a disobedient cat. Those things aren't important. What did you need me for?" He looked curiously at the child in the cradle, changing the subject. "Is it about this child?" Junzan stroked his chin, observing silently. "No demonic aura, and it gives off a very comfortable feeling. Special constitution. Could this child be the bloodline of some exterminated family?" Zhu Niang nodded, looking at the innocent, chubby little one. "This child is called Hu Ji. I found her a year ago when I returned to the mountain. She's most likely not from a prestigious family because she's not human. I just can't tell what race she is." Junzan frowned. "Not human." The little girl still innocently opened her arms, laughing very happily. Zhu Niang recounted carefully, "When I found her, she was in a lake surrounded by a forest. She was floating in the very center of the lake without relying on any power. I knew then that she was definitely no ordinary being. Later, when I picked her up, many animals ran to the lakeshore and surrounded us, like courtiers paying homage." Junzan guessed in confusion. The behavior of a mountain spirit. Could she be a mountain spirit? She picked up a mountain spirit and brought it home. She frowned thoughtfully. "It's a bit like that, but not quite." Gigi looked at everyone with curious, wide eyes. Zhu Niang sighed. "That place is the Tai Shuan mountain range, a gathering place for the demon race. The mountain spirit there fell into a deep sleep hundreds of years ago. There are no signs of it waking up, but it hasn't died either. It can't give birth to a new mountain spirit. Just like the Zhu Yuan mountain range, the Tai Shuan mountain range is also part of the adventure mechanism. Only the Zhu Yuan mountain range is for treasure and fortune, while the Tai Shuan mountain range is for pet encounters." Junzan nodded, already forming a judgment in his mind. It seems Zhu Niang happened to pick up the cub of some benevolent creature. He asked in confusion, "Then why did you call me over?" He teased the little girl while smiling, waiting for her answer. "It's not like the child is naughty and hard to teach. If you want to break the rules, you need some physical persuasion." Zhu Niang proposed seriously. "I want to entrust her to you." Junzan's expression changed drastically, screaming inwardly, raise a girl." She even added specifically, "She can temporarily transform into a state of water or bone, and she also knows water-type healing spells." After saying this, she put on a look of disappointment and dejection, making anyone who saw it feel guilty. "If you're unwilling, then forget it." Junzan was puzzled. Can't you raise her yourself? I can see you two get along very well. Junniang shook her head and sighed. No, she looked at Gigi absent-mindedly and said slowly, the leader of our fox clan said that this child is probably a spirit born from the mountains and seas. Not a demon, not a god, but a spirit. If she lives with demons for a long time, she will lose her spirituality. Junzan said in a deep voice, so you came to me. Junniang nodded obediently, clasping her hands together in supplication. Consider it a request from your only friend. You are the human friend I trust the most, and there's only you. She wagged her fluffy tail and pleaded softly. I treat Gigi like a daughter. I don't want her to be tainted by my demonic aura. Please help me. Her long furry tail wrapped around him, rubbing against him. Junzan coughed lightly to remind her. The child is still here. Gigi's eyes were wide open, watching Junniang's soft, beautiful tail with great interest. Junzan had to concede, I can adopt her, but there's one thing I need to make clear first. Her eyes immediately lit up and she asked expectantly what it was. Suddenly a voice broke the silence of the room. Is the innkeeper here? Or rather, Ling Yu knocked on the door and asked, Hong Feng, are you here too? There's only a substitute talisman on your bed. Junzan twitched the corner of his mouth, completely speechless. Why does everyone like to come talk to me in the middle of the night? Junniang exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that you've been caught red-handed so many times that you're used to it? He was stifled with anger. What else can I do? She chuckled. True. Junniang slowly walked over and opened the door. As soon as Ling Yu saw her, she immediately blushed and stammered, I have a favor to ask of you. She looked up blankly, only to find Junzan also sitting in the room. Junniang asked naturally and casually, What can I do for you, Miss Ling Yu? Ling Yu hesitated, her face flushed with embarrassment. It took her a long time to force out a few words. Can I touch your tail? Jun Xian was startled. This fluff addict is too much. He shrank into the corner, trembling, muttering like a mantra. Instead of going to find a kitten or puppy, you come to a nascent soul great demon and ask to touch her tail. Ling Yu explained awkwardly, but her expression was very serious. I originally wanted to ask fellow Taoist Hong Feng for help, but when I saw his cat, I couldn't help myself. Junzan was momentarily speechless and could only sigh. Some Taoists look clean and tidy, but they don't even have a cat. They're already fluff addicts and have to rely on others to enjoy the pleasure of petting fur. Suddenly, Junzan remembered something. Wait, he frowned and thought, I always felt that old man from Yushu looked like he was holding a fly whisk every day. With a look of utter despair on his face, Ling Yu, it's like he discovered some earth-shattering truth. Could it be because Ling Yu petted that old man's fly whisk bald? Junniang's expression alternated between green and white, trembling, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled as she pleaded, Please, I really want to touch a fox demon's tail. Junzan couldn't help but suggest, I heard that Taoist Ling Yu travels every year and must have seen quite a few fox demons. Why not raise one yourself, like my Jiao Jiao? Using a soul contract to connect humans and demons isn't uncommon. Why go through all this trouble? She shook her head and was silent for a moment. I just want to experience different textures. I've traveled everywhere and seen countless demonic beasts, but the feeling of touching them isn't much different. She didn't shy away and continued enthusiastically. Actually, even my master's fly whisk feels different to the touch. It's made from Zonlin horsehair and yuan beads. After talking for a while, her face fell again, full of pain and disappointment. But ever since I petted my master's fly whisk until it shed hair, he won't let me touch it anymore. Junzan rested his chin on his hand and appraised her. Your hobby is really quite unique. I wonder if Ling He's waterfall-like hair that reaches her ankles has suffered the same fate. He nodded and concluded. So you want to try what a nascent soul-level foxtail feels like? Ling Yu readily admitted, exuding an aura of firm Dao heart. I can pay any price within my power as long as it doesn't violate the rules of Yushu Dao sect. Junzan frowned in exasperation. Your eyes look like you're pursuing the great Dao with all your might. Junniang hesitated seriously. It wasn't a big deal now, but she looked down at her soft foxtail and said hesitantly, a fox's tail is a bit sensitive. Junzan sneered inwardly. Sensitive, yet she still rubbed her tail against my waist. Ling Yu immediately promised, her tone even a little excited. I will be very careful. She rolled up her sleeves, reached out immediately, and gently stroked Junniang's tail. The delightful soft sensation instantly spread from her palm, making her entire being excited. Junniang trembled all over from the touch and let out a soft moan. Ah! Junzan watched in a daze. This scene felt a bit strange. Ling Yu got more and more addicted, even burying her face in it, making Junniang become utterly enchanting. Junniang's body went limp, trembling. At some point she had pounced on Junzan, hanging onto him entirely. Her face was flushed red as she looked up at him, her eyes hazy, making Junzan's heart skip a beat and his own face heat up. A fox demon is a fox demon. Junniang's face is really... Junniang moaned intermittently, reminding him, Oh miss there, don't get too excited. Ah! She reached out to lunge forward. Junzan frantically covered its eyes and coaxed, "GG, be good. Children can't watch this," suddenly, as if remembering something, his entire being. "That's right." Junzan Kong glanced behind him expressionlessly. There was more than just Hu Chi here. A child stood silently in the corner watching, and a blurry figure lurked in the shadows. Ji Ying stared blankly at the lively scene before her. Juniang trembled all over, as if an electric current ran through her, the sensation from her tail spreading through her veins. Her breathing grew rapid, and soft moans escaped her lips. Junzan's face reddened as he awkwardly watched the whole thing, even finding a delicate, powerless beauty leaning against him. Ling Yu groped for a long while before finally stopping, satisfied. She rubbed her hands together, savoring the incredibly wonderful feeling. Earlier, Ling Yu had blushed and exclaimed that this texture ranked second among all the furs she'd ever touched. Unbelievable. Junzan frowned and sighed, wondering how to describe that expression. Watching her contented, leisurely look, he was speechless. She was like a spoiled playboy who'd just finished flirting with a respectable girl and still wanted more. Juniang came to her senses and asked curiously, "What's first?" Ling Yu immediately replied, "The fur of a light beast." She recalled it with a dazed look. Though it was just a fluffy ball, the feeling was deeply etched in her heart. "I've been wandering all these years just to find it." Junzan sneered in praise. "You're really something, so persistent. You might be the last extreme fluff addict in this world." Juniang asked in confusion. "Ji Guang fur is indeed rare, but you haven't found it yet. So are you planning to return to the sect?" She nodded. "For now, yes. I intend to go back and see my master and senior sister." She hesitated, then added, "By the way, I'll take part in the annual transmission tower competition in the sect. I've been wandering for 5 or 6 years without leaving a single message for the sect. I do feel a bit guilty." Junzan felt as if struck by lightning, his worldview nearly shattered. Cursing inwardly, "What the hell is this?" Seeing her guilty, evasive look, he was utterly speechless. "I suspect you got kicked out because you touched everything in the sect." Junzan smiled and suggested, "That's perfect. I'm planning to visit the Jade Void Dao sect too. I wonder if Taoist Ling Yu could take me along." She was taken aback. "Huh?" Ling Yu scratched her head, looking troubled. "I could take you, but the sect doesn't usually allow outsiders, and you're past the age for recruitment." Suddenly, she clapped her hands as if struck by an idea and said excitedly, "Unless it's for your sister." Junzan lowered his head, sighed, and said in a deep voice, "It's a long story." The next morning, as dawn's light just touched everything, Ling Yu bid farewell to Juniang and Junzan, ready to leave. "Juniang, thank you for seeing me off." "Ling Yu, take care on your way." Ling Yu smiled and handed her something. "This is for you as thanks for letting me touch so freely." Juniang nodded and accepted it. "All right." She curiously held it up to look. "This is—" Junzan, standing behind her, recognized it at once, his eyes lighting up. 100 fire pearl. Juniang smiled at him without hesitation and handed it over directly. "Interested, then take it." Junzan didn't stand on ceremony, taking it naturally as if at home, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Paired with the water-repelling pearl and the remaining 3 pearls, he could refine a 5 Radiance Divine Pearl, a decent auxiliary tool. "Then I won't be polite." Ling Yu turned around, waved quickly, and prepared to leave. "If you two run into any obstacles, come find me for help. I'm off now, won't disturb your happy family." Junzan smiled and said goodbye. "All right, thanks." Then Junzan suddenly felt something was off. A happy family? Beside him, Juniang was already blushing furiously. Like a ripe tomato, outside the door, Ling Yu fell into thought. The disappearance of the previous sect leader was almost unknown to outsiders. But the heavenly demon? Her eyes changed, turning cold and resolute. No longer the dazed, clueless look from before, except for those within the Jade Void. This news was almost completely sealed. Ling Yu walked forward slowly. It seemed he was telling the truth. If it was the previous sect leader's intention, then I'll do my utmost. In the room, Juniang was twisting her body, wrapping herself around Junzan, coquettishly calling him husband. Junzan twitched the corner of his mouth and warned, "Do you want to join the team hunting my lover? There are already 3 in 10,000 Sword City. Be careful not to lose your life." Juniang froze, her face darkening. She leaned in and whispered curiously, "What could scare you like this? Is it the leader of the sea-splitting tower himself?" He shook his head. No, he felt a wave of irritation and exhaustion. If Wusu could leave the sea-splitting tower, things wouldn't be this troublesome. Junzan lowered his head, sighing. Unfortunately, she still had to suppress the vengeful spirits, too heavy a responsibility to get out. Juniang, holding a cigarette, was stunned. "You really are involved with the sea-splitting tower leader?" She raised an eyebrow, full of questions. "What have you been up to these past few years? Who are the 3 in 10,000 Sword City?" Junzan was silent for a moment, then named 3. Taiching Pavilion, Shen Sifan, Zanyin Clan, Yi Zk, and the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City, Duan Lan Ruo. As he spoke, his face grew darker. Juniang listened dumbfounded, her jaw nearly dropping. Juniang stammered, "The first 2 are one thing, but the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City." She's a nascent soul cultivator and former head of the Sword Pavilion. Her daughter isn't much younger than you, how could you? Junzan chuckled and teased back. Don't you have a child too? She immediately blushed, stammering. Ah, her eyes darted away as she corrected softly. But I've never been married. Junzan nodded dismissively and analyzed the situation seriously. Enough of that. Anyway, I've temporarily shaken off Shen Sifan's pursuit and Yi Zk has met Duan Lan Ruo, but neither side has figured things out yet. Zhu Niang was speechless with anger. Junzan felt a bit awkward too. I don't know if they'll guess when they meet, but I think Duan Lan Ruo will probably know in advance. She's always had a strong possessiveness toward me. Maybe that'll come in handy now. Things look pretty optimistic. Zhu Niang shouted in fury. You call this optimistic? He tugged at his hair in panic, his face full of pain. The most dangerous and urgent one is still Shen Sifan. She always comes straight at me with her sword. As he said this, he began to tremble all over. If I answer wrong, she really could send me to meet the King of Hell with one strike. Zhu Niang clicked her tongue and muttered, The Azure Lotus Sword of Taiching Pavilion. So she left Taiching Pavilion and came here for you. She suddenly sighed. You only give him one path, but have you thought about letting them check each other? As she spoke, Zhu Niang puffed on her cigarette. You said it yourself, like Duan Lan Ruo dealing with Yi Zk for you. What about the others? You can't just mess with these three, can you? She scolded him. Running away blindly won't work. They'll only cling tighter. You need to be more proactive. Junzan was stunned. From that perspective, he had never thought of it. The scene shifted to the city lord's mansion in 10,000 Sword City. And Yu respectfully presented a report. My lord, here are the records of everyone who entered the city under false identities that day. Please review. She nodded. I understand. Duan Lan Ruo carefully flipped through the documents while listening to her report. This person was the first to leave voluntarily that day. His name is Zhang Feng, a Foundation establishment youth who exchanged a few words with Kui Ting. He first sent his sister to the Joyful Inn, then befriended the fox demon innkeeper there, even talking at length. The more Duan Lan Ruo heard, the darker her expression grew, and the air around her turned icy. Additionally, it was found that Yi Zk had also sent people to track Junzan and Kui Ting's movements. Duan Lan Ruo curled her lips into a cold smile. As expected, the young are always impulsive. Only someone who can toy with so many powerful and beautiful women, her fingers slowly traced over the portrait of Junzan, full of possessiveness, could only be my elusive, adorable little Junzan, right? She gently stroked the face in the painting. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes grew dreamy. The scene shifted back to the inn. Chi-Chi slept deeply, but Junzan couldn't sleep. He rubbed the 2 pills in his fingers, lost in thought. He hadn't had a chance to tell Zhu Niang about Chi-Chi earlier, interrupted by Ling Yu. He lowered his head in contemplation. If Chi-Chi truly was a spirit of the mountains and seas, then the evidence needed for the Golden Crow True Yang incubation, and the Treasure Heart Mountains and Seas, the key to the Spirit Mountains and Seas. Junzan stared blankly at the pills in his hand. He had originally wanted to remind Zhu Niang to think carefully about Chi-Chi's lodging, but never mind. Chi-Chi was so cute, and there was more than one spirit mountain and sea. There would be chances later. Junzan closed his eyes, gathered his divine power into his heavenly eye and slowly channeled it down through the various meridians. He formed hand seals with his fingertips and quietly began to cultivate. The next morning, as the warm dawn light just fell, Junzan woke up groggily. Opening his eyes, he saw a large face right in front of him, startling him. He scrambled backward, dodging Ling Yu, who was inches away. What are you doing? She pointed at Chi-Chi and asked cautiously, Can I borrow your cat for a pet? Junzan was speechless for a moment, then stiffly replied, I guess, but look at it now, wait until it wakes up. He helplessly tried to stop her. Really, why make that face? Chi-Chi's fur is almost standing on end from your staring. Seeing her undisguised, longing gaze, he twitched the corner of his mouth and interjected, Taoist Ling Yu, didn't you get enough petting yesterday? She looked at Chi-Chi with envious, excited eyes. Such a soft kitten, you can never pet it enough. Junzan hesitated, reminding her. But it's only been a few hours. She was so excited her face was red and she was practically drooling. Suddenly, Ling Yu turned back, her eyes slightly red, looking at him with a pleading expression that left him speechless. Well, sweating profusely, he forced out each word. It has a bad temper, I'm afraid it might bite you. But she said firmly, I'm a core formation cultivator, how could I be bitten by a cat? Junzan chuckled inwardly. Your cultivation isn't even as high as its. What are you talking about being bitten? He honestly made a throat-slitting gesture to warn her. I'm afraid it's wary of strangers and might bite you, then you'd get angry and... Just then, Chi-Zi heard the noise and woke up with a start. It sat up groggily, then nonchalantly crawled into Junzan's arms. Junzan paused and said with a dry laugh, See, that's how it is. Ling Yu lowered her head with an O, looking a bit disappointed, but she still wouldn't give up. She turned back and begged him, just one pet. Junzan had no choice but to relent, sighing and nodding, just one. Yang Lian, who had been lying down listening, finally couldn't help but open his eyes in shock, sitting up and gently pulling aside the curtain. But what met his eyes was that awkward, embarrassing scene. He blushed, stood up abruptly, clenched the curtain tightly and called out to warn them. Ling Yu, hearing the shout, turned around groggily, her hand still petting Chi-Chi. "What's wrong?" Yang Lian froze, his eyes wide. "It's a cat, never mind." He then turned and left awkwardly, his face full of embarrassment. Lu Yu stood at the door, staring blankly at the scene, burning with curiosity. How did Ling Yu suddenly get so close to that guy named Hong Feng? Guanlin also secretly noted this, starting to scheme. How could the Jade Void sect leader's personal disciple suddenly take an interest in a rogue cultivator like this? He slowly pieced things together, guessing, and that innkeeper from the Joyful Inn. Could it be because of her relationship with the innkeeper that Ling Yu? But he quickly dismissed these absurd thoughts, thinking to himself anyway. In 2 days at the Ming Sword Assembly, this kid will understand the gap between a proper sect disciple and a self-taught cultivator. Fei Luan coldly arranged. After you're ready, go register at the Ming Sword platform in the center of 10,000 Sword City. Jun Zan quickly followed the others out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Ji Yu Chong, "Stay here and cultivate well, I'll be back soon." As soon as he went downstairs, Jun Zan froze, finding Kui Ting cheerfully holding another brother's hand. Let's go, let's go." Jun Zan recognized him at once. Wasn't this the mortal blacksmith Chong Chi from the original story? The scene shifted to the city lord's mansion's side courtyard. Yi Zk was leisurely sipping tea in the garden when her disciple rushed in to report. "Young master, neither of them has done anything unusual." She repeated the situation. Kui Ting was in the common room on the first floor of the Joyful Inn, saying he wanted to observe low-level cultivators. As for that Hong Feng, he claimed during the day that he was just friends with the fox demon innkeeper, but at midnight he went into her room. The more the disciple spoke, the redder her face grew, extremely embarrassed. But it seemed Ling Yu from the Jade Void sect interrupted them midway, though when they were separated, the innkeeper was clearly disheveled, her face red and her hair a mess. They must have been up to something unexpectedly. EZK just nodded lightly, her expression unchanged. She slowly grabbed a handful of fish food and gently scattered it over the lake. A group of colorful fish, catching the scent, immediately swam over to compete. EZK was silent, her eyes vacant as if lost in thought. The Zan Yin Pearl was still inside Jun Zan, and he had already promised to be her Zan Yin Pearl for life. She frowned, her gaze distant. If someone else took it. She snorted coldly, her spiritual power rippling slightly. She made up her mind. It seemed she'd have to use the 10,000 sword formation. As she mobilized that chaotic spiritual energy, bright flying swords hovered above the sword city, immediately flying out on command, merging with the divine calculation art, covering the entire 10,000 sword city in an instant. Back at the inn, Jun Zan smiled and asked curiously, "Brother Kui, what's up?" Kui Ting nodded and explained, "I'm heading to the Ming Sword platform." He smiled. "On the way, I ran into Chang Chi being robbed and helped him out. He also wants to join the Tide-Watching Sword Assembly. Why don't you go together?" Guanlin curled his lip and sneered. "I think he's still dreaming." His eyes were full of contempt for Chang Chi. This Chang Chi was clearly just a mortal. How could he think of joining the Tide-Watching Sword Assembly? Jun Zan raised an eyebrow and guessed. If he has no cultivation, he probably isn't joining the Ming Sword Assembly, right? He's a swordsmith. Guanlin, Kui Ting laughed heartily and praised. "Brother Hong Feng is really sharp." Chang Chi scratched his head and admitted, "That's right, I want to join the Sword Pavilion swordsmith competition as a craftsman." Guanlin felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting to be proven wrong so quickly. Chang Chi explained seriously, "The Guanchao Yin Jian is a competition among the swordsmiths within the Sword Pavilion, not open to everyone like the Ming Sword Assembly. My Grandmaster was a 9-star swordsmith of the Sword Pavilion but left due to some matters, though his title was never revoked." Chang Chi clenched his fists, his face full of fighting spirit. "I came here to restore my Grandmaster's former glory." Guanlin crossed his arms and frowned in rebuttal. "What kind of sword can a mortal forge?" Jun Zan pursed his lips and shook his head, saying, "I don't think a swordsmith necessarily has to rely on cultivation." Ling Yu thought for a moment and chimed in, "But to forge high-grade artifacts, how could it be possible without cultivation as a foundation?" Kui Ting, getting a headache from the argument, interrupted impatiently, "If you want to argue, do it later. Let's go to the Ming Sword platform first. If anything happens, use this." Jun Zan looked at the small sword in his hand and asked doubtfully, "What about me?" Kui Ting sneered, a calculating glint in his eyes. "I heard this morning that the Green Lotus Fairy is at Qingping residence, and she's been invited to be a judge for this competition." He looked fierce, as if ready to charge into battle. "I'm going to find her now and arrange a chance to fight her." Jun Zan's face turned pale, utterly speechless. Someone suggested, "Chang Chi, why don't you come with us to the Ming Sword platform?" Voices rose in the inn as Chang Chi insisted on repaying a kindness. "My master said that kindness must be repaid, but I don't have anything valuable on me." If you need it, I can forge a sword for each of you. Chang-Chi lowered his head, looking troubled. But that senior said your swords are lifelong bonded artifacts and no other sword can compare. I don't know how to thank that senior. Jun Zan patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, looking at Chang-Chi with eyes full of trust and encouragement. As long as you stick to your ideals and win the Guanchao Yin Jian competition, that will be your repayment to him. Jun Zan looked expectant. That senior will surely see your persistence in your ideals again. His gaze was firm, as if he had already seen the future. You won't let him down. Jun Zan smiled slightly, secretly marveling that it was just like in the game. A passionate and reckless youth. Ning Yu found it strange and asked curiously, arms crossed, why do I feel like you're so sure he'll win? Jun Zan immediately denied it. I'm not sure at all. Then he quickly mumbled a few words to brush it off, trying to be evasive. I just believe in the power of ideals. He leaned casually against Chang-Chi and laughed. Besides, even Senior Kui believes in him, so he asked me to bring him to the Ming sword platform. That must mean something. Fei Luan also nodded curiously and asked, that's true, but Chang-Chi, who exactly is your Grand Master? Chang-Chi smiled with great pride. His title is Sword Art Infinite Measure Studio, the 23rd 9-star swordsmith of the Sword Pavilion, Jun Zan added, his face full of anticipation. Then I'm really looking forward to this. Guanchao Yin Jian. The scene shifted. Soon after, at the 10,000 Sword City, an urgent report suddenly arrived at the Ming sword platform. Someone had entered the formation. Wang Rong was shocked. What? He immediately led people to rush and check who had entered the shoe path. Ling Yu stood calmly waiting ahead. She glanced over and asked doubtfully, are you the registration officer for the Sword Pavilion's Ming sword platform? Wang Rong stopped, panting, and cupped his hands in self-introduction. Indeed, I am Wang Rong. Without turning around, she explained lightly. Just after you left, my friend brought a mortal swordsmith into the Sword Pavilion to participate in the Guanchao Yin Jian competition. So they entered the shoe path. Wang Rong immediately understood. If it was a fellow Taoist from Yushu who brought them in, then it was. He suddenly paused, sensing something off. Wait, he brought a mortal? He asked respectfully and tentatively. May I ask what cultivation level your friend has? Ling Yu replied casually. Foundation Establishment 5th layer. Wang Rong's face turned pale, utterly shocked and disbelieving. A Foundation Establishment 5th layer cultivator bringing a mortal into the shoe path? She nodded, recalling, then added, it seems he also brought a cat. Wang Rong immediately couldn't take it anymore. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, what cat? The person going up not only brought a mortal but also a cat. Is he going up for a sightseeing trip? At the same time, a scream came from the mountain peak. Chang-Chi was so scared he kept shouting. Jun Zan gently patted his head to calm him down. Chang-Chi barely managed to settle down and said a bit sheepishly, Senior, that was too fast, way too fast. Jun Zan's expression shifted slightly. Wang Rong was already waiting with a stern face to greet the two. Please follow me. Jun Zan nodded politely. Thank you for the trouble. They arrived at a grand and ancient hall where an old man was already seated waiting. He was the current master of the Sword Pavilion, Zuo Yuhuai, a 9-star swordsmith. Jun Zan and Chang-Chi bowed respectfully. Greetings, Pavilion Master, he naturally reminded them. No need for formalities. Sit, both of you sit. The two were quickly led to prepared seats. Chang-Chi suddenly looked closely and soon realized the man was blind. Chang-Chi was momentarily distracted, causing quite a stir, and immediately panicked. Sorry, I was rude. Zuo Yuhuai rubbed his eyes half-jokingly to lighten the mood. Did these old eyes scare you, young friend? Chang-Chi scratched his head, embarrassed. No, it's just a bit strange. But Zuo Yuhuai didn't mind at all and laughed heartily. I also find it strange, how can a mortal become a swordsmith? Chang-Chi felt a bit awkward when suddenly someone rushed in to report, Pavilion Master, the City Lord Duan wants to see you. Jun Zan was struck as if by lightning, his face changing drastically. Oh no, why did she have to come to the Sword Pavilion at this time? Zuo Yuhuai was also surprised and frowned in confusion. Why is she here? Reporting, the City Lord says it's related to the Zan Yin clan. Zuo Yuhuai nodded, muttering to himself, and quickly understood. So it's about the Zan Yin clan. Then Zuo Yuhuai suddenly turned to Chang-Chi and asked, Chang-Chi, do you know what the feud between your Grand Master and the Zan Yin clan was? Chang-Chi roughly knew and answered truthfully, yes, my Grand Master had let go of that grudge before he passed away, only hoping to promote his best work in life. Zuo Yuhuai was satisfied. That's a good thing. Soon the large doors slowly opened. Duan Lanruo entered with her attendants, exuding an air of distinction. She stepped forward slowly and said respectfully, Pavilion Master. Suddenly, Duan Lanruo paused, fixed her gaze, and her face immediately flushed like a ripe plum, her eyes looking at Jun Zan with overflowing affection. Jun Zan had guessed as much. She had indeed learned of his identity as Jun Zan. Jun Zan frowned and deliberately shot her a warning look. Restrain yourself, she's a 5-star female character. Duan Lanruo, title 10,000 City Lord, Watergreen Mountain, seated in Makeup Tower, Dao Integration, 7th layer, normal state. Duan Lanruo looked at Jun Zan, utterly infatuated. Just days ago she could only see him through paper records, and sending people to find him was just to meet him once. Who could say this wasn't a destined meeting? Duan Lanruo took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She had come this time to return something. She quickly turned to a nearby attendant and produced a treasure. The young master of the Zan Yin clan, Yi Zik, returns the Tianwan sword to the sword pavilion. Zuo Yuhuai immediately recalled something upon hearing this. Is it the Azure Sky Ring sword that Ji Jai left with the Zan Yin clan back then? She confirmed. Exactly. Duan Lanruo solemnly raised the sword, paused, and emphasized each word. The condition is the 10,000 sword formation. Zuo Yuhuai let out an "oh," quite surprised. Duan Lanruo cast a meaningful glance at Jun Zan and stated her intention directly. She needs to borrow the 10,000 sword formation to trap someone in the city. Chang Qi and Jun Zan both turned their heads, utterly shocked. Jun Zan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill. That's too ruthless. Jun Zan was miserable, thinking that if his cultivation wasn't at the integration stage, it would be really hard to escape. Zui stood expressionless, cold and seemingly approving, as if she found it satisfying. At this point, Zuo Yuhuai stood up to introduce. I forgot to introduce you. This is the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City. You may call her Master Duan. He added Duan Lanruo's special status. She is also a 9-star swordsmith. The current, Chang Qi, was stunned, his face full of surprise. 9-star swordsmith. He quickly stood up to bow. Junior. Duan Lanruo nodded politely. Zuo Yuhuai introduced. This is Ji Jai's disciple, Chang Qi. Chang Qi smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. Duan Lanruo simply nodded seriously and offered a perfunctory compliment. So you're Ji Jai's disciple. I think this Guanchao gathering should bring plenty of good news. Zuo Yuhuai sat back down, his tone quite emotional. Today is a good day. Ji Jai's grand disciple has returned, the sword has returned, and the sword pavilion's swordsmiths are complete again. Duan Lanruo's lips curved slightly as she asked meaningfully, and who might this be? Jun Zan remained silent, his expression stiff. Zuo Yuhuai calmly stroked his beard and answered for him. This is Jun Zan. He's no ordinary person. She raised an eyebrow, deliberately drawing out her words, and let out a soft laugh. Zuo Yuhuai had a very good impression of Jun Zan and continued enthusiastically. He passed through the shoe path in less than half a cup of tea and brought Chang Qi along. Each generation produces its own talents. Jun Zan said modestly, Not at all, not at all. The pavilion master flatters me, it was just luck. Duan Lanruo simply observed him carefully without pressing further. Zuo Yuhuai shook his head and advised, Young Taoist Jun, don't sell yourself short. Clearly, he valued Jun Zan's talent highly. Though you're not part of the sword pavilion, you've reached heights that many within it can hardly attain. Suddenly, as if she could no longer hold back, Duan Lanruo approached with an excited expression. She directly took his hand, but her words were perfectly reasonable. I am the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City. In all these years I've never met anyone more suited to the sword path than you. Whether in forging or wielding swords, your talent is exceptional. Jun Zan broke out in a cold sweat, his body stiff, an external tribulation in full view of everyone. What was she trying to do? She leaned in close, her smile almost spilling over her face. Duan Lanruo unhesitatingly took out a token and handed it to him. This is my identity token. In 10,000 Sword City, seeing this token is like seeing me. Consider it a small gift from me to a junior. Jun Zan was a bit stunned. His worldview was shaken to its core. Who gives their identity token to a stranger the first time they meet? Jun Zan was terrified and wanted to dodge. If the old pavilion master saw, but his worry was unnecessary. Zuo Yuhuai not only didn't mind but laughed heartily. Jun Zan felt like flipping the table on the spot. What are you so happy about? If you knew that the former pavilion master's wife had an affair with me, would you still be this at ease? Jun Zan had to think of a way to stand up and politely refuse. This is too precious, but Zuo Yuhuai casually reminded him. Just accept it. A gift from an elder should not be refused. Master Duan thinks highly of you. Jun Zan had no choice but to comply with a bitter face. Since that's the case, refusing again would be rude. Suddenly, Jun Zan's eyes widened. On the token was written a line. I'll remember you. Duan Lanruo cast him a loving glance. At this point, Zuo Yuhuai raised another concern. The Tianwan sword is of great value and significance. Trading it for one use of the 10,000 sword formation is fair. But with the Guanchao and Ming sword gatherings coming up, will there be any problems? Duan Lanruo's expression was serious, but her tone was extremely certain. I've already sent people to watch them and adjusted the schedule. There will be no mistakes. Zuo Yuhui slowly stroked his beard, quite satisfied. I've always trusted your abilities and methods. I've heard recently that the demon sect is stirring again. The city needs to tighten security and not let any unidentified person slip in, Duan Lanruo reported with a smile. I had people check last night. Those people are all disciples from various sects who don't want to reveal their identities. None are from the demon sect. Zuo Yuhui was relieved. That's good, Jun Zan suddenly realized. So my fake identity was found out. He thought it was time to take his leave. Pavilion Master, Changqi has been delivered and my task is complete. I still need to register at the Ming Sword platform, so I'll take my leave now. Duan Lanruo also took the chance to leave with him, wanting to accompany Jun Zan. Pavilion Master, I'm the same. It's on the way, so I'll walk with young friend Jun Zan. Outside, Jun Zan left with Duan Lanruo. She carefully instructed, after you register, I'll send someone to find you and bring you to me. Suddenly, Duan Lanruo stopped in her tracks. She turned around, her tone carrying a warning. Of course, she's currently in my villa, her mind full of ways to lock you up tight. Jun Zan gave a helpless smile, then still had to come to you for help, seeing that he could still smile. Duan Lanruo was both aggrieved and angry. You can still smile, it's all because you drove her crazy, Duan Lanruo snorted in frustration and anger. And Shen Siphon, she chased you all the way from Taiching Pavilion to Zhangzhou. No wonder you ran to me. Jun Zan awkwardly lowered his posture. Besides your place, I don't know where else I can hide. She was silent for a moment. One day when you no longer want to hide here with me, but come to me on your own. A joyful expression appeared on Duan Lanruo's face. Then I'll be even happier. Jun Zan smiled slightly, thinking he had finally dodged a bullet. But the next second, Duan Lanruo suddenly reached out and pulled him over. He was dragged behind a large rock, completely passive, his face full of shock. Duan Lanruo leaned close to his ear and whispered, if they push you to the edge, her voice calm but dangerous. Then don't blame me for overturning everything, people and ideas alike. Jun Zan looked uneasy and whispered, this isn't your territory. Be careful, someone, before he could finish. Duan Lanruo raised her hand and covered his mouth. She pursed her lips in a smile and gently reassured him. Don't worry, no one saw. Duan Lanruo gently traced his lips and soon they were kissing, lost in each other. After a long while they slowly parted, gazing at each other with lingering affection. Duan Lanruo lightly brushed his hair and whispered a promise. No matter how far you go, how long you're away, even if the mountains are high and the rivers long, the road is distant. I'll be waiting for you in 10,000 Sword City too. She gently pressed another kiss on Jun Zan's forehead. Jun Zan stared blankly at Duan Lanruo as the favorability lock activated, and the sight before him made him inwardly marvel. This was probably the easiest favorability lock he'd ever obtained. Duan Lanruo gave him a few more instructions. Let me take you to the Bright Sword Pavilion. Yi Zik is suspicious of you and has sent people to tail you, but she's still hesitating. Jun Zan was somewhat surprised, his heart tightening. She blinked, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. It seems you really do have a secret affair with that little fox, making her doubt her own existence. Duan Lanruo's tone turned cold, shifting to an interrogation. You'd better confess honestly, this Zanyin young mistress is extremely proud and not someone to be trifled with. What kind of spell did you cast on her? Jun Zan feigned a few coughs before speaking. His eyes darted around as he planned to change the subject. Ahem, her Zanyin pearl is with me. Duan Lanruo was startled. The Zanyin pearl. Jun Zan scratched his head awkwardly. I stole the Zanyin pearl using a special method, he added sheepishly. And then it accidentally merged with me, Jun Zan sighed, deciding to come clean. So logically, I am now her Zanyin pearl. She furrowed her brows slightly, covering her mouth in utter surprise. This was an unheard of marvel in the cultivation world. Duan Lanruo grew even more puzzled, her face full of curiosity. Isn't the Zanyin pearl supposed to be hidden in the dantian for the rest of one's life, below the lower abdomen? How did you manage to steal it? A soft laugh echoed in the garden. Duan Lanruo poked him, a mix of helplessness and speechlessness. You, honestly. Jun Zan immediately lowered his eyes, shrugged, and explained with a helpless expression. I don't know the origins of that Azure Dragon Roaring Sword either. If I could have stolen it. Hearing this, Duan Lanruo showed a look of understanding mixed with pity. Now I see why she treasures you like a treasure and insists on capturing you, even willing to return the Tianwan sword to the pavilion master and step back to settle this grudge. Jun Zan could only smile bitterly and sigh. After speaking, she turned around, a smile on her lips, but her tone was unusually firm. It seems Yi Zik definitely won't go hard on you. She tilted her head and speculated. At most she'll lock you up and I'll still have a chance to rescue you. But on second thought, Duan Lanruo seemed quite helpless and couldn't help asking further. I saw how fierce her face looked, so why did you go provoke her? Jun Zan immediately waved his hands, hastily denying it. This really isn't my fault, he quickly defended himself. I once suppressed her in swordsmanship, wearing down a lot of her pride. Now she's chasing me, actually waiting for me to suppress her again. Only then could she let go of her killing intent in peace. Junzan scratched his face and said hesitantly, but she understood as soon as she heard it, he continued for her. But your current cultivation isn't enough to suppress her, so she's uneasy, unsure when she might strike at you. Junzan smiled bitterly and nodded, looking both helpless and troubled. Duan Lanruo nodded thoughtfully. I understand, come tell me the details after you finish registering. She gave a meaningful smile, deliberately emphasizing, I'll do my best to help you. The scene shifted to the Bright Sword platform. As they spoke, Guanlin was losing patience, growing anxious. It's been half an incense stick already. Why hasn't that Foundation establishment kid shown up? He put his hands on his hips, his tone sarcastic as if psyching himself up. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he declared firmly. If he actually does it, I'll swallow this sword. Suddenly, Lu Yu, standing behind him, shouted excitedly, He's back. Junzan is flying in on his sword and Duan Lanruo is with him. Seeing the stranger beside Junzan, Ling Yu was startled and asked, Junzan, did you bring a mortal into the sword pavilion? Junzan smiled and nodded, explaining, the seniors allowed him to participate in this Sword Dao Assembly's council meeting and hold him in high regard. Ling Yu stroked his chin, full of admiration. Impressive. A mortal can actually be compared to the Sword Pavilion's sword forgers. He paused as if remembering something, and immediately asked in confusion, by the way, how did you get up from the Shu path? Hong Feng, feeling guilty, immediately averted his gaze and answered evasively, just passing by. Wang Rong leaned in excitedly. Passing by, how so? Is that place even passable? Seeing his face stiffen, Wang Rong grew angry. In the Sword Pavilion, only we true disciples have passed the Shu Path trial, and they're all at least at the core formation stage. You're only at Foundation establishment and just ran straight up at that moment. Fei Luan spoke up to defend him. But judging by the time, it took him only half an incense stick to go up and one incense stick to come down. It seems his claim of passing by the Shu Path might not be false. After speaking, she silently marveled again. Truly impressive. He's sure to have a place in this Bright Sword Assembly. Wang Rong was finally silenced and could only nod irritably. That does make some sense. It was only after a long while that he noticed Duan Lanruo. Who is this woman? But after recognizing her face, he was immediately startled and quickly bowed respectfully. Disciple of the Sword Pavilion's 49th Furnace pays respects to Master Duan. Wang Rong's words, full of reverence, drew the surprised gazes of everyone around, who exclaimed in unison, Master Duan's City Lord, and then hurriedly bowed, paying respects to the City Lord. Hearing this, Lu Yu, Ling Yu, and Guanlin all had the same thought flash through their minds. City Lord. Sensing everyone's restraint, Duan Lanruo waved her hand lightly. No need for formalities. I was just passing by to send Hong Feng down. Continue with your registration. With that, she didn't linger, vanishing in a flash. Everyone immediately began whispering among themselves. Who exactly is Hong Feng? Even the City Lord showed up in person and personally escorted him. Realizing Hong Feng's importance, Guanlin felt uneasy. I just loudly declared in front of the 10,000 Sword City Lord that I'd swallow this sword. Is it too late to take it back? Remembering his earlier oath, Lu Yu immediately taunted him. Want me to add some seasoning? He even deliberately poked at the scales on Guanlin's chest, making him shout in anger. Get lost, Hong Feng, grinning, tried to smooth things over. Let's forget about swallowing the sword. Just remember to forge one for me. Guanlin was on the verge of tears, sobbing silently. After a moment of silence, Wang Rong feigned kindness and handed something to Hong Feng, then couldn't resist probing. Fellow Taoist Hong Feng, why did Master Duan show up here? Hong Feng glanced at it casually and replied, how should I know? Probably related to those Zan Yin clan people a few days ago, he explained while casually putting the item away. The City Lord returned the Tianwan sword to the Sword Pavilion. I happened to be bringing Chang Chi up, so the City Lord came down with me. Wang Rong was shocked again. Returning the Tianwan sword? What's that about? Hong Feng shrugged nonchalantly. How should I know? After hearing this, Wang Rong could only sigh in defeat. All right, this isn't something we need to worry about. Ending the unpleasant conversation, Hong Feng directly waved goodbye, leaving with a parting remark, if the registration is done, then Manager Wang will head back to the inn. Wang Rong shook his head repeatedly with a sigh. Go on. Watching Hong Feng's retreating figure, he muttered to himself, the Shu Path, is it really that easy? The scene shifted to Pingning residence. Shen Siphon looked at the talisman in her hand and recalled Hong Feng's arrogant demeanor, immediately slamming the table in anger. Damn it, she gritted her teeth. That kid clearly hasn't dropped in cultivation at all. He's obviously trying to marry someone else. She couldn't help thinking back to the past when she held Jun Zan's hand and softly called him Zanjie. Back then he looked at her, smiling sincerely as he promised, you will be my woman. They had even worshipped heaven and earth together. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She clenched her fists and said hatefully, "How could he do this?" Shen Siphon secretly resolved that as long as he was willing to change his mind. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly turned around alertly. Footsteps came from outside the door and then stopped. Kui Ting stood silently at the entrance for a while, took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and shouted in his raspy voice, "Kui Ting of the Heart Sword Sect challenges the Green Lotus Sword disciple." Shen Siphon snorted coldly, her face full of impatience. "Kui Ting, that Heart Sword Sect guy dares to show up?" She even felt a bit resentful. If it weren't for this challenger, Jun Zan wouldn't have taken the chance to run off. She silently gripped her sword. Old and new grievances, time to settle them all. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Kui Ting felt a chill down his spine, trembling all over as he stammered, trying to finish announcing his name from the Heart Sword Sect. But before he could, Shen Siphon suddenly closed in and demanded coldly, "Have you been in contact with him?" Kui Ting was taken aback. "Who?" She frowned angrily. "In 10,000 Sword City, who have you met?" Shen Siphon raised the small talisman, chanted a spell, and it shot past Kui Ting's face with a whoosh. He frowned in confusion. "What's this, then?" The talisman suddenly moved, drawing a wisp of spiritual energy from him before gently flying back into Shen Siphon's hand. Looking at the small talisman floating in her palm, she sneered. "Found it." Kui Ting stood frozen, completely bewildered, and before he could react, she vanished without a trace. He looked left and right, full of questions. Where did she go? Kui Ting was utterly confused, countless question marks racing through his mind. Found what, and what about? My challenge, meanwhile. In 10,000 Sword City, Ling Yu and Hong Feng strolled and chatted. Ling Yu asked, "How exactly did you get through the shoe path?" Hong Feng was silent for a moment before answering. "It's nothing special. I have good footwork and quick reflexes." He pointed at himself. "Pretty proud of it, not gonna lie. If it comes to running away, you'll never catch me." Ling Yu burst out laughing, her cheeks flushing slightly. Hong Feng crossed his arms, putting on a serious expression. "Especially in a place like the shoe path. To put it simply, it tests more of your courage, your guts. For example, shooting a bow on the ground is easy, but once you're standing on the edge of a 1,000-jong drop, that fear of death will crush you. Forget shooting, you can't even lift your weapon." Ling Yu listened intently and murmured in agreement, "Cultivation is about cultivating the heart and the Tao. That saying is true." Hong Feng nodded with satisfaction. Right, exactly. You really get it?" But then Ling Yu suddenly paused as if she had grasped something, her eyes widening further. She smiled sincerely and said gratefully, "Fellow Taoist Hong Feng, your words have enlightened me a lot. It turns out the boundaries of time can be so vast. I think I need to find a quiet place to meditate and comprehend this. It should help me break through this minor realm." Before leaving, she gave a particularly solemn bow. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." With that, Ling Yu turned and hurried away. Hong Feng's heart ached so much he almost cried, looking up to the heavens with a sigh. "I wasn't even done talking and you already comprehended it." On second thought, it was ridiculous. A transmigrator relying on experience to cheat was just too absurd. Left alone with just one cat, Hong Feng sighed and resigned himself to fate. After wandering for a while, he happened to look up and froze. The research tower? How did I end up here? Peeking through the window, he spotted a familiar figure. Hong Feng was shocked. "Why is Ziying in the research tower?" He immediately hunched over and rushed in, muttering curses under his breath. "A little girl coming to a brothel at this age. What will she be like when she grows up? Today I have to teach this girl what fatherly love is like." The attendant at the door saw him and immediately bowed. "Young Master Zhang, please follow me." The room was filled with curling incense smoke. Lanruo turned to look at the newcomer and smiled in greeting. "You're here," she said softly. "We just parted, and I already couldn't wait to see you." Hong Feng glanced back at the attendant behind him with some concern and reminded her. "City Lord Duan." Lanruo understood. "Zhenan, don't worry. That attendant is my shadow guard. It's safe here." Only then did Hong Feng relax and smile. "Of course I've always trusted you." He stepped forward seriously. "But before that I have a favor to ask of you." Duan Lanruo nodded without hesitation, a hint of playfulness in her tone. "Don't say favor. Do we need to be so formal between us?" As she spoke, she casually raised her hand to wrap around his neck, leaning in gently. "Just say the word and I'll do anything for you." Hong Feng supported her, shaking his head with a smile. "It's not that serious. I just saw my daughter run into the research tower." Duan Lanruo was startled. "Daughter? You already have a daughter. Did one of your two wives give birth to her?" She muttered in confusion. "No, that doesn't add up time-wise." Hong Feng quickly raised his hand to explain. "Not biological. She's the reincarnation of a lotus seed." Duan Lanruo was taken aback. "Reincarnation of a lotus seed?" She seemed to think of something and immediately pouted in grievance. "With whom?" Hong Feng replied calmly. "The demon sect's holy maiden, Si Huan." Seeing her face full of shock and panic, Hong Feng immediately took her hand and coaxed her softly. "Don't be afraid. Ziying is just like any ordinary little girl. Even though she's Si Huan Luo's daughter, She's nothing like a demon sect member. In short, she's adorable. He pulled her into his embrace as tender as an old married couple. I'll introduce you next time. Duan Lanruo was quickly soothed and said softly, if she's your daughter, I'll treat her like my own. She gestured outward. You, take orders and withdraw quickly, Duan Lanruo said gently. Leave the matter of your daughter to her. Her tone carried a hint of bitterness. Even the demon sect's holy maiden has been won over by you. So, haven't these two been dealt with yet? Hong Feng looked troubled. Chen Chu said, this won't work. His expression was pained. Si Huan Luo left a blade in my heart. I don't know when it will lead to mutual destruction. Mutual annihilation. Duan Lanruo was startled. What? She immediately reached out and pressed her hand to his chest, sending her spiritual sense to check. After the examination her expression changed. It's her favorite weapon again. I didn't think she could be so ruthless. Hong Feng sighed and gently comforted her. This is a big matter. We can't rush it. Duan Lanruo obediently nestled in his arms and nodded softly. Okay, she whispered. I've always wanted to do something for you. As a way to make it up to you. Suddenly, she looked up at Hong Feng, her gaze tender and flowing, then turned and called out, Ayu immediately appeared. Duan Lanruo had her remove her mask and introduced her. Ayu is a child I raised from a young age and she's my closest confidant. She pressed Hong Feng to sit down. Ayu understood and immediately knelt. Hong Feng looked at the girl kneeling respectfully at his feet. With a confused look he thought, this counts as compensation. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of spiritual energy flickered, and before he could react, a cold sword light slashed through the door from outside. The door was shattered on the spot, and Shen Siphon appeared with murderous intent. Hong Feng and Shen Siphon both froze, staring at each other. Shen Siphon stared blankly at the ambiguous scene inside the room, recognized the city lord of Duanlanruo, then turned her gaze to Ayu kneeling at Hong Feng's feet. Her voice changed as she said, You? Seeing Hong Feng's guilty and evasive expression, Shen Siphon gripped her sword hilt tightly. Her face immediately darkened, and she sneered through gritted teeth. Hong Feng felt a chill run down his spine, his skin crawling with goosebumps. Shen Siphon spoke slowly, each word dripping with hatred. Jun Zan Yu, she was furious, wanting nothing more than to devour this heartless man alive. Give me your life. Hong Feng's soul nearly fled in terror, and he wailed inwardly, Isn't this asking for my life? Without another word, Shen Siphon charged straight at him with murderous intent, the cold gleam of her sword tip whistling toward him, her first move a killing blow. Hong Feng closed his eyes, silently thinking, Can't block it, absolutely can't block it. I'll just leave it to fate. Forcing it would only end with my head separated from my body. Should he take advantage of Shen Siphon's hesitation and counterattack with the three-snake general left by Pihuluo? Hong Feng's mind raced. No, this can't go on. Either die, or a gleam of the dream of a man's harem suddenly lit up in his eyes. With that thought he simply raised his head and put on a come-at-me posture. But just then, Duanlanruo's cold, commanding voice rang out, Green Lotus Sword Disciple, this is the 10,000 Sword City, not your Taiching Pavilion. She recklessly used her own soft, fair hand to forcibly block Shen Siphon's sword. Duanlanruo sneered coldly. Do you want to? Duanlanruo said. Kill my man in front of me. The Green Lotus Sword Disciple lives up to her reputation. Shen Siphon's face darkened as she continued to press her sword down, but even as blood seeped from Duanlanruo's hand, she refused to let go. Duanlanruo's aura surged and she threatened coldly. But that's still no reason for you to act recklessly here. The two beauties stood off against each other, neither willing to back down. Knowing she had met her match, Shen Siphon could only grit her teeth and curse under her breath. Damn it, Duanlanruo responded domineeringly. In this world, from ancient times to the present, those who understand swords best are not sword cultivators, but swordsmiths. Her gaze was cold and resolute. You use a sword to kill, but I can destroy your sword. Hong Feng, hiding behind the beauty, was utterly in awe. The city lord of 10,000 Sword City, Duanlanruo, might not be at the top in combat strength, nor could she match Shen Siphon's insane battle rhythm, but her cultivation was indeed formidable. Hong Feng secretly gave 2 thumbs up. She struck without hesitation. Duanlanruo refusing to yield, directly unleashing her ultimate move, Retreat Fire, Shatter Gold. Shen Siphon was instantly enraged and shouted, Is there such logic? She angrily accused the woman before her, who in her eyes was no different from a romantic rival. The esteemed city lord of 10,000 Sword City dares to seduce another's husband. Duanlanruo curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. Another's husband, the Green Lotus Sword Disciple can actually say such things. She glanced back at Hong Feng, puzzled. Has your disguise been seen through? Shen Siphon seized on this point and said firmly, Does the city lord of 10,000 swords not know over 10 years ago, Jun Zan and I made a pact that in this life he would grow old with me. Doesn't that make him my husband? Duanlanruo still explained calmly, I think the Green Lotus Sword Disciple must be mistaken. His name is Hong Feng. Not at all the Jun Zan you speak of. She continued to provoke Shen Siphon meaningfully. To be honest, he's someone I've raised and trained since childhood. I only recently summoned him to 10,000 Sword City. He's not the kind of one-day acquaintance you mentioned." Saying this, Duanlin Ruo deliberately blushed and lowered her voice to say something easily misunderstood. Simply put, like the common folk say, "He's my husband I raised from a young age." Shen Siphon couldn't help but repeat, "A husband raised from a young age." Hong Feng nearly slapped the table in approval. This identity was perfect. With Duanlin Ruo backing him, he immediately cleared his throat and began to act seriously. He cupped his hands to Shen Siphon and said, "Senior Sword Disciple, I don't know you," he said with conviction. "With your level of cultivation, your husband should at least be at the nascent soul or spirit transformation stage to be a proper match. But I'm only at the foundation establishment stage and still need the City Lord's protection. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Hong Feng's words indeed shook Shen Siphon's resolve. Though she still had doubts, she was increasingly convinced. Such a matter of raising a husband could easily ruin a reputation. Could it really be used as an excuse so casually? But my technique couldn't be wrong. Seeing her waver, Duanlin Ruo immediately fanned the flames. "It seems you are the pitiful one. I think the Jun Zan you speak of must have deceived you." Using her knowledge of techniques, she guided the other step by step. "Can you guarantee your technique is absolutely correct? This tracking and deduction technique of yours must have errors. It can't be 100% accurate." Sure enough, Shen Siphon took the bait and began to rethink. Hong Feng's substitute talisman fooled me for days. Could this be a series of linked deceptions? She suddenly thought of a possibility. First, use a substitute talisman to trick me into leaving. Then, guessing I'd track with the substitute talisman, shift the trail to another target, wasting my time and diverting my attention. Of course, Hong Feng wasn't that scheming. I hadn't even thought of these things. Watching Shen Siphon's mind in turmoil, he could only laugh inwardly. "I'm really not good at this kind of plotting," Duanlin Ruo calmly suggested. "Why don't you take a look at my Xiao Feng and see if he's really your Jun Zan?" She specifically reminded Shen Siphon. "First, let's agree you can't hurt him out of anger." She patted Hong Feng's shoulder, her favoritism undisguised. "He will be the young sword master of my 10,000 Sword City in the future." With that, Duanlin Ruo took the chance to pull Hong Feng into her arms and coaxed him affectionately. "Xiao Feng, don't be afraid. Let her see clearly." This intimate gesture struck Shen Siphon as particularly jarring. A man willing to be held in a woman's arms was no different from a waste, and seeing Hong Feng's blissful expression made her even more uncomfortable, especially since he had done such absurd things with two women in a brothel. Could such a person really be Jun Zan? Clearly, Duanlin Ruo was satisfied with her plan, as was the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City. Shen Siphon's expression darkened as she thought to herself. As my brother said, her eyes showed bitterness and helplessness. Once a cultivator's power combines with worldly authority, it eventually rots into filthy mud. In the end, Shen Siphon gave up pursuing Hong Feng further. "All right, I mistook the person," she frankly promised. "I won't spread this. I swear on the honor of the Green Lotus Sword Disciple. Rest assured, City Lord. I'll also compensate for the damage." She personally withdrew her tracking and deduction technique. Before leaving, Shen Siphon cast one last look at Hong Feng. With her straightforward personality, she bluntly assessed, just an ordinary foundation establishment body with mixed elemental soul energy. Definitely an unremarkable rogue cultivator. "No problem," Duanlin Ruo gently reminded her. "All right, it's all a misunderstanding. The Sword Disciple can leave through the back door to avoid being seen." She winked playfully. "Be more careful next time, don't mistake people again." Shen Siphon snorted coldly and turned to leave without another word. Only then did Duanlin Ruo let out a long sigh and couldn't help but laugh as she said to Hong Feng, "What a lovely child." Hong Feng also smiled, understanding her intent. "So you deliberately seduced me in front of her just now." Thinking about it, he grew a bit worried. "She's gone now, but it'll only make her more convinced I'm deceiving her. It'll be even harder to talk to her properly in the future. I don't know how long it'll take for her to calm down." Duanlin Ruo half-jokingly asked, "Better than letting her know you're actually hiding here, secretly flirting with me, right?" She said bluntly. "I could stop her, even mobilize all of 10,000 Sword City's forces to keep her here. I told you, in 10,000 Sword City, no one can hurt you." Then Duanlin Ruo thoughtfully considered further for him. "But what you want is her heart. If I act, her heart would truly die and she could never love you again." Hong Feng smiled obediently. "Only Lan Ruo truly understands me." Duanlin Ruo reached out to lift Hong Feng's chin and said coquettishly, "Now that the Green Lotus Sword Disciple is gone, Mr. Jun Zan can return to his true form, right?" She then glanced at Yu, who was slightly blushing. "Let Yu also see her future swordmaster properly." At that moment, Hong Feng suddenly realized a problem. Damn it, this face was changed by Kai Ying. I can't change it back myself. Duanlin Ruo decisively ordered, "Yu, go find her yourself." Yu didn't hesitate and respectfully accepted. Yes, clearly. Duanlin Ruo understood her thoughts well and smiled. When you find her, let Jun Zan reward you with something as encouragement. A few hours earlier, in a hidden corner nearby, Kai Ying was secretly watching Hong Feng and Ling Yu. As she landed on a rooftop, she suddenly heard someone bowing to her. Greetings, Holy Envoy. She turned around and saw two cultivators respectfully cupping their hands to her. For a moment, Kai Ying was stunned, completely confused. Then, in a very mysterious way, she was invited by the two cultivators into a secret room for a private talk. One of them, a cultivator around 40, was the first to report, "We are both moles planted in 10,000 Sword City by the Holy Sect." The other, a younger cultivator in his 20s, quickly added, "Surely the Holy Envoy has come this time specifically to oversee us." Kai Ying widened her eyes and could only mumble a few vague responses. The middle-aged cultivator proudly reported, "Please rest assured, Holy Envoy, our plan is progressing extremely smoothly." The two then spoke at length. The gist was that since the Water Moon Nest was exposed, the righteous sects had taken the opportunity to push out their own people, leading to endless infighting and power struggles. Although many matters aligned with the Holy Sect had been delayed, overall, things had advanced very smoothly. Those foolish righteous sects were always self-destructive. Sooner or later, the world would become the Holy Sect's domain. Kai Ying silently noted everything, thinking she would report it to her mother later. The middle-aged cultivator continued excitedly, "This operation of our moles will completely change the flow of the red tide in the Jade Snow Mountain range. When it collides with the sea tide, it will unleash power comparable to a high-level cultivator," the two confidently asserted. By then, the entire assembly, Kai Ying's expression inexplicably carried a hint of Pihulua's shadow. She casually praised, "You've done well, you've done well." The two cultivators immediately prostrated themselves, overjoyed. "Thank you for the Holy Envoy's praise." Just then, Kai Ying suddenly noticed something. Her father had entered the research building. She frowned, thinking, could father be going to the research building to find women? The young cultivator, thinking she was still worried about the mission, quickly continued to report, "Please rest assured, Holy Envoy, everything is progressing extremely smoothly." He excitedly guaranteed, "As soon as the time is right, we can immediately bring down 10,000 Sword City." Kai Ying replied with a single word, "Good." Her approval instantly energized the two like a shot of adrenaline. "Thank you for the Holy Envoy's trust. We will not disappoint your expectations." Then Kai Ying got up and left the room. In the corridor, she happened to run into a Yu who was coming on business. The two beauties almost simultaneously sensed something unusual. Kai Ying's nose twitched slightly, following the faint scent toward a Yu, sniffing repeatedly, then concluding it was her father's smell. Only then did a Yu speak to correct her. "Your father asked me to bring you over." A Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she secretly observed her, thinking this daughter seemed a bit off. Kai Ying, however, innocently extended her fingers and counted 1, 2. Clearly, she was already too accustomed to Hong Feng's habit of taking concubines, so she wasn't surprised, only silently concluding, "This is the 8th concubine." Suddenly she thought blankly, one room might not be enough in the future. Thinking of Hong Feng's vast harem, Kai Ying couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. With so many concubines crammed into one room, won't I have no place to see father? She immediately grew worried, feeling it would be hard to complete the task her mother had given her. "So what should I do about the task mother entrusted to me?" In the room, Duanlin Ruo's gentle voice sounded with confusion as she slowly asked, "You mean to give the mountain and sea spirit the ability of the mountain and sea realm?" She pondered and explained to Jun Zan, "First, you need enough spiritual power, which can be provided by spirit stones, and then some spatial attribute materials." He listened intently to the beauty's guidance. For an ordinary person, they might spend their entire life exhausting their mind and body, and still not gather them. But the wealthy Duanlin Ruo generously shared everything. "With me here, all the resources of 10,000 Sword City are yours." Needless to say, at this moment, Jun Zan was thoroughly enjoying himself. This was the power of being a kept man. Just then, a Yu brought Kai Ying to see Jun Zan and respectfully reported, "City Lord, a person has been brought." The little girl tilted her head blankly, looking at the elders before her. Duanlin Ruo couldn't help but exclaim with affection, "This child is so adorable." Her hands quickly reached out to Kai Ying. Duanlin Ruo's warm embrace momentarily flustered the little girl. "Ah, moth," Kai Ying blushed, sighing inwardly. "This one smells so nice, mixed with the familiar scent of father in her breath." Duanlin Ruo held her tightly, unwilling to let go, and Kai Ying's heart couldn't help but stir. Her mother had never treated her like this. It was strange, but it felt warm and real. She gently raised her hand to wrap around Duanlin Ruo's waist, then tightened it slightly, returning the embrace. Though Duanlin Ruo was momentarily surprised, she was soon melted by Kai Ying's innocence, so adorable. Jun Zan watched them nervously. Did it work? It should have. Seeing them hold each other for too long, he had to speak up. "All right, have you hugged enough?" Only then did the two part temporarily. Lan Ruo curiously studied Kai Ying, unable to look away. She smacked her lips and commented, "This child really doesn't resemble Pihulo at all. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it." Jun Zan mused inwardly, "That's because she hasn't seen this child kill." Kai Ying's decisiveness in action always sent a chill down his spine, completely at odds with her cute appearance. He coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Jun Zan turned back to ask Kai Ying, "Why did you come to the ink pavilion?" The little girl answered honestly and concisely, "I passed by with my father, then slipped away." He nodded in satisfaction. Kai Ying slowly recalled what happened next. She then encountered people from the sacred sect. Jun Zan was taken aback. The sacred sect. He directly confirmed with Kai Ying that it was the demon sect. The little girl obediently corrected herself. Duan Lanruo then analyzed the situation. Since the Sword Dao Grand Assembly established an imperial viewing platform, the security at 10,000 Sword City had become much stricter than before. "What's wrong?" Kai Ying cleverly explained the reason. They had slipped into 10,000 Sword City early in the morning, blending in among the imperial sword cultivators. Walking unsteadily, the little girl perfectly mimicked the demeanor and words of the two cultivators from earlier. This insider operation would completely change the course of the red tide in the Jade Snow Mountain Range. When it collides with the ocean tides, it will unleash power comparable to that of a high-level cultivator. By then, the entire assembly will. Jun Zan was momentarily speechless, only able to sneer inwardly. "In our eyes, the Holy Envoy is the biggest insider." Duan Lanruo, sharp-minded, immediately grasped the key point. "I see." She decisively proposed a countermeasure. "Where are those two now? They must be dealt with as soon as possible." But Jun Zan stopped her with a stern voice. "No," he calmly analyzed the bigger picture. "If they want to use the impact of the Jade Snow Red Tide to create chaos and fish in troubled waters, it means their own strength isn't high." He pointed out another key point. "They're scattered everywhere, making it hard to deal with them all at once." After a moment of deliberation, he came up with a plan. But wasn't the 10,000 Swords Grand Array just recently modified into a positioning array? Duan Lanruo was stunned, not expecting him to have already thought of a countermeasure. Jun Zan continued decisively, "When Yi Ck is about to expose this matter, have someone pretend to discover it, claiming the situation is urgent. We need to borrow the array. That way, Yi Ck's plan will be ruined." He crossed his arms, smirking smugly. "Killing two birds with one stone." Suddenly, Jun Zan remembered something else. "Oh right, I still need one more thing," Duan Lanruo asked curiously. "What thing?" He grinned slyly and revealed the treasure he wanted. The Celestial Axis Earth Vein Feng Shui map. Early that morning, Jun Zan had tidied up, dressed neatly, and prepared everything, returning to his original appearance. Seeing this, Duan Lanruo asked, "Going back to the inn?" He nodded. She was completely naked, wrapped only in a thin blanket, lying on the bed watching him, and said with a smile, "All right, if you need any more materials, just tell me." Duan Lanruo patted Kai Ying's head and promised, "I'll have a you deliver them to you." Jun Zan nodded. "Good." With that, he called out, "Kai Ying." Suddenly, Kai Ying appeared hanging upside down from nowhere, startling him into a scream. The little girl said seriously, "You're going to use illusion magic, right?" Father Jun Zan's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but sigh. How does this girl keep getting better at scaring people? Then, back at the inn, Kui Ting was sighing dejectedly. "Why, did it turn out like this?" As soon as Jun Zan returned and saw this, he quickly slipped past without asking. A few days ago, he was still a spirited young man. So why was he now so depressed he wanted to drown his sorrows in drink? Seeing no reply, Jun Zan shook him and called out a few times, "Senior Kui, Master Kui, Brother Kui." After a long while, he finally came to his senses with an, "Oh, Jun Zan's back?" Jun Zan nodded and replied, "Yes, Senior Kui." You, Kui Ting spoke while weeping sorrowfully. "I just went to find the Green Lotus Swordmaster, wanting to challenge her again." At this point, he grew even more dejected. Then she suddenly said she'd found something, and even asked who I'd been in contact with recently, then vanished on the spot. Could it be that the Green Lotus Swordmaster hates evil so much? Did she encounter something unusual again, or is there some scumbag villain she needs to punish? Jun Zan broke out in a cold sweat. Right, she really did go to punish those scumbags. A certain scumbag named Hong. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Damn, so you're the root of all this?" Jun Zan could only sigh helplessly. "This brother first took a blow for me, then dealt me another. Success is thanks to Kui Ting, and failure is also thanks to Kui Ting." Then the two clinked glasses, producing a crisp sound. Then they tilted their heads back and gulped it down heartily. Setting down the cup, Jun Zan wearily advised, "Maybe the Green Lotus Swordmaster just has more important matters and no time for this. After all, everyone has their troubles. Senior Kui's strength and determination are both commendable. It's just not the right time yet." Kui Ting's expression shifted as if he had an epiphany. Brother Lu is right. Then he suddenly stood up, his fighting spirit reignited. What I need to challenge is myself, not others' attitudes. Zhu Niang appeared from somewhere, leaned in to sniff Jun Zan and commented, the scent of a woman and a faint fragrance from the ink pavilion. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, did you go to a brothel? Jun Zan coughed a few times, stammering an excuse, just stayed one night. Ji Chong immediately got excited and repeated what he'd said before, startling Jun Zan, isn't that place dangerous, shouldn't you go? Jun Zan patted the young man's shoulder and earnestly warned, it's very dangerous, I almost died there. If you're not strong enough, don't go in. Zhu Niang listened seriously, knowing the answer in her heart. You two have quite interesting hobbies. With that, she walked out, leaving the space for you two to chat slowly. A while later, Jun Zan returned to his room. Zhu Niang, while playing with the squeaking red squeak, said, last night it already alarmed Zuo Yu, the guardian of the sword pavilion. He even came to explain it to me personally. She was both curious and suspicious. Last night's incident had spread even to the inn. How big do you think 10,000 Sword City is? Zhu Niang mocked while fiddling with the token. While you were spending the night at the brothel, the news had already spread throughout the entire city. She looked at him darkly as he played with Red Squeak, assessing him inwardly. This guy is really something. Not only did he hook up with the Lord of 10,000 Sword City, but he's also involved with the young master of Zan Yin and the Green Lotus Swordmaster, and he even dared to swagger into a brothel in broad daylight under everyone's nose. Truly worthy of the title King of Living Off Women. She then turned to praise Ji Yu Chong. Your genius little sister is really surprising. She broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refining last night, startling me. Jun Zan turned back in surprise to look at Ji Yu Chong, who immediately puffed up with pride as if wanting to write all the credit on his face. Jun Zan crossed his arms and earnestly warned, once you've stabilized your foundation, I'll take you to slay demons. Only cultivating without slaying demons will turn you into someone like the one standing by the bed. Got it? Ji Yu Chong immediately tensed up. Will I turn into an idiot? That serious? Jun Zan's mouth twitched and he clicked his tongue. This kid's tongue is sharp. He frowned and seriously reminded him. Remember, don't say that in front of him. He'll go crazy. The young man widened his eyes and nodded. Back in his room, Jun Zan reached out his hand. Come out. Zui immediately jumped out from his clothes. It curled up obediently, chirped a few times, then rolled around comfortably on the warm bed. Seeing this, Jun Zan couldn't help but reach out and stroke its belly. Jun Zan secretly calculated his plans. The instinct of demon beasts is to convert the vital energy of other beings into spiritual power for cultivation. He suddenly recalled the breakthrough from the nascent soul stage to the divine transformation stage. While stroking Zui, he analyzed. This red cloud scale flood dragon genius must be at least a 4-star in the game's ranking. He stared at Zui, making its round eyes look a bit confused. He'd also need to add a divine transformation stage guardian. When its main role was to warm the bed and act cute, he suddenly blushed, thinking deeper. Speaking of the immortal cultivation world, there probably aren't any contraceptive measures, right? Zui instinctively sensed a dangerous aura, immediately bristling all its fur and letting out a terrified meow. Jun Zan blushed as he leaned in close and whispered, Zui, help me with an experiment. It trembled dizzily. The whole cat terrified. Was he going to cook me? Jun Zan pondered and nodded. For the background of the immortal cultivation world, researching contraceptive measures between humans and other races was a topic that contributed greatly to observing and exploring the world. Zui tilted its head, a big question mark popping up above it. It trembled weakly and set a condition. As long as you don't cook me, I'll agree to anything else. Jun Zan immediately rejoiced, scooping up the cat girl. You changed your tune, so that means you can do it, right? Zui froze, dizzily feeling something was off. But it was too late. Jun Zan immediately buried his head, hugged it, pinned it down and began to act. It screamed in terror. Meow! By nightfall the moon was already high in the sky. Zui only woke up dizzily in human form. She was completely naked, aching all over, trembling as she barely sat up, gasping for breath, her body covered in sticky sweat. She looked down at the red marks on her body, utterly bewildered. What is this? She wiped at them painfully, but no matter how hard she tried, they wouldn't come off. Humiliating. No, they won't come off. The marks of shame. In the end, Zui could only endure it, sighing as if receiving a favor. As long as you don't kill me, anything goes. Cutscene transition. The next day, the system was displayed before Jun Zan, indicating the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage at 100. He touched the data, peak of the 5th layer, probably breaking through to the 6th layer tonight. Jun Zan pondered. This leveling speed was almost no different from the game. Then he broke out in a cold sweat again. Thinking about it carefully, comparing this to those NPCs was indeed a bit frightening. He sat cross-legged on the bed, somewhat troubled, while Zui was already sleeping soundly beside him. Actually, the most urgent thing right now was to have a decent weapon. the red cloud bow and the green sun sword. They were all just beginner weapons. At this moment, Jun Zan thought of Duan Lanruo. He needed to find her first. She should have quite a stash. Going downstairs, Jun Zan tapped lightly on the table meaningfully. Ju Niang took a puff of smoke and asked with a smile, "Something on your mind?" He also smiled, answering seriously, "Nothing much, just wanted to talk to you. Can we go to your room?" Ju Niang, thinking of something, blushed and replied, "There aren't many people around now, so it shouldn't be a problem." She shyly covered her face, leaving Jun Zan puzzled, completely not understanding her meaning. "You'll need to be quick later, or if no one's watching the shop, someone will definitely find it strange." Jun Zan raised an eyebrow full of question marks. In the end, Ju Niang agreed, and the two entered the room together. As soon as they entered, Ju Niang grabbed Jun Zan by the collar, pulled him close and kissed him hard on the lips, catching him off guard. Was this really happening? By now, Ju Niang was half beast, half human, directly pouncing on him. Jun Zan secretly glanced up. The system displayed, "Hu Ju Niang's affinity, eternal friendship." Seeing this prompt, he thought to himself, "So this thing really requires intimacy to exceed before friendship disappears and converts." Looking at Ju Niang, who had already transformed into her fox form, fierce and aggressive, he quickly stopped her. "Wait, what I wanted to talk about was about Squeak." "Business." She pinned him down with her tail, wagging it back and forth, her mouth saying no but her body being honest. Jun Zan was drenched in sweat, stammering, This. Suddenly he saw Squeak peeking out from behind Ju Niang, watching curiously. The little girl was staring at them with wide, interested eyes, startling him into stopping her. Don't look." Ju Niang smiled and licked her lips, using her foxtail to lift Squeak. She tossed Squeak up and down, making the little girl giggle happily. "Woo-ah!" Jun Zan reached out to catch Squeak. Marveling at how soft she was, Ju Niang winked at him, looking at him seductively. "You take Squeak and go, I'll be quick here." Jun Zan's face turned pale as he hurriedly denied it. "No, what do you mean by quick?" Faced with his panicked expression, Ju Niang just smiled and leaned in, saying, "Hurry up and tell me the business." Jun Zan had no choice but to confess, "I came to say I want Squeak to help me with something." Scene change. Elsewhere, Yisuke was staring at the coin, nodding coldly as she gave orders. "Sure, continue." Sure reported further. When Jun Zan entered the sword pavilion, it was exactly when Kui Ting challenged the Green Lotus Swordmaster for the second time. This time, it seems he still failed. The Green Lotus Swordmaster didn't even make a move, but she seemed to have discovered some kind of technique and just set her heart sword aside. Shure rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Then she flew her sword north of the city, but turned back not long after. It's really unusual. No idea what she was up to. Hearing this, Yisuke seized on the key point and immediately asked, "Was she still as fierce as before?" Shure pondered and nodded. As she spoke, she waved her hand and a map spread out before them. Yisuke silently observed the overall situation, then pointed to an area on the map, and immediately ordered, "Prepare a visiting card for me." She turned coldly and left. "I want to see the Green Lotus Swordmaster." Back to Jun Zan's side, Ju Niang leaned against him and probed. "Squeak?" He nodded on the surface, but inwardly cursed. "Damn, this fox is quick on the uptake." She crossed her arms and asked seriously, Help with what?" Ju Niang shook her head and reminded him, "Although Squeak is a mountain sea spirit, she's still in her juvenile form and basically has no abilities." He looked at Squeak and said thoughtfully, "So I want her to grow a bit." Jun Zan said a bit sheepishly, "I mean, use the Ascension Spirit Array to make her grow directly. After all, mountain sea spirits count as a kind of strange demon spirit. So it should work." Ju Niang gave him a sidelong glance and snorted, "The point is grow, right?" Jun Zan immediately blushed and waved his hands in panic. How could that be? I've always treated her like a daughter." As for her mother, he picked up the little one and couldn't help but admire. The mountain sea spirit's unique ability, the mountain sea realm once activated, suppresses everyone within range, lowering their cultivation by 1 realm. Squeak waved her arms excitedly, babbling to go up. Jun Zan made up his mind, "Leave the rest to me." Ju Niang looked at him in surprise and said with a smile, "You're finally willing to take the initiative?" Jun Zan quickly replied, "The situation is urgent now, so I think it's best to resolve it decisively." She nodded. "All right." Ju Niang solemnly set a condition, "but you must guarantee her safety." Jun Zan vowed firmly. Of course, that evening at Lanfang Garden, Shure and Yisuke were discussing matters. Yisuke said in a low voice, "That Kui Ting." Yisuke nodded and instructed, "The mundane disciple who saved the 9-star cursed swordmaster earlier, then returned to the inn, handed that person over to Jun Zan to take away." Shure acknowledged, but Yisuke said nothing more, falling silent for a long time. Shure irritably showed disgust. "This Jun Zan is no good either. He's definitely not the person the young master is looking for. Too lousy." Yisuke frowned. "Be vigilant, even if he's not. Being able to do these things means he's definitely not simple." With that, she ordered continued surveillance. Shure obeyed. "Yes, A look of thought and doubt returned to Yiseki's face. Green talisman coin. I remember our family has a mother coin, right? It can be explained that the green talisman coin is made by coating a coin with the blood of a legendary insect. Even after the tokens or dead coins are used up, the funds can still be withdrawn. Yisuke wrote while listening to Shuer continue, never expecting that before the deadline he had passed the Shudao trial in just half a cup of tea's time. Shuer felt the news spread too fast. Today, the story of passing Shudao in half a cup of tea had already spread through every street and alley of Wanjian City. She added, not only that, but City Lord Duan personally escorted him down from Zhang'e and even gave him the City Lord's token. Yisuke turned back in surprise and asked, does City Lord Duan really value that Foundation establishment stage kid so much? Shuer frowned with disgust and said, and he even spent the night in a brothel. Yisuke was taken aback, puzzled. A brothel? The scene shifted. At this moment Jun Zan was slowly walking along the display shelves, his eyes scanning every treasure on them, silently marveling that this was truly the treasure vault of a cultivation sect, far more impactful than in the game, making one want to open their wallet. He walked slowly to the female disciple guarding the place. She looked up at him. May I ask if you wish to exchange items, appraise value, or convert spirit stones? He placed his hand on the table and spoke slowly. This matter is beyond your authority. Please go and summon Elder Zhang Kashan in charge. With that, Jun Zan opened his palm. Seeing that treasure, the female disciple was utterly horrified, trembling as she knelt down. She dared not delay and immediately turned to leave. Please wait a moment. Soon a man approached, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, his scrutinizing gaze as if appraising a piece of goods. I knew something was off. Now you're using the alias Jun Zan, right? The newcomer was Zhang Kashan, an elder of Tianbao Pavilion, a highly favorable tool character. He took out a red wooden box and handed it to Jun Zan while transmitting a message. The pavilion master instructed me to give this to you. After finishing the business and returning to the inn, the box was already open, revealing a longsword with special patterns. Jun Zan exclaimed in surprise, Shaksan Wuta? He picked up the sword, feeling it personally, and murmured softly, with this sword, Shahou Chenyi can instantly lock onto my position using his technique. Forget it, at least I finally have a weapon in hand. Jun Zan stared at the sword, his gaze suddenly deepening. He closed his eyes, slowly circulating his technique, and a force emanated from the sword, enveloping his entire body. When Jun Zan opened his eyes again, he was already floating in another space. Before him stood a girl in red, her back to him. Jun Zan was stunned. The girl seemed to hear him and slowly turned her head. At just one glance at her face, Jun Zan recognized her in terror. Shahou Chenyi. Startled, Jun Zan threw the sword away. Damn, he broke out in a cold sweat, staring wide-eyed. Wasn't it just a sword? Why did the person come too? Jun Zan bent down, carefully shuffled over, crouched beside the sword, observing cautiously, then picked it up again, studying it like some strange creature. He thought to himself, it absolutely cannot be an illusion. His expression suddenly turned serious. I'm sure that figure just now was Shahou Chenyi's appearance, but the image of that girl keeps flashing in my mind, and the more I look, the less it seems like her. Jun Zan gripped the sword hilt, feeling the spiritual energy surging from within, a sensation very similar to that of a sword spirit, but that wasn't right. The soul of this sword had long been shattered, it couldn't possibly be so intact. Then he connected it to the image of the woman in the sword, likely that Shahou Chenyi had fused a part of her own split soul with the sword's remnant soul, forming a complete sword spirit. The more he thought, the more his head ached, so he could only console himself. It's fine, I'll go in again and figure it out. He closed his eyes once more, infusing spiritual power into the sword. When he opened his eyes again, the girl's face was right in front of him, startling him so much he jolted. Chenyi's lips curled into a meaningful smile, and she suddenly swung her hand at him. Jun Zan recoiled in fright, and before he could recover he was ejected. The longsword fell to the ground, a trace of blood still on the blade. He looked at his still bleeding palm, wincing in pain. I get that a precious sword recognizes its master with blood, but is it necessary to scare someone this much? Jun Zan nodded, having reached a conclusion. And it is indeed the sword spirit itself. Shahou Chenyi should still be in seclusion. She gave me the sword, probably not to kill me, and besides, the sword has already recognized its master. With that, he closed his eyes again. Entering once more, Shahou Chenyi was sitting quietly before a light-colored screen, a small pot of wine neatly placed on the low wooden table before her. She picked up the wine pot and slowly poured it into a cup. Jun Zan stood by, watching her every move. Chenyi sighed regretfully. Alas, it's a pity my wine pot can't produce wine. She raised the cup, smiling slightly. Jun Zan, won't you come over? He didn't answer, just rested his chin in thought. Chenyi tilted her head, the corners of her lips lifting, blinking as she teased. Or should I call you master? Jun Zan asked calmly. Are you the sword spirit of this blade? She laughed out loud. I am Shahou Chenyi. She looked at him with a smile. Aunt of Shahowu-su, Jingyi True Lord, the one who treats you like a treasure. As soon as she finished, Junzan exploded. Ah, he clenched his fists, retorting indignantly, it's me who treats her like a treasure. She's the one who treats me like a toy. Chen Yi rested her chin on her hand, sighed and admitted. I see, well, I am indeed a sword spirit formed from Jingyi True Lord's own cognition and remnant soul. Junzan's expression darkened. And what else? He crossed his arms, asking suspiciously. Why would a sword spirit like you take on her appearance? Chen Yi waved her hand, answering calmly. Just to scare you. Who knew you'd be so frightened you'd throw the sword away? It seems you're really afraid of Jingyi True Lord, huh? Hearing this, Junzan was stunned, his face instantly turning as red as a ripe tomato. She continued, her tone tinged with mockery. I know you're Lu Junquan, saying you'd cherish her, love her, treating Jingyi True Lord as the most precious treasure of your life, only to suddenly disappear without a word and go flirting with other girls. Junzan, as if struck in a weak spot, shouted frantically, I'll just get lost, okay? The scene shifted to Lanfang Garden, where Shu'er was carefully tightening Yi Siki's belt. Shu'er thought absently that when the young master grew up he would surely be an unparalleled beauty. If not for being born into the Zan Yin clan, countless people would pursue him. This thought flashed by and her cheeks unconsciously flushed. The more she thought, the angrier she became. That man who abandoned the young master was the scumbag that Dunan in Shangyang realm was searching for, not only stealing the Xuanyang pearl but also deceiving the young master's heart, only to leave without a word. As she adjusted Yi Siki's collar, she cursed inwardly. If she found that bastard, she'd tie him up and whip him hundreds of times with the family whip to feel satisfied. Shu'er sank back into thought. Actually, if the young master didn't like that person, maybe it was for the best. People from the Zan Yin clan, once they fall in love, are doomed to a bad end. HMPH, scornful, she suddenly sneezed. Yi Siki spoke slowly. Has the visiting card been sent? Shu'er snapped out of her thoughts and reported. It's been sent. The reply will come tonight. She then beamed a bright smile and said, Actually, the Qinglian swordmaster isn't as scary as the rumors say. He's very trustworthy, speaks gently and politely, is good-looking and has a bit of a heroic spirit, but he's nowhere near as handsome as the young master, right? She cast a cold glance at Shu'er. You're the only one with such a glib tongue. In a few days I'll send you back and have Bonnie come. Shu'er, while adjusting the young master's hat, begged for mercy. Young master, spare me. I don't want to go back. It's rare to have a chance to play outside. Yi Sipe sighed, too lazy to argue. All right, I know you can't stand being bored. You just want to stay by my side, right? She turned back curiously and asked, Have you got the menu for Yanlu tonight? Shu'er handed over a note. Here it is. Yi Siki took the note and stared at the words, stunned. City Lord. Yi Siki's gaze suddenly turned cold. Was Zhang Feng also appearing at Yanlu at the same time? The scene shifted to Pingding residence. Shen Siphon stood quietly, lost in thought. She recalled the ambiguous scenes between Lu Yuan, Duan Lanruo, and A Yu earlier, then sighed bitterly. Junzan, oh Junzan, you truly are the knot in my heart. She gripped her longsword and said softly with determination, If I can't resolve this, even if I master the 9th level of the Qinglian sword manual, the heart demon tribulation will strike from without during the tribulation. The wheels slowly stopped, and Yi Siki gracefully stepped out of the carriage. She stood at the door and spoke, Zan Yin clan. Yi Siki comes to seek guidance on a few matters. I hope the Qinglian swordmaster will enlighten me. After a moment the sound of pouring tea in the room broke the silence of the space. Shen Siphon and Yi Siki sat facing each other. Shen Siphon spoke first, asking presumptuously, Zan Yin young master, what brings you to me? Yi Siki's gaze carried scrutiny as she observed secretly. No wonder she was the strongest in Taiching Pavilion, truly living up to her reputation. But she felt a bit awkward inside, even sitting so properly. Why did she still feel shorter than the other? Yi Siki's expression suddenly darkened, quite regretful. She should have had Shu'er prepare some milk or something to supplement this small frame and make it grow taller. Seeing no answer, Shen Siphon asked again, Young master, what do you want to ask me? Yi Siki snapped out of that awkward thought, coughed a few times, quickly composed herself, and asked directly with a stern face, I want to ask you, what were you doing at Yanlu yesterday? Shen Siphon picked up her teacup and answered slowly, That's my private matter, not convenient to disclose. Yi Siki was unyielding. If the young master has nothing else, I think we have nothing more to say. Yi Siki's gaze gradually sharpened as she pressed on. Is it related to the person you're looking for? You came from Taiching Pavilion to Dunan Zhangzhou to find someone, right? These words seemed to hit the mark on Shen Siphon's purpose, making her eyes widen in surprise. Yi Siki continued coldly, Now you've come to Wanjian City, and the clue you found at Yanlu is about City Lord Duan's solitary seclusion practice, and that person named Zhang Feng. Shen Siphon's expression was full of confusion and shock. How does she know? Yi Siki pushed a stack of papers toward Shen Siphon. This is the information I had investigated, containing all of Lu Yuan's whereabouts. Shen Siphon picked up the papers, reading every word carefully. Yi Sike sat upright, speaking calmly. I came to Wanjian City to find someone too. Mentioning that person, Yi Sike's expression immediately softened, her eyes full of infatuation. In my eyes he was once the most shameless person, always appearing mysteriously to tease me, but he was also the most special person in this world. The one who treated me best. She paused slightly. But one day I suddenly couldn't find him. No matter what spell I used, I couldn't trace his whereabouts. She gently clutched her collar. Until recently, he seemed to have come back from another world, she continued. I followed the clues to Wanjian City, wanting to find him, to ask clearly, to get an answer. Shen Siphon listened intently to her words from beginning to end. Yi Seebs looked up at her. That person is very important to me. He is. Before she could finish, Shen Siphon across from her also spoke. They said in unison, Jun Zan. Their eyes met, both gazes turning cold, leaving only Shuer in the middle looking bewildered. What's going on? Yi Sike frowned. So you're looking for him too? Shen Siphon nodded firmly. Indeed I am looking for him. Yi Sike slammed her hand on the table in anger, her eyes almost spitting fire. He must be that Lu Yuan. She crossed her arms indignantly. I found him at the city gate, but he outsmarted me instead. She clenched her fists and shouted excitedly. And that Hu Jinang, Duan Lanruo too, all doing those shady things with him. I thought, how could someone cultivate so powerfully on their own? Turns out he's just good at freeloading. It's him. Seeing this, Shuer beside her also raised her fist in agreement, urging earnestly, Young master, don't be angry, don't ruin your health. Yi Zibi suppressed her rage, picked up her teacup and took several sips to calm down. After calming down, she turned to Shen Siphon. You found him with a spell at Yanlu and caught him with Duan Lanruo. Why didn't you go back and cut him in half with one sword strike? Shen Siphon sighed. Alas, let me tell you. The steam from the teacup slowly rose and dissipated. After a moment, Yi Sike raised an eyebrow and stammered, Dong dong. She immediately jumped up in anger. How could they think of that? What shameless things. Even Shuer beside her awkwardly comforted. Young master, calm down, young master, calm down. After calming down, she mused. Duan Lanruo controls Wanjian City. She must have backing, so she's fearless. The Wanjian Grand Array must also involve her. Yi Sike calculated seriously. You've already failed once. She's surely on guard. Now that Guan Chao Tingjian is approaching, directly snatching him away won't work. Shen Siphon listened intently. Stay put and wait for her to leave the city. With that, Yi Sike was so angry she wanted to flip the table, pacing back and forth in the room uncontrollably. Infuriating, absolutely infuriating. Shen Siphon picked up her teacup and said slowly, He has another woman in Zhong country at Shueui Wu, and one at Chiyu Villa he almost married. Yi Sike suddenly stopped, utterly shocked. 2 more, she muttered to herself. Last time, counting me and Shen Siphon plus Duan Lanruo and Hu Jinang 6, she immediately exploded, her fury almost enveloping her whole body. Does he want to switch one every day? Faced with this, Shen Siphon still sat calmly drinking tea beside her. Shuer kept fanning her while Yi Sike fumed with smoke, gritting her teeth and cursing. Bastard, who are those two? Shen Siphon frowned and replied, Shueui Wu's master, Rong Shangrong, Chiyu Villa's master, Jiyu Xian. Shuer bowed. Understood, I'll send someone to investigate. Yi Sike adjusted her collar, returning to her usual dignified demeanor. Sorry I was rude. Shen Siphon smiled slightly. It's understandable. Her expression suddenly turning serious. Back then, I directly drew my sword to kill him, scaring him out of his wits, which is why he fled to Wanjian City. In her mind, the intimate scene of Hongfeng with Duan Lanruo and a Yu resurfaced. Shuer sighed. Qinglian Swordmaster. Even though the Qinglian Swordmaster smiled so beautifully, why did it always feel a bit frightening? Shen Siphon quickly restrained her earlier demeanor. Sorry, I was also a bit rude. Night at the City Lord's mansion. Hongfeng placed the sword on the table and said, I got this from Tianbao Pavilion. Lanruo examined the sword carefully and asked in confusion. The blade's edge, shape and intent all have merit, and the technique is complete. There's no reason for the Tianbao Pavilion to display this sword. She reached out to gently stroke the blade, studying it with a serious expression. A fierce sword emerging into the world must have been steeped in countless bloodshed and storms. By the time it truly becomes a sword, it will have likely slaughtered countless, leaving mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Hongfeng sat to the side, propping his chin on his hand, and said listlessly, I didn't buy this thing. It was gifted to me by one of the pavilion masters of Tianbao Pavilion, he added helplessly. And before it came into my hands it was still a discarded sword, its sword spirit already shattered. Duan Lanruo turned the sword over and over in her hands, murmuring softly, Why would it be the pavilion master of Tianbao Pavilion? After examining it for a while, she suddenly noticed a line of small characters on the blade. Yang Wu Zhenjun Zan. Hongfeng excitedly slammed the table. No, it's not Shahou Su, it's his great-grandmother. Duan Lanruo was both surprised and puzzled. Shahou Sen Yi. She steadied herself and said calmly, Forget it. Did you come to me just for this sword? In my opinion, it's best not to use it. A malevolent sword devours its master. I don't want you to be influenced by it. Hongfeng nodded. I know my limits. I understand the gravity of the situation. He looked at the sword in silence, lost in thought. The most terrifying thing about this sword isn't its killing intent, but the sword spirit inside it that is identical to Shahou Sen Yi. After a moment, the long sword suddenly emitted wisps of red aura. Duan Lanruo stared at the sword and suggested, "Let me help you refine the killing intent first." Suddenly, a Yu appeared and urgently reported, "The city lord." Duan Lanruo asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" A Yu relayed the situation. Yi Sike had gone to see Shen Siphon. Duan Lanruo's lips curved into a smile, and she turned to look at Hongfeng, her smile meaningful. "Interesting. It seems your little lovers are about to meet. The Zanyin young master is very clever. She probably already knows your identity." Hongfeng was greatly alarmed, his eyes wide. "Then Shen Siphon knows too," Duan Lanruo said unhurriedly. "If the two of them meet, can they really sit down and chat peacefully?" Suddenly, Hongfeng seemed to sense something. Duan Lanruo also felt it. She lunged towards him, warning him of the sword light at the same time. Then she frowned, sensing the aura, and gently soothed him. "It's the Qinglian sword disciple. It seems she's clashed with Yi Sike. Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Hongfeng awkwardly whispered a reminder. "If it's just a small matter, can we stand up first?" Duan Lanruo teased, "Isn't this okay?" In the silent night, a figure streaked across the sky. It was Shen Siphon, standing proudly atop a roof. The people below looked up, utterly bewildered. "What's going on?" Others were also curious. "What happened?" Another guard shouted anxiously. "Guards, guards!" Among the crowd, a man respectfully cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask the Qinglian sword disciple what happened?" Shen Siphon was silent for a moment before replying, "A demon cult member infiltrated 10,000 Sword City. I have severely wounded them and left a sword mark," she carefully instructed everyone. "The specific details have already been reported to the city lord by the Zanyin young master. I hope you all will assist in handling this matter." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "We will certainly do our utmost to help," the crowd murmured. So it wasn't a conflict between the Qinglian sword disciple and the Zanyin young master. The scene shifted back to Duan Lanruo's room. The door was suddenly slammed open. Yi Ziki, filled with murderous intent, shouted, "Old woman, what do you want to do to my Zanyin Gen?" Duan Lanruo smiled silently, listening to a Yu's telepathic report. "City lord," the Qinglian sword disciple said when she was talking with the Zanyin young master. She discovered the demon cult member making a move. She looked at Hongfeng, her gaze tender. Her tone was provocative. "Do what? Of course, do what you've never done." Hongfeng seemed to foresee what was about to happen, feeling both amused and exasperated inside. "It's over then." Duan Lanruo deliberately leaned back, pressing her ample chest directly against his face, and taunted, "HMPH, you still think he's yours? He hasn't been for a long time." Duan Lanruo curled her lip and provocatively challenged, "In this study, on the table, on the chair, by the window, he is mine and I am his. Have you seen it? His kisses, his love, everything about him, I can accommodate. Yi Sike, can you handle it?" Hongfeng exclaimed in shock. Yi Sike witnessed this scene with her own eyes and heard those provocative words, trembling with rage. Her hands clenched into fists, she cursed, "Shameless and despicable." The next second her tears almost fell, but she held them back. She frowned and asked seriously, "Can you handle it?" "Handle what?" Yi Sike was no pushover either. She directly rubbed salt in the wound, questioning, "I heard your husband. The former pavilion master's grave is in the mountains next to 10,000 Sword City, right? You say you can accommodate everything about Hongfeng, but you haven't given him everything of yours. What right do you have to say he's yours? Besides, which part of him is yours?" Duan Lanruo was momentarily speechless. "You?" She frowned, displeased, and sat up straight, glaring at Yi Sike. Hongfeng finally caught his breath, truly wanting to cry but having no tears. He was almost suffocated. His heart was a mix of emotions, and he smiled wryly, thinking, "Thank goodness Yi Sike came in time, not Shen Siphon." A chill ran down Hongfeng's spine. He figured Yi Sike wanted to obtain the Zanyin Gen and wouldn't kill anyone. But if Shen Siphon had come, then he suddenly realized, oh no, they should both know the truth by now. So why didn't Shen Siphon come? Hongfeng guessed in shock. Could it be that because the truth was exposed this time, her favorability towards me dropped and she became disheartened? The system text panel appeared, showing that the favorability of the contested character Shen Siphon in the Shangyang CE was still high. Hongfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked himself in silence, do I really have a bit of a masochistic tendency? At this moment Duan Lanruo straightened her clothes and loudly retorted to Yi Sike, at least I have possessed him completely, haven't I? What about you? You can only stand by and watch your Zanyin Gen being toyed with. You must feel that way too, right? Yi Sike's voice was soft, but her words were extremely harsh. City Lord of 10,000 Sword City, stop deceiving the Zanyin clan's spirit veins, mineral veins, and Tianwan sword. she started with obvious contempt. Wearing the cloak of a chaste woman while secretly committing adultery with another man behind the scenes, your character and morals are utterly base. Duan Lanruo was instantly frozen, unable to speak. Yisuke taunted and threatened at the same time. I wonder what consequences these two matters would bring if they got out. To the Sword Pavilion, to 10,000 Sword City, or to you, City Lord Duan? Duan Lanruo was drenched in cold sweat, pale-faced and too nervous to utter a single word in reply. At this moment, a middle-aged man silently approached behind Yisuke. She smiled meaningfully and asked, Uncle Ju, tell me, what qualifications does such a person have to be the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City? That person was a Cgn Li Ju Tong. He cupped his hands and replied cautiously, reporting to the young master, 10,000 Sword City is a venue for the court's sword viewing ceremonies, symbolizing the Sword Pavilion's justice and integrity. The City Lord's conduct must be upright. If City Lord Duan is like this, she is indeed unqualified. Duan Lanruo couldn't help but sigh. A famous sword from 100 years ago, a renowned sword cultivator master who later disappeared without a trace. I never expected him to be serving the Zanyin clan. She stood with her arms crossed, challenging without backing down. Qualified or not, no, it's not your place to meddle. I have a clear conscience, and that is integrity. Yisuke curled her lip and sneered sarcastically. Oh, does your integrity refer to deception or adultery? Hongfeng wanted to speak but stopped, wanting to tell them to cool down, but the words were cut off by Yisuke's angry shout. Brother, don't speak. Duan Lanruo explained seriously. I didn't deceive you when you came to me. I didn't expect him to come to 10,000 Sword City either. That was just a guess. Even I couldn't be sure of it myself. How can that be called deception? Yisuke refused to let it go, wanting to blow things up. Then let the world judge whether you still have the qualifications to be the City Lord of 10,000 Sword City. Duan Lanruo frowned, her gaze cold and full of displeasure. Suddenly, Hongfeng's expression turned serious, and he interrupted, The world. He swung his sword to shield Duan Lanruo, protecting her, and said in a deep voice, The world will only ever see what they think they should see or what they want to see. She has done nothing wrong. Should she be ruined just because she likes me? Absolutely not. Hongfeng said firmly, I stand with Lanruo. Yisuke was momentarily choked, unable to speak. You, Duan Lanruo, protected behind him, was both worried and touched. Zanjun Yisuke frowned, unable to hide her shock and panic, and questioned, Brother, you stand with her? Why? She grew more agitated as she spoke, her reproach filled with resentment. You clearly said you were my Zan Yin Zhen, a part of my body, that our union was only natural. What right do you have to be angry with me? I should be the one who's angry, you liar, you bastard, this time. Hongfeng faced her accusations directly. You can blame me, you can call me heartless, a two-timer, a scumbag, or even like Shen Siphon, draw your sword and kill me. He frowned, distinguishing right from wrong. You can also be angry at Lanruo because from your perspective she took away the person you like. Finally, Hongfeng emphasized word by word, but she is not unfaithful or unchaste, and she is wholeheartedly dedicated to 10,000 Sword City. Now that she likes me, what's wrong with that? Even Duan Lanruo, who had been pretending to be wronged on the side, couldn't help but think, what nonsense is this kid talking about? Hongfeng pointed his sword tip at Yisuke. He said decisively, So I will never let you hurt her. Unless I fall and can no longer hold my sword, I will always stand before her and protect her. The more Yisuke heard, the more it grated on her ears. She stopped wasting words and immediately responded, Fine, today I will definitely take you back and make Duan Lanruo see clearly. She ordered, Uncle Ju. Li Ju Tong immediately summoned sword intent in his palm, ready for battle. He said proudly, City Lord Duan is at least a 9-star sword forger, so she is qualified to make me draw my sword. Let's see how many moves you can withstand. Before he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward. Just as he was about to execute his ultimate sword technique, Uncle Ju suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why was the sword in its scabbard not moving? At that very moment a sharp whistling sound rang out, piercing into his mind. Shaking Li Ju Tong to a standstill, he stared wide-eyed, howling in pain. Damn it, what the hell was that? Duan Lanruo flicked her finger to cast a spell, bone-devouring soul ghosts. Countless ghostly figures appeared around him, emitting mournful wails that tormented him, splitting his head with pain, while Li Ju Tong was still in a panic, struggling desperately and frantically roaring, What is this? As he was still being disturbed and driven senseless by the ghostly sounds, Duan Lanruo immediately executed another technique. Yin-Yang is sage. The 8 characters of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements shot out like a drill, striking Li Ju Tong's body hard, directly blasting him away. Seeing Li Ju Tong sent flying over Tenjiang, Yisuke called out worriedly, Uncle Ju. In the moment she was distracted, a Yu appeared behind her like lightning and coldly warned, Zan Yin, young master, please do not act rashly, or the blade has no eyes and might injure your precious self. As soon as the words were spoken, Yisuke's eyes widened in shock. By now, Yu had her under control with a knife at her throat. Hong Feng was also stunned. He hadn't expected her to be so fast. Yu Shuer also cried out anxiously. "Young master," she warned frantically, "let the young master go. If she is harmed in any way, it will cause conflict between the Sword Pavilion and the Zan Yin clan." Duan Lanruo sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. "She is the young master of the Zan Yin clan, so naturally she feels emboldened to do whatever she wants," she shouted coldly. "Why didn't you think before you acted? I am also the city lord of 10,000 Sword City. Attacking me today is tantamount to provoking the Sword Pavilion," Isipe retorted excitedly. "You deceived me first, and then you set a trap." Before she could finish, Yu pressed the knife a little harder against her throat. Feeling the coldness of the blade, Ck was startled and immediately shut up. Ck was unwilling to give in, and argued forcefully, "When you made the deal with me, you said you had no intention of deceiving me. What about the Qinglian sword disciple? You used that same excuse to deceive her. This bastard is not the child groom you raised from a young age," Duan Lanruo replied calmly. "She and I have never had any agreement. Does one have to follow rules when snatching a man?" Ck knew she was in the wrong, and fell silent for a moment. Then she calmed herself down and finally, she looked up at Hong Feng and called out softly, "Zan Jun." Ck spoke of her grievances. "For you, I went against my family's wishes and stubbornly came to find you alone. If I cannot produce a more outstanding offspring," before she could finish, she threw herself onto the blade and blood immediately flowed. Shuer cried out in panic and lunged forward, shouting, "No, young master." Hong Feng was also completely stunned and called out in concern, "Ck." Fortunately, Yu reacted quickly and immediately restrained her from behind, preventing Ck from causing any more trouble. At that moment, Hong Feng suddenly realized how truly slow he had been. Damn it, he hadn't considered her feelings at all. Ck was heartbroken and desperately provoked. "She is a widow. If you have the guts, kill me directly, otherwise you will be my Zan Yin Zhen for the rest of your life and no one can take you away." Just then, Yu immediately covered Ck's mouth. Ck struggled and shouted, "Bastard you, let go of me, what do you think you're doing?" At this moment, Yu's face was serious and full of vigilance to prevent you from biting your tongue. "I have offended you." Faced with this awkward scene, Ck's eyes reddened, full of grievance. Her voice was also choked with sobs. "Woo-woo, don't look." Hong Feng quickly stopped her. Yu covered her for a while, making sure Ck wouldn't do anything stupid again. Yu directly pushed her to the ground. Hong Feng walked over, gently crouched down and tried to help Ck up. But Ck angrily turned her face away immediately, pouting and snorting coldly. "HMPH." Shuer rushed over anxiously, carefully calling out to the young master. Ck was still in a huff and said stubbornly, "I'm fine," but suddenly her expression changed and she said frantically, "Oh no, I can't breathe, I can't control my spiritual power anymore." Ck felt dizzy and fainted amidst Shuer's cries. "Young master," Shuer quickly supported Ck, shaking and calling out to her anxiously. "Young master," she was about to turn around and curse angrily, but was knocked out cleanly by Yu with a single palm strike. After all the commotion, Duan Lanruo ordered sternly, "Take them out and keep them under strict watch." Hong Feng replied respectfully, "Yes." His head was throbbing, and a wave of dizziness hit him. Due to using his skills and the backlash from the sword, his spiritual power was about to overflow, reaching the point of breaking through to the 8th layer of the Foundation establishment stage. Sensing something unusual, Duan Lanruo called out in confusion, "Zan Jun." She turned around just in time to see Hong Feng entering a focused meditative state. A powerful aura radiated from his entire being. Hong Feng thought to himself, "Judging by the abundance of spiritual energy, I might be able to push further and break through directly to the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment stage." Duan Ruoruo said nothing, climbed onto the bed and entered a meditative state beside him. It wasn't until the morning light streamed in, painting a beautiful scene, that Hong Feng slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the ethereal structure within his body, he nodded with satisfaction. The 9th layer of Foundation establishment was complete. Only one final step remained before forming the golden core. But then Hong Feng suddenly felt something was off. He stared at the spiritual energy coiled around his long sword and exclaimed in surprise, "Logically, murderous intent should hinder cultivation and weaken some of the spiritual energy." Hong Feng stared for a long time, full of doubt. Why was it now having the opposite effect? Suddenly, Yi Zik let out a soft hum. Hong Feng looked down and was instantly stunned. He quietly watched the stunningly beautiful girl sleeping soundly in his arms. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. "How did you get here?" He recalled that last night, City Lord Duan was clearly by his side, protecting him. Hong Feng immediately arrived at an obvious conclusion. It seemed City Lord Duan had personally undressed her and placed her in his arms. Hong Feng quickly shook Yi Zik. The moment he touched her body, he was astonished to find that his spiritual energy was actually merging with hers. This filled him with ecstatic joy. Wasn't this the effect of dual cultivation between a man and a woman? Could this mean? Hong Feng's eyes lit up, his heart racing with joy. No wonder he had broken through so quickly after these two connections. The effect was absolutely incredible. Suddenly he paused, thinking to himself, if just physical contact could create a spiritual energy resonance and double the cultivation speed, then if they actually cultivated together, wouldn't he truly ascend to the heavens and break through directly? Hong Feng hummed with pleasure, feeling like he could leap out of the universe and shout for joy. He was extremely satisfied with this lightning-fast cultivation progress. Back when he was with Rong Shangrong, he could reach foundation establishment in a single night. Now forming a golden core was no longer a dream. He gently lifted Yi Zik, calculating silently in his mind. The combination of the Zanyang Pearl and the Zanyin lineage had never produced this accelerated cultivation effect before. It was probably only possible because I am this unique, unprecedented human-shaped Zanyang Pearl. Feeling the warmth radiating from Hong Feng, Yi Zik drowsily rubbed against him and murmured softly, "So comfortable." Startled, Hong Feng quickly stopped her. "Wait, don't move." He took a cloak from his sleeve space and gently draped it over Yi Zik. Waking up groggily, Yi Zik felt a strange sensation in her body. Hong Feng gently lifted her and carefully sat her down on the table. Only then did Yi Zik realize that the places he had touched felt as if an electric current had just passed through them. Faced with Hong Feng's handsome face, Yi Zik shyly averted her gaze, unable to hide the blush on her cheeks. She couldn't help but wonder, was this what people called the feeling of being in love? Soon she calmed down and thought seriously. Waking up in Hong Feng's arms must mean something had happened. She looked down at her intact body, a look of confusion on her face, but there was nothing wrong with her body either. For a moment she even felt a bit disappointed. How could this be? It was completely different from what the book said. A complete story immediately formed in her mind. Could this bastard have gone wild with lust, and then did something to me right in front of Duan Lanruo, leaving that old woman to just stand by and watch jealously? Just then a voice rang out, "You two may leave now. I have matters to attend to." Hearing this voice, Yi Zik immediately recognized it as Duan Ruo's. Her fighting spirit instantly ignited. She absolutely couldn't lose this time. Yi Zik immediately lunged at Hong Feng, leaving him bewildered and nearly knocking him over. Seeing the scene before her as she entered, one person lying on top of another, Duan Lanruo spoke helplessly. "You too?" Yi Zik glanced at Duan Lanruo, thinking smugly, "The tables have turned. Let me see you jealous." But Duan Lanruo only calmly commented, "It seems progress is even slower than I imagined." She even calmly smiled and suggested, "The Zanyin young lord seems a bit inexperienced. Do you need my help?" Yi Zik was stunned, frowning as she thought, this isn't how the script goes. Her mind was filled with questions, conjuring up 49 different hypotheses in an instant. Shouldn't that old woman be furious? Then I could pretend to be scared and throw myself into Jun Zan's arms, gain Hong Feng's sympathy, and accuse Duan Lanruo. Turning the tables completely, looking at Duan Lanruo's calm demeanor, a huge question mark appeared in Yi Zik's mind. Why isn't she angry? And noticing Duan Lanruo's calculating gaze fixed on her, Yi Zik felt a chill down her spine and obediently quieted down. It seemed like she still wanted to do something to me. Before she could continue her speculation, Duan Lanruo had already stepped forward quickly, wrapped an arm around Yi Zik's waist and actively pushed her into Hong Feng's arms, startling Yi Zik into a cry. "Ah?" She was both surprised and confused. What are you doing?" Duan Lanruo didn't answer, just quietly observed her. "Little Zik's waist is very slender. Although this appearance is endearing, it's not suitable for bearing children." Yi Zik immediately retorted angrily, "Don't call me little Zik." She turned back and hugged Hong Feng as if asserting her claim, saying, "What does suitability have to do with waist size? My Zanyang Pearl and I are a match made in heaven." Duan Lanruo stroked her chin, sighing thoughtfully, "Youth is wonderful. Injuries heal quickly, and you're full of energy again. Even spiritual energy that has been broken into several pieces can resonate so harmoniously. Truly enviable." Yi Zik looked confused, only able to nod in agreement. Right. It was then that Hong Feng frowned, understanding, and spoke up. "So you often, but that doesn't mean you had to take off all her clothes," Duan Lanruo said frankly. "I put her in your arms hoping you would catch her." "Who knew?" Yi Zik revealed a smug smile while Hong Feng summed it up speechlessly. "Nonsense. I'm at the nascent soul stage. She's at the void refinement stage. Could I even catch her?" Yi Zik felt very uncomfortable inside, thinking secretly, no wonder this woman could keep Jun Zan so tightly in her grasp. She simply doesn't get jealous at all. She was speechless with surprise. Not only does she not get jealous, she even helps him hold other women. Yi Zik was silent for a moment, becoming even more convinced. Sure enough, it was this woman who corrupted Jun Zan. She glared fiercely at Duan Lanruo, wishing she could swallow her whole, and silently made up her mind Shen Sifen was right. This kind of woman is the real culprit. I must defeat her. This vicious woman, Yi Zik, I will win, Hong Feng asked her respectfully. All right, what should we do now, or rather, what do you want? Yi Zik immediately clung to him, acting spoiled. You're mine. You're not allowed to leave. Faced with her coquettish behavior, Hong Feng could only patiently persuade her, of course I won't leave, but I can't be just your Jun Zan either. He sighed, and facing Yi Zik he decided to sit down seriously and explain clearly. What you want is the Lu Junxuan who is devoted solely to you. But I am merely a traveler forced into a corner. He paused for a moment, then said bluntly, we seem very similar, but in reality we are not alike at all. Yi Zik stubbornly said, embarrassed. Then what can I do? I just like you. What else can I do? Hong Feng gently stroked her beautiful face and suggested, then do nothing. Even if you wanted to drive me away, I wouldn't leave. Keeping you by my side is the purpose of my acquiring the Zan Yang Pearl. He asked ambiguously, if I just let go and left now, wouldn't all the effort I put in before be wasted? Yi Zik's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She let out a shy and angry snort. Shameless. She turned to see Duan Lanruo's reaction, but was astonished to find her looking completely calm. Yi Zik was shocked. That woman was actually handling official business. This woman must have been hit where it hurts last night and lost her composure, otherwise she wouldn't be so steady now. Sensing her gaze, Duan Lanruo turned back and gave a gentle smile. It scared Yi Zik, who instinctively burrowed deeper into Hong Feng's arms. She thought nervously, this woman is terrifying. She can calmly strip the clothes off a woman who once mocked her, and stuff her into Hong Feng's arms. Has she always been doing this? Seeing the extremely complex look in Yi Zik's eyes as she looked at him, Duan Lanruo was a bit puzzled. She explained coolly, the young lord's maid from last night has been sent back to Lanfang Courtyard. That subordinate for attacking the city lord has been temporarily imprisoned pending investigation. Yi Zik nodded, maintaining her original posture, and mumbled a vague response. Oh, Duan Lanruo added, the materials for the evolution of the mountain and sea spirit are almost ready. Bring that child over in the next few days and we can begin. Hong Feng smiled politely. Good, I'll go back to the inn and bring Gigi over later. Sitting in his lap, Yi Zik looked confused. The inn? She immediately jumped up and urged. Don't stay in that shabby place. I'll arrange accommodation for you. And why are you still pretending? Everyone knows by now, Hong Feng thought helplessly. You know, but there are others who don't. He found a serious excuse. Since I'm pretending, I have to see it through. Besides, I've made a new friend there. Yi Zik was unhappy and gritted her teeth secretly. Tisk, you're so troublesome, she insisted stubbornly. Then I'm coming too. Hong Feng was puzzled. How will you come? Yi Zik immediately proposed her own solution. Can't I just wear a veil? Hong Feng pondered. The problem isn't whether you wear a veil or not. Looking at her cold yet delicate and adorable face, the corner of his mouth twitched in utter helplessness. With your temperament, even if you wore ordinary clothes and covered your face, you'd still stand out in a crowd. In the end, Hong Feng could only agree. All right, just remember to hide your identity, he reminded her seriously again. Also, lend me your modified 10,000 swords formation when the time comes. The demon sect's infiltrators have already infiltrated the city. I need to screen them. Hearing this, Yi Zik said doubtfully, demon sect infiltrators, she thought to herself. I thought Shen Sifen was just talking casually. I didn't expect there to actually be demon sect people mixed in. She obediently nodded. Oh, the next morning after packing their bags, Yi Zik and Hong Feng set off. Yi Zik even said cheerfully, City Lord Duan will take our leave now. Arriving at Lanfang Courtyard, Yi Zik softly called out, Shuer. Hearing the familiar voice, Shuer immediately turned around and exclaimed joyfully, Young Lord, but her joy didn't last long. As Hong Feng came into view, her mood immediately sank, and she nodded perfunctorily. Master Jun Zan, she thought painfully. My young lord, how could you fall so quickly? I must warn the young lord not to make the same mistake. Before Shuer could speak, Yi Zik had already happily instructed, Jun Zan and I are going to the inn, you wait here. Shuer could only reply stiffly, yes. She felt deeply wronged. It wasn't that Shuer wasn't trying, but the young lord herself wasn't even putting up a fight. A little while later, on the way back to the inn, as soon as Yi Zik and Hong Feng arrived, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, Wow, these two have an extraordinary bearing. They're clearly not ordinary people. This young man, someone exclaimed in recognition. It's Hong Feng from the Shu Road tea stall. Immediately, everyone's attention focused on Yi Zik, with people constantly guessing who the girl beside him was. Everyone marveled, feeling that even her silhouette was beautiful at the inn. Hu Jineng was sighing out of boredom. 3 more hours until the tide-watching sword listening conference begins. All the customers have run off to watch the excitement. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It's really quiet. Seeing Hong Feng, Hu Jineng immediately greeted him warmly. Hong Feng, you're finally back. Seeing this, Yi Zik was not to be outdone. She rushed over with the speed of someone grabbing a memorial tablet striking a possessive pose. Seeing her standing beside Hong Feng, Hu Jineng asked doubtfully, "And this is," she grinned and teased Hong Feng. "Kid, did you really manage to trick the Zan Yin young lord?" Hong Feng chuckled and quickly corrected her. "What do you mean trick?" Seeing how familiar they were with each other. Yi Zik immediately frowned in displeasure. She hugged Hong Feng's arm even tighter, thinking gloomily, "Although I've heard rumors about these two being close, seeing it with my own eyes is still hard to accept." Hu Jineng deliberately teased him, gently blowing a breath towards his face, making Hong Feng laugh and dodge. "Hey," Yi Zik screamed internally. "Damn it, even a fox spirit is trying to compete with me." At that moment, Hu Jineng turned and led them inside, saying, "Follow me." She pushed open the door and the chubby little Gigi inside was babbling, "Mama, Hu Jineng smiled, then crouched down to tidy up. "You're back." Then she gently tapped Gigi's head and Gigi immediately said pitifully, "Mama, it hurts." Beside them, Yi Zik curiously observed the child. It was the mountain and sea spirit. Hu Jineng paused, looking at her. Seeing Yi Zik's face full of interest as she played with Gigi, Hu Jineng judged inwardly that there was no malice in young Lord Yi's expression, only gentleness. Just as the rumors said, over here, Yi Zik was completely melted by Gigi's cuteness, unable to help exclaiming, "So cute," Hu Jineng thought to herself. This mysterious clan has only had women since ancient times. With stunning beauty but extremely short lifespans, coupled with their powerful cultivation talent, they are like hibiscus flowers that bloom in the morning and wither at dusk, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Hong Feng said, "The materials are ready. I'll take Gigi to the city lord's mansion soon." He reassured Hu Jineng, "Don't worry, I'll stay with Gigi the whole time." Hearing this, Hu Jineng smiled and nodded. "I trust you, and I trust City Lord Duan." Yi Zik asked doubtfully, "Why do you want it to evolve? Isn't it fine as it is now?" She couldn't help but wildly speculate. Could it be that he has ulterior motives even for such a small child? But then she thought it was too absurd and laughed at herself. "Haha, how could that be?" Hong Feng was silent for a moment, then explained. "The mountain and sea spirit can be born from the mountain and sea realm. When it grows up, it can trap people inside and even suppress their cultivation by a major realm." Hearing this, Yi Zik was shocked and immediately jumped up. "So you wanted to use it against me and Shen Siphon?" Hong Feng frankly admitted. "Yes." He gently touched her head, soothing her. "If you two really plan to join forces and lock me up, then I'll have no choice but to use this last resort." Yi Zik's face immediately turned red. Completely won over, she asked shyly, "Why are you telling me this now? I'm already by your side." After chatting for a while, Hong Feng stretched and got up to leave. He would go back first to help Lanruo tidy up. She had to head to the competition venue later and wouldn't have time for these matters. But suddenly, Hu Jineng spoke up worriedly, unable to hide the doubt in her heart. "When Gigi grows up, she won't turn into that mountain god, will she?" Yi Zik was taken aback. Thinking of those skilled and interesting martial artists, the mountain god hesitated in her reply as well. Hong Feng smiled and quickly explained. "Spirits of mountains and seas are different from mountain gods. No matter what, a small fire dragon can't evolve into a violent dragon. They're not even the same species," Hu Jineng asked, full of confusion. "Hearing you say that, I think I understand, but what are small fire dragons and violent dragons?" Hong Feng had let it slip and had to brazenly defend himself, saying he was just making it up, that they were special spirit beasts from a place called Junjian. Hu Jineng finally relaxed and stopped pressing. "As long as it doesn't turn out like that, it's fine. But even if it did, it wouldn't matter. I just don't want Gigi to become unlovable." Yi Zik nodded in agreement. Hong Feng walked over to the child playing and asked curiously, "Gigi, can you turn into a spirit form?" Gigi replied in a childish voice, "I can show you." The next second, the child's whole body radiated a dazzling light and began to transform. Seeing the green mist before him, Yi Zik was stunned. Hu Jineng explained with a smile, "This is Gigi's true form. Spirits of mountains and seas have no fixed form." Watching the power spread through the room, Duan Lanruo exclaimed with delight, "How adorable." She hugged Gigi tightly with affection and carefully instructed, "I'm going to host the Guanchao listening sword competition. You watch her for me." Ayu behind her immediately acknowledged the order. "Yes." Hong Feng looked utterly uninterested. "I already know the plot of the Guanchao listening sword competition. There's basically nothing to fight over, it's all running around collecting things, so annoying." Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not chat with Yi Zik? Hong Feng felt vaguely uneasy, always thinking that since Shen Siphon had struck that sword there had been no movement. It was too strange. Finally, Hong Feng decided, forget it, what if Shen Siphon latches onto me again? His mind conjured up all sorts of chaotic and vivid scenes. One shadow, one Yi Zik plus one Zhuizhuwei. That was already enough clones. Thinking of this, Hong Feng immediately rummaged through the storage space in his sleeve. Speaking of Zhuizhuwei, this little guy has been sleeping for a long time, hasn't he? He picked up Zhuizhuwei, who was lying on the ground, and thought, This little thing was trapped under the water moon lake for too long, sleeping for centuries. He's probably gotten used to it. Just then, Zhuizhuwei lazily meowed from the ground. Hongfeng vaguely sensed it. Zhuizhuwei has evolved too, he stroked his chin, pondering. It must be related to the effect of my breakthrough. Zhuizhuwei actually slept all the way to the nascent soul stage. Just then, Yi-Sike ran over curiously. Oh, a nascent soul stage beast. She reached out to touch Zhuizhuwei. Let me pet him. But Zhuizhuwei immediately let out a dissatisfied roar, meow, and jumped onto Hongfeng. Furious as if about to flip a table, he yowled incessantly. Meow 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 meow. Translated from cat language into human speech, it was roughly, I am a Chixia Liulan Jiao with a true dragon soul. How can anyone other than my master touch me? Sensing the tension, Hongfeng quickly held the cat down. Forcing a smile, he soothed, he's a stray cat, not in a good mood. Gigi angrily shook off his hand and retorted, Cat, you're the stray cat. Then he proudly turned and walked away, tail swishing. How dare you call this Zhuizhuwei a stray cat so ignorant? It was clearly he suddenly stopped, confused. How clearly what? Zhuizhuwei just crouched at the door, lost in thought, circling in a daze, making Yi-Sike curious. What's he doing? Hongfeng shrugged and shook his head. No idea, probably gone dumb. Walking outside, Hongfeng looked into the distance and suddenly mentioned absent-mindedly. Shen Siphon, he sighed. She cultivates the sword path. She's the kind who does whatever she wants whenever she wants. Her innate sword heart is dazzlingly brilliant. Hongfeng was silent for a moment, then said seriously, That's why she got angry and chased me all the way from Taiching Pavilion. I'm afraid she won't let it go easily anytime soon. If she makes a move against you all, it'll be trouble, Yi-Sike interjected. When she found out you and Duan Lanruo had tricked her together, she really wanted to kill you, she comforted. But the sword she struck back then was just temporary anger. Earlier, she even told me that she was actually starting to let it go, but it still hurt a little inside. Hongfeng's heart suddenly ached so much he wanted to cry. Let it go, her obsession is clearly still strong, isn't it? He frowned at the system panel. If it weren't for the snapshot there, I might have believed it. Well, the affection is still maxed out. How is that letting go? Hongfeng scratched his face, anxiously calculating. It's still maxed out even now. Has Shen's siphon already turned dark? He clutched his head, trembling, wanting to cry but unable to. The letting go that Yi-Sike sensed, was it actually because her heart had become as still as water, calmly preparing for mutual destruction? Hongfeng made up his mind. There's only one way left now. Use Gigi's mountain and sea realm to defeat and downgrade Shen's siphon, then lock her up directly. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape at all. He clenched his fists excitedly and said decisively, It must succeed. Hongfeng turned around, looked up at the sky with relief. Everything was going according to plan. Now over at Ayu's side, Gigi was almost done with the downgrade method. Thinking of that child, he couldn't help but sigh. It will definitely succeed, after all. Gigi is just too adorable. Right, said. Hongfeng suddenly turned back and asked, Right? Yi-Sike replied blankly. The scene shifted to a ring in a valley. The scenery is magnificent. This is the Guanchao listening sword competition. Duan Lanruo was silent, secretly sizing up Shen's siphon. Sensing her gaze, Shen's siphon just smiled politely and nodded to Duan Lanruo, startling her again. Her heart tightened, and she immediately became wary. What is she smiling about? What does she mean? The gathered crowd buzzed with chatter. I heard even the big names from previous years have come this time. I also heard there are even mortals participating. Mortals? Then they're bound to lose, aren't they? They commented bluntly and without restraint. If I were that mortal, I wouldn't have the guts to go on stage. Right. Chang-Chi listened, trembling all over from the psychological pressure. Zuo Yuhuai cleared his throat with a light cough. Everyone immediately fell silent and listened obediently. Holding a longsword, he declared loudly, When heaven and earth stir with killing intent, in an instant it becomes sword energy. Once bathed in blood and song, it lives up to the dragon's and serpent's intent. With a casual wave, a shocking pressure of spiritual power swept out, forcing everyone to fall silent in shock at the same time. The crowd suddenly turned to look at the great river behind them. The river has split. Everyone was filled with awe, exclaiming incessantly, Is this the might of the world's number one? Some also commented cautiously, Zuo Yuai's strength is far greater than imagined. But ultimately, some believed that merely cutting the Bailong River with this sword was possible. Yet, facing the snow surge and reverse tidal force from the melting ice of Yushui Mountain a few days later, it still couldn't hold. Meanwhile at the inn, Hongfeng solemnly instructed, You must always stay vigilant. If Shen's siphon gets close, you must tell me in advance. Gigi nodded vigorously, and Zhuizhuwei obediently agreed. 3 days later, everyone was still happily playing with the cat. but Hong Feng couldn't help wondering, why is there no movement at all? Did Shen Siphon go straight into a sage state after striking that sword? 7 days later, after 7 rounds and 7 matches, Chang Chi ultimately achieved results of 3 mid-lower, 2 upper-mid and 2 upper-upper, and won the final match. In the City Lord's mansion, Hong Feng waited intently. A small figure gradually appeared. She opened a pair of round golden eyes. It turned out that Hu Jiji had completed her transformation. The little girl, full of excitement, immediately pounced on Hong Feng. Looking at him, she called out in a childish voice, "Crack crack," hugged the little dough ball from before. Hong Feng asked in confusion, "Daddy, daddy." Duan Lanruo walked over from behind, patting Ayu's shoulder meaningfully as encouragement. "Counting my red shadow, little army Zan, there are already 2 children. Ayu needs to work hard too," she teased with a smile. Still shy that night, Ayu wasn't like this. This made Ayu blush deeply and stammer, "City Lord." Duan Lanruo's smile deepened. She moved closer to Ayu, her fingers lightly brushing her waist, making Ayu jump. Duan Lanruo murmured softly, "I'm really looking forward to Ayu carrying Hong Feng's child." Ayu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she looked dazedly at Hong Feng. "Master Jun Zan." Duan Lanruo couldn't help but laugh, continuing to tease, "Oh, why is Ayu's heartbeat suddenly so fast?" This made her even more flustered, and she could only whisper, "City Lord." Duan Lanruo suddenly leaned close to Ayu's ear, gently bit it and sighed. "Ayu is so adorable." Watching them so intimate, Hong Feng quickly and firmly covered Hu Jiji's eyes. He coughed. Hu Jiji struggled hard, wanting to see, calling out, "MMPH, MMPH." But Hong Feng firmly shook his head and reminded, "Jiji, be good, you can't watch." Unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly squinted and smiled. "It's like this when you're with Mom too." Hong Feng was so startled he jumped, quickly moving his hand to cover her mouth. "MMPH, MMPH." But he forgot again. Doing this instead exposed Jiji's eyes. The little girl quickly glanced and fell silent for a moment, watching those two all clingy. Hong Feng quickly changed the subject. "Jiji, let's go first. Let's practice your new skill, okay?" Hearing this, Hu Jiji asked in confusion, "Why wasn't it like this with Mom back then?" "No tail?" After walking to a secluded spot, Hong Feng asked in confusion, "Jiji, back then did you actually see everything?" Hu Jiji nodded and said, "I saw it all." She lowered her head, suddenly a little sad. "But I felt Dad didn't want Jiji to see that, so I pretended not to." Looking at Jiji's bright, innocent eyes to the extreme, Hong Feng felt a vague unease. Is this Dad's little cotton-padded jacket or a naturally black-hearted little demon? He forced a dry laugh, brazenly patted her head. He reminded, "Children should act like children. You can't watch scenes unsuitable for minors." Hu Jiji obediently agreed, but Hong Feng thought to himself, forget it, she's already a bit twisted. I'll correct her slowly later. The scene shifted to number 66. Hong Feng held the token in his hand and commented with satisfaction, "Pretty good luck." According to the classification at registration, matches had to start from the same level. Hong Feng hugged Zhuizhuwei, thinking excitedly, "You're at the 9th layer of Qi refining, not much. Probably after 3 or 4 fights you'll meet Yan Guanlin." Holding the orange cat, he speculated smugly, "Unless that kid falls straight into the loser's bracket. And there are already very few Jindan stage contestants like Lingyu." Just as Jun Zan was still deep in thought mentioning Lingyu, she had been staying in the City Lord's mansion these past few days, and he hadn't seen her in a while. Speak of the devil, somehow Lingyu spotted him from somewhere. Her eyes immediately lighting up like stars, she excitedly called out, "Zhuizhuwei?" But just as she was about to wave and greet Hong, she suddenly froze. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Siphon had silently appeared behind Jun Zan, watching him. Lingyu recognized the Qingling swordmaster. She paused, thinking, is she here for Jun Zan? Sensing Lingyu's gaze, Shen Siphon turned to look. The two politely bowed to each other. Just then, Jun Zan made up his mind. He said, "It's about to start soon, let's find a place to rest first." Zhuizhuwei enthusiastically chimed in, "Meow." But at that moment a figure suddenly appeared and threw itself straight into his arms. Jun Zan instinctively said, "Ah, sorry." After recognizing the person before him, he was stunned. It was Shen Siphon. Sensing the nearly fatal dangerous aura, only Gigi whispered a reminder. "Fourth ant came really fast," Shen Siphon asked expressionlessly. "It's not easy to evade that young lady's detection. I'll ask you just one thing." She coldly presented the choice. "Between me and Duan Lanruo, only one can live. Who do you choose?" Jun Zan tensed up in surprise, suddenly thinking, this is like the cultivation version of, "If your mom and I fall into the water at the same time, who do you save?" He cautiously calculated. "If I say Duan Lanruo, she'll probably draw her sword and kill me on the spot." But choosing Shen Siphon would seem too deliberately ingratiating. Shen Siphon reminded, "I know you're hesitating, and I can't make a move against City Lord Duan, at least not kill her," she continued, voicing her thoughts. "I represent Taiching Pavilion, and she is the head of the Sword Pavilion's sword forging pavilion. If we two clash, it means relations between both sides will also deteriorate. I can't add an enemy to Taiching Pavilion for no reason, and I don't want you to hate me either." Shen Siphon sneered without a trace of reluctance. I'm already a joke now, I just want one answer. After you answer, you can continue with the competition. Junzan looked at her firmly. I choose Duan Lanruo. Hearing this, Shen Siphon lowered her head, full of disappointment. You won't even lie to me? But the next second, Junzan suddenly stepped forward. Looking straight into her eyes, he said seriously, but I will share life and death with her. Hearing this, Shen Siphon's eyes immediately reddened. She stood frozen, moved and speechless. Junzan earnestly expressed his feelings. Her life and death, I can't lie to myself, and I can't lie to you. So for now I can only choose Duan Lanruo. But someday, if both of you are in danger, then I will say in the same river, he said, stepping forward again, reaching out to gently touch Shen Siphon's cheek. Bowing his head, he said tenderly, so I will save her to shore first and sink to the riverbed with you. Hearing this, the corners of her eyes grew moist and she revealed a bitter smile. A greedy, smooth-talking brat like you, who answers like that. But soon, Shen Siphon turned away shyly and angrily. Avoiding Junzan's gaze, she snorted and argued, that's not an answer at all. Junzan shrugged helplessly. Choose life or death? She already answered her question. How is that not an answer? Shen Siphon was both shy and annoyed, wanting to argue but unable to out-talk him. You're the worst, she said, momentarily at a loss for words. Junzan moved closer again, his hand gently brushing her cheek, and said softly, you too. They're both my wings. I can't bear to let either go. Shen Siphon's cheeks flushed and she quickly turned to change the subject. All right, I know you chose Duan Lanruo. Go attend the assembly, it's almost your turn. With that, a flicker of movement passed through the crowd and Shen Siphon vanished. Junzan let out a long sigh of relief. Terrifying, he'd barely scraped by. Surviving such a life-or-death question was no easy feat. Just then, a referee in white robes called out loudly, Number 66, Number 66, step onto the stage for the match. Junzan paused for a moment, then nodded. It's starting. On the arena, Junzan and Yan Guanlin stood facing each other. Junzan cupped his hands and said, what a coincidence. Yan Guanlin stared at Junzan with a blank expression, grinding his teeth in anger. Junzan, reaching the foundation establishment stage is impressive, but I've been cultivating hard all this time. No matter what method you used to suddenly advance this far, I will defeat you today. He swung his sword and roared. Junzan, you've humiliated me many times before. Today I'll wash away that shame. Junzan tilted his head slightly, raised an eyebrow and smirked. I hope you can make it happen. Hearing this, Yan Guanlin's face turned purple with rage. You, fine, very well. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this tense standoff, couldn't help but feel that these two must have some deep-seated grudge. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly charged, Duan Lanruo stepped in to mediate. Both of you, stop at the point of contact. Don't harm each other's lives, the others quickly chimed in. That's right, that's right. But Yan Guanlin said nothing, swinging his sword and charging forward, his toes lightly tapping the ground. He suddenly dashed ahead, vanishing from Junzan's sight in the blink of an eye. Junzan immediately summoned his longsword, true chi wrapping around the blade like flames, and then slashed toward where Yan Guanlin was. The two swords clashed, producing a piercing explosion. Yan Guanlin felt Junzan's strength, and his eyes widened in shock. He stared at Junzan's calm and composed demeanor, utterly incredulous. How could this be? Before he could finish, Junzan interrupted with a cold, contemptuous laugh. You're too slow. Yan Guanlin's face turned pale in an instant. At some point, Junzan had already closed in on him, startling him so much that his mind reeled. Junzan swung his sword with indifference and Yan Guanlin instinctively raised his own to block. Then Junzan's force intensified, sending Yan Guanlin flying backward, while Junzan himself leapt lightly into the air. Yan Guanlin crashed painfully to the ground. The victor was clear. The white-robed referee immediately waved his flag and announced Number 66. Junzan wins. Blood trickled from the corner of Yan Guanlin's mouth as he struggled to sit up, clutching his chest. If this weren't the Ming Sword Assembly Arena, I'd probably be a corpse by now. Seeing Junzan extend a hand as if to help him up, Yan Guanlin was taken aback. Why would he ask that? Junzan frowned slightly. But Yan Guanlin sat there, looking at him with confusion. How exactly did you cultivate? Junzan rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. Well, then he suddenly threw out another baffling remark, just kept at it. Hearing this, Yan Guanlin's mouth twitched, and he sneered with disdain. I knew it. You're using some crooked path. I was right all along. With that, he laughed heartily and leapt off the arena. Ha ha ha! The white-robed referee disciple called out again. Next challenger, number 90. Junzan crossed his arms, smirking as he waited. Bring it on, then, the referee's voice rang out repeatedly. Number 66. Junzan wins. The sound seemed to echo endlessly. Number 66. Junzan wins. Number 66. The crowd below watched Junzan's consecutive victories, all stunned into silence. Who exactly is this Junzan? How is he so strong? A ball of spiritual energy rose in Junzan's hand as he muttered to himself. This Ming Sword Assembly is like a PvP dungeon, with spiritual energy constantly surging. If I can use this opportunity to break through from foundation establishment perfection and form a core, then by the time I reveal my hand, I should be able to rise from the nascent soul stage to the void refinement stage. He chuckled foolishly, full of enthusiasm. Though he still couldn't beat Yi Sike or Shen Siphon, ahem, at least his safety margin had improved significantly. The scene shifted to a few days later. In the Sword Pavilion, Zhuo Yuhuai looked at the visiting card on the table, a hint of confusion in his eyes. This card had been respectfully presented by Wang Rong, who reported with cupped fists. The saint said you once showed kindness to the saint, or rather, you once had a favor to repay. Zhuo Yuhuai narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He had assumed it was a disciple, but it turned out to be a benefactor. Could it be some senior reincarnating or descending to experience tribulations? He looked at the neat lines of writing on the card, and finally couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Zhuo Yuhuai stroked his beard, pondering. That Jun Zan? No, that kid named Jun Zan. Who exactly is he? His somewhat clouded eyes revealed a contemplative look. Not only did he appear in the Shuiwu territory, but he also showed up at the Ziyu Manor. Originally, that was the saint's secluded dwelling. He had thought Duan Lanruo had just stumbled upon that kid by chance. But now it seemed she might have gotten a bargain instead. He asked Wang Rong beside him, "Has Shen Lin, the head of the Taiching Pavilion, arrived?" Wang Rong quickly replied, "He has arrived and is currently speaking with the Qinglian sword child. He seems intent on taking her back to the pavilion." Zhuo Yuhuai instructed, "If Shen Lin tries to force her into action, stop him. This shows that our sword pavilion stands with the Qingling sword child." Wang Rong respectfully acknowledged. "Understood." Meanwhile, at Qingping residence, Shen Lin frowned and scolded Shen Siphon. "Haven't you caused enough trouble, running here recklessly for a man?" This man was none other than Shen Lin, the head of the Taiching Pavilion and Shen Siphon's elder brother. He slammed the table, fuming as he spoke nonstop. "You haven't even finished the 9th layer of the Qinglian sword song. Doing this is not only irresponsible to yourself but also to the Taiching Pavilion and the Shangyang realm. The Qinglian sword hasn't been fully tamed yet. It could easily turn against you and become an uncontrollable killing blade. If you can't suppress it then, the consequences would be unimaginable." But unlike his agitation, Shen Siphon only replied calmly, "I'm almost done." Shen Lin was taken aback. "Done with what?" Shen Siphon picked up her sword, her fingertips lightly tracing the blade, and said softly, "The 9th layer of the Qinglian sword song. Only the final strike remains." Hearing this, Shen Lin grew even more anxious. "A test strike? How is that possible?" He frowned and questioned. "When you left the Taiching Pavilion you had only just touched the threshold of the 9th layer. In less than a month you've mastered it?" Then, unable to contain himself, he slammed the table again. "You're using this as an excuse to stay here with that brat, aren't you?" Just then, Shen Siphon's sharp sword tip suddenly thrust forward, startling Shen Lin. Seeing her point the sword directly at him, Shen Siphon narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy. "Brother, you should be able to feel the sword intent of the Qinglian sword by now, right?" Shen Lin had no choice but to lower his voice and concede, "I can feel it," but inwardly he grumbled, "Sure enough, a grown daughter at home is a ticking time bomb." Shen Siphon sheathed her sword, her expression turning serious as she admitted her fault. "Leaving seclusion without permission was indeed my mistake, but if I hadn't come to find him my inner turmoil would have been unresolved, and falling into demonic possession would have only been a matter of time." Shen Lin sighed. "Do you understand now?" Shen Siphon lowered her head in sorrow. "I understand. Once the Ming sword assembly ends, I'll return to the pavilion. After all, one must finish what they start." Seeing that his sister seemed to have come to her senses, Shen Lin finally showed a satisfied smile. It appeared Shen Siphon had truly thought it through. Meanwhile, in the 10,000 Sword City's Lord's mansion, a report rang out. "City Lord." Ayu cupped her fists and respectfully reported, "The 10,000 Swords formation is ready. If nothing goes wrong by the time of the award ceremony, those scoundrels will swarm out in full force." Jun Zan was lounging on the bed with Duan Lanruo behind him, massaging his back and shoulders. Attending to him meticulously, she asked, "Are the shadow guards all arranged?" Ayu cupped her fists and replied, "Yes." Duan Lanruo waved her hand, a meaningful glint in her eyes. "Well done. There's a reward. Come here." Hearing this, Ayu's cheeks instantly flushed red. Jun Zan looked at Duan Lanruo's dangerous smile and felt a chill run down his spine. "The reward is me." The scene shifted to the next day. The decade-old Ming sword assembly finally reached its closing day. Ling Yu of the Yushu Dao sect dominated the competition, claiming the top spot and earning the 8-star floating light sword. Meanwhile, the rogue cultivator Zhang Feng emerged as a dark horse, securing the 7-star Ganjing sword, which suited him perfectly. The crowd below remained restless. "It's time, the action must be clear." Just then, Jun Zan turned to ask Ling Yu, "You won the championship, so why this face? Isn't getting first place a good thing?" She sighed and said, "This sword doesn't seem as good as my old one." Jun Zan turned back, lost in thought. The 10,000 Swords formation should be activating now. Ling Yu, holding her sword, walked down the stage innocently. Forget it, I'll take it back and give it to my senior sister. At that moment, a light breeze-like footstep quietly approached. Lanruo frowned, sensing something. A sharp sword light stabbed straight toward them. Before Jun Zan could react, Shen Siphon had already pointed her sword at him, threatening, "Come home with me." Duan Lanruo was startled and shouted, "Shen Siphon!" Just then, the ground around them shook violently, and everything trembled. Jun Zan was stunned and confused. Was this the power of the 10,000 Swords formation? Shen Siphon smirked triumphantly. Meanwhile, atop the mountain tower, countless blades were shot out, and then 10,000 swords flew together. But these swords, as if sentient, hovered in the air, diving straight at the rogue cultivators, piercing through the bodies of innocent people. No one could escape the sharp sword tips. A man in a deep-colored robe saw this, and a smug expression spread across his face. He clenched his fist, his face full of satisfaction, then turned to instruct his subordinates behind him. Use the GU worms on those people. At that moment, Jun Zan was nervously trying to stop Shen Siphon. Wait, but she only sneered, completely ignoring him. What is there to wait for? I'm taking you back, so how can I give you and them a chance? In everything, one must finish what they start. I won't give up halfway. Shen Lin frowned and snorted, furious. So this was what she meant by finishing what she started. He raised his hand and slapped the wall, preparing to jump down. The white-robed disciples quickly stopped him. Apologies, Pavilion Master. The Sword Pavilion has orders to stand with the Qinglian Sword Child. Shen Lin argued stubbornly. Stand if you must, but can't you pick another time? Just then, Duan Lanruo appeared behind Shen Siphon, asking coldly, Shen Siphon, this is 10,000 Sword City. What do you think you're doing? Shen Siphon turned her head to look at Duan Lanruo, her gaze sharp. Nothing much, just trying to figure some things out. If I don't take the initiative once, I'll never get another chance. Duan Lanruo frowned slightly and advised meaningfully. Doing this will only backfire. Shen Siphon turned around coldly and firmly. I'm just doing what I want. I won't kill him. Duan Lanruo snorted. Then you're just openly robbing him, she then shouted. This is 10,000 Sword City. Since when do you get to make the decisions here? The disciples murmured in confusion. It seems like they're both fighting over Jun Zan. That's too much. Just then a voice came from afar. Bastard, stop. Yisich was helped forward by her maidservant. I haven't settled the score from last time and you still dare to come and snatch him? The surrounding disciples quickly made way, watching the spectacle with even more enthusiasm. The Zan Yin young master, that's the third one. Shen Siphon curled her lips, showing no sign of backing down. I've said it before, there was never any alliance, was there? She swung her sword and said coldly. That's right. My strength isn't enough yet. She looked at Duan Lanruo with unwavering determination. Even the city lord Duan would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with me. But you forgot. Jun Zan felt the familiar sword aura and suddenly exclaimed in shock, the 10,000 Swords formation. Shen Siphon raised her sword to activate it, not forgetting to praise Jun Zan, as expected of Jun Zan, quick to react. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Seeing this, Jun Zan frowned deeply. The 10,000 Swords formation had become her ally. Then he too drew his sword, the blade instantly turning pitch black with crimson flames swirling around it. Jun Zan held his sword and warned in a low voice, Siphon, know when to stop. But Yan Guanlin, seeing his sword change, trembled in fear. What kind of sword was that? He quickly turned to ask Murong Lian, isn't he a rogue cultivator? Murong Lian only replied calmly, as if she had expected it. How could he be a rogue cultivator? She glanced sideways at Yan Guanlin, her eyes full of contempt. Being friends with a nascent soul-level demon lordess, climbing the shoe path in just half a cup of tea, easily obtaining the city lord's token, and freely entering and leaving the grinding tower. Wait, don't you think all of this is abnormal? The more Murong Lian spoke, the darker Yan Guanlin's face became. Finally, Murong Lian affirmed, a rogue cultivator can't do these things. Yan Guanlin nodded, indeed. Suddenly recalling something, he muttered, right, the Qinglian sword child seems to call him Jun Zan. The disciples behind him also began to discuss. Could he be that Mr. Jun Zan who caught the demon sect spy at Shuiwu? Didn't he already marry the young lady of Shuiwu? Why is he here? Duan Lanruo stood there, quickly issuing orders. Evacuate the crowd immediately. She looked at the rain of swords filling the sky, a hint of worry in her eyes. The power of the 10,000 Swords formation has been weakened. The demon sect's people probably haven't been completely wiped out, Yisibe said in a low voice. The formation's tracking technique should still be effective. Mark them first and have the Sword Pavilion disciples cooperate. They'll be cleaned up soon. Jun Zan looked at the surrounding situation, his expression grim. But the people from the Yushui mountain range aren't dead yet. Seeing the battle growing more intense, Jun Zan's expression grew even more serious. It's the reflection GU. It can control corpses in a short time, but it takes a heavy toll on both sides. At best, it destroys the meridians. At worst, it wipes out all cultivation. Tisk. Finally, he made a decision. Looks like I have to go all out. Jun Zan quickly tried to stop Shen Siphon. Siphon, wait, right now the demon sect is planning to cause a great flood. Let's set aside our personal grudges for now. She lowered her head, her expression hidden from view, and said coldly, I know. Junzan was stunned. What? She replied coldly without a care. So what? I just need you to come back with me. I won't kill you. If you come with me, I won't kill them either. I know you can't bear to let them go. Junzan suddenly realized something was wrong. No. Just then, Shen Lin rushed up to warn him. Be careful, she hasn't come to her senses at all. She's completely obsessed and turned into a demon. Shen Siphon opened her eyes, and at some point her beautiful emerald eyes had turned blood red. I just want a result. At that moment, atop the mountain, the first tower was pierced and fell into the churning deep sea. Zuo Yuhui gently stroked the rock wall. His hands trembling slightly, he sighed. The first lamp can no longer be held. Then, She Yuhui harshly ordered his subordinates. Those cultists had already been marked with tracking seals. Find them all and kill them. The subordinate immediately cupped his fists and replied respectfully, yes. At that moment, someone hurried forward to report the worsening situation. The tributaries of the White Dragon River had already risen and would soon collide with the floodwaters from the melting snow of Jade Snow Mountain. Upon hearing this, his face turned pale with shock. What? Meanwhile, beneath She Yui's feet, the waves continued to churn endlessly. On the other side, Junzan and Shen Lin were trying to persuade his sister. Siphon, have you forgotten your duty? He then launched into a lecture. The first-generation Azure Lotus Sword disciple of the Taiching Pavilion had long taken it as their mission to slay demons and eliminate evil. You've trained since childhood. Can't you even manage this? Turning a blind eye to death is no different from harming others. Junzan, hearing his scolding, said helplessly, saying these things at a time like this will only backfire. Was he playing dumb? Shen Siphon's face darkened, her tone cold and distant. Brother, have you ever considered my feelings? Slaying demons and upholding the Tao is important, but am I not important too? Must I sacrifice everything for it at any moment? Her blood-red eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. I cultivated for this purpose, spent centuries alone in the Taiching Pavilion, and couldn't even keep the one I loved. In the past I didn't understand. I once devoted myself to saving the common people. But now I just want a chance to draw my sword for myself. Before she finished speaking, Shen Siphon charged again with her sword, a fierce wind swirling around her. This one strike is for myself alone. No matter the outcome, I will still be the Azure Lotus Sword disciple who rids the people of harm. Seeing his sister fall into darkness, Shen Lin still insisted on stopping her. The disciples beside him were tense and quickly pulled him back. Test the sword, test the sword. The strike she wanted to test was a selfish one. Not for the masses, not for herself. Damn it, as expected, the seventh layer of inner demons wasn't so easy to break. Shen Siphon said no more, but sword energy shot out in all directions. Duan Lanruo and Yi Siki's expressions turned serious as they assumed combat stances. Shen Lin, furious, punched the city wall and gritted his teeth. What a curse! Then he helplessly shouted to Junzan, I'm not helping you anymore. Figure it out yourself. Junzan gave a light snort in response. Shen Siphon pointed her sword at Junzan, cold and resolute. So be it, come fight me. One last battle. If I win, you come home with me. Junzan looked at her, his gaze uneasy, yet he listened intently to every word she said. If you win, I'm yours to do with as you please. Junzan closed his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and accepted her challenge. Fine. Duan Lanruo and Yi Sigi wanted to stop him in concern, but he held them back. Junzan stepped forward, sword in hand, and called out softly, GG. As the words fell, a pair of small hands emerged from the void. Hu Gigi appeared and joined the fray. Shen Siphon remained standing, surrounded by thousands of swords, her pressure immense. But she suddenly paused, eyes wide, sensing something amiss. A pure energy surfaced around her, making her feel her power being steadily drained. My cultivation has dropped from the refining void stage to the spirit transformation stage. Junzan smiled faintly. Now we're roughly on equal footing. Shen Siphon looked at him with a heartbreaking smile. Looks like you planned this all along. Junzan sighed, sword in hand. You know how strong she is, it's probably just me. If I hadn't prepared, would I really have to offer my neck for the blade? A flash of determination crossed Shen Siphon's eyes. In that case, I'll give it my all this time. With that, she suddenly lunged forward, pushing off the ground and leaping into the air like lightning. The next second, she appeared behind Junzan, striking at him with her sword. Junzan sidestepped to dodge, then swung his Zan sword without hesitation, slashing back at Shen Siphon. But she moved swiftly, leaping lightly to avoid his strike. Yi Siki and Duan Lanruo both exclaimed in surprise. They're evenly matched. In the final decisive blow, Shen Siphon was defeated by Junzan. She closed her eyes, ready to meet the sharp edge of Junzan's thrust. Her sword had been knocked behind her, but after waiting a long time, the anticipated pain never came. Shen Siphon opened her eyes in confusion, looking at him. Words caught in her throat. Ah! Just then, Duan Lanruo shouted in panic, The avalanche is about to collide with the dark currents of the Far East, and the 10,000 Swords formation has been swept away. It's heading this way. Immediately, the giant sword symbolizing Sword City on the arena began to shake violently. Junzan and Shen Siphon stumbled in surprise, looking around as the ground trembled fiercely. Duan Lanruo rushed to Junzan's side and said, "The Sword Pavilion people have already taken the chance to evacuate, but many ordinary people haven't escaped yet." Shen Siphon frowned in confusion. "Isn't Left Pavilion Master still there? Isn't he at the Tribulation Transcendent stage? One casual strike from him could hold back the tide." Junzan frowned and asked, "Has Left Pavilion Master's injury fully healed?" Duan Lanruo replied calmly, "He's overexerted himself, he probably can't hold out much longer." Junzan fell silent, thinking of Xie Yuhuai, and calculated privately that in the game there was still a healing area, but it was like a special quest. Duan Lanruo nodded, slightly relieved. "The Pavilion Master is barely holding on." That strike was meant as a warning to the younger generation, but this time, the ghost cult was just too lucky. Hearing this, Shen Siphon froze, utterly stunned. "What, you mean it wasn't me?" She suddenly felt deep regret. She had helped the demon cult, thinking it was just a moment of willfulness. Junzan quietly observed her, seeing the guilt on her face, and understood immediately. Siphon, though it was just a coincidence, it had finally made her regret it. Junzan calculated that if he could resolve the crisis of 10,000 Sword City and settle this trouble, then from then on in her heart, he would no longer be just someone tied to personal feelings but also a man of great righteousness. But the key was, just then, the Qingshan sword in Junzan's hand suddenly vibrated. Shahou Senyi appeared behind Junzan, startling him. The sword spirit of Shahou Senyi. Seeing the others still lost in worry, he wondered couldn't they recognize her. Senyi leaned close to Junzan's ear and whispered, "I'm here to help you, just follow your heart." He paused for a moment, weighing her words. Suddenly, Junzan decisively proposed, "I'll go." Shen Siphon was shocked, frozen in place. "You." Duan Lanruo and CK were also struck as if by lightning, their faces shaken. "What?" Junzan slowly raised his head, stepping proudly onto the platform, calling out as he walked, "GG." Hu Jiji immediately appeared and cast a dirty debuff skill. Oh, the group of white-robed disciples panicked. "Our cultivation, it's dropping. How is this?" "Me too." Junzan stepped forward and defeated them with a single strike. "Ah!" Shen Siphon anxiously shouted to stop him, "Don't go." But just then a ring of fire appeared beneath Junzan's feet, and even the Qingshan sword was wrapped in crimson flames. Suddenly, Junzan's eyes snapped open, focusing intently ahead. He gathered his energy with all his might, swung his Zan sword, and a crimson pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. Scene change in the cave. Flames flickered, casting a faint light around. Junzan was awakened by dripping water from the cave ceiling. He opened his eyes groggily, saw the girl beside him, and murmured softly, "Jai Ying." Jai Ying, hearing him call her, immediately turned her head. "Father." She hurried over to help Junzan up. Junzan's throat was parched and he coughed incessantly. A cough. Junzan hugged himself, trembling in pain. "It hurts so much," he sighed wearily, lamenting, "surviving a volcanic eruption and a tsunami head-on as a refining void cultivator is already a miracle." Rubbing his aching head, he recalled being crushed into the seabed, his spiritual power exhausted and swept into the currents. Jai Ying, frantic, had jumped in without hesitation to save him, shouting, "Father." Junzan was speechless. This girl, Jai Ying him. But once in the water, Jai Ying flailed like a drowning person, leaving Junzan momentarily at a loss for words. He later realized she couldn't swim at all. Back in the present, Junzan kept coughing and asked Jai Ying hoarsely, "Cough, where is this?" She stammered, "I don't know." Then she took out a bead and handed it to Junzan. "Here, this is yours. Father gave it to me before going into the water." Junzan was stunned. A water-repelling bead, and at that moment Junzan also noticed a change. The dream illusion is gone." Jai Ying quickly nodded and explained, "There's a big formation running here, sealing all spiritual power." Junzan realized, "I see, this kind of technique must be an ancient relic." He turned to ask her, "Have you explored it?" Jai Ying quickly pointed in a direction and replied, "Not yet. Zui went, haven't come back yet." Junzan was puzzled. Zui is trying to open the storage pouch. Junzan's face fell. Without spiritual power, the storage pouch and the cosmic sleeve can't be opened." Remembering something, he turned to Jai Ying. "By the way, how long was I unconscious?" She answered obediently. "About half a day." Junzan felt a bit worried, wondering how things were outside. Suddenly, Jai Ying's sneeze broke his train of thought. "Achoo!" After sneezing, she looked at it blankly and asked curiously, What's this?" Junzan placed his hand on her forehead and sighed, "It's a cold." Realizing their miserable situation, Junzan couldn't help but feel dejected. Just great. One injured, one sick, and we can only rely on a cat to come back and save us." He helped Jai Ying up and then hugged her tightly. "Come here." She was momentarily startled. Junzan explained with a smile. "Without spiritual power to protect you, you must be cold." Jia Ying excitedly reached out and hugged him tightly, grinning foolishly. "Father is so warm." Junzan was taken aback, then suddenly said, "Oh right Ji." In the air a green water-like glow gradually appeared. The mountain and sea spirit, due to its unique nature, wasn't affected by buffs in many instances. Hu Jiji appeared in midair, chirping happily. Gigi immediately pounced, laughing and waving her arms to hug Junzan, making him giggle and squirm, warning. "Ouch, ouch, too tight." Jia Ying frowned, questioning suspiciously. "Dad," Junzan quickly explained, "not real dad." When Gigi's power enveloped them in light, Junzan immediately relaxed and enjoyed it. This feeling is so comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring, but unfortunately, each treatment only recovers a little. Meanwhile, Jia Ying still had a pouty face, glaring fiercely at Gigi. Junzan remembered and quickly sat up to introduce the two sisters. "This is Sister Jia Ying. Call her sister." The response came in Hu Jiji's slightly shy voice, "Gigi." Lan Jia Ying was momentarily speechless. Junzan smiled wryly. When would this stutter ever go away? He reached out and patted her head, instructing, "Gigi, be good. Wait for Zui to come back, then wait some more." After being patted on the head, she obediently and happily replied, Junzan turned around and noticed Jia Ying staring at him with burning eyes. She was fixated on his other hand, her face full of a desire for attention. Junzan hurriedly said, Hey. Then, understanding, he reached out and patted Jia Ying's head, unable to help laughing. "Is this jealousy too?" As soon as he touched her hair, Junzan froze. Your hair is still wet?" He reached out and touched her skirt too. "Your clothes are also wet." Junzan looked around the damp cave and sighed. "No wonder you caught a cold. A cave is damp and cold. And you managed to find these few dry branches? That's really not easy." He turned, his gaze carrying a hint of sympathy, and looked at her, reminding her. "Jia Ying, be good. Take off your clothes first. I'll help dry them or your condition will worsen." She blushed deeply. In the cave the flames crackled and lipped, the only source of warmth. Junzan sat cross-legged, holding his hands in cultivation, meditating while calculating. Zui has gone to scout and Gigi doesn't need to go, he calculated silently. Now Gigi was the only one among them who could still use spiritual power, no matter how little it was precious. Gigi was very timid and would run away at the first sign of uncertainty. Scouting actually suited her well. After cultivating for a long time, Junzan finally opened his eyes in pain. "No good, without spiritual power I can't even concentrate." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. It seemed that in this place he'd have to rely on a more physical class to handle this instance. Then he rolled his eyes and looked around. Now trapped here with no way out, he didn't know how things were outside with all those urgent matters. In his memory, Shen Siphon's status panel appeared. Shen Siphon, favorability locked. Junzan nodded in satisfaction. At that time, Shen Siphon's favorability had already been locked. For now, he could only trust Duan Lanruo. With Duan Lanruo's skills, she should be able to stabilize the situation. No need to worry too much. And that beautiful girl Yi Sike, he hoped she wouldn't cause too much trouble. Junzan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze full of confidence and pride. But no matter what, the identity of Junzan was destined to become famous. In fact, in another edition of the Ming Sword List, issue 233, Qingfeng Pavilion had already recorded the accident during the Demon Cult's Jade Snow Plan. The Sword Pavilion suffered heavy losses, and 10,000 Sword City Lord Duan Lanruo, Shen Siphon, the Azure Lotus Sword Disciple, and Yi Sike, the young master of Xuanian, had all shown no mercy for Junzan's sake. Junzan's true identity was none other than Mr. Junzan, who had married Yi Yangrong, the true disciple of Ink Moon Isle. The more Junzan thought about it, the more pleased he became, laughing to himself. Only 2 months since I transmigrated, and I've already built up favorability to this level. Most other transmigrators probably couldn't achieve this, right? Then Junzan laughed and took out his Zan sword, swinging it a few times. "If I hadn't gotten my real weapon yet, I'd have shown you all the 5-star weapon I forged." After swinging it for a while, he gradually couldn't hold on, panting as he put the sword down, his mind full of thoughts. Of course, he'd need to get more familiar with the 5-star level of Bai Huan Luo. Just then, he suddenly felt a slender female hand shadow extend. Junzan silently looked at the green sword, Shahou Senyi. He studied her with mixed feelings. Though her personality wasn't great, she was still the supreme elder of Tianbao Pavilion. When it came time to act, her reputation naturally carried weight. Back then, the sword spirit was imprisoned in the blade, and she appeared to help me. It must have cost her dearly. Recalling that moment, she clung to him reluctantly, whispering softly, "I'm afraid I won't be able to appear for a while. My soul was almost gathered, but now I have to start over." With that, Senyi leaned down and kissed his cheek, then gently nibbled on his earlobe, making Junzan's face flush crimson with embarrassment. "Sigh, just thinking about it gives me a headache. She's exactly like Huan girl, better not dwell on it." He tightened his grip on his sword, his expression serious as he assessed the situation, searching for a solution. The most urgent thing now was to leave this place. There was a sealed spiritual power dungeon. It seemed this was that famous dungeon. Junzan smiled helplessly. The Mu Yishi Wu Emperor's Tomb, a level 50 to 60 restricted dungeon. If it really was this dungeon, things would be much easier. He clenched his sword, his face darkening. Unfortunately, the feng shui vein map Duan Lanruo gave me is also stored in the Chenkin sleeve. I'll have to wait for Zui Zui to return and ask to confirm. Just then, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Junzan's father was startled and turned around, asking in confusion, "Jia Ying, what's wrong?" She shyly turned her face away, handed him her wet clothes and stammered, "I'm done." Junzan stared blankly at her soft, graceful figure. Seeing him frozen in silence, Jia Ying felt a bit awkward. Junzan's father came to his senses, turned away in embarrassment and coughed repeatedly. "Ahem, Jia Ying, you've grown up, you should dress yourself now. You can't always rely on others, that's not independent." She walked up to him aggrievedly and pleaded softly, "Father." Junzan looked at her and teased with a smile, "Call me Dad." Jia Ying's face instantly turned red and she stammered out the word Dad. The flames still blazed fiercely, ignoring the droplets of water falling one by one in the cave. Jia Ying quickly took off her close-fitting undergarment and handed it to him, her face red. Before Junzan could turn his head, she handed over another small bellyband. "And this too." Junzan took it, stunned, staring wide-eyed at the item in his hand, then immediately averted his gaze to the figure ahead, covering her chest with her hands. Junzan blushed deeply, hastily turned around and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Jia Ying, you've grown up, you should hang your own clothes to dry." Hu Jiji had somehow appeared beside Jia Ying and exclaimed excitedly, "So white." Junzan, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel secretly proud. Indeed, it was very white, like her mother. But as soon as he said that, Hu Jiji foolishly added, "Not like mother at all." Junzan's eyes widened at this, thinking that Hu Jineng and these two children were indeed different. One as white as snow, the other fair with a rosy glow, soft and full. Hu Jiji then looked down at herself and muttered, "But like Jiji." Junzan was speechless, raising an eyebrow and thinking, "Not like her mother but like you? White what?" He pondered for a moment, then suddenly grew excited. "What is it? Is it what I'm thinking? I really want to confirm it so badly." As soon as the thought arose, Zui Zui came rushing over from somewhere. Jia Ying, is my mount awake? Meow." Junzan frowned at the address, crossed his arms and muttered, "Mount." Zui Zui walked over with a smile and nodded. "Right, Mount." Before it finished, Junzan's eyes widened and he said darkly, "Haha, Mount." Hearing the tone, Zui Zui was terrified, its face turning pale, and it quickly cried out, "No, no, no, it's the great and wise master, unparalleled in talent." With that, it knelt and offered several items to Junzan. "Master, I found that this place might be a tomb full of coffins and corpses. I also got a letter and a bow from a corpse. But then I encountered many beasts, so I had to come back first." Zui Zui was scared out of its wits, tears streaming. "Woo woo woo, why did he wake up so fast? Am I going to get beaten again?" Thinking it over, it tearfully backed away a few steps, then suddenly caught sight of something beside it. Zui Zui's fur stood on end, its eyes wide, mouth agape, as it stared at Jia Ying, covering her chest with her hands. It didn't even need to turn around to feel the intense killing intent behind it. Zui Zui stiffly turned its head, too scared to speak, its mind in chaos. "It's over, it's over. I've stumbled onto his scene again." Whoosh! As the thought flashed, Hu Jiji suddenly reached out toward it. Jiji the cat immediately turned pale and backed away further. Thinking, "Even kids won't let me off," it felt aggrieved, furrowed its brows and silently cursed, "Humans are so despicable." After some thought, it lay down on the ground and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Junzan was taken aback, looking grimly at Zui Zui with its rear in the air. "You." Zui Zui maintained that pose and calmly said, "Go ahead, hit me." Suddenly, Junzan grabbed it by the scruff and lifted it up. Zui Zui's eyes went wide, and it yelped, "Meow, meow, meow." Junzan frowned and warned sternly, "Don't use your cat form to meow and apologize, got it?" Hanging in midair, Zui Zui struggled and shouted, "Meow, you're discriminating against cats." Hearing this, Junzan hugged the cat tightly and said matter-of-factly, "I am discriminating against cats. Next time you apologize like this, remember to turn into a human. Since you're a cat, be smart and act cute for me." The more Zui Zui listened, the angrier it got, and it couldn't help but yell, "Meow, meow, meow, I am a cute little kitty." With that, Zui Zui quickly kicked off his stomach to gain leverage, and leapt out of his arms. After landing, it glanced sideways at Junzan, who was clutching his stomach, and thought, "Right, he's injured now." Feeling a bit smug, it mused, "So why should I be afraid of this lowly human mount? I'm a beast with physical strength far beyond humans." Watching Zui Zui's expression, Junzan muttered under his breath, "This little thing," while Zui Zui was still leisurely lost in thought. "And since spiritual power is suppressed here, this guy is definitely no match for me. I have to make my mount realize just how powerful Lord Zui Zui is." The cat turned its back to Junzan, raised a paw to cover its mouth, and kept snickering. "Hee hee hee." After a while, Zui Zui laughed so hard it fell to the ground. He he he. Suddenly, its whole body was scooped up by Junzan. He smiled gently, reached out to rub its belly and said, "The soul contract doesn't become invalid just because spiritual power dissipates, so stop thinking about impossible things." Zui was left speechless, letting out a weak meow, and felt like crying. It wailed inwardly, "Humans are too cunning, meow." Junzan handed the cat to Hu Jiji, then took off his outer robe and called softly to Jai Ying. "Jai Ying, come here." Hearing her name, she turned around blankly. Junzan quickly walked over, draped his robe over her shoulders and said gently, "All right, sit down and wait for your clothes to dry, then we'll go out." Jai Ying felt a warmth in her heart, blushed and replied softly, Then Junzan straightened up, looked around and thought to himself, "If this really is the Wu Emperor's tomb dungeon, the danger is still extremely high. I need to be even more careful." After a long while, the three sat around the blazing fire, warming themselves. Junzan looked at the letter in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. "It's the mark of BALA Manor." Thinking this, he asked the cat, Zui, did you find this at the battle site?" Zui immediately replied, "Yeah, it looked like they'd just died." The cat spoke while pulling its eyes wide with its paws, mimicking a terrified expression as if it had seen something extremely horrifying. And the traces of battle around it were incredibly intense. Even the stone walls on all sides were destroyed. Hearing this, Junzan was startled and blurted out, "Stone walls." Seeing his strong reaction, Zui put its hands on its hips, looking unconcerned. "Stone walls are just stone walls. They're the same everywhere. In the passage, each section has a big circular pattern above it, like a cauldron." After listening to the cat's explanation, Junzan reached out and stroked his chin, muttering under his breath, growing more worried. 9 cauldrons, martial path. It really is the Wu Emperor's tomb dungeon. With that, he immediately picked up the bow Zui had brought back. Junzan drew the bow, thinking, the Wu Emperor's tomb dropped some class equipment. Level 50 purple gear, Kuei Watong. Then he commented, "This bow is decent but useless for now." After another long while, the fire gradually died out. Only then did he call out, "Jai Ying, your clothes are dry, put them on." Hearing this, she quickly went over and dressed. Junzan also put on his cloak and chuckled to himself. Good thing cultivators have strong physiques and good night vision, or I'd have to make a torch. Suddenly, he frowned as he looked at Jai Ying. She was so innocent and pure, nothing like someone from a demon sect. Noticing his expression, Jai Ying turned to look at him. Junzan was startled and quickly forced a smile, saying, "Nothing, let's go out." With that, he led Jai Ying outside. Gigi stayed in its glowing form. "Let's first go to where Zui found the corpse." Zui immediately took the lead. Meow. In the early morning at 10,000 Sword City, a cold shout rang out in the city lord's mansion. Yi Dunqing, the current head of the Zan Yin clan, frowned and shouted, "ZK, come back with me immediately." With that, she slammed the table and rushed over. "Even without the Zan Yang Pearl, you're still the young master of the Zan Yin clan. So what if you can't bear children for future generations? Your unprecedented talent, reaching the Lianshu realm at 15, could make you the next successor within a century." Yi ZK's face darkened, and she remained silent, not answering. After a moment, Yi Dunqing lowered her voice, frowning at her. "ZK, let this go. The clan elders won't pursue the matter of the Tianwan sword anymore. As long as you come back with me, I'll agree to anything no matter what. Junzan has already taken your Zan Yang Pearl, and you two always appear together. Isn't his intention obvious enough? He's just after your body, there's no real affection." As soon as Dunqing finished, Yi ZK's face turned bright red and she cried out in panic, "Mother, what are you saying?" Seeing Yi ZK turn away, Dunqing quickly took her hand and coaxed gently, "Even if I allowed you to be with Junzan, you'd struggle to get along with the Qinglian sword child and the fox demon Duan Lanruo. Someone like him probably has more than just these few. How could you compete with them?" Seeing Yi ZK turn completely away, Dunqing hurried after her. "Listen to me, let it go." Yi ZK's cheeks were flushed and she didn't dare lift her head, defending herself softly. "He hasn't been improper with me." Yi Dunqing looked at her daughter with sorrowful eyes and said helplessly, "Zan Yin and Zan Yang naturally attract each other. You and he." She closed her eyes, sensing something. After a long time, Yi Dunqing opened her eyes and raised a hand to touch her daughter's face. Thank goodness your body is still intact." When her hand dropped, Yi ZK explained darkly, "I already told him that if he wanted, I wouldn't refuse. We've been close many times since. If he really wanted to touch me, he would have done it long ago." Saying this, she felt a bit aggrieved, but he just kept refusing. The more Yi Dunqing listened, the worse her expression became, gritting her teeth in anger. "What?" Finally, she slammed her hand on the table in fury and shouted, "Foolish!" Yi ZK refused to give up, looking up firmly and saying, "Mother, I really truly like him, and I no longer have the Zan Yang Pearl. Even if I go back, no matter how I explain, I can't avoid gossip. Let me continue searching for him. Once I find him, I'll definitely bring him back." After trying to persuade her to no avail, Yi Dunqing could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Then she stood up, turned decisively and left, not forgetting to remind her. "Think it over. I'll go find City Lord Duan and explain things. EZK remained seated, replying gloomily. Once she was completely gone, EZK closed her eyes in relief and let out a long breath. Who? Then she clenched her fist and slammed it hard on the table, cursing angrily in her mind. You bastard, you're clearly my Zan Yang Pearl, how can you just abandon me like that? That's not fair, as she thought. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a complete lecher and bandit, but at a critical moment you have to play the hero. Now I don't even know if you're alive or dead. The more she thought, the sadder EZK became, and she collapsed onto the table, sobbing loudly. You idiot. Meanwhile, Yi Danqing walked out quickly and closed the door behind her. As she looked up, she saw a woman approaching from the opposite side. Duan Lanruo smiled at the person before her without speaking. To have such a beautiful, mature yet innocent young lady. Little Jun Zan is truly fortunate. Yi Danqing stepped closer and asked gently, Does City Lord Duan also want to talk with me? Inside the room, EZK was lying on the table when she suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking outside because she saw the figures of two women at the door. Yi Danqing looked at the person before her and called softly, City Lord. Duan Lanruo smiled and replied, Please speak, head of the clan. Actually, I have something to discuss with you too. Yi Danqing stepped closer and bowed respectfully. ZK has been troubling your mansion lately. I've spoiled her too much, so her temperament is inevitably willful. Please don't take offense, City Lord. Duan Lanruo immediately waved her hand. Not at all. EZK is quite adorable. Seeing this, Yi Danqing quickly looked up and asked, What business does City Lord Duan have with me? Duan Lanruo's expression was calm as she raised her hand to cast a spell in the air. It's like this. Suddenly Yi Danqing's face turned deathly pale, and she trembled as she fell to her knees. You? Duan Lanruo immediately pulled Yi Danqing into her arms and chuckled. Sorry for the offense. At that moment Yi ZK rushed out of the room shouting for her mother. But by then Duan Lanruo had already swiftly left with Yi Danqing, leaving only a few faint wisps of black smoke floating in the air. Elsewhere, Tang Huayuan walked while reporting. According to intelligence, BALA Manor's second team has also been completely wiped out. This Wu Emperor's tomb is extremely dangerous. We must be especially careful. Pang Ying listened, raised a hand to brush her hair, and replied with a cold laugh, Haha, isn't this just our turn to step in? The people from BALA Manor really are a bunch of useless trash, Huayuan said flatly. Finish your task on the ship first. Pang Ying, a guest elder of Qingfang Workshop. Tang Huayuan, a guest elder of Qingfang Workshop. A small, round, glowing object appeared on the grass, its shape peculiar, immediately catching the attention of a little girl. Her innocent eyes looked down slightly. Su Zhuang, a guest elder of Qingfang Workshop. Su Bai, a guest elder of Qingfang Workshop. Su Zhuang and Su Bai exchanged glances, then shouted in unison, He's here. On the other side, Jun Zan reached out to examine the wounds on the bodies lying on the ground, his expression grave as he made his judgment. Everyone was killed by the same weapon. The cuts were smooth and even on the surface, and the wounds were too long, resembling some kind of thin thread. Saying this, Jun Zan suddenly let out a cold laugh. This was also the weapon used by those NPCs in the dungeon. Zui, who was nearby, suddenly looked up at the lights on the wall and muttered, Strange, these lights weren't on when we came. Jun Zan's expression immediately changed, and he quickly warned, Be careful, the NPCs are still here. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already turned his head cautiously to the other side, letting out a low shout, Here they come. Before the words had faded, a massive beam of light shot directly toward Jun Zan. A few minutes later, Jai Ying and the giant dragon quickly cleaned up the area. Jun Zan smiled with interest, raising two fingers and muttering to himself, With two god-level teammates helping out, I can't afford to slack off either. The giant dragon glanced at the marks on the wall and said, This stone wall is hollow inside. Zui grinned and looked down, asking, Want to open it and take a look? Miao Jun Zan looked up at the massive figure above him and couldn't help but mutter helplessly, Now that you've turned into a dragon. Still meowing. As soon as he finished speaking, the wall beside the three of them quickly slid open. Jun Zan and Jai Ying were both slightly startled, quickly looking up to see a lantern slowly floating out from within the wall. Hong Fu, holding a broom in one hand and a lantern in the other, stared blankly at the two and said, Honored guests, hello. Jun Zan's expression stiffened slightly, but he still managed to reply, Hello, at Wu Villa. Gucin sat bored on a swing, swinging her legs and muttering softly, A month has passed so quickly. Brother Jun Zan left in such a hurry, I wonder where he's ended up at the ends of the earth. As she spoke, she wrinkled her face and looked up, puffing angrily, thinking, It's all that Su Anti's Qinglian sword disciple's fault. If it weren't for her, I would have already married Brother Jun Zan. Always fighting and killing all day, who would dare to like her? Just as she was thinking this, a voice came from behind. Miss, the Ning immortal from Shuiuyao has come to visit. Upon hearing the maid's words, Xian immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, Sister Ning. Then she thought to herself, Sister Ning wouldn't come all this way for no reason. She suddenly stood up and shouted happily, "Could it be that there's news about Brother Junzan?" Seeing her rush out in a fluster, the servant quickly called after her, "Hey miss, your shoes, your shoes." Xian ran while shouting loudly, "Sister Ning." The young girl dashed in quickly, grabbed Ning Shangrong's hand and asked eagerly, "Is there news about Brother Junzan?" Shangrong smiled gently upon hearing this, raised her hand and tapped her forehead. "All day long it's just Brother Junzan, Brother Junzan. Don't you know how to be a little reserved?" Xian, caught off guard, blushed deeply and said shyly, "I just genuinely like him, that's all." As a daughter of the martial world, she didn't stand on ceremony. Saying this, she puffed out her cheeks and pouted, "Besides, I've long been promised to Brother Junzan. What's the big deal?" Jiu Fiadao, seeing the young girl like this, cleared his throat. "Ahem, I'm afraid he's already made a name for himself in the immortal realm." Jiu Xian immediately put her hands on her hips and laughed. "Of course, Brother Junzan is the best." Ning Shangrong smiled gently and reached out to pat her head. "He changed his name to Zhang Feng and is now with the city lord at Wanjian City in Shu." Xian nodded upon hearing this. "That's nothing special, just one or two people, I won't be jealous." Shangrong immediately added, "Then there's the innkeeper's wife. Then there's the Zan Yin young master, and Shen Siphon." And Xian grew angrier and angrier as she listened, her face turning bright red, and she cried out in grievance, "Stop talking." By then, Shen Siphon had already appeared at Ziwu Villa. She frowned, looking down and thinking this should be the place where he reappeared. HMPH, City Lord, Young Master, Shadow Guard, Fox Spirit. Everyone gets a share. The information from Qingfu Fang was indeed correct. "What a romantic scoundrel." After landing, she said to the person nearby, "Shen Siphon of Taiching Pavilion requests an audience." The person quickly replied, Taiching Pavilion, please." "Please wait a moment." Soon Shen Siphon was led to Jiu Fideo's room, but Shangrong and Jiu Xian, seeing someone enter, also looked over curiously. As soon as Shen Siphon saw the two women, she exclaimed in surprise, "Are you two also his wives?" She frowned and asked them, "Are you his wives?" But Shangrong, hearing this, frowned at her without answering. She looked her up and down, silently judging in her heart. With her own cultivation at the core formation stage, she couldn't even probe the other's specific level. Even Brother Junzan was forced to flee. This shows how terrifying this Qinglian sword disciple is. But I will never give in. Even if I have to break them apart, even if I have to kill her, I'm not afraid. 100 thoughts unwavering until death. At this point, Jiu Fiadao stood up and stepped forward saying, "My daughter and immortal Ning are indeed both formally married to Mr. Junzan. May I ask what brings the sword disciple here today?" Suddenly, a smile curled at the corner of Shen Siphon's mouth, and she said softly, "Villa Master Jiu, no need to be so tense. I'm not here to kill." But Shangrong remained silent, while Xian beside her puffed out her cheeks, snorted and looked displeased. Shen Siphon still smiled calmly and said, "I'm not here to settle scores either. If I really wanted to settle accounts, I would have packed you all up with that scoundrel and thrown you into a basket a month ago. Why wait until now?" Upon hearing this, Jiu Xian immediately retorted nervously, "It must be because there are too many girls who like Brother Junzan. You can't beat them, can't win them over, and can't bear to hurt Brother Junzan, so you can only take your anger out on us." Seeing the young girl's attitude, Jiu Fiadao immediately sternly scolded Xian. Then he turned to Shen Siphon, "Sword disciple, don't mind her, she's still an ignorant child." Before he could finish, Shen Siphon lowered her eyes and said, "She's right, I really didn't succeed in winning him over because those women are too formidable. The key point is that your Brother Junzan is too powerful. I can't beat him, can't catch him, and don't know what to do, so I can only come and see if there's a way to make him change his mind." As she spoke, she walked step by step toward Jiu Xian, raised her hand and gently touched her face, whispering, "He really does like this petite type." Suddenly she widened her eyes and froze, thinking, "No, that's not right either. He likes mature women like Duan Lanruo, but there's also me and Jiu Ning. Lu Jun, what kind of woman does Junzan really like?" Thinking this, Shen Siphon quickly withdrew her hand and muttered softly, "Truly a greedy one." Hearing this, Jiu Xian immediately looked up worriedly and asked, "What's wrong with Brother Junzan? Is he okay?" Shen Siphon gently patted the young girl's shoulder to comfort her. "If the sword disciple had been there then I wouldn't be here to find you now. A Yuan should be fine. He's okay, but it seems he used some method to cut off spiritual energy contact, or maybe he entered some forbidden hall." Ning Shangrong suddenly spoke heavily, "But the chances of him coming back are very slim. The path he originally planned was to go to Yushu Dao sect. He won't give up halfway." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Siphon immediately asked, "Did he go to Yushu for that little girl?" Hearing this, Ning Shangrong was immediately stunned and asked back, "Which little girl?" Jiu Fiadao didn't keep her waiting and directly said, "It was to send my grandnephew Jiu Chang." Upon hearing this, Shen Siphon immediately turned to look at the grandnephew. Her eyes welled up with heat and she thought helplessly, "Is there going to be another one? Even a son is involved now." This scoundrel's defensive range is way too broad." After a while, the three women sat around the tea table. Shen Siphon coughed a few times before asking, "I came here just to ask, why did that scoundrel Jun Zan appear here?" Shangrong replied, "It's a long story. He was found in the woods near the villa by Fu Huan, a guest elder of Ziwu Villa. At the time he was severely injured, and his cultivation had almost completely fallen." Jiu Xian also puffed up and interjected angrily, "Back then Brother Jun Zan was a mortal without any cultivation, and often helped with chores around the villa. Even so, some people spoke ill of him. It wasn't until later, when Brother Jun Zan revealed his cultivation, that those people dared to shut up." After the young girl finished speaking, Shen Siphon asked, "And then came the forced marriage at Shuiao?" Ning Shangrong's eyes darkened at this, and she said solemnly, "Yes, there was a traitor from the demon cult secretly causing trouble in Shuiao. A Yuan told me himself. He seemed to have seen through the traitor's identity at a glance. Later, although the traitor was caught, the marriage still couldn't be changed." As soon as she finished speaking, Xian immediately raised her hand and said firmly, "In this life I can only marry Brother Jun Zan." Then she put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin, leaving the two in front of her quite helpless. Next, Shen Siphon said without hesitation, "He recognized the traitor's identity at a glance." Shangrong immediately replied, "Yes." Upon hearing her confirmation, Shen Siphon's expression immediately tensed, her brows furrowed tightly, and a mix of emotions surged in her heart. There were demon cult members in Wanjian City and also in Shuiao. She always felt that Jun Zan's reappearance seemed to have a complicated connection with the demon cult. He had said before that his seclusion in Shuiao was out of necessity. Could it also be related to the demon cult? But Shangrong had been silently observing Shen Siphon's expression the whole time. After a while, the two suddenly vanished without a word, leaving Jiu Xian staring blankly. The young girl immediately puffed out her cheeks, crossed her arms, and snorted, comforting herself in her heart. "It's okay, they just have some words to say to the sword disciple in private." Soon, Ning Shangrong and Shen Siphon arrived outside Ziwu Villa. Shangrong, with her back to Shen Siphon, said calmly, "A Yuan once told me that he had gone undercover in the demon cult before, and that was the reason his cultivation disappeared. If you want to know about his past, there might be someone else who can help you." Upon hearing this, Shen Siphon widened her eyes and asked who. Shangrong immediately frowned and replied, "A Yuan and the demon cult Saintess Guiwa Luo have a daughter, named Jai Ying, sent by the demon cult to follow and protect him." Saying this, her eyes involuntarily dropped, thinking that woman probably wanted to use the child to tie a Yuan's heart. Shen Siphon also immediately frowned and said nervously, "The demon cult Saintess, I heard that the demon cult made a big move in Bifu a few days ago, and Guiwa Luo also appeared. Hong Fu character, 4 stars, female, title Perfect Wood Mother, Weixin Chu Yiwo Bei Jiu, level Nascent Soul 3rd stage puppet, status normal, attribute interface select view, directly carry card." Carry or not, at this moment a thin wisp of yellow energy swirled around Jun Zan, and he was constantly calculating in his mind. Carrying a nascent soul level card could no longer improve his strength, but in this severely injured state it actually had a certain healing effect. He had just opened his mouth when Hong Fu cupped his face with both hands. "Long time no see." Before he could finish, she quickly pressed her lips to his. Jai Ying, watching from behind, muttered softly, "She's not human." Hong Fu immediately leaned her head against Jun Zan's chest, blinked at Jai Ying and said lazily, "I'm not human anyway, so getting hurt doesn't matter." Hearing this, Jai Ying frowned and tightened her grip on her sword, thinking she didn't understand but felt it was like a provocation. Seeing her like this, Jun Zan's face also turned pale, and he quickly waved his hand. "Ah, Jai Ying." Then he swiftly turned around. "Hong Fu, do you know where those people in the tomb went?" She answered without hesitation. 8 people died outside, only 1 entered the Juding secret realm. Hong Fu raised a finger and smiled, adding, "Because they have blood related to the martial emperor." Hong Fu can't say too much or it would break the rules. Hearing this, Jun Zan's expression immediately changed. His brows furrowed tightly as he thought, "The Juding secret realm sounds like it's related to the martial emperor. This game has dug a pit, and there must be some clue buried here." Thinking this, he immediately leaned sideways close to Hong Fu's face and asked, "What about another kiss?" Upon hearing this, she immediately puffed out her cheeks, her face turning red as she muttered, "That's just random kissing." Jun Zan quickly grabbed her arms and gently suggested, "How about trying something we haven't tried before?" Hong Fu immediately turned her face away in panic, stammering, "Try? Try what?" Jun Zan placed his hand on her shoulder and said softly, "How about holding you while we sleep?" Hong Fu grew dizzier and dizzier as she listened, too shy to handle it, and immediately stepped back instinctively, actively creating distance between them. She quickly returned to her original position, raised her hand and pointed elsewhere, saying, "Go straight ahead. There's a bronze tripod. The characters on the tripod are the unlocking spell, but they must be read backward. Without the martial emperor's bloodline it can't be opened." Jun Zan still stood in place, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, and said softly, in other words, it recognizes blood. After saying this, he smiled lightly and looked down at her. Logically, there is almost only one descendant of the martial emperor left in this world. But I remember that when that artisan made high-level puppets, he would use the martial emperor's blood to infuse the puppet's meridians, like blood powering the heart. Upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow. Hong Fu won't agree. Hong Fu stammered for a while, then pressed her 2 fingertips together and muttered shyly, unless you use force. Jun Zan immediately stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulder. Our spiritual power is sealed in this tomb, and we can't beat Hong Fu either. So we have to increase our favorability first. When she lets her guard down, we can knock her out and do it. Hong Fu immediately dodged and replied without hesitation. Right, if we don't do it this way, how could Hong Fu not notice? How's the favorability now? Upon hearing this, she immediately brightened up, her eyes sparkling as she turned back. It's full. Jun Zan showed a smug smile. As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly swung his hand. Good. A swift strike aimed at her shoulder, but it didn't connect. Hong Fu immediately fell backward and said, I'm already unconscious. Seeing Jun Zan reach out to catch her, Jai Ying and Zui were both speechless. Are these 2 idiots? Meow what? It's just a hug. A mount like me, Zui, gets hugged and petted every day. And we even sleep together. Jun Zan gently lifted Hong Fu into his arms. In the blink of an eye, she was lying completely in his embrace. Zui, looking up from below, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kind of intimacy, I thought. It pursed its lips and swallowed a few times. Jun Zan suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked down. Zui immediately hugged his leg coquettishly, its expression as if to say, I want some too. Meow. Jun Zan, seeing this, helplessly explained, Zui, you are a unique existence in this world. Possessing the true soul of the Chixia-Liuyan dragon, you're already a centuries-old great demon. You have to learn to walk your own path. The more he spoke, the more pitiful the tears in Zhuijui's eyes became. Meow. Jun Zan could only helplessly blush and call out, Come here, let me hold you. At those words, Zhuijui's eyes lit up instantly, and he pounced over. The little cat used the momentum to leap up from below and dashed over swiftly. Meow. Zhuijui jumped straight into Hong Fu's arms, making her unable to resist squinting curiously for a peek. Hong Fu soon saw the golden ears shaking incessantly before her. Just looking at Zhuijui's back, she couldn't help but silently admire how adorable it was. With that thought, she immediately hugged the little cat's back. Jun Zan was momentarily stunned, but still smiled gently, secretly relieved that both sides could get along peacefully. Thinking this, he suddenly turned to look the other way and frowned, muttering, The martial emperor's inheritance is hard to tell true from false. In the 9 Cauldrons' secret realm, there might also be a puppeteer's inheritance. Feeling Zijing tugging at his sleeve, he paused and turned back. Jun Zan immediately said seriously, Zijing, you're already a mature big kid. You need to learn to be independent and not always rely on the family like this. Zijing looked aggrieved from below, gently hugging him in a coquettish way. Jun Zan felt as if his defenses had been breached in an instant. He sighed inwardly, thinking, who could resist this? Though he thought so in the end, he let Zijing climb onto his back. Jun Zan couldn't help but feel nervous, and sweat slowly seeped out. He stood frozen in place for a long time, helplessly thinking this was supposed to be a happy thing. So why did it end up as a workout? Tang Huayuan and her group had already delved deep into the cave. She looked around and immediately ordered, What bad luck, another dead end. Pang Ying, mark it. Everyone else spread out and rest for a bit. Su Zhuang and Su Bai responded in unison. Pang Ying raised the map and studied it for a while, then quickly took out a pen to make a mark. It's not enough. This deduced map needs more routes to figure out the layout pattern of the tomb area. If we keep hitting dead ends, it won't work. Luckily, this map can automatically store mental energy without manual recording, or we'd have to fumble around bit by bit ourselves. No wonder the BALA Manor people were wiped out both times they came in. Tang Huayuan frowned at her upon hearing this, and asked how much longer it would take. Pang Ying calmly drew a few lines on the map and replied, We need to go a few more paths. She then looked at Su Zhuang and Su Bai and said, Aren't there those 2 foxes? Aren't they best at tracking and trailing? Why haven't they stepped in? Pang Ying put away the map and answered with her back to Tang Huayuan, If we had a clear target, at least we wouldn't keep ending up in these dead ends. Tang Huayuan raised an eyebrow slightly. You're not bewitched by those 2 foxes, are you? Can't even bear to let them do this kind of life-finding work? Suddenly, Su Zhuang closed her eyes, lifted her head to sniff the air and murmured, Very close. He stayed here, but there are also scents of other demons and humans. Behind her, Su Bai's eyes widened as she asked, Females? Su Zhuang slowly turned her head to reply. Females. As soon as the words were spoken, both their faces darkened simultaneously. A glint of cunning flashing in their eyes, they thought, how dare someone be bold enough to act as a mistress in front of foxes? Tang Huayuan walked up behind them and said with a gentle smile, could you two do me a favor and first locate the BALA Manor group? Searching dead end by dead end like this is way too inefficient. Behind her, Pang Ying clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Su Bai replied, sure, but we too need to find a place first. Tang Weiyuan hesitated a bit at this. Well, Pang Ying looked at the three and sneered. The task Qingyi Workshop is carrying out naturally takes priority over personal matters. Miss Su should have read that rule, right? Su Zhuang immediately frowned and looked up at her. Of course it would be after finding the BALA Manor group. Su Bai lowered her head and muttered quietly, too inefficient. Then she quickly looked at Pang Ying. I think it's just that some people aren't skilled enough. It's not about experience. Since this is our first time here, we should be more cautious anyway. The group then continued moving through the cave until they suddenly stopped. The two troubled women said, another dead end. Pang Ying immediately raised her hand to cover her mouth and mocked. Seems like some high-skilled little ones here do make things more efficient. Su Bai stared at the wall ahead and muttered, How is that possible? Su Zhuang beside her said firmly, no mistake with that. She immediately pressed her hand against the wall and a small crack split open inside. Soon light spread out, forming a large door. Su Zhuang exclaimed, there's a secret realm. Su Bai was taken aback. A secret realm? Tang Weiyuan, hearing this from afar, also gasped, a secret realm. Pang Ying, who had just mocked the two, was also startled by this. A secret realm. Su Zhuang stepped forward, frowning as she examined it. There really is a secret realm. She then curled the corners of her mouth slightly, secretly pleased. She hadn't expected him to directly enter a secret realm within the tomb. The martial emperor, also a pioneer, was how many times faster than everyone else here, fully equipped. Truly worthy of him. Tang Weiyuan walked up to the massive glowing door and said solemnly, don't let your guard down. This secret realm is strange. With that, she quickly stepped inside. Immediately after, the four of them saw a vast boundless valley before them. Pang Ying was slightly surprised, her eyes widening as she muttered, this place. Suddenly, she shuddered and cried out in alarm. Wait, what's going on? Tang Weiyuan beside her said calmly, it's gravity. Steady yourself. This gravity isn't harmful, just adapt. Pang Ying looked down at the airflow around her with displeasure and snorted, it's unbearably heavy. The restrictions from before the spirit domain haven't even lifted yet, and my cultivation is almost completely dispersed. What's the difference between an immortal cultivator and a mortal now? Su Bai and Su Zhuang had been intently observing their surroundings. Suddenly both felt a breeze brush past the backs of their necks. As they turned around, the large door slammed shut with a bang. Pang Ying's face darkened, and she snorted angrily before jamming her sword into the crack of the door, prying it with all her might. HMPH. After a long while, when she pulled out the sword, the blade was pitifully bent and deformed. She looked helplessly at the sword in her hand. This. Tang Weiyuan raised an eyebrow and said softly, we were too rough. Without overthinking, she turned to Su Zhuang and Su Bai and said, looks like we have to keep moving forward. This is most likely the martial emperor's inheritance site. Before danger appears, let's scout around. Pang Ying stood by the door, watching the two women approach, and said flatly, finding this secret realm so quickly is all thanks to you two. I misjudged you earlier. From now on, please lead the way and take the front. Su Zhuang was furious and immediately retorted, it's your own sword that broke and you want to take it out on me. Why dress it up so grandly? Pang Ying looked arrogant. How could that be? It's just a reasonable suggestion. Su Zhuang was about to explode. You. Just as she was about to continue, Su Bai grabbed her arm and signaled her to be quiet. Su Bai glanced around, raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, Shish, there seems to be someone over there. That scent is his. Tang Weiyuan immediately assumed a defensive stance. Who is it? People from BALA Manor? Su Zhuang quickly replied. Doesn't seem like it. Tang Weiyuan's face was still pale, so she had to say, all right, be careful. Approach slowly. As she bent down, she saw the two girls behind her suddenly dash out, her eyes widening as she shouted, what are you doing? Su Zhuang and Su Bai answered in unison as they ran. Catching a cheat, on the other side, Jun Zan had also stopped in front of a massive stone tablet. He looked up at it and wondered, what's this stone tablet for? The person in his arms also looked up and muttered, Hongfu has never been in this secret realm. Then she was set down by Jun Zan standing behind him and said softly, but it should be related to that old man's inheritance. Just as Jun Zan was about to reach out and touch the tablet, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening. Zijing pressed a hand on his sword hilt and warned tensely, someone's coming. Jun Zan quickly raised his bow. He said gravely, they're not friendly. Then he heard a shout from over there. Catching a cheat, he shuddered, a thought flashing through his mind. That voice was the young master of Tushan. I heard Hu Jinang is a relative on their maternal side. Thinking this, he immediately said to the two girls behind him, don't worry, they're friends. Hongfu asked, friends? As soon as she spoke, two figures simultaneously leapt out from the nearby bushes. Su Zhuang and Su Bai were about to pounce and hug Jun Zan in the blink of an eye. Jun Zan immediately pulled the two girls into his arms. Junzan, haha. Suddenly, one of them leaned in, sniffed him, and then said immediately, "It's the scent of another fox." Subai's eyes instantly welled up, and she pouted, muttering, "Boo, you jerk. It's bad enough you have others outside, but I didn't expect you to have another fox too." Su Zhuang chimed in. "The scent on your clothes has faded, but it's still strong on your hands and the ground beside her." Subai kept punching him. Then Su Zhuang raised a hand to her chin and mused, "But it's just strong, not the scent of a fox in heat. Preliminary judgment, it's saliva. The essence and mark are still there. That fox is still a virgin." Hearing this, Pang Ying on the right quickly waved her hand and said, Hey, do you have to be so direct?" Then she turned to look at Zijing and Hongfu behind her. "There are others here." As soon as she spoke, her expression changed and she turned to leave. Hearing this, Junzan raised a hand and patted Subai's head. "She and I haven't gone that far." Subai, though still sad, could only hum in response. Su Zhuang beside her wouldn't let it go and continued, "So you did do something, didn't you?" Her tail immediately stood up, becoming enormous, and her voice grew louder. "Who is it? Which fox dares to steal the man of Tushan's overlord?" "Don't I have any face left?" Junzan replied foolishly. "It's Hu Jineng, a relative on your maternal side. Didn't you open an inn in Wenjian City? Remember? She's also a distant relative of yours, not some other fox." Hearing this, Su Zhuang froze. "Ah!" Her face immediately fell, her brows furrowed tightly as she muttered, "Maternal cousin." Suddenly, Su Zhuang's expression tightened. The next second, she grabbed Junzan's hand and bit down, making him turn pale and scream in pain, "You actually bit me." Then Subai stepped forward. Standing behind his arm, she snorted and stayed silent, sulking. She placed her hand on his arm and laughed lightly. "Foxes naturally mark their territory with their own scent, right?" Then she playfully stuck out her tongue. Before Junzan could react, she had already swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck. HMPH Zijing and Hongfu stood nearby like two statues, watching the three with helpless expressions. When Junzan's hand was released, a tooth mark was left on it, and he kept yelling, "What? Ouch, ouch, ouch." Su Zhuang across from him crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and said, "See if you dare go find another fox now." Junzan's face was pale. He remained expressionless but thought to himself, "I must never let those fangs bite anywhere else." Suddenly, Subai took his hand with both of hers and said, "If it's from Jineng's side, then it's not an outsider." The little girl leaned in close, making Junzan momentarily stunned, his eyes wide as he watched her next move. With that, she turned sideways and kissed him on the cheek. "Now you can't go find any other foxes." Junzan could only nod in response. I won't." But inwardly he was a bit smug, thinking, finding you few in Tushan shouldn't count as other foxes, right? Then he quickly raised a hand to pat both girls' heads and asked with concern, "By the way, how did you get here?" One of them immediately replied, "To find you, of course." Then Su Zhuang's expression turned a bit worried as she explained, "But mother insisted we train at Qingyi workshop for a while." Next, Subai took out a small object and handed it to Junzan. "But mother doesn't know we stole the clan's sacred artifact to find you. Look at this." Junzan reached out and tried it, his brows immediately furrowing as he thought, "Nether Moon Spirit, a Fox Clan item used specifically for prayers." Suddenly he grabbed the little girl's shoulders. He asked in surprise, "I remember this thing can only be used 3 times. You used 1 chance to find me?" Su Zhuang held up 3 fingers and said seriously, "No, it's 3 times per generation of Tushan's direct line. This generation has me and my sister, so that's 6 times. 3 left." Junzan immediately looked at Subai. "Save the remaining 3 uses," the little girl called out. "Oh?" Su Zhuang said nothing, just smiled at him. Junzan pushed the 2 toward Zijing and Hongfu and enthusiastically introduced them. "All right, let's set that aside. Let me introduce you first. Gigi." Just then, Hu Jiji flew in from somewhere, calling out, "Wow, Junzan is still seriously introducing. It's Hu Jineng's adopted son." As soon as Subai and Su Zhuang saw Gigi, they excitedly shouted, "Wow, it's a mountain sea spirit." Junzan pointed at the remaining 3 and said, "Zijing, Hongfu, Zhuizhuwei." Seeing Zijing suddenly frown with displeasure, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Zijing, what's wrong?" Zijing didn't answer, just reached out and gripped his sword hilt tightly. The next second, 2 faint auras appeared in the air. Tang Huayuan and Pang Ying had somehow appeared. As soon as Su Zhuang saw them, she leaned close to Junzan's ear and whispered, "They came in with us. Immortal cultivators from Qingyi workshop." Junzan oh-ed in response, then turned and patted Zijing's head. "Don't be mad." She still kept a cold face, refusing to look at him. "I'm not mad." Junzan felt a bit helpless, sighing inwardly. How does that look like not being mad? She was fine before, but after hanging the clothes she started acting a bit off. Tang Huayuan cupped her hands and asked the group, "I am Tang Huayuan. May I ask who you are, sir?" Junzan introduced himself. "I'm just a nobody, surnamed Hong, named Feng. The martial emperor's inheritance is hard to find. How about we cooperate for now, and when we find it, we'll each rely on our own skills. What do you think?" Then Tang Huayuan shifted her gaze to the massive stone tablet and asked curiously, "What is this stone tablet?" Junzan glanced back and said, "I haven't had a chance to look yet. I was interrupted by these 2. Subai stepped forward and said, "It's not going anywhere anyway. A little later won't hurt." Junzan felt a bit helpless and could only pat her head. All right, then he turned to Tang Huayuan and Pang Ying. How about letting you two have this chance first? Pang Ying looked at him with suspicion. The flower garden beside him quickly spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist friend. But since you discovered it first, how could we dare claim it as our own? Upon hearing this, Jun Zan stroked his beard and said, It's rare to meet someone as humble as Brother Tang, yet inwardly he calculated. Still not taking the bait? Jun Zan had barely stretched his hand out, nearly touching the stone tablet, but in the end he couldn't reach it. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out behind him. Help! Huayuan turned to look, clicked her tongue and said, Maybe we should first. Before she could finish, Jun Zan had already turned and run off, shouting back over his shoulder. Brother Tang, let's go save them first. You all check out the stone tablet over there. Jun Zan quickly led the group, charging out. Zhu Ying, faster, saving lives comes first. Zhu Ying immediately responded, and in no time she stomped the ground hard, leapt into the air and shot up like an arrow from a bow, leaving Huayuan behind, wide-eyed, silently marveling. So fast, impressive physical skills, yet her face is pale with a hint of wariness. Doesn't seem right. Could she be born with such power? I'll have to reassess her strength. Suddenly, Huayuan called out to Jun Zan from behind. Taoist friend, the situation over there is unclear. Likely a trap. It might be better to wait and go together. Jun Zan turned back to her with a faint smile, then clenched his fist and said firmly, Since someone is calling for help, we can't just stand by and let tragedy happen out of suspicion. With great power comes great responsibility. Using our strength to help others is the duty of a cultivator. With that he turned and left. Leaving Huayuan frozen in place, she helplessly said to Pang Ying beside her, First giving up the stone tablet, now going to save people. Could he really be a good person? Pang Ying was also stunned, muttering, So there are fools like this among cultivators. I thought only those from the Yushu Dao sect thought that way. The two stayed put, and Huayuan could only suggest checking the stone tablet for any clues. As Jun Zan ran, he secretly rejoiced, If you can fool them once, you can fool them forever. I've tricked those two. Suddenly, Subai caught up from behind. You annoying guy, since when did you become so good? Is it because you heard it's a girl that you're in such a rush? Jun Zan glanced at her helplessly, thinking, Even if I'm a lecher, I wouldn't get this worked up just from hearing a woman's voice. Just then Zui somehow squeezed between them and glanced at Su Zhuang. I think this fox is really dumb. Subai's eyes widened at the sight of Zui. HMPH, so you're a demon too, Zui grinned. The master needs at least a dozen women around him. He should have higher standards. How can he be so weak-kneed at the sight of a woman? Subai immediately scowled and shouted at Jun Zan. What, a dozen women? Jun Zan helplessly lowered his head and said, Stop messing around, the kitten just meowed. But then Jun Zan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide at the scene before him. A dilapidated palace. As soon as he turned, he saw a battle unfolding behind him. He frowned at the back of a woman on the ground, thinking, The scroll hasn't been activated. She's not a target. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion of 10,000 Sword City, Yi Dunqing slowly woke up. Seeing herself bound hand and foot, she was startled. This bastard, the city lord of 10,000 Sword City, dared to scheme against me. What does Duan Lanruo want? Damn it, the more I struggle, the tighter it gets. Just then, the door outside was suddenly pushed open. Yi Dunqing glared as she saw Duan Lanruo walk in with a smile. Yi Dunqing frowned at her while Duan Lanruo looked smug. Just then, Yi Zik ran in from behind, shouting, Mother? Seeing her daughter, Yi Dunqing panicked. Zik? Yi Zik immediately knelt before her mother and asked anxiously, Mother, are you all right? Seeing the thick rope around her mother's ankle, Yi Zik was stunned. This rope? She quickly turned to the city lord behind her. You said you wouldn't harm my mother, Duan Lanruo replied calmly. Of course not. She sat down on a chair and smiled, as fellow women. I have always respected the Zan Yin clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Dunqing raised her bound hands. Is this what you call respect? Duan Lanruo then stepped forward, raised her hand and stroked Yi Dunqing's cheek. She pinched Yi Dunqing's chin, curved her lips and said, These are just small measures to help the clan leader speak with me calmly. Yi Dunqing gritted her teeth and asked, What exactly do you want? Duan Lanruo turned and walked away, raising her hand to smooth her hair. Earlier when the clan leader was talking with Yi Zik, didn't you already test whether she was still a virgin? Rest assured, clan leader, I told you. I really like Zik, so I won't touch her. No matter how ruthless my methods, I am still a woman. I won't use this to threaten her. Yi Dunqing didn't understand and asked again. But why bring this up? Duan Lanruo smiled. If the clan leader doesn't mind, why not test your current physical condition? With that, she raised her hand and slapped Yi Dunqing's knee. Yi Dunqing immediately frowned. Before, there was never spiritual energy flowing through her meridians. How did this happen? Duan Lanruo sat back in her chair and said calmly, How could it be impossible? Yin and Yang complement each other. Hasn't the 1,000-year problem plaguing the Zan Yin clan been easily solved? Yi Dunqing immediately looked at her daughter, but Zik was clearly still a virgin. Yi Zik blushed deeply and quickly turned away. Then Duan Lanruo took a small medicine bottle from her sleeve and stepped forward. Clan leader, this is the method. Yi Dunqing frowned immediately. What is this? Duan Lanruo replied. I can't say. Yi Dunqing's expression grew more tense. Why can't you say it? Are you planning to use this to threaten the Zan Yin clan? Duan Lanruo still smiled, pouring the liquid into her palm. If I really wanted to threaten you, it wouldn't be my turn. This stuff doesn't keep long. After refining, this is all there is. She then extended her hand to Yi Dunqing. Why not try it yourself? Beside her, Yi Zik was already blushing furiously. Yi Dunqing quickly looked down at the palm. Fine, I'll try it. She stuck out her tongue and licked the liquid. Seeing Yi Dunqing drink it, Duan Lanruo tilted her head and asked, Clan leader, feel your current condition. Isn't it like a cure for a chronic ailment instantly healed? At that moment, Yi Dunqing felt as if she were in a strange space, with spiritual energy floating all around. Duan Lanruo said calmly, This is the lifeline that can save the entire Zan Yin clan, and the only ingredient is Zhang Feng. No, Zhen Zan knows. Now do you still oppose Zike's marriage to him? Just then, Yi Dunqing's brow suddenly furrowed, and she shot a cold glare at her. The next second, she violently snapped the rope on her hands. Like lightning, Yi Dunqing rushed forward and grabbed the woman before her by the neck. Behind her, Yi Zik was startled and ran over. Mother, Yi Dunqing gritted her teeth, tightening her grip on Duan Lanruo's neck, but Duan Lanruo seemed unfazed by the pain, looking at her coldly. Is this how the clan leader treats her savior? How disheartening! Yi Dunqing frowned and shouted. You humiliate me like this and still dare call yourself a savior? Duan Lanruo said calmly. Humiliation, isn't this the best way? Yi Dunqing didn't let go and continued. The esteemed city lord of 10,000 Sword City, stooping to such despicable acts. That Zhang Feng is truly skilled. I thought he was just a flirt, but I didn't realize he was so shameless. Hearing this, Yi Zik stepped forward. Mother, this has nothing to do with him. It was me and City Lord Duan who volunteered. We both like him. Yi Dunqing, hearing this, was furious and turned to shout, Shameless! Zhen Zan knew nothing about it. Yi Dunqing was trembling with rage. You are utterly unfilial. Duan Lanruo calmly crossed her arms, a smile on her lips. Clan leader, you're wrong. How is Zik unfilial? She found a way for the Zan Yin clan to soar to new heights, even if the clan leader has no ambition. You don't want your clan to continue suffering from premature deaths, do you? Yi Dunqing frowned deeply. But there's no need for such a disgusting method. Duan Lanruo looked up and met Yi Dunqing's eyes. Indeed, there's no need. Just have the entire Zan Yin clan dual cultivate with that scoundrel, and the problem is easily solved. No need to be humiliated like this. Yi Dunqing immediately raised her voice. Where is he? I'll kill him. Bring the Zan Yang pearl. At this, Duan Lanruo pried Yi Dunqing's hand from her neck and stepped closer. How does the clan leader plan to get it? The Zan Yang pearl has already merged with him. Dare you let him die even once? Then the Zan Yang pearl will dissipate with him, and you'll have nowhere to cry. Besides, aren't you cherishing this opportunity? The 1,000-year dignity of the Zan Yin clan or the chance to change your fate? Which do you choose? Yi Dunqing's face turned pale. The next second, Duan Lanruo grabbed her shoulder, swiftly turned, and pinned her down on the bed. Yi Dunqing was both shocked and angry. You, Duan Lanruo pressed down on her, speaking calmly. Clan leader, you've already drunk it. Can anything change now? Yi Dunqing shouted in fury. You, Duan Lanruo glanced back. Smugly, Zik, it seems your mother still doesn't understand the stakes of these two matters. Yi Dunqing, pinned beneath, glared up at the person above. What are you trying to do? Duan Lanruo turned and commanded. Make your mother drink the entire bottle. Yi Dunqing screamed in terror. No, Zik, you can't do this. Zik, how can you treat your mother like this? Yi Zik frowned, looking at her mother with concern. Mother, I have no choice. I really like him. If I don't do this, you and the elders will definitely tear us apart. I can't bear it. Yi Dunqing immediately shouted, Yi Zik, Yi Zik. Duan Lanruo then covered Yi Dunqing's mouth. Seeing Yi Zik about to pour the liquid into her own mouth, Yi Dunqing screamed in terror. You are unfilial. In the end, the liquid was quickly poured down. In the Martial Emperor's cave secret realm, Zhu Ying cleanly swung her sword several times, slaying the massive monster before her. Zhen Zan quickly walked up to the person sitting on the ground and asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? He Qingming, a descendant of the Martial Emperor, had a tearful face with scars, and she softly responded, then tremblingly stood up with difficulty. Thank you, I can manage myself. Hearing He Qingming's cry, Zhen Zan quickly asked with worry, Did you hurt your foot, or should I? Before he could finish, Zhu Ying had already extended her hand to He Qingming. Let me help you. Zhen Zan looked at Zhu Ying's gaze helplessly, thinking, now she's even stopping me from making small moves toward other women, but he quickly smiled and said, let her help you. By the way, I haven't asked the young lady's name yet. He Qingming replied without hesitation. Thank you all for saving me. My name is He Qingming. Zhen Zan listened, thinking to himself, surname He. Could she be a descendant of the Martial Emperor He Junhao? But he quickly smiled warmly and said, He Qingming, elegant as a dream, with an added touch of immortality. What a beautiful name. My name is much more ordinary. Junzan, and this is Zhu Ying." After hearing his introduction, He Qingming immediately said, "Thank you, Miss Zhu Ying, for saving my life. And also Su Zhuang, Su Bai, Hung Fu, Ji, and over there is Zui Zui." Upon hearing this, Zui bristled with anger. "Meow, meow, 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 meow." Junzan quickly smiled and waved his hand, nodding. All right, the dragon scale flowed in a crimson form. Seeing Zui's reaction, He Qingming couldn't help but find it amusing. "Ha ha." Zui still crossed her arms, huffing with a coquettish air. After a while, Junzan remembered something and asked, "By the way, how did you end up here?" He Qingming dared not look up, her expression dim as she replied, I was captured and brought here by people from the BALA mansion." Junzan thought to himself. The letter Zui found earlier mentioned that the BALA mansion captured the Martial Emperor's descendant, and then came to this Martial Emperor's cave to find his legacy. If He Qingming was captured by the BALA mansion, she's most likely the Martial Emperor's descendant. He Qingming continued dejectedly, "They said they would use my blood to open some kind of Martial Emperor's legacy gate." Hearing this, Junzan grew tense, stroking his chin and muttering, "So they already knew. The bloodline of the Martial Emperor's descendant is the key to opening the secret realm." Then he looked at the massive monster that had just been slain. But although they knew this clue, they underestimated the danger of the Martial Emperor's cave. Zombies, undead, Resident Evil 8, could this island be the secret base where the Martial Emperor conducted human experiments? The more he thought, the more horrified he became, his face turning pale, his whole body trembling. Then Junzan quickly asked, "Where did those BALA mansion people encounter these things? Do you remember?" He Qingming raised her hand and pointed to the side. "Over there." Junzan immediately suggested, "All right, let's go take a look and head deeper into the palace together." Soon, the group set off together. Suddenly, halfway there, Zui stopped and said nervously, "I smell blood." Su Zhuang and Su Bai said in unison, "Zombies, this is a BALA mansion token." Junzan quickly picked up the token. "It's indeed a BALA mansion token. Looks like someone died here." Just then, Zhu Ying spoke up from behind, "There's blood here and drag marks." He Qingming looked down at the trail of blood on the ground, immediately turning pale with fear, and quickly covered her mouth. Junzan quickly raised his hand to gently pat her back and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. Where I hide, you hide." He Qingming felt a bit more at ease. Thank you, young master." Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated gate. He Qingming beside him clung tightly to his arm in fear. "It's terrifying," Zhu Ying suddenly called out nervously. "Something's there, not far from the cave entrance." Before she could finish, she quickly assumed a sword-drawing stance. "No, it's too late. It's coming." Junzan tensed up and quickly stepped back. As soon as he spoke, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness. The fierce beast suddenly pounced out from within. "Roar!" Junzan's eyes widened in tension as he called out to Zui. Zui obeyed, and the next second she transformed into a massive dragon, shielding the three behind her. On the other side, Hua Yuan and Pang Ying suddenly heard a loud crash and a gust of wind sweeping through the forest. Hua Yuan immediately turned back with concern. "That's Shang Junquan and his group heading over there, right?" "What happened?" Pang Ying said. "Could they have run into some monster on the island?" Then she let out a few dry laughs. "With our cultivation suppressed right now, they're in for a rough time. Let them scout ahead and take the hit for us." Tang Huowen's expression turned serious. After a moment of thought, she said, "No, we should go help them." Pang Ying immediately grew anxious. "You lousy Taoist, have you caught their holier-than-thou disease too?" Tang Huowen replied firmly, "Of course not, even if we avoid danger for now. Once we're inside, the entrance will be sealed. To get out, we'll have to explore the entire island anyway. Do you think the exit of this secret realm might be guarded by a monster? That's not impossible." Pang Ying's eyes darted around as she lowered her voice. "You mean the beast they encountered might actually be closer to a clue?" Tang Huowen looked in the direction Junquan had gone and said with certainty, "Exactly." Seeing someone approach, Ziying immediately glanced at them warily, then raised her sword to point at the two. Junquan smiled as he saw them. "Oh, fellow cultivators, how did you end up here too?" He Qingming furrowed her brows, looking worriedly ahead. Pang Ying stared at her for a long time, sneering inwardly at such a delicate, fragile beauty. Tang Huowen cupped her hands toward Junquan and said hurriedly, "We were worried about your safety, so we rushed over." "Was that sound from the howling moonwolf just now?" Junquan replied, "Exactly. When we arrived, we found Miss Qingming under attack." Tang Huowen immediately looked at the woman behind Junquan. "Oh, Miss Qingming, which sect do you belong to? Are you here for the Martial Emperor's legacy too?" Junquan quickly glanced at He Qingming. "She's a disciple of the Water Moon Cove. Of course she's here for the Martial Emperor's legacy. What else could it be?" Pang Ying then asked, "You just saved her and she told you everything?" Junquan replied, "She was badly shaken and still scared, barely able to speak. I already asked, so I answered for her to save time." Pang Ying said with a meaningful tone, "You certainly know how to cherish the fairer sex, fellow Taoist." He Qingming shyly produced an item. a jade token identifying her as a Watermoon Cove disciple. Junchuan had secretly slipped her one earlier. He had instructed her, "Your identity is too dangerous. If others find out, they might capture you again. Take this and pretend to be a Watermoon Cove disciple." Seeing He Qingming offering the token to her, Tang Huawen quickly waved her hand. "No need." She then looked up at the large door. "Is there anything unusual about this palace?" Junchuan replied, "We just finished fighting and you arrived. We haven't entered yet. Thanks to this cat, or something might have gone wrong. It seems the martial emperor might have dabbled in some shady things." Pang Ying, standing behind, observed for a while, and commented, "Righteous sects have been hypocritical for ages. Nothing surprising about it." Junchuan quickly added, "Though there have been a few rotten apples in the Taoist sects, most are devoted to cultivation and helping the world. Your words might be a bit biased." Pang Ying walked over to the slain howling moonwolf and said, hands on her hips, "You're right, but in the eastern continent I've never seen such a terrifying howling moonwolf. If it weren't tampered with, it could never have grown this big naturally." Hearing this, Junchuan turned to look at the door behind him. "Then let's go find the answers," he then asked Tang Huawen curiously. "By the way, did you find anything at the stone tablet?" She replied, "No, that stone tablet was probably just a boundary marker." She then looked up at the door again. "On the contrary, this palace built with such materials might be the key." Junchuan perked up and suggested, "In that case, let's go in together. An unguarded door is the most dangerous. Who knows what's inside? Now that we've all lost our cultivation, we're in the same boat. Going in together, we can look out for each other." Tang Huawen nodded. "Indeed." Junchuan and Tang Huawen stepped inside. He said, "Please." Junchuan grabbed the small orb floating in the air, thinking, sure enough, once cultivators lose their spells, they can't be explorers either. The ground was now covered in mottled bloodstains. Su Zhuang and Su Bai covered their noses as they entered. "Ah, the stench of blood is overwhelming." "Oh," they then transformed into two foxes chattering incessantly. "Can't take it anymore. Can't stand it." Seeing them burrow into his arms, Junchuan had no choice but to hold them, looking down helplessly. "Having too keen a nose is a sin." As he spoke, his sleeve was gently tugged. Seeing the girl beside him, he called out, "Hongfu." Hongfu looked up at him with a frown, her eyes pleading. Junchuan sighed in resignation and let out a dry laugh. "Hey." Then he let Zhuizhuei sit on his head while Hongfu clung to his back. Those behind them were speechless. As they walked, Su Zhuang suddenly shouted, "Movement!" Everyone stopped immediately and hid behind a large wall. Su Zhuang and Su Bai quickly jumped down. Junchuan listened intently to the sounds from beyond the wall, then raised a finger to signal. "Shish." Tang Huawen behind him nodded and softly acknowledged. Junchuan looked around worriedly, thinking, the palace is so quiet. If a fight breaks out, it might attract more beasts. Suddenly his gaze shifted straight behind him. Pang Ying wore a sly smile, seemingly about to make a move on He Qingming. She raised an eyebrow, bared her teeth in a grin, and pulled a needle from her pouch. Then she swiftly stabbed it toward He Qingming's arm. Before the needle could touch her, it was deflected by a sword. Junchuan frowned, staring tensely ahead. The next second the sword slashed straight at Pang Ying's chest. Tang Huawen was startled to see her clutching her chest in pain, looking up as Pang Ying spat out mouthfuls of blood. He Qingming was now shielded by Junchuan's sword. After a long moment, Pang Ying growled at Junchuan in a low voice. Just then, the wall suddenly cracked open and a monster burst through. Its eyes bulging, it opened its huge mouth and lunged at the group. Hearing the noise, Junchuan turned around and He Qingming covered her mouth in terror. The massive monster crawled along the wall, closing in on Junchuan. Junchuan quickly instructed Zhuizhuei, who leaped down from his back. "Meow," then transformed into a flood dragon. Zhuizhuei snorted, exuding an imposing aura. Instead of attacking immediately, Zhuizhuei waited patiently for the monster to approach. The dragon, swift as lightning, was about to swipe its claw at the beast. Just then, a powerful force struck its shoulder. Ziying charged out from somewhere with her sword, severing one of the monster's arms. The monster grabbed her with its other arm, trying to stuff her into its mouth. Ziying was extremely skilled and instantly used a transformation technique. Seeing her return to his side, Junchuan called out softly, "Ziying!" Just then, Zhuizhuei landed another claw strike, sending blood gushing from the monster. Junchuan looked on worriedly, thinking anxiously, "Damn, that scream will definitely alert the other monsters in the palace." The monster stiffened in place for a moment, then weakly struggled. Then it broke through the ground and burrowed down. Zhuizhuei was startled too. "HMPH, it ran away." Junchuan immediately asked, 9 out of 10 of these monsters go to call for reinforcements. What now?" Seeing Tang Huawen didn't answer, Junchuan quickly turned around. "Taoist Tang." Tang Huawen's face had turned pale as she stared blankly at Zhuizhuei, her mind reeling. That cute little cat had turned into a massive demon dragon. Suddenly, Pang Ying beside her pointed at Junchuan and shouted, "He wants to kill me. He planned to monopolize the martial emperor's legacy." "Don't believe him." Junchuan looked at Pang Ying. Fellow Taoist, what's going on? He glanced at Ziying, who was shielding him, thinking, that corpse grass is gone now. With things as they were, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He said confidently, it must be Pang Ying's doing. Such items are common in games used to curse others. The Pang Ying sect specializing in corpse grass curses is a tale from the Nether Cliff. With that he smiled and continued, that's right, I do want to kill her. Both Tang Huowen and Pang Ying were stunned. After a moment Junquan calmly pointed ahead and continued, but not to monopolize the martial emperor's legacy, I'll say it plainly. She's a renegade disciple of Nether Cliff. Hearing this, Pang Ying's eyes widened in panic. Junquan stood with his arms crossed, smiling faintly. Zhang Lian, the master of Nether Cliff, had her eyes destroyed by a curse, leaving her blind for life. Zhang Lian only asked me to clean house, Pang Ying immediately shouted. You're slandering me, all lies, he's just making excuses. She turned to explain to Tang Huowen, I'm a legitimate 37th generation disciple of Nether Cliff. I have the green banner as proof. Before taking the mission, you all checked each other's identities and agreed to team up. Talk about cooperation, but then he strikes from behind. Can such a liar be trusted? Junquan sighed at the scene. Then thought smugly, so the timeline hasn't reached that point yet. A slight miscalculation. He quickly turned to glance at Pang Ying. When I appeared here, she was already a renegade disciple. I was going to observe a bit longer, but she tried to curse Miss Qingming. As he spoke, his eyes darkened, and a series of roars and howls echoed around them. Tang Huowen was also frightened by the sounds. She looked up and cursed. Damn it, is this place where the martial emperor bred monsters? Fellow Taoist Hong, you don't need to say more. Settle your personal grudges yourselves. Keeping such a venomous woman is nothing but trouble. Seeing Tang Huowen's attitude, Pang Ying stared in shock. Junquan said, hey, she came with your green banner people after all. Pang Ying gritted her teeth in fury. Even if the sect leader is wise and mighty, when has he ever cared about disciples killing each other? If he really wanted to clean house, he'd have done it himself. Why would he entrust it to you? Who do you think you are? As she spoke, a blow came crashing down, and Pang Ying's scream rang out. Ziying sheathed her sword and said angrily, don't insult him. On the ground lay a pool of blood and Pang Ying's severed legs, her face pale. She trembled uncontrollably. Tang Huowen stood by, coldly turning away. All right, using this traitor's blood to lure some beasts here. At least she died with some use. Only then did Pang Ying truly panic. She cupped her hands and begged, her face ashen. Please spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Seeing Tang Huowen toss her body into the hole the humanoid monster had made, Pang Ying screamed, Ah Tang Yuanhua, you old bastard, I curse your entire family. Junquan remained expressionless, thinking, this time I've directly cut off a plotline that shouldn't have happened. Should be fine, right? He then reached out and touched He Qingming's hand to comfort her. Don't be afraid. Suddenly a buzzing vibration filled the space. Hongfu turned her head and listened for a while. I recognize it. It's a mechanism. This palace is like a millstone. Several layers have probably been triggered by those rampaging beasts. Tang Huowen continued walking forward and suggested, with beast sounds coming from all directions, let's follow the tunnel the humanoid monster dug. Junquan nodded in agreement from behind. As Tang Huowen walked, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Junquan had too many strange and powerful people around him. At first glance they seemed like a group of beautiful concubines, but each had extraordinary skills, especially Ziying. Even she couldn't track the trajectory of her sword. And that flood dragon, even the true disciples of the Taiching Pavilion might not have a dragon as a spirit pet. Who was this young man? After pondering for a long time, she suddenly asked, when you mentioned the Nether Cliff Master earlier, your tone was quite familiar, and you even cleaned house for her. What exactly is your relationship with that sect leader? Under the piercing gazes of the 5 girls around him, Junquan's face turned pale. He thought, if I said she's my wife, who would believe me? After a moment of silence, he countered, Are you doubting my identity? Tang Huowen replied. I've only heard that the Nether Cliff Master is a foreigner from the southern wastelands, extremely picky about choosing a Tao partner. There are also rumors that she's covered in curses and hates men most. Anyone who dares approach either gets disintegrated or dies from a painful curse. I've never heard of her having a male disciple. Junquan was at a loss for words. Ah well, Ziying suddenly stepped forward and said calmly, it's just the truth. Junquan held the small orb in his hand and looked up. This place is spacious, looks like a huge hall. He turned around. Taoist Tang, follow me. Tang Huowen hesitated just then. Ziying said flatly, the Nether Cliff Master is only at the nascent soul stage, just right to be father's concubine. Tang Huowen's jaw dropped in shock. F.A. concubine. Her face pale, she stared at the 2 figures before her, her mind in turmoil. No, there's no way they could be father and daughter, right? Wait, that's not the main issue. This isn't just one thing, it's many things. What does only at the nascent soul stage, just right to be a concubine mean? In other words, in terms of power, even that level is only fit to be a concubine. Just how terrifying must her father's background be? Tang Huowen thought it over and finally pointed at Ziying and asked, the Taoist friend, This Zijing clearly knew but only let out a cold snort behind her. Junquan could only smile wryly and scratch his head. Children speak bluntly without knowing their limits. He glanced at Zijing with a bitter expression, thinking to himself, this girl used to not even open her mouth, and now she's learned to be sarcastic. Then he quickly turned to Hua Wandao and said, it's true that I met Zhonglian in the southern barbarian lands, but now she holds a noble status, and I can only help her in secret. The talk of concubines is all nonsense. I'm just a wandering cultivator now. How could I dare to reach so high? Hearing this, Hua Wandao immediately let out an oh, and then Junquan quickly looked around. Let's figure out this palace first. In my opinion, it likely hides the secret of the martial emperor's legacy. Hua Wandao had no choice but to nod in agreement. Suddenly, Hongfu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, there's a mechanism here. The next moment, everyone quickly gathered around a large pit. Hongfu reached out to touch a hole in the wall, and the water inside instantly gushed out as if triggered. Junquan's expression shifted slightly as he stared intently, puzzled. The water column. Suddenly, Hongfu pressed her face against the wall. Feeling around with both hands, she touched a small brick which popped out, and a small oil lamp immediately lit up in the brick's cavity, brightening the entire space and drawing everyone's attention. Junquan was secretly amazed. Oh, like an electric light, this seems to be the main entrance of the hall. Could there be linked mechanisms? Hongfu smiled calmly and explained, this is a defensive formation, no need to worry. The entrance we jumped down from has already been restored. Junquan looked around upon hearing this. It seemed they had to find another way out. Suddenly, Hua Wandao tensed up in alert. Hearing movement nearby, she immediately looked toward the nearby bushes. It was the monster that had run off. Hongfu said from the rear defense room, we can't have trash here either. Junquan couldn't help but think wryly about this cleaning habit. Hua Wandao, after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke up, Taoist friend, it seems this child of yours understands mechanism arts. Junquan smiled and turned to look at Hongfu. She has admired that master of mechanism since she was little, so she knows a thing or two about mechanism arts. Hua Wandao's eyes lit up with realization. I see. Junquan looked around and then said excitedly, this is probably the martial emperor's daily cave dwelling. We've come to the right place. Behind him, Hongfu suddenly grabbed his hand and looked up innocently. This lake has a bagua structure. I have to manually open the lake heart lamp lock. It's used to control the mechanism nodes, 64 in total. The bricks on the ground and walls can all be moved, hiding different mechanisms underneath. There's another mechanism over there, exactly like the one in the tomb. Half of it I'm familiar with, but I dare not touch the rest for now. Junquan asked, for now, and then reached out to pat her head. It seems there's still a way to control it. Hongfu's cheeks immediately flushed, and she said confidently, just give me some time to study, and I can figure out the pattern of all the mechanisms. Saying this, she scratched her face curiously and murmured, but I can't find the formation's eye in the lake, and I don't dare dismantle it. I don't know where the core mechanism really is. Junquan smiled after hearing this, calculating in his mind. I was planning to look for the Master of Mechanism's legacy along the way anyway. Isn't this perfect? After all, that master didn't cut off his own inheritance. Soon, everyone entered the martial emperor's cave dwelling. Junquan curiously picked up a book on the table. What's this? He said, immediately flipping it open. Junquan was extremely focused, turning page after page. After a while, his face suddenly turned purple, and he quickly threw the book back to Hongfu. This made Hua Wandao worry and ask, what's wrong? Junquan shook his head and replied, nothing, just a bit dizzy. Hongfu opened the book and looked at it. Seems like a diary. Junquan tilted his head and thought, a diary? I thought it was mechanism blueprints. A hardcore tech fanatic's diary, he asked. What does it say? Any clues related to the secret realm? Hongfu focused on the book. Hearing this, she replied, it seems the Master of Mechanisms and the Martial Emperor were researching how to change a person's innate qualities, like altering the body's 5-element attributes, improving cultivation speed and widening meridians. Hua Wandao exclaimed upon hearing this. Changing innate qualities? This martial emperor really dared to think, researching all kinds of absurd and bizarre things. What's so special about that? Junquan remained silent, only thinking nervously to himself. This couple was indeed researching some forbidden thing, truly harmful. Hua Wandao continued to ask, so where is the martial emperor's true legacy? Hongfu searched and replied, the diary doesn't mention the martial emperor's legacy, but it says the lifelong research results of the two are placed in the sutra library of this palace. Junquan couldn't help but curiously lean in. Research results? Hongfu didn't look at him and simply replied, methods to reverse meridians and change body qualities. Suddenly, Junquan leaned in from behind her and asked, is there a way out? Hongfu's face instantly turned red and she stammered, I won't say. She handed over a piece of paper, but inside was a design drawing of the palace, usable as a map. Junquan then directly asked, "So what does the Taoist friend think?" While Wan Dao answered without hesitation, "I took the task from Qingfu boat, originally to take a gamble. Of course I'm going." Junquan immediately turned back and winked at the two behind him. "Good. Before we set off, let's look around and not miss anything." Treasures Suzhuang and Subi immediately jumped for joy upon hearing this and answered in unison, "Okay." After a while, seeing Junquan's bad expression, Zijing suddenly turned back and called out, "Father." Junquan sat blankly, staring at the lotus pattern on the stone platform by the lake, muttering, "I always feel this pattern looks familiar." He reached his hand into the water to feel around. The next moment, when he pulled it out, there were already a few small things in his palm. He exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this one of the 4 materials Xie Qian gave me? This is Lian Lindsay." He looked carefully at the thing in his hand, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's exactly the same as what Xie Qian drew. The properties of those materials old Xie initially wrote on paper also mentioned this thing. The 4 materials are Yujingyu, Qingmu Demon Blood, Lian Lindsay, and Shanhai Xinbao. Thinking of this, Junquan froze, feeling a bit helpless. Although he already had 3, the problem was that the way to obtain each one was too bizarre. Yujingyu was obtained by freeloading at Shueui Nest, and now Shanhai Xinbao is right by my side. As for Lian Lindsay, I stumbled into the Martial Emperor's cave secret realm and got it. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed Hua Wandao staring intently at the thing in his hand. She said, "Taoist friend, your eyesight is extraordinary. I am no match for you." Junquan extended his hand and slowly said, "Lian Lindsay only bears fruit once every 500 years. It can stabilize the foundation, nourish the primordial spirit, and is very beneficial to the soul. Even if we don't get the Martial Emperor's legacy this time, it won't be a wasted trip." Hearing this, Hua Wandao's eyes immediately lit up as if seeing a treasure. Junquan raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. "You want it?" After thinking for a moment, he snapped his fingers and proposed, "Considering you're from the Taiching Pavilion, I'll give you a discount. 8,500 spirit stones per piece." He secretly calculated in his mind. "This is the system interface. Although I don't know the specific price in the upper realm, listening to the system should be right." Unexpectedly, Hua Wandao quickly agreed, "Thank you, Taoist friend, for parting with it." Seeing this, Junquan clenched his fist, feeling a bit annoyed. "Tisk, too much." Suddenly, Hua Wandao asked curiously, "Taoist friend just mentioned considering the Taiching Pavilion's face. Do you have some connection with my Taiching Pavilion?" Upon hearing this, Junquan looked away and thought indifferently, "If I said the sword son of Taiching Pavilion is my wife, would you believe me?" After thinking for a long time, Junquan said, "It's a long story. Maybe I'll visit Taiching Pavilion someday, and then you'll have to play the host." Hua Wandao immediately nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Of course. Beside them, Zijing couldn't help but turn away angrily. HMPH, Hongfu felt around the mechanism system, murmuring, "Inside here is the Sutra Library." She closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "This door is locked by a very complex mechanism formation," but as she spoke, Hongfu pushed the door and it opened. She said calmly, "Solved." Everyone around couldn't help but applaud repeatedly. "Wow, amazing, so amazing." Walking inside, Junquan looked up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh," and then immediately patted Hongfu's head. "Hongfu, go check those rooms first and see if you can find any clues. Everyone else, rest here." The little girl happily replied, "Okay." Seeing He Qingming pulling at his sleeve with a worried expression, Junquan asked, "What's wrong? Do you have something to tell me?" She lowered her eyes and softly replied, After thinking for a moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she said shyly, "This humble one might have a clue." While Wandao immediately exclaimed upon hearing this, "What?" Seeing her strong reaction, He Qingming became frightened and hid behind Junquan. "This humble one will only tell the young master." While Wandao was very helpless but could only smile and nod. Understandable." Then Junquan led He Qingming deeper into the Sutra Library. Gently placing his hand on her shoulder, he said softly, "There's no one else here, tell me." "What clue?" He Qingming looked nervously at the ground and slowly said, "As soon as this humble one stepped in here, I felt my heartbeat quicken, and there was a faint, elusive call in my heart. That sense of familiarity is truly strange. If the young master is willing to believe, this humble one might indeed be a descendant of the Martial Emperor. The one calling me is probably my ancestor." Hearing this, Junquan's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Ancestor?" He Qingming immediately looked away uneasily, but this humble one dared not say it. Seeing this, Junquan quickly asked, "Did you sense it in the Sutra Library?" Only then did He Qingming dare to look up at him. At the moment Miss Hongfu activated the mechanism formation, this humble one suddenly felt a very kind call from somewhere. Junquan shuddered with every word, his scalp tingling. A call from the soul. At this time, Hongfu was still inside, eyes closed in concentration, with faint light flowing from her fingertips. Junquan looked out through the window and called out loudly, "Hongfu, take us there." Hearing his voice, she immediately looked up and smiled. "Okay." Qingming stepped forward from behind him and said, "Thank you, young master, for bringing this humble one here." Junquan quickly turned back. "Don't mention it. Actually, I'm also here for the martial emperor's legacy." She immediately lowered her eyes and said softly, "Where would that be? There are few people as good as the young master in this world. If not for the young master's rescue back then when this humble one was attacked by the mechanism spider, I would probably have—" Junquan laughed and pointed at himself upon hearing this. "The one who saved you was Zhaijing, my daughter." After saying this, he quickly led Qingming downstairs. As soon as he came out, he immediately gave a thumbs up and smiled, "Hongfu, come." But at this moment, the smile on Qingming's face was somewhat elusive. Hua Wando rushed over from afar, busy asking, "How is it, Miss Qingming's clue?" Junquan tilted his head and smiled at her upon hearing this. "Miss Qingming just used a secret technique to find the anomaly, but she's timid and only told me. She agreed to lead the way and see where the problem is. Everyone just follow." Hua Wandao was somewhat delighted upon hearing this and sneered, "It seems I'm getting closer to the final goal." Junquan walked over to Hongfu. "Hongfu, you stay here and control things. Stop when I send the signal." She immediately nodded firmly and replied, After saying this, he turned to Suzhuang and Subi, "You two stay too. Protect Hongfu." The two girls immediately became unhappy upon hearing this and protested, "We want to go with you too." Junquan quickly reached out and patted both their heads. "Be good, listen." Only then did the two obediently reply, "Okay." As soon as the words were spoken, the three quickly disappeared, rushing toward their destination. Suddenly, Qingming clutched her chest in pain and let out a soft cry. Junquan looked into the distance and quickly asked, "Is it there?" She nodded affirmatively. "It's there." This humble one sensed it very clearly. After saying this, the two quickly ran over. Hongfu watched the group and couldn't help but look up curiously. Thinking to herself, "Found it?" Standing in front of that door, Hua Wandao couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled and warned, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, seeing Zhaijing had already stepped inside, she quickly called out, "Hey." Next in were Junquan and Qingming, which surprised him. "Wow, you guys too." Inside it was already a mess with puppets lying all over the floor. Hua Wandao immediately looked down. Could this be? Before she could finish, a blurry figure appeared behind Hua Wandao. Zhaijing was extremely sharp and immediately turned her head upon hearing the sound. "Demon clan." Hua Wandao quickly blocked in front of that demon and shouted, "Taoist friend, stop it." Zhaijing quickly turned back and softly chanted, "Silver Moon." As soon as the words were spoken, a large burst of light exploded on the demon's chest, accompanied by a painful cry. Seeing blood flying toward her, Qingming immediately frowned and stepped back in fear. In the blink of an eye, Junquan's blood-stained sword was already horizontal in front of her, the blade still carrying a scorching aura emitting wisps of smoke. Junquan glanced at it and then chuckled lightly. This Qingsha Zinedin really needs to absorb some blood energy to have spirit. Beside him, Qingming weakly grabbed his arm. "It's so terrifying." Hearing this, he immediately comforted her. "It's okay, it's okay. The demon is dead." This made Zhaijing, standing nearby, turn green with anger. Suddenly, Hua Wandao raised her hand from the side and loudly warned, "Watch out for the wooden men, the demon's blood has demonized them." Everyone turned around and saw the wooden men trembling as they stood up as if alive. Junquan immediately shielded Qingming and frowned, concluding, "The library has been mostly destroyed. No need to worry too much." After saying this, he called out, "Zhuizhui." Hearing the call, Zhuizhui's eyes immediately turned red and it bristled as it charged forward. Soon, Zhuizhui transformed into a flood dragon, its body rolling and tumbling. The wooden men were soon beaten to pieces by this little cat. The four of them quickly jumped down from a height together, and Zhuizhui rushed over from behind, steadily catching everyone. Junquan chuckled lightly and turned to warn the people beside him, "Don't be afraid, hold on tight." Qingming immediately nodded, Okay." But the next second he suddenly froze and couldn't help but look down. Hongfu and the twins were surrounded by a group of demons. Anxiously shouting, the mechanism lock opened, and strange beasts charged in. At that moment someone walked slowly forward and a crisp sound of footsteps rang out. Suzhuang was stunned, blurting out in disbelief, "How can she stand in front of those monsters?" The figure was smiling at them. And it was none other than Pang Ying. Jun Zan looked down, and the moment he saw her, his brow furrowed slightly, immediately concluding that Pang Ying could not possibly be alive. He quickly shouted, "Zui Zui." Tang Huawan, lying on the dragon's back, also tensed up and whispered, "How did it come to this?" Unbeknownst to them, Jai Ying was already poised and ready. Swinging his sword, he charged straight at that person. Du slashed down with one strike, cleanly cutting off half of the opponent's face. Pang Ying's head was split in two and dark red aura continuously seeped out from the crack. Only then did Jai Ying solemnly conclude that she was a demon. Zui Zui also roared from the sky and dove straight at the horde of monsters. Jun Zan had already swiftly jumped down, taking Qingming to another position. Tang Huowen watched Jun Zan's every move with extreme tension, her heart filled with worry. The demons were strong, and here they were completely unrestricted. No matter how powerful you are, Jun Zan, without the use of spells, how much longer could you hold out? She immediately looked down at the object in her hand and murmured to herself. Luckily, when the tower collapsed earlier, I snatched this treasure in the chaos. At least my efforts weren't in vain. Everyone, you can't hold on any longer. Let me do it. Tang Huowen stared at the brilliant pearl, but at that moment a miserable scream suddenly rang out. Pang Ying's entire body trembled violently, howling incessantly. But then she laughed again. Ha ha ha, waves of sound kept spreading outward from her. Jia Ying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, squinting at Pang Ying inside. Jun Zan also hastily covered his ears while the twins beside him shut their eyes tightly, screaming in terror. Seeing Jia Ying still about to charge forward, Jun Zan anxiously shouted, Jia Ying, she's a demon within this 9 cauldron barrier. She's completely unaffected. Retreat now. Jia Ying remained resolute, his brows furrowed deeply, and said solemnly, Mother said demons must be killed. Jun Zan was stunned upon hearing this. Di Wanluo killing demons as the holy maiden of the demon sect. Shouldn't you be paying homage to the demons now? What? Thinking this, suspicion arose in his mind and his eyes widened in shock. Could it be that for his own sake the plot had already changed? He quickly turned and shouted to Su Zhuang, Su Bai, take her back, run. Gurgle, gurgle. Pang Ying's head was now constantly trembling and deforming. After a few breaths it had clearly transformed into 2 heads. 3-headed heavenly demon, 8-armed heavenly demon, 3-headed twin body chaos, the 4 great demons of the demon race. The 8-armed heavenly demon had already died in the cave behind Baoping. And now within the Woody cave the 3-headed heavenly demon was reborn in the world. Seeing this, Jun Zan's face turned ashen, and he murmured under his breath. The strangely shaped wooden figures outside the tomb were not failed experiments but the artisan's imitation of the demon race's body structure. After hearing this, the being smiled faintly. Hey, you know quite a bit. Jun Zan steadied his mind and calmly said to her, I know even more. For instance, I know that the 8-armed heavenly demon is already dead. Facing this most hair-raising existence, his nerves were now stretched to the breaking point, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Clearly, before he transmigrated, he was still grinding through the sea battle in the Yanghui Kaiyu diagram, and he was all too familiar with those few demon boss characters. But the most important thing now was to stall for time, whether true or false, as long as it could intimidate her. After hearing this, Pang Ying put one hand on her hip and looked at him smugly. Human, are you trying to fool me to buy time? I tell you, lies are useless against our demon race. Jun Zan tilted his head and raised a finger. I even know some things you don't. She immediately raised an eyebrow, calling out in surprise. Oh, Jun Zan crossed his arms and said calmly, after the 8-armed heavenly demon left the Tuoba mansion, there was a Yushu disciple by his side. That person had infiltrated for hundreds of years, climbing step by step from the lowest ranks to the highest, eventually becoming a disciple of Ding Mian and the junior apprentice brother of Zhu Changqi. His goal was to seize Ding Mian's body. He never expected Ding Mian's will to be extremely strong. Even your heavenly demon's sensing heart sutra was ineffective against him. Hearing this, Pang Ying was furious, gritting her teeth, thinking, there's no way a human could know the heavenly demon's sensing heart sutra. Who exactly is he? After a moment her eyes widened, and her mind was shaken. Could he be a demon? Jun Zan paused. After a moment he continued, poor Ding Mian always treated him like his own son, cherishing him as flesh and blood, not just a disciple. Who knew it was all a lie? In the end he lived in seclusion, miserable and alone. He fought against the heavenly demon for several hundred years. 2 months ago, the 8-armed heavenly demon and Ding Mian perished together, and all his 1,000 years of effort were for nothing. Pang Ying sneered. Interesting human, then tell me, what is my weakness? Jun Zan immediately raised his hand and pointed at her, shouting, your brow center, the sea of consciousness mark. Pang Ying's face drastically changed upon hearing this, her eyes wide with shock. Jun Zan continued, your true form is unique and unlike any other. The reason you took on 3 heads is merely to protect your sea of consciousness. A futile attempt to hide it, utterly ridiculous. She and the horde of monsters grew even more furious, shouting in unison, who are you? Jun Zan immediately smiled, covering his eyes. Me, I'm just the son-in-law of your demon emperor. Hearing this, her eyes widened to the size of saucers. Son-in-law of the demon emperor? The twins behind him hurriedly pulled Jia Ying away. Quick, go! Seeing her expression change, Jun Zan only said calmly, you believe that? As soon as he finished speaking he suddenly turned and rushed forward, run, but at this moment He Qingming was still standing motionless in place, behind him. Pang Ying immediately issued the order, all of you charge forward and catch him. Whenever a monster pounced it was immediately tied up by Hong Fu's rope. Jia Ying had just realized that Su Zhuang and Su Bai were pulling her along, and she called out in a daze, wait a moment, she quickly turned her head and urgently shouted towards Junzan, "Dad, I haven't finished speaking." She charged straight over there, frightening Su Zhuang and Su Bai into shouting, "Jai Ying, don't go." Junzan was still focused on the battle ahead, his body moving swiftly to dodge every attack from the monsters. In the blink of an eye he had drawn his longsword, its blade glowing with fire, carving out sword marks that were both fast and dangerous. After a long while, Junzan finally got a brief moment to catch his breath, his breathing heavy and rapid. Jai Ying ran over anxiously from behind. "Dad," as soon as he saw her, he looked back in astonishment. "Don't even think about stealing the glory, just run." In that instant their eyes met, and both were stunned, speechless. After a long silence, Junzan looked down at his own hand and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, I almost forgot. The long-lost courage value for killing monsters has increased too." Then he frowned again, thinking to himself, "This sword is called Killing Heart and Evil Gallbladder, because it can create evil thoughts in an ordinary person, eventually turning them into a madman who only knows how to kill indiscriminately." He immediately spoke up, "Let's put this aside for now, go find Zui Zui. Those beasts can probably only survive here. We'll find a way to break this situation once we're out." On the other side, Zui Zui was fighting bitterly, single-handedly dealing with the countless monsters. In the distance, Junzan gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." At that moment he suddenly looked up and saw a dazzling golden light gradually appearing. A beam of light crashed down, followed by a powerful figure heavily landing on the ground. Junzan watched the scene with a mix of curiosity and tension. After clearly seeing the man before him, he was startled. "What's wrong with this dignified Yuanhua?" After a moment of thought, Junzan couldn't help but reveal a strange expression, his mouth twitching slightly. Seeing the man turn around, Junzan immediately asked, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the man turned back and said word by word, "Sha Junhao." Junzan froze completely at these three words. At that moment, a giant monster suddenly lunged from an unknown direction. Before it could even make a move, it was sent flying by a punch from Sha Junhao, collapsing to the ground. Sha Junhao clenched his fist in annoyance, glanced around and sighed. "Disappointing. I'll temporarily borrow this body for now, don't worry. Once I've done what needs to be done, I'll dissipate and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation." Watching Sha Junhao's every move, Junzan stood behind and muttered helplessly under his breath, "No problem. Even if you use that body, whether you return it or not doesn't matter anymore." He could only sigh inwardly. "All right." A demon spy suddenly appears. Demonic possession and soul-stealing is one thing, and now you, the martial emperor, have to join in the fun too. Behind them, Pang Ying, seeing her monsters being wiped out one after another, panicked. "How is this possible? You clearly died a long time ago." At that moment, Sha Junhao finally turned to look at her and said calmly, "Remnant evil demon, I sealed you back then because research was needed. I never expected you to escape today. Unfortunately, things happened too suddenly back then, and I couldn't finish you off. Since that's the case, I certainly cannot let this threat continue to exist." Upon hearing this, she flew into a rage and was about to charge forward. "As if I'm afraid of a mere remnant soul of yours. You're just bluffing. All of you attack." Seeing a swarm of monsters rushing towards him, Junzan grew anxious and shouted, "Damn, why are there so many beasts then?" He asked the nearby Sha Junhao urgently, "Senior Martial Emperor, what do we do now?" The other party only replied with a single calm word, "Run." Junzan's face turned pale upon hearing this, momentarily speechless, inwardly sighing with emotion. As expected of the martial emperor, even saying "run" could be said with such conviction. Seeing his indifferent expression, Junzan was furious and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, can't we get someone reliable for once?" At that moment, Zui Zui suddenly rushed over from somewhere, its tail sweeping fiercely, directly knocking over a large number of monsters. It was panting heavily, and said, lowering its head slightly, "I'm here, get on my back." Seeing Zui Zui, Junzan felt a bit helpless but still praised, "You're having even more fun than I am." Then he turned back, secretly pleased, thinking, "Truly a foolish dragon. I must never kiss her in the future. Even if I do, I have to make sure she's thoroughly cleaned inside and out." Zui Zui behind was still full of fighting spirit, excitedly shouting, "Charge, charge!" Thinking this, Junzan quickly reached out, wrapped his arm around He Qingming's waist and pulled her onto Zui Zui's back. "Everyone get on the dragon. Let's get out of here first." After arranging everything, he sat in front and said, "Hold on tight." He Qingming nodded lightly. Sha Junhao and Jai Ying quickly flew onto the dragon's back as well behind them. Hong Fu and the twins cheered excitedly. "Let's go." Zui Zui swiftly swept past Pang Ying and the horde of monsters below. Held in Junzan's arms, He Qingming hadn't fully recovered her senses yet. Looking down, her face suddenly flushed bright red as she felt she had touched something she shouldn't have. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing she was about to cry, Junzan quickly lowered his head and said, "Ah, sorry." At this time, the entire sky behind him was shrouded in dark clouds. Jai Ying's face was already livid with anger. Junzan was somewhat scared but still lowered his head and said to the person in his arms, "Don't be afraid, we're almost out." Qingming looked up and smiled. Thank you for saving me, young master." Being this close, both of them couldn't help but blush. Junzan quickly turned his head away, changing the subject. "Don't keep thanking me. Haven't you said it many times already?" Qingming gave him a shy glance. "Young master's great kindness. This little girl truly has no way to repay it. Merely saying thanks does seem a bit inadequate." She frowned a little hesitant and suggested, "How about this little girl pledges herself to you?" Junzan quickly coughed a few times, his eyes shifting. Well, Miss Qingming, your ancestor is still watching over there." He quickly glanced at Sha Junhao and asked, "Marriage matters are decided by parents' orders. How can it be so rash? Don't you think so, Senior Martial Emperor?" Qingming immediately followed his gaze, finally revealing a slightly furrowed brow and a calculating look. Down below, Pang Ying looked up, utterly baffled. What kind of instruction is this? Chase and then release? Could it be to release first and then capture?" She rubbed her chin, pondering. Junzan seemed to be joking, yet he stood by the Martial Emperor's side. And the princess is so close to him. Maybe he's actually putting on an act, using his human identity to gain the Martial Emperor's trust. This must be the backup plan the princess laid down beforehand. As she finished, she suddenly spread 2 pairs of enormous wings and cried out excitedly, "The princess is wise!" Subai turned around and saw this, immediately shouting in alarm. "Oh no, the heavenly demon is catching up." She couldn't help but cover her face in fear. "The elders in the clan always say that if you're disobedient, the heavenly demon will possess you and turn you into an ugly monster. Could this be my fate?" She wrinkled her face and wailed, "What if I grow 3 heads? That annoying guy definitely won't like me anymore." Su Zhuang, seeing Subai about to leave, quickly called out, "Big sister, don't be scared, the demons can't catch us." Halfway through her sentence, her little face darkened again, making Subai tremble even more, tears streaming down continuously. Subai suddenly shouted forward, "Zui Zui, fly faster!" Hearing this, Junzan also quickly urged Zui Zui on. In the blink of an eye, small bubbles appeared in midair, and Zui Zui shot out like an arrow, swiftly leaving Pang Ying far behind. Meanwhile, Su Zhuang was patiently comforting Subai by her side. "Big sister, don't be scared, the demons can't catch us." Squeak squeak. Seeing her swaying foxtail, it was immediately attracted, its round eyes wide with excitement. Then it pounced and grabbed Subai's tail, making her body tremble. Squeak squeak. Without thinking, foolishly opened its mouth wide, pretending to bite. Subai immediately screamed in terror, "Wah, heavenly demon, don't eat me!" Junzan was irritated by the noise and helplessly turned back to look. These people were in a life-or-death escape now. Couldn't they be a bit more serious? Sha Junhao didn't turn around, only calmly spoke at this moment. "Matters of marriage are entirely one's own decision. This old man is no old-fashioned fossil, and the cultivation world doesn't have so many mortal rules. It's just that I have no descendants, so where would a descendant of the Martial Emperor come from?" Seeing Sha Junhao glance back, Qingming shot him a look, then deliberately said weakly to Junzan, "This humble servant also doesn't know why the people from BALA Mansion would say such things." Junzan immediately looked at Sha Junhao. "Senior Martial Emperor, even if Miss Qingming's identity is indeed suspicious, it's the fault of BALA Mansion. She is completely unaware. For now, the priority is to deal with the heavenly demon." Sha Junhao merely closed his eyes calmly upon hearing this and said flatly, "That's right." Then he looked down at him and added with admiration, "You've got a good memory and sharp judgment. From here, head north. That's the only way." Junzan, curious, asked, "What about the heavenly demons?" Before he could finish, Sha Junhao cut in decisively, "No need to worry." With that, he closed his eyes, activated his technique, and silently chanted the celestial secrets. Immediately, the bricks inside began to tremble violently, then fell off one by one, clattering to the outside. Behind him, Pang Ying grew flustered. Blocked by the falling bricks, Junzan seized the moment and pointed outward, shouting, "Zui Zui, charge through." Zui Zui immediately obeyed, let out a loud roar, and dashed straight out above. A massive circular hole allowed the dragon to pass through. And in an instant, Zui Zui burst out cleanly. The giant dragon circled in the air with everyone on its back looking down. Junzan murmured in sudden realization, "So this scripture library itself is a killing machine." Suddenly, a voice behind him anxiously called out, "Martial Emperor, do you remember me?" Sha Junhao turned slightly and replied, "Of course I do. You are Axi's proudest work and her last." He looked up at the sky as he spoke. "After completing you, she and I met with calamity together. Was the calamity caused by someone?" Junzan, standing nearby, frowned and thought to himself, "It seems the deaths of the Martial Emperor and the Artificer indeed had hidden truths." After speaking, Sha Junhao looked at Hong Fu and said, "You've guarded the tomb all these years. Thank you for your hard work." The young girl replied, "It's no trouble." Junzan quickly stepped forward from behind. He reached out and patted Hong Fu's head, then asked, "Senior." After a long pause, Sha Junhao slowly began to recount. Back when I achieved fame, I wanted to help more mortals succeed too. I aimed to change their innate talents, to free them from the inherent unfairness of birth. My wife and I set to work, but in the end our scheme was exposed. Our research directly threatened the interests of those cultivators who saw talent as their foundation. And then, Junzan's eyes widened as he asked, "What about the demon race?" Sha Junhao quickly replied, "I merely wanted to capture a live one for study." Junzan let out an "oh" and muttered helplessly. So it was all stuffed in there. He fell silent again. The heavenly demons, unlike the demon race, had been imprisoned here for a full millennium. He immediately said urgently, "Senior Martial Emperor, please speak. Do you have any unfinished wishes?" Sha Junhao didn't turn around but answered promptly, "Eliminate demons, kill people." Junzan guessed inwardly, eliminating demons means destroying the demon race, and killing likely means revenge. It seems the Martial Emperor is determined to reclaim this body from Daoyuanhua. Just then, Sha Junhao suddenly turned around. "You're worried I'll take over this body, aren't you?" He turned back and calmly affirmed, "Don't worry, I won't stoop to such a despicable act. His consciousness just hasn't reacted yet. He's sleeping too deeply. Once I'm done, I'll find a suitable body for myself." Junzan awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I was overthinking it." Then he looked down worriedly, "But we still need to seal the 9 cauldrons formation first. Those 3 heavenly demons will catch up soon, and without the magical artillery platform we can't defeat them." Sha Junhao, upon hearing this, immediately pointed downward with his hand. "This great formation is the 9 cauldrons." Junzan looked down and thought blankly. "There seems to be nothing but seawater below." Sha Junhao quickly added, 6 of the 9 cauldrons are at the bottom of the sea, so naturally nothing is visible on the surface." Junzan sighed in exasperation, his eyes wide, seen through again. Sha Junhao then clasped his hands together and suddenly spread them apart, conjuring a massive gust of wind before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Su Zhuang pointed into the distance in alarm. "The heavenly demons are coming." Pang Ying set up a shamanic formation and shouted loudly. "Stop right there." Sha Junhao tossed a book to Junzan. "Catch, kid." Junzan caught it quickly. "Senior," he opened it, his eyes widening as he thought, "this thing doesn't seem useful to me." Sha Junhao added, "The Marrow Cleansing Sutra, not a bad name either." Junzan couldn't help thinking, can't you be more creative with names? Suddenly, Sha Junhao frowned seriously and said, "Also the demonic aura on you is too strong." Junzan sniffed himself and asked, "Is it that strong?" Sha Junhao said nothing, quickly formed a hand seal and chanted, "Release." A stream of energy enveloped him and Jai Ying. And Junzan immediately grinned. "My spiritual power is back." Behind him, He Qingming's lips curled into a sly smile. Junzan was still dazed when he saw Sha Junhao flash past him. Before he could react, the latter had already punched into the void ahead. Junzan turned back in panic and shouted, "Senior?" Sha Junhao's punch was blocked. He Qingming opened her blood-red eyes and sneered, "Oh my." Found out. Seeing the scene before him, Junzan couldn't help but cry out. The demonic Sha Junhao frowned, staring coldly at her, and said, "As expected, no matter how much time passes, the stench of demons is still nauseating." At this, He Qingming erupted with powerful demonic energy and said smugly, "Luckily, the Martial Emperor left behind a 1,000-year remnant soul that still remembers the demonic scent. I'm truly flattered. But isn't the human scent just as sweet?" Sha Junhao didn't bother to waste words and struck out. Pang Ying also caught up from behind, shouting angrily, "Damn humans." Junzan turned his head and was hit by her attack, stumbling backward. Jai Ying and Hong Fu rushed forward. "Father, be careful." As they dealt with him, he ordered an attack on her brow from behind. Before he could finish, Pang Ying thrust her hand into Jai Ying's body, blood dripping down. Suddenly, He Qingming appeared behind Junzan, her lips smiling as she said, "You know others' weaknesses well, but what about your own?" Her fingertip traced his face, making Junzan shudder. He trembled all over as she spoke. "What a pity. Though I like you, you're human. If only you could become one of us." Junzan clenched his sword in fury and gritted out, "You're something else." Unbeknownst to him, his sword had already deeply pierced the woman's abdomen behind him. She seemed to feel no pain, leaning in and whispering, "Oh dear young master, your sword has entered my belly. How embarrassing, it hurts." Junzan, shaking all over, still forced himself to reply, "All this time I treated you like a mortal, taking care of you, protecting you." She raised an eyebrow and mocked, "Young master, you're so strong I can hardly bear it, but don't struggle, it's useless." The next second her hand touched a small dagger hidden on Junzan's chest. He Qingming froze slightly, her face turning pale. Tiwan Luo's eyes widened and she muttered through gritted teeth, "How dare someone touch my life-bound artifact?" Her hands trembled slightly as she murmured, Junzan, it's only been a few days and you're really worrying." Junzan's face darkened instantly. He said word by word, "Samsara cursed general." He Qingming stiffened momentarily. Seizing the chance, Junzan immediately activated the heavenly demon dissolution technique. In an instant, countless swords rained down on her like a storm, but the next second, Junzan clutched his chest in pain, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to lose consciousness and fell backward. Jai Ying flew over from afar. Father? She caught him worriedly, lifting his body, her eyes falling on the large hole in his back. Jai Ying was both shocked and relieved. Those demonic energies, luckily the samsara curse general left by her mother, had protected his heart meridian. Thinking this, she immediately placed her hand over the bloody hole, enveloping it with spiritual energy, and whispered anxiously, "Demonic energy has entered the body. Only the Jade Void Dao sect can fix this." Junzan forced his eyes open and replied, "It's fine. I was planning to go to the Jade Void Dao sect to find something for you anyway." Jai Ying frowned in irritation and looked away. Just then, Gigi flew over in panic from somewhere. "Father?" The little girl grabbed his hand and carefully transferred some spiritual energy. Meanwhile, He Qingming stood on a cloud looking down at them smugly and taunted, "Young master is indeed a charmer. Even the Jade Void Dao sect owes you a romantic debt. Why not tell me who it is?" Junzan sneered coldly. "Jealous? You said you'd give yourself to me, but I think not. If you cripple your cultivation and kneel as my servant working like a beast, I might consider it." Hearing this, she seemed tempted, her cheeks flushing. He Qingming feigned shyness, swaying her soft body, her voice even more seductive. "So that's what you want, young master. I'm not very experienced, but I'm willing to comply. Do you want to use a whip or go straight to it? I can handle any position." Junzan watched, his face turning pale, horrified. This is true perversion. Behind him, Jai Ying felt her scalp tingle just imagining it. "Here's a whip." He Qingming transformed into a seductive look again, raising an eyebrow. "But those two foxes might suffer a bit." Junzan's expression shifted slightly as he glanced sideways, seeing his reaction. He Qingming smirked triumphantly. Feeling sorry for them, she mentioned Su Bai and Su Zhuang and commanded harshly, "Withdraw your spells or else." Her sharp nails dug into Su Zhuang's neck, eliciting an immediate scream. Blood dripped from her neck. Junzan, terrified below, shouted urgently, "Stop, I surrender." Su Zhuang, tears in her eyes, called out tremblingly, "Brother Junzan." He Qingming grew even more arrogant. "Really, I do like you now, young master, but it's not too late. Once we're in the demon realm, we'll have plenty of time together." Junzan didn't reply, just frowned and waved his hand, sending a swarm of swords over Pang Ying's head. He shouted urgently, "Use the underworld moon token to return to Tushan." Before he could finish, the two were already choked by Pang Ying. The little bell suddenly rang. Su Bai quickly shouted her last words to Junzan, "Woo, you jerk, I forgive you. If you find another woman outside, you must come to Tushan to find me." With that, she cast a spell and vanished. Pang Ying rolled her eyes in confusion, looking around. Then Junzan looked up, bared his teeth in a cold sneer and mocked, "Haha, sorry, I was just messing with you." He suddenly coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. He Qingming slowly looked down. "Besides, the Fox clan is accomplished and Tushan is orthodox. Everyone around you, young master, is extraordinary." She touched her chin thoughtfully. "You're in danger but remain calm, adaptable. My judgment is indeed good. If I could turn you into a demon, it would benefit my race greatly." Junzan seized the moment to rush forward, smirking, "I am indeed excellent, but turning me into a demon depends on whether you have the skill." He waved his hand, directing the sword straight at her. He Qingming didn't dodge, calmly spreading her arms. "Didn't I almost succeed earlier? Who knew even you, young master? Hide a knife in your heart. So heartless." Meanwhile, Pang Ying was panting, desperately dodging flying swords. Her face was now covered in fine cuts. With a ferocious expression, she charged at Junzan, shouting, "Die!" Junzan's eyes darkened as he gritted out, "Have you forgotten? I'm not alone here." Zui suddenly appeared from somewhere, opening its massive mouth to block her. "And my Zui shot forward like lightning and bit down." She barely dodged. The next second, Pang Ying's face turned pale, and she let out a scream. Sha Junhao appeared from nowhere, frowning and shouting, "Pity I'm just a remnant soul now, or you wouldn't dare act so recklessly." He swiftly swung his sword from behind and Pang Ying's body burst into flames. Soon, she dissipated completely. Mid-air, Junzan walked behind Sha Junhao and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Martial Emperor." Sha Junhao glanced back. "If you hadn't revealed her weakness, killing her would have taken another strike. I intended to leave all of Axes and my legacy to Hong Fu, but it seems I'll have to entrust it to you." Junzan smiled gently, patted Hong Fu's head and said, "Hong Fu was always hers, I won't take anything." Sha Junhao said, "That's your business." Back then, Axie treated Hong Fu as a daughter when she created her. "Treat her well and take what you should." Junzan sighed inwardly, thinking this attitude is just like a father-in-law. He then pointed aside, "Let's deal with that later. First, let's handle the main matter." "Alright, now you can tell me what the demon race is planning." A silver Dao formation appeared instantly. He Qingming smiled lightly at him. "Young master, my feelings are sincere, heaven and earth as my witness. You backing out is one thing, but why trample on me like this?" Junzan frowned, cursing inwardly. "What the hell? She's the one trampling on me," he retorted coldly. "We'll talk about your feelings later, but when did I back out and toy with you?" She actually looked shy. "Not long ago you said you'd marry me." Junzan was furious. "When did I say I'd marry you?" He suddenly paused. He had said, "I am the Demon Emperor's son-in-law." Realizing this, his expression shifted. "You're the Demon Emperor's daughter." He Qingming smiled and confirmed. That's right, my soul is linked to my father's. If you kill me, you'll face the demon race's pursuit. Junzan crossed his arms and calmly retorted, Do you think I fear the demon race? You're just another kind of being with plenty of weaknesses. He Qingming lowered her head and chuckled softly. Then she said, If you're not afraid, young master, what about those around you? The more affectionate you are, the greater the danger. With that, she immediately threw her head back and laughed. Oh dear, it seems you're quite the romantic after all. There's no need to worry so much. Didn't you already find a solution before? Hearing this, Junzan couldn't help but ask in confusion, Take you as a slave? Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she covered her face as she said, Exactly. Then she extended her hand, spat out a tiny pearl and presented it to Junzan, gazing at him tenderly. This is my origin today, I entrust it to you, young master. Junzan was momentarily speechless, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. Behind him, even Zui couldn't help but mutter in surprise, Oh no, my position is in jeopardy. After a moment's thought, it sidled up to Junzan and sent him a telepathic message. This Zui is the best, right? But Junzan waved it off coldly. Get lost. He looked at He Qingming, a chill running through him as he sized her up. Could this woman be one of those Yandere types who enjoys being abused? At the thought, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he groaned while clutching his head. I didn't even provoke the demon race. Suddenly, Jia Ying stepped forward from behind. Father? Junzan heard the voice and turned around. Jia Ying and He Qingming raised an eyebrow at the sight, feeling a hint of reluctance. Jia Ying walked forward without waiting for his consent. It wasn't just father who could take slaves. She reached out toward He Qingming and said calmly, Hand over your origin. Extending her hand, she said flatly, Give it here. He Qingming didn't reply, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, she lifted her head and said, What a formidable little girl. I wonder who your mother is. If given the chance, I'd love to meet her. Jia Ying couldn't help but feel curious. What? Don't want to be a slave anymore. He Qingming replied slowly, If I were to be a beast of burden, it would only be for you, young master. I disdain to serve others. With that, she crushed the small pearl in her hand. Seeing this, Junzan was somewhat taken aback. He Qingming turned and suddenly burst forth with spiritual energy, sending streaks of blade light slashing toward Junzan. This is the true heavenly demon disintegration art. Oh, as his expression shifted, He Qingming immediately burst into laughter. Haha, I'm done playing with you all. In the next instant she appeared before Junzan, lifted his chin with her hand and said softly, Young master, until we meet again. I hope next time you'll be one of my kind. With that, she quickly pressed a kiss to his lips. Junzan was horrified, his eyes wide as he let out a soft, Suddenly, He Qingming parted her lips slightly and breathed a strange aura into his mouth. Junzan's eyes flew open and he inwardly cursed. Damn, what's not scary? This woman hasn't even used her full strength. His face had already turned pale, yet he couldn't break free at all. It hurt so much. After a long while, He Qingming finally released him, tossing Junzan into the air before vanishing. Jia Ying rushed forward to catch him. Father? The next second, the blade light struck deep into his back. Junzan immediately vomited violently. His mouth full of blood, he looked up at Jia Ying, thinking to himself that the injuries on his body could hold for now, and the demonic energy could be dealt with at the Yushu Dao sect. The key issue now was that if he wasn't careful, he'd really be transformed into a demon. If his faction changed, what was the point of playing anymore? Just then, Gigi hurriedly flew over. Junzan's grandmother frowned deeply, looking away. This woman had been dodging the topic from the start. Not a single piece of useful information had been extracted. The demon race's specialty was deception and trickery. The Bodhi generals were working to prevent the demonic energy from invading his consciousness. At this thought, he found himself losing control, his cheeks warming slightly. So she was actively using the Bodhi generals to help block the demonic energy. Suddenly, Jia Ying grabbed his arm, worriedly saying, Mother won't let anything happen to father, and neither will I. Don't go near the demon race anymore. They're all bad people. Hearing this, Junzan felt a warmth in his heart and smiled at her. Then he quickly sat down cross-legged. Focusing on cultivation, everyone sat around the stone tablet in silence, not daring to disturb him. After a long time, Zui finally couldn't help but look up and ask curiously, Meow, if you become a demon then? It spoke while unceremoniously reaching out a little paw to touch Junzan's lips. Anyway, Zui was always a very, very fierce bad guy, so I can still follow you, right? Meow meow. Junzan, eyes still closed, sighed and said, With that posture of yours, you have to follow whether you want to or not. With that, he picked up the kitten and said softly, Have you forgotten the soul contract between us? You can't escape. Zui felt a bit helpless and could only meow in response. Suddenly, Hongfu walked over to him looking dejected. It seems the martial emperor has fallen asleep. He gave me the 9 cauldrons record. Before she could finish, Sha Junhao suddenly jolted awake, clutching his head and groaning in pain. What's going on? What happened? Seeing everyone, he asked in confusion, What happened to me? Why do I feel so badly injured? I remember getting the marrow cleansing scripture outside the study, and then Junzan closed his eyes and said calmly, and then you were possessed by the martial emperor's soul. Sha Junhao's eyes flew wide open. Suddenly he stood up abruptly, pointed forward, and shouted, "The stone tablet." Seeing this, Junzan quickly turned around. On the massive stone tablet, lines of text gradually began to appear. Meanwhile, Zhang Bo, the master of Luoyuwu, was fishing, muttering irritably, This is driving me crazy. I still had 3 great places to visit. I finally came back for some fun, and now I'm dragged here to work as a laborer for the tomb owner? What kind of crappy master is this? I quit. The most outstanding disciple of Luoyuwu is Ji Yushu," he sighed helplessly. But he still said, "Master, stop complaining. 365 days a year, you're away from the sect for 366. If the position hadn't been passed down by the previous master, the elders wouldn't want you in charge anyway. Accept your fate and stop struggling." Zhang Bo was so angry he couldn't speak. After a long pause, he stood up in a huff and turned to leave. "In 150 years, I'll pass this lousy position to you, kid, and let you taste what it's like to work for nothing." Yushu didn't chase after him, just stood behind and said calmly, "It's still 111 years. Keep suffering." He looked toward the martial emperor's tomb and added, "A spiritual tide this big usually means either a rare treasure has appeared, or there's a secret realm inside. Either way, it's worth investigating." Zhang Bo snorted coldly. "The world bustles with activity, all for profit. Look at these sects. Didn't they all come running after hearing the news? Over there, those black-clad figures with an immortal aura are from the Yushu Dao sect. The one leading with a sword is Ling Ji, one of Yushu's 3 great experts, ranked 9th on the divine hero list." At this he frowned, thinking to himself that with his status still standing aside, they must be waiting for someone. "Over here is the Taiching Pavilion, but it seems no senior disciple is leading. I heard their Green Lotus Sword disciple went to the Northern Prefecture, so the one who came must be that Rakshasa demoness. And those Juhu temple monks, a bunch of baldies. Forget it, not worth mentioning." He then pointed to another side. "This is the Tianbao Pavilion. This is the Sword Pavilion. And that's next." Zhang Bo patted Ji Yushu's shoulder and said, "And of course my Luoyuwu's most outstanding disciple, the only disciple of Master Shujiansheng Ji Yushu, ranked 32nd. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, someone nearby spat in disdain. "Still stuck at 32nd after all these years, and you dare to brag about it? How embarrassing." The person beside Ji Yushu immediately stepped forward angrily. "What right do you have to criticize senior brother Ji?" Before he could finish, he was distracted by something else. Everyone around turned their gaze, exclaiming together, "Taoist Ling Hao, why is she here?" The Yushu cold immortal. All the disciples bowed respectfully at once. "Greetings, senior sister." The great cauldron slowly descended, letting out a resonant chime. "Wow, the senior sister of the Yushu Dao sect." Ling Hao looked down at the crowd below. The men below looked up at her, their faces flushed with excitement. After landing, Ling Hao bowed. "Yushu Dao sect, Ling Hao pays respects to all seniors." Seeing her, Zhang Bo curiously stroked his beard. "Strange, why is she here? Shouldn't Ling Hao be preparing to take over as the new sect leader?" After speaking with the disciples, Ling Hao turned and bowed to Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo and Ji Yushu quickly returned the gesture with hand seals. Ling Hao spoke to Zhang Bo. "Senior Zhang, may I enter the ancient tomb first?" Hearing this, he looked up, stroked his beard, and laughed heartily. Of course. Order doesn't matter. This ancient tomb isn't exclusive to one sect. I was just wondering why everyone was here but not going in." The surrounding crowd, seeing his attitude, felt displeased and silently cursed him for being shameless. Clearly, they didn't dare to enter. Ling Hao smiled slightly and proposed, "In that case, why not have Luoyuwu and my Yushu Dao sect enter together? That way, if anything happens, we can handle it." Zhang Bo glanced back and waved his hand. "Then let's go. Disciples, move out." The disciples acknowledged with a unified yes. The men behind quickly chimed in. "Then we'll follow them in." Right. Wang Rong, seeing everyone had entered, was filled with regret. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "This time I must redeem myself before going back." Soon, Ling Hao and Zhang Bo reached the steps. She looked around curiously and immediately judged, "These battle marks are far too fresh." Suddenly, she noticed marks on the wall. Ling Hao blurted out, "Someone has already entered." Just then, a meat puppet suddenly charged out from somewhere, letting out a roar. But before it could act, Ling Hao struck it with her sword. She calmly sheathed her blade and said flatly, "This level of difficulty doesn't match what it should be. Logically, excavating the martial emperor's tomb should be harder." Suddenly, one of Zhang Bo's disciples looked to the side and shouted, "There's a corpse." He walked over, checked the token, and immediately confirmed it was someone from Qingfu Fan. The disciple said calmly, "Damn, no wonder they knew so quickly this was the martial emperor's tomb. They'd already made a move." As he spoke, he looked down in confusion. "But their bodies have been tampered with by another group." He then looked around. harming others only to be harmed themselves. It seems a good show played out here before we arrived. Suddenly, he was drawn to Ling Gao's actions. She was staring at the lamps on the wall, her expression angry. What's wrong? Zhangbo stroked his beard, looked around and said, oh dear, so the martial emperor's tomb has been ransacked? What's there to see? Let's go back. Ling Ji immediately frowned. His face darkened as he cursed inwardly. You Luowu people are such a nuisance. Get lost. Suddenly, an incomplete voice came from behind. Ji Yushu stepped forward, rubbing his chin in admiration. The mystic tomb has traces of formations, but no sign of any formation operation. It seems the formations have been destroyed. Ling Ji raised an eyebrow, then frowned curiously. Brother Ji, do you understand formations? Ji Yushu looked a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. Just a little. My cultivation isn't great, so I have to learn all sorts of odds and ends. Just then Zhangbo walked over from behind. Why be modest? Is it so hard to admit you're the best? As he spoke, Ling Hao had somehow extended her hand toward him. In that case, I'll trouble Senior Zhang. Zhangbo was taken aback, looking up. Ha. He paused, eyes wide, pointing at himself. You're asking me. Ling Hao looked at him calmly and quickly sent a telepathic message. Luowu, Feng Shui Tower, borrowing the world's spiritual veins to cultivate forbidden techniques. Senior Zhang, do I need to go on? Hearing this, his face paled slightly, and he replied telepathically, You're asking me to be your guinea pig, aren't you? As soon as he asked, she made a gesture inviting him to proceed. Zhangbo cursed inwardly. How did a junior find out about this secret I've kept for years? Then he snorted coldly. Suddenly he slapped his thigh and stood up. Oh right, Taoist Ling Hao reminded me. I know formations too. He immediately turned around. Disciple, you don't need to act. Let your master handle it. Seeing this, Ji Yushu was utterly exasperated, thinking to himself, Master is as lazy as a worm. He's never even seriously flipped through a Taoist text and now he claims to know formations. Ling Hao extended 2 fingers and said confidently, It's here. Ling Ji hesitated, whispering, Senior sister. Ling Hao didn't turn around, just said calmly, Let's go in. With that, she pressed her hand against the hall door opposite and a spatial gate opened. Soon, the two entered together. Jun Zan placed his hand on the stone tablet and slowly recited Tai Yi Dao's first reenactment. He pondered for a moment, feeling that the script looked familiar. The 5 elements spiritual law's first performance, the Chang'an cycle's second performance, the Tai Yi Dao's first reenactment. It's almost identical to what I saw before I crossed over. This new technique, called the 5 elements spiritual law's first performance, was really just the opening of a formation. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly smiled. If the final formation was called something like Tai Yi Dao's first, he'd temporarily rename it the Tai Yi Dao art. With that, he put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, inwardly delighted. I've become the founder of a new formation again. Too bad I can't download these images and share them with my friends on the forum. Suddenly, he noticed a red stain on the stone tablet. Leaning in, he saw that the tablet was absorbing blood. Jun Zan kept looking from his hand to the tablet, muttering, What's going on? After a moment, his expression shifted slightly, and he frowned, thinking, could it be that cliché blood identification ritual to get the treasure? Then he placed his hand on the tablet. The tablet only had those big characters and a bunch of chaotic symbols. To understand the content, he'd probably need to use his spiritual sense. After much deliberation, he decided to give it a try. Jun Zan quickly turned around. Jai Ying, keep an eye on me. Jai Ying obediently replied, Yes. He quickly sat down beneath the tablet, not forgetting to remind her. If I do anything unusual, pull my consciousness back immediately. She still only replied briefly with an Suddenly, Zhuizhui came running from somewhere, shouting joyfully, I can do it too. I can also protect your safety. Hongfu also seized the opportunity to step forward and suggest, the 9 cauldrons can stabilize one's sea of consciousness and also have strong defensive formations. I can guard you as well. After speaking, she immediately brought out her own 9 cauldrons. Junquan smiled and looked at the cauldrons floating around him, then replied, All right. He then closed his eyes and began to try. The next second, a glow lit up on Junquan's forehead. Sha Junhao, standing in the distance, thought helplessly, It seems I'm the only one who's extra. With that, he sat down and looked at the jade stone in his hand. Sigh, this damn mission. The first thing I'll do when I get back this time is kick those people from Qingfu boat out. This Qingfu boat mission really pushes people to the brink. The energy on Junquan's forehead soon shot straight into the stone tablet. His body and mind felt as if they had been spun thousands of times. The world spun around him. He gritted his teeth and endured, holding on bit by bit. Not long after, Junquan suddenly woke with a start, his eyes snapping open. He looked around blankly. Demons, ghosts, spirits, dragons, martial artists. Ghosts were outside. Sha Junhao suddenly stood up and said to the other side, I'll go check the White Jade Palace to see if there's anything else. Over here, the crowd was still gathered around the stone tablet. Gigi, annoyed and losing patience, turned her head, squinted her eyes and meowed. Meow. Seeing Gigi holding her own tail and examining it back and forth, Juejue couldn't help but sigh. This little one has grown so beautiful now. Thinking this, it flicked its tail slap, hitting Gigi's hand. When she grows a bit bigger, she'll probably be tamed by Junchuan too. Juejue proudly turned its head and continued thinking, I am the unique red Sha flowing scale flood dragon, a great demon that can eventually transform into a dragon. I'm not some toy for people to casually tease. Gigi immediately felt wronged, furrowing her little brows and muttering, meow meow meow, the kitty won't let Gigi touch its tail. Soon her little face fell, and then she burst into loud sobs. Seeing this, Juejue was full of helplessness and could only remain silent. In the end, it still extended its tail in front of Gigi. The little girl, seeing this, immediately asked happily, Kitty, kitty, can Gigi touch the kitty's tail? Juejue only let out a faint meow. Finally, Gigi happily hugged the long tail and rubbed against it, sighing, Kitty is so nice. Suddenly, the little girl reached out and touched Juejue's back again. Juejue, both shy and enjoying it, blushed and called out, meow meow. It was already feeling extremely comfortable inside. This technique is even better than Junchuan's, but normally it would need to be combined with other methods. Just looking at the tail though, it's exactly the same. Gigi and Juejue were playing in the back, which soon caught Zhang's attention. She frowned and warned, keep transmitting spiritual energy, no slacking off. Hearing this, Gigi immediately became serious, sighed woo, and then quickly pressed close to Junchuan to continue transmitting spiritual energy. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes widened as she exclaimed, something's wrong. At some point, a purple aura began to emanate from Junchuan's body. Zhang immediately rushed forward in alarm. Abnormal ghost energy, tisk. As she spoke, she struck out with her palm, sending a powerful surge of spiritual energy into the back of his neck. But her hand was immediately repelled. Gigi was no exception, knocked backward. A gloomy spiritual energy gradually coiled around Junchuan's body. Soon he gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, his whole body trembling incessantly. Realizing the situation was critical, Hongfu made a decision. Let me try. Then she channeled her energy to investigate the situation. The 9 cauldrons formation can isolate spiritual energy and also demonic energy. But I only have 6 cauldrons. The situation is urgent now, so I'll have to piece them together for now. Junchuan sat opposite Hongfu, surrounded by several floating cauldrons. Hongfu pushed her spiritual energy toward Junchuan and shouted, suppress. When she saw the two energies clash, she was greatly shocked and stammered, demonic energy and spiritual energy coexist. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Gigi also exclaimed in surprise, demonic energy and spiritual energy coexist. Gongfu and Zhang both exclaimed simultaneously. Who? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the coexisting phenomenon. Gigi, in her cat form, stepped forward to examine the yin-yang ring. Meow, Gigi stated her judgment. It's probably because of this stone tablet, since the demonic energy and vital energy are already in a balanced state, and the 3 streams of energy have been tamed while circulating through the meridians. Father should be fine for now. These words were heard by Zhang, who was standing behind her. Zhang asked curiously, Father? Gigi realized Zhang was behind her, turned around and responded, Hello, sister. Zhang hesitated, but still replied, over here. Junchuan was in seclusion, regulating his breath, silently reciting, the 8 directions are the path. Tai is the beginning. The great beginning is the center, cycling endlessly. Suddenly he opened his eyes and saw a tail in front of him. He reached out and grabbed it, causing Juejue to cry out in pain. Meow meow meow. The two glared at each other. Juejue meowed twice more. Meow meow. Then it leapt, letting its tail slip from Junchuan's grasp, deliberately putting on a fierce expression. Seeing this, Junchuan rubbed its head and remarked, You've been getting bolder lately, even baring your teeth at me? Junchuan didn't forget to scare it a bit. Looks like your skin is itching. Once we get out, I'll make you pay. Juejue only replied with a meow. Then it looked at Junchuan with a smile. I was just so worried about you, meow. It thought to itself, he's recovered. Strange, I clearly sensed a trace of demonic aura just now. I thought Junchuan had been turned into a demon. Was I seeing things? Then Junchuan picked up the cat and said affectionately, Then thank you, Juejue, for worrying about me. He placed the cat on his shoulder, thinking, it's fine now. Suddenly, Hongfu rushed over like an arrow from a bow, swatting Juejue away with one hand, leaving Junchuan stunned. Junchuan was a bit dazed and said, Wasn't everything fine? Before he could say more, Hongfu threw herself at him and gave him a sweet kiss. She looked up at him, her eyes full of grievance, and pleaded, You can't leave me alone this time. Then Junchuan pulled her into his arms and soothed her. It's okay. Look, I'm fine now, completely fine. Afterward, the group walked toward the stone tablet. Junchuan asked, So what about this stone tablet? What exactly happened just now? Zhang told him. Hongfu used the 9 cauldrons to suppress the demonic energy in Father's body, and then this stone tablet suddenly erupted with power, shattering even the 9 cauldrons, and then it shattered itself. Zhang looked very worried. Father, what exactly is wrong with your body? If possible, I need to examine your meridians and spiritual energy condition. Junquan found it hard to speak. No, it's not necessary. My current situation is difficult for even me to explain clearly. At this moment, Junquan fell into deep thought. The golden core in his dantian, which was round like a chick, had been replaced by a small vortex. The 2 streams of yin and yang energy, black and white, circulated continuously. If he inadvertently absorbed too much spiritual energy, his cultivation would keep rising all the way to the 5th level, reaching the 3rd layer of the golden core stage. Before coming here, he had only recently entered the golden core stage, and his injuries were now completely healed, and he was much stronger than before. He looked at the stone tablet and thought, what I obtained is just an incomplete imprint left by the demon race. The final step of the Tai Dao beginning finale technique was actually split into 8 parts, and only chosen races could obtain it. It seems the creator of this technique wanted everyone in the world to have a chance to get it. Thought after thought surfaced in Junquan's mind. He Qingming, the demon emperor's daughter, probably came here for this too, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? This place happens to be the demon race's white jade tablet, and I, using a bit of demonic energy within my body, successfully passed through this tablet and obtained the demon race's cultivation technique. After some deliberation he spoke up. By the way, where did Tang Yuanhua go? Zhuizhui replied. He went to investigate the White Jade Palace. Junquan remarked. That guy was chosen by the martial emperor as a vessel, definitely not because of Qingfuzzy. After all, to earn contribution points you need proof of completing the mission. Besides, the martial emperor also gave me the marrow cleansing scripture. In that case, I might as well directly betray Qingfu Shing and make other plans for myself. He also has another identity, a disciple of Taiching Pavilion. I imagine he'll report this to Taiching Pavilion. Saying this, Junquan turned to Zhang and continued, it's fine, we'll rest a bit too. When he comes back, we'll go with him and send him off. Zhang hesitated. Father wants to befriend him? Junquan pondered for a moment and replied, not exactly befriend him. Senior Martial Emperor said he hasn't disappeared yet. Now he's going to do what he must do. I guess he wants to take revenge. Zhang was somewhat surprised, and in that battle just now he didn't use his full strength at all. He was holding back. Suddenly, Zhuizhui looked at Junquan as if wanting to say something, but before it could do anything, Junquan picked it up and covered its mouth. Hey, Junquan covered Zhuizhui's mouth with one hand while continuing to talk to Zhang. On one hand, he probably wants to take revenge. On the other hand, it's because his soul is only temporary. It's not that he doesn't want to directly occupy Tang Yuanhua's body, but he simply can't. Zhang immediately responded. So the martial emperor's remnant soul will likely disappear after taking revenge, and the aftermath of the revenge will be left for Tang Yuanhua to handle. Father wants to see what Tang Yuanhua will do before deciding whether to befriend this person. Junquan was very satisfied with these words, and put his hand on Zhang's shoulder, smiling. This child has been taught well. Zhang froze upon hearing Junquan mention this sensitive word, child. Suddenly she blushed and thought shyly, Father probably doesn't know that this word can also mean a concubine, right? Junquan, on the other hand, found Zhang's current expression a bit hard to understand. The sky was growing clearer and they sat together, enjoying the fresh air. Junquan leaned against the wall and sat down, lost in thought. The Golden Core stage had always been the dividing line between mortals and cultivators. Only by reaching the Golden Core stage did one truly touch the door of cultivation. Known as the Golden Core Great Path, he noticed that the 2 streams of black and white energy absorbed spiritual energy almost twice as fast as before. Demonic energy and spiritual energy constantly exchanged, one inhaling and the other exhaling, capable of devouring a large amount of spiritual energy, with visible changes every moment. Junquan felt the surrounding aura, which seemed to be flowing in a certain direction. Then he suddenly stood up and looked into the distance, exactly where the 3 heavenly demons had fallen earlier. Suddenly, Junquan touched his stomach, feeling something strange. I want more demonic energy. He frowned, his expression pained, but only one thought surfaced in his mind. I'm so hungry. Just then a hand tugged at Junquan's clothes. It was Hongfu who had something to say. I found it. Junquan was a bit surprised. Found what? She pointed to a huge picture in the book. This is the White Jade Palace, and then she turned to another picture. This is what the White Jade Palace looks like after transformation. Junquan seemed to have discovered something, thinking in shock. Gundam, are these game designers crazy? Junquan and Hongfu looked up into the distance together. Junquan sighed. Those 2 Tang Yuanhuas went to look at that palace. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled. and at the same time a huge puppet slowly rose, exactly the incarnation of the white jade palace that Hongfu had shown Junquan earlier. It was enormous, towering before everyone. Junquan's heart tightened. "Run," Hongfu pointed at the puppet and said. "Those wings aren't just decorations. It can really fly." Junquan was stunned. "Ha!" Suddenly, a spiral of spiritual energy surrounded the group. Ling Hao nodded and sighed. "So this is what the secret realm is like." She and Zhang Bo were intently observing the structure of the object in front of them, looking at its body, which resembled a mechanical puppet, and the wings behind it as auxiliary. Junquan thought to himself, "This body is pieced together from passages and secret rooms, and those wings are chain passages hidden in the scripture library." The birds and beasts around seemed to be experiencing an aerial adventure game, tumbling and scattering. Hey, Junquan noticed its specific features, and fell into deep thought. The overall shape of this puppet, aside from its lines resembling a Gundam, is actually more like a ghostly deity statue in a temple. No wonder, after all, this is a Shenxia world. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and reacted strongly. "No wonder, my foot, if mechanical puppets can create a Gundam." Junquan turned to look at Hongfu. If even a humanoid mechanical puppet like Hongfu can be made, then technically, building a Gundam is indeed reasonable, but emotionally it's still too shocking. Thinking this, Junquan couldn't help but blush, and his ears grew hot. After all, it was a Gundam. Then he turned to Hongfu and said, "Hongfu, once you learn mechanical arts, could you make one like this?" Hongfu hesitated. "I could make it," she explained, "but making this kind of electric spirit ghost deity is extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. Although its power is not bad and if fully driven, it can rival a great cultivator at the integration stage. It also requires a great cultivator at the integration stage to control it. It's basically useless." So Master Wanshi stopped making them and completely abandoned the idea. Hearing this, Junquan clearly disagreed, shaking his head repeatedly. No, whether it's usable or not is a matter for later. As long as it can be made, that's enough." Suddenly, his expression changed, and he showed Hongfu an infatuated smile. "I'll collect whatever materials are needed. Let me design the appearance, okay?" Hongfu was stunned by his scholarly demeanor. "Oh," then Hongfu continued, "I'm just afraid the driving force isn't strong enough. Every movement it makes could become a research subject." Hongfu opened a book and said, "When the electric spirit ghost deity is attacked, it has a form of self-defense. Activating a Manhua pearl inside, its power is roughly equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the integration stage, but it only lasts for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and then it fails. Moreover, after so many years, the spiritual energy in the Manhua pearl has severely diminished, certainly not what it used to be." Junquan was a bit puzzled. Manhua pearl. He remembered, wasn't that one of the 5 Yao divine pearls? He already had 2, the water and fire pearls. Adding one more would mean he had half of them. He looked up and said, "It's probably around that location," Junquan judged. "The spiritual energy fluctuation of this electric spirit ghost deity is around the void refining stage and is still weakening. With my current cultivation plus the card enhancements, I've officially broken through the nascent soul stage and reached the void refining stage. Worth a try." Hongfu pointed at the mechanical puppet and said, "It's about 3 feet inside." Junzan raised his sword, secretly delighted that he might finally get a chance to strike down a golem. Just as he was about to charge forward, a panicked figure suddenly appeared from nowhere, shouting from a distance, "Run!" The mechanical puppet had already awakened, and everyone was within its targeting range. It began stomping the ground to gather power, leaning forward in a starting pose. Then, with a flap of its wings, it lunged down, and everyone scattered in all directions. Strange lines of text appeared on its arm. Junzan thought to himself, with such a massive size, a single sweep could scrape off a layer of the ground, let alone a person. Just then, a voice rang out. Formation. The mechanical puppet had been tightly bound by others using spiritual energy-infused ropes. 3 disciples appeared on the opposite side, using their techniques to suppress it. 6 Harmony's sword formation. Junzan looked up and recognized them as people from the Sword Pavilion. Soon after, another group of disciples appeared. "Fellow Taoists of the Sword Pavilion, no need to worry too much. The Taiching Pavilion is here to support you." As soon as the words were spoken, another group chimed in. "Support? More like coming to snatch the benefits, right? We, the Tianbao Pavilion, are not as hypocritical as you. This puppet is extremely valuable. I, Yan Gang, am willing to offer 60,000 spirit stones for everyone to stand by. What do you all think?" Junzan was a bit stunned, not expecting them all to gather here. These people too. The island's barrier must have been opened, and there must be unusual activity outside, which is why they all rushed over. Speaking of which, how long have I been in the Martial Emperor's tomb? Junzan couldn't help but wonder. The 3 pavilions are all here, what about the other sects? Suddenly Ling Hao spoke up. If this thing is extremely valuable, then it should be handed over to the Baishan Academy for processing. Jun Zan was taken aback when he heard her speak. He looked up at her, thinking to himself. Ling Hao then comforted herself. It's fine, it's fine. Ling Hao's greatest strength is reading people's hearts. Although she looks cold and aloof, detached from worldly affairs, her heart is actually generous and gentle. Then he cleared his throat. Jun Zan thought, although she saw a bunch of women around me, there wasn't a ripple in her eyes either. With that thought, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's definitely fine. Compared to the situations I've been through before, this scene is nothing. Clear and upright, with a clear conscience, Juju is an animal, Hong Fu is a mechanical puppet, and Ji and Jai Ying are just daughters. He comforted himself in his mind. Just daughters, but then he suddenly felt something was wrong. Where did the daughters come from? There has to be a mother first to have daughters, and there are 2 daughters at that. Jun Zan instantly felt he had committed a heinous crime. It's over. He turned to look at Ling Hao, forcing an awkward smile, his heart full of guilt. Ha ha ha. Jun Zan crossed his arms, trying to appear righteous in front of Ling Hao. The more times like this, the less you can show guilt. Ling Hao was still thinking about something when someone from the Taiching Pavilion spoke up. Taoist Ling Hao, if there are any materials in the Martial Emperor's tomb, we will naturally hand them over to the Baishan Academy for research. But if the treasures are limited in number, does everything have to be given to the Baishan Academy? An elder from the Tianbao Pavilion immediately chimed in. Exactly, exactly. Those people at the Baishan Academy are all useless. What can they research? What's the use of researching those things? Every year, they rely on us major sects to send spirit stones to support them. Then he offered his opinion. In my opinion, for this treasure research, our Tianbao Pavilion will offer 60,000. If that's not enough, then 100,000, he repeated in an extremely firm tone. Listen carefully, 100,000. As long as no one interferes, each person can get 100,000 spirit stones. This decision made everyone's eyes widen. It was practically free money. The Tianbao Pavilion was indeed wealthy. Jun Zan was also stunned. 100,000. Over there, the Sword Pavilion disciples vaguely recognized an acquaintance while circulating their techniques and called out, "Hey, senior brother Wang Rong." After confirming, the person immediately exclaimed, Senior brother Wang Rong." Jun Zan was startled. What? How could it be him? How could it be him? That Sword Pavilion disciple continued to call out to the man, "Senior brother Wang Rong." The other person seemed to snap out of his thoughts. Ah, then he calmed down, stroked his beard and put on an elder's demeanor. "We Sword Pavilion disciples are never short of money." Senior Jin Mang said, "Just kidding, this secret realm is worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. How can its value be measured in spirit stones?" Then he clenched his fist, looking extremely determined. "We Sword Pavilion disciples must seize this puppet. Besides, the Baishan Academy disciples aren't here. If they were here, they would definitely..." Before Wang Rong could finish, someone interrupted. "Who says the Baishan Academy disciples aren't here? Aren't they right here?" The Yushu sect disciples immediately started discussing. "We didn't see any Baishan Academy people outside just now." At this critical moment, someone raised a hand and pointed to the side. "Not only are they here, but they arrived earlier than us." Everyone curiously looked over. The person being pointed at was none other than Jun Zan. In an instant, all eyes were on him. His expression was somewhat dazed, his face blank, and he silently said to himself, "To be honest, I am indeed a Baishan Academy disciple. In Shangyang, if a cultivation system cannot be cultivated to perfection, it is treated as heretical practice, automatically assigned to the Baishan Academy, where one can also learn the knowledge of various sects." At this moment, Jun Zan remained silent, while Ling Hao was looking at him. Then their eyes met. Jun Zan was startled, thinking, "She did it on purpose." Finally he spoke, "All seniors and fellow Taoists, I, Jun Zan, am indeed a Baishan Academy disciple, but I have no intention of competing with anyone. I believe that the capable should possess it." Fei Zhen was a bit puzzled. "But didn't you arrive very early? I didn't notice you just now," he retorted. "This tomb is full of old ruins from years past. I'm afraid the treasures have long been taken. Why be so secretive?" Jun Zan was backed into a corner and had to defend himself. "I have never taken anything from the Martial Emperor's tomb. Please, senior, do not wrong me." A Taiching Pavilion disciple looked at Jun Zan's expression and thought, "No, I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before." Then he spoke. "Taoist Ling Hao, why have I never heard of such an outstanding disciple from the Baishan Academy?" Ling Hao replied, "Sen Shanzi, that is indeed because you are ignorant." She smiled slightly, raised her hand and pointed at Jun Zan with a hint of teasing. "He's the one with countless wives and concubines." Sen Shanzi immediately looked displeased. "I have little experience. Who knows an unknown nobody? It's not like everyone likes to gossip." Just then, another Taiching Pavilion disciple leaned in and whispered in Sen Shanzi's ear, "Senior brother, he seems to be Zhang Feng." Sen Shanzi was still confused. "Zhang Feng? Which Zhang Feng?" At this moment, Wang Rong spoke up. "Which Zhang Feng could it be?" Everyone's eyes once again fell on Jun Zan. "Zhang Feng. He's the one ranked second on the Mingjin Zuri Qingying list." Jun Zan was a bit embarrassed being stared at by so many eyes, so he carefully waved his hand. Everyone exclaimed, "Wow, so it's him." Everyone was curious. Didn't he disappear after the Mingjin conference? How did he end up here? Did the tides of the Bailong River turn him into this? The evening tides of the Bailong River are so dangerous, yet he came out unscathed. He's truly skilled. People kept talking about Jun Zan. I heard he has ambiguous relationships with the Lord of 10,000 Sword City, the Qinglian Sword Prince, and the young master of Xuanyang. Not only that, but he also has 2 wives in the Zhang Kingdom. The Lord of 10,000 Sword City even secretly adopted him as a son, the Yushu sect eagerly added. I heard that the people from Xuanyang came to see the Lord of 10,000 Sword City earlier to discuss marriage, and also the Qinglian Sword Prince. I know about that. The Qinglian Sword Prince even came out of seclusion early for him and went to the northern prefecture to challenge the demon cult Saintus. I never expected him to be a Baishan Academy disciple. Jun Zan could only put on a simple and friendly smile, waving to everyone. He thought to himself, "How did this news spread so fast and in such detail? I was just thinking about how to explain." Now there's no room for explanation at all. Sen Shanzi looked at Jun Zan's current state, unable to hide his displeasure, but he only dared to keep these thoughts to himself. So it's him. I really didn't expect him to still be alive and to come to the Martial Emperor's tomb, causing the Sword Prince to come out of seclusion early, falling out with the Pavilion Master and then going to the northern prefecture to fight the demon cult. Although he thought this when speaking to Jun Zan, Sen Shanzi still put on a kind demeanor. "Ha ha ha, so it's fellow Taoist Zhang Feng. I didn't recognize you just now, please forgive me. If fellow Taoist also believes that the capable should possess it, then this puppet naturally belongs to the one with greater divine abilities. Let's settle it with skill." Jun Zan also agreed with this statement and immediately said, "Fellow Taoist is absolutely right." In reality, Jun Zan had another plan in mind. "It's better if they fight. I'll take the chance to run first." Suddenly, Fei Shen spoke up to mock the two. "Hee, did you and this Taiching Pavilion disciple plan this in advance?" Sen Shanzi immediately said with dissatisfaction. "Senior Fei Shen, I respect you as a senior, but you need evidence for your words," the other insisted. "I've seen this kid, he's from the Taiching Pavilion, how could he be Zhang Feng?" Seeing this, Sen Shanzi stepped forward a few paces, carefully examining Tang Yuanhua. Then he was startled. "I have seen him somewhere indeed." At this moment, Jun Zan also explained, "I only met fellow Taoist Tang by chance. We entered this tomb's secret realm together unintentionally, only cooperating to fight enemies. How can that be considered a connection with the Taiching Pavilion?" Fei Zhen still insisted on his judgment. "Whether there's collusion or not is not for you to decide." A rather sinister smile appeared on his face. "You say you didn't take anything, then take out everything from that Taiching Pavilion disciple and show everyone. Let's see if it's from this tomb. I only need one glance." "One glance will be enough." Almost immediately, Hong Feng fell into deep thought. The Tianbao Pavilion's techniques could identify the origin of treasures and also know their divine abilities. I still remember this Fei Shen. Because of his excessive pursuit of power, he eventually died in a pursuit. If the items from the Martial Emperor's tomb were combined with the Tianbao Pavilion's techniques, it would probably allow him to improve significantly. No wonder he was so anxious. Tang Yuanhua was a bit uneasy and called out to him again, "Fellow Taoist Hong." But Hong Feng was still lost in his thoughts. Tang Yuanhua held the soul-calming pearl containing the remnant soul of the Martial Emperor, while I had the marrow-cleansing pill. This old man is nothing to fear, but if it leaks out, it's no joke. After thinking carefully for a while, Hong Feng finally spoke. "It's not that this junior doesn't want to prove it to senior, but there are some things on me that I really can't show to others." Fei Shen revealed a sinister smile. "Could it be that fellow Taoist is afraid?" Hong Feng immediately replied calmly, "No, this Fei Shen does have items taken from the Martial Emperor's tomb, but those things belong to that lady." Just then, a woman suddenly appeared behind Hong Feng. "Who gave you the guts to go against him?" Hong Feng was startled and turned to look back. The moment he saw Sen Yi, he was stunned. Hong Feng was almost scared out of his wits, crying out in his heart, "Oh my God, why did you come out?" Everyone was also shocked, their mouths wide open, their eyes almost popping out. Supreme Elder, Jing Yi Chen Chun, Shahou Sen Yi, Sword Spirit. She indeed looked like an extremely dignified woman. Fei Shen was even more terrified, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight, stammering, "Su Supreme Elder." Then Sen Yi drew her Qingli sword from Hong Feng's body. This action left Fei Shen dumbfounded, but he only dared to wonder in his heart. Even her personal weapon can be handed over to him. What is the relationship between this Supreme Elder and that kid? No, that's not right. Why is the Supreme Elder here? Has the withered tree blossomed again? Clearly, Sen Yi had always been a cold-blooded swordsman. How could this be? Ling Hao looked at Sen Yi's demeanor and thought, is she deliberately shielding someone? A disciple watching the tense atmosphere couldn't help but think, why do I feel like something is off? Am I too nervous? At this moment, Sen Yi finally spoke with full authority. Tianbao Pavilion disciples, listen up. Everyone fell silent. Listening to her next words, Fei Shen was full of doubts. Could Hong Feng be up to something? He immediately tested the waters. Supreme Elder, may I ask for a token? Sen Yi looked up at the sky and mused, a token, let me think. Fei Shen never expected that this sentence would be like digging his own grave. When you first entered the Tianbao Pavilion, you cried and clung to your parents' legs, refusing to let go, making the juniors laugh their heads off. After saying this, Sen Yi looked at him with a triumphant smile. I still remember how you looked back then. Do you need me to help you recall? Fei Shen was instantly embarrassed, ashamed beyond measure. Losing face in front of the juniors, his entire face turned bright red. This junior was wrong. The elder is right. Sen Yi turned to Hong Feng and smiled. Come pay your respects to your Grandmaster Uncle. Everyone was stunned. Grandmaster Uncle, wave after wave of shock left everyone completely unable to react. This time, things have blown up. The long-lost Zhang Feng has appeared in the Martial Emperor's tomb. 10,000 Sword City, Taiching Pavilion, the Yang family plus the Tianbao Pavilion. Who knows what kind of storm this will stir up? At this moment, Fei Shen finally came to his senses and pointed at Hong Feng, asking, Supreme Elder, may I ask who this is? Sen Yi walked over to Hong Feng and smiled. Him. Just then, a loud explosion came from the other side. It was the sound of the mechanical puppet shaped like a palace. The Sword Pavilion disciples were still fully exerting their techniques to suppress the giant puppet, and they couldn't help but complain. Only we are here desperately holding it back. The other sects are just watching the fun. Damn it, I want to listen too, over here. Sen Yi continued to introduce Hong Feng to everyone. He is the second disciple my master accepted, and also the last. The crowd immediately erupted. So he's the Supreme Elder's junior brother. Fei Shen was extremely frustrated. That means he's of the same generation as Shahou Sen Yi? From now on, there might be another Supreme Elder. He was furious but helpless, only able to curse in his heart. Damn it, I was just pointing at a tomb. How did another Grandmaster suddenly pop up? Ling Hao also had some doubts in her heart. Not a disciple, but a junior brother, she thought. Doesn't that make it even more dangerous? Hong Feng hesitated for a moment. He lowered his voice and said, the last disciple. He was so nervous that cold sweat was about to break out. As Sen Yi drew closer, Hong Feng couldn't help muttering to himself, what last disciple? It's clearly just following senior sister into the room and closing the door. What's wrong with calling her senior sister? If I don't, I won't let you into my room from now on. Uncle Master, this damn memory of the tribulation is terrifying no matter how I think about it. Then, Sen Yi reached out and gently pinched Hong Feng's cheek and the two exchanged a smile. Senior sister, junior brother is so well behaved, Sen Yi whispered to Hong Feng, then turned her head to glance behind her. If only you could restrain yourself a little more. For a moment, Hong Feng didn't understand what she meant. Restrain? He was stunned, his gaze falling on the sword in Sen Yi's hand. Then Sen Yi announced to everyone, this sun puppet, I have already agreed to give it to junior brother. I trust no one here has any objections. I know some of you are dissatisfied, so I ask all Sword Pavilion disciples to hold back for now and let him subdue it himself. Sen Yi glanced at Hong Feng and said, by his own ability, then no one will have any complaints. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples were greatly shocked. What, over there? That puppet has already started to struggle. Just as it was about to break free from its chains, Wang Rong's heart trembled upon hearing Sen Yi's words. Back when Zuo Yuhui was studying at Baishen Academy, he would respectfully bow and call me senior when he saw me. Now these Sword Pavilion disciples have such bright prospects. Wang Rong was so frightened that he quickly ordered, stop, stop. Stop immediately. Upon receiving the order, the Sword Pavilion disciples all withdrew their techniques, and then descended to bow to Sen Yi. Please forgive us, senior. We didn't react in time just now, Wang Rong thought to himself. Orders within orders can't escape even if I try to hide. This mission is probably going to fail again, he quickly explained. It's just that this junior was too shocked in his heart. I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance here, and I didn't have time to give the order. Please forgive me, senior. Sen Yi was a little curious. Old acquaintance, Wang Rong quickly explained. Back when fellow Taoist Zhang Feng participated in the Sword Illumination Assembly, it happened to be this junior who was in charge of registration. Hong Feng also returned the greeting with a smile. Indeed, in this life there is always a time for reunion. Wang Rong smiled amiably on the surface, but thought to himself, who wants to see you again? Finally, Sen Yi ended this series of incidents. Since you are acquaintances, it's not an offense, you may withdraw now, the Sword Pavilion disciples and Wang Rong immediately acknowledged. Yes, only then did Sen Yi show a satisfied smile. Very good, then she turned to Hong Feng and said, "Go ahead." Hong Feng replied respectfully, "Thank you, senior sister." After speaking, he turned and left, thinking to himself, she is only manifesting through Sen Yi now. Her true body is not here. In reality, her strength is not enough to intimidate everyone. According to the timeline, Shao's main body should still be in seclusion. If people found out now that she used a soul-splitting technique to become a sword spirit, it would be a huge problem. So the more domineering and ostentatious Shao acts, the less everyone will suspect. Soon Hong Feng arrived before that puppet, facing it, and sighed inwardly, "This thing isn't hard to kill, but it's not easy to do so without damaging its integrity. This kind of ghostly mechanism is almost completely immune to ordinary attacks." Holding the sword Sen Yi had given him, Hong Feng fell into deep thought about close combat. Sen Yi is testing me, and Ling Hao is watching too. On the surface I look imposing, but inside I'm already crying a river. Hong Feng lamented bitterly. Damn it, even wanting to rely on someone isn't easy. They're forcing me into close combat. Something must be wrong. At first it was just me fighting. Even if it looked ugly, it didn't matter. I had Ji Yan to help. Now if I fail, I'll be famous throughout the land. Thinking this, he could only sigh. Forget it, I was bound to become famous sooner or later anyway. Just participating in one sword illumination assembly nearly got me torn apart by the Qingfu sect. There's no way to keep this a secret now. Having come to terms with it, Hong Feng assumed a stance, his aura suddenly surging, and stared directly at his target, shouting, "Come on!" Suddenly, Hong Feng looked down at the sword in his hand, his heart jolting violently. This is demonic energy. Hong Feng immediately understood. Demonic energy counts as something unclean, right? This killing heart-filthy Gaul is indeed no ordinary thing for demonic energy. Facing the behemoth before him, Tang Yuanhua suddenly felt he couldn't withstand it at all, and simply hid in the bushes, leaving Hong Feng alone at the front. Sorry brother Hong Feng, survival comes first. But Hong Feng didn't care at all, still staring intently at his target. The sudden shift in the situation made everyone nervous. The puppet was about to swing its massive arm to smash Hong Feng. Sen Shanzi watched with a pounding heart. What does he think he's doing? His cultivation is only at that level. He can't possibly block this blow, Fei Shen thought to himself. This kid is too arrogant. His opponent is a full 2 major realms above him. Hong Feng stopped overthinking, raised his sword and charged straight at his target. The next second the puppet's massive iron fist slammed into the ground. The blow was extremely brutal, sending gravel flying and dust billowing, causing everyone to cough violently. "Cough, cough, cough, cough," the disciples exclaimed in unison. "That young man is probably..." Zhang Bo also inhaled the dust and coughed a few times. "Cough, cough." Ji Yushu, however, smiled slightly. Interesting, Hong Feng had already dodged the iron fist, leaped into the air, and swung his sword. Zhang Bo said in surprise, "This speed, this power, it's already approaching the spatial intent of a step away." Ji Yushu was stunned. "Ha!" then he exclaimed, "Isn't that the true transmission movement technique of the Taiching Pavilion?" Sen Shanzi was directly dumbfounded. "Impossible, a step away, it's definitely a step away. Legend says that mastering a step away to its peak can touch the power of space. But even among the true disciples of Taiching Pavilion, only a handful can reach this level." Sen Shanzi was both jealous and resentful. Extremely unfair, the Green Lotus Sword Scion passed the technique to Hong Feng again. It must be that Hong Feng used the Sword Scion's feelings for him, coaxing and deceiving her to get this movement technique. He clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. Despicable, utterly despicable. Sen Shanzi looked at Ling Hao thinking, even if his cultivation talent is high, so what? Even if he is the junior brother of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's Supreme Elder, so what? Taoist Ling Hao is so calm, how could she possibly have feelings for him? Thinking this, he became even more determined. I must expose him. Meanwhile, the battlefield remained the focus of everyone's attention. Seizing the momentum, Hong Feng leaped up and severed one of the puppet's arms with a single sword stroke. Hong Fu immediately shouted excitedly, "Butcher Ding's art of cutting." Hong Feng thought to himself, "This thing is originally assembled from various parts. Taking them apart, even if I dismantle it completely, it can be put back together later." The puppet prepared to throw another punch at Hong Feng. Hong Feng immediately recognized it as a martial technique. This martial technique mostly imitated the moves of the martial emperor. Then he seemed to suddenly discover something, his expression shifting slightly. "Look at the cracks extending on its body," Hong Feng's mind stirred. "This is the central axis, the core axis running through the entire electric spirit ghostly mechanism." In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind, might as well go big. Deciding on the spot, Hong Feng closed his eyes and held the longsword vertically in front of him. Sen Yi looked up and revealed a satisfied smile. Everyone exclaimed in unison, "Could that be?" The next second, Hong Feng was already charging straight at the puppet, slashing his sword down along its midline, cleaving it directly in two. This move completely caught everyone off guard, and no one was unmoved by it. That is River and Sea directly riding the surging tide. On the Qingfu sect sword illumination ranking, this sword technique was precisely called River and Sea directly riding the surging tide. Zhang Bo stroked his beard and sighed. The younger generation is formidable. Ah, impressive, truly impressive, but you've cut it like this, how can we still study it? This immediately drew agreement from others. Yes, didn't we agree to take it back for the Baishan Academy disciples to study? Now this, Ji Yushu pointed into the distance and said, "Everyone, look," the parts appeared to have been chopped to pieces, but in reality, they had only been cleanly disassembled from their original connections. His eyes were opened wide. This sword strike is incredible. Slicing it open from start to finish without damaging the puppet's main body at all. Not only is the power astonishing, but the control over details is exquisitely admirable. Ji Yushu looked up and sighed. Next time, Zhang Feng will definitely secure a spot on the ranking, and he might even break into the top 10 directly. Hong Feng's posture and aura during battle are truly enviable. The Central Plains has produced another genius. Over here, after dealing with the puppet, Hong Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, looking at the sword in his hand, Xing Ke, he thought. This sword is probably at its limit. One slash nearly drained me dry. Just then, Sen Shanzi suddenly spoke up to question Hong Feng. Fellow Taoist Zhang Feng, please explain why you know the true transmission movement technique of our Taiching Pavilion? The disciples immediately had a new topic. A step away, so it really was a step away. No wonder, but why does he know the Taiching Pavilion's true transmission technique? The crowd began to whisper. Suspicion growing, need to ask. Isn't it all rumored that he is the Green Lotus Sword Scion's lover? She came out of seclusion early and traveled thousands of miles on her sword just for him. Hong Feng found this person utterly ridiculous, stepped forward and coldly replied, "Why should I explain to you?" But Sen Shanzi persisted. "So you don't deny using our Taiching Pavilions a step away, right?" Hong Feng spread his hands and said no more. Sen Shanzi thumped his chest and said, "As a true disciple of Taiching Pavilion, I have the responsibility to protect the sect's techniques from leaking out. The Green Lotus Sword Scion has already violated the sect rules. Even if she is the Sword Scion and the sister of the Sword Master, she cannot arbitrarily pass on the true transmission technique to an outsider." His expression was extremely resolute, clearly wanting to blow things up. "If you are truly a man, you shouldn't let her take the blame for you." Hong Feng's expression was calm. He interjected, "Who told you that my a step away was taught by the Green Lotus Sword Scion?" Sen Shanzi curled his lip full of contempt. "Could it be that our pavilion master taught you personally?" Hong Feng let out an "oh" as if in agreement, and said, "Exactly," he spoke slowly, shocking the disciples who heard it. "Although it wasn't taught by Big Brother, 9th Hua True Person should be the 16th generation pavilion master of Taiching Pavilion, right? I heard that 9th Hua True Person once lectured at Baishan Academy. So that's how it is?" Sen Shanzi was almost mad with jealousy, but still stubbornly refused to believe empty words. Nonsense. Hong Feng was too lazy to let him climb over him. "Then aren't you also speaking empty words? And you are ignorant and mean-spirited." Sen Shanzi was choked into silence, his face turning green, but he couldn't find the words. "You..." But Hong Feng wasn't finished. "You got one thing right, I really shouldn't let the Sword Scion take the blame for me because she didn't do anything wrong in the first place. I must make that clear for her." Sen Shanzi could only glare in anger. "Ah," Hong Feng then directly pointed out the absurdity in his words. "And you are the one who has been trying to shift the blame onto her, as a disciple of Taiching Pavilion. Yet you don't trust the character of the Green Lotus Sword Scion. I think you are the real traitor." Struck right in the heart by these words, Sen Shanzi couldn't think of a suitable rebuttal for a moment. "Ah," suddenly, Ling Hao looked coldly at Hong Feng, startling him. "Big Brother, if that's the case, then the rumors between the Green Lotus Sword Scion and fellow Taoist Zhang Feng are true." It was only then that Hong Feng suddenly realized his mistake, thinking to himself with alarm, "I just carelessly said something I shouldn't have in front of so many people." Under Ling Hao's gaze, Hong Feng immediately felt guilty, standing before his own wife, admitting to a relationship with another woman in front of so many people, and calling that woman's big brother in front of everyone. No matter how you looked at it, it was solid evidence of cheating. He maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly he was screaming in despair, "Even if a golden immortal descended, they couldn't save me now. Am I going to end up like Shen Siphon, chopped down with one sword?" He was on the verge of tears, feeling that the latest news from the Qingfu sect in a few days would become, "Calm down, I need to calm down. I'm not the same foolish waste I used to be." He barely maintained his composure, but his mind was racing frantically. "Ling Hao won't be like Shen Siphon, recklessly attacking me. She is the representative of the Jade Void Dao sect, a candidate for the next leader. She can't ruin her own future. In this situation, she definitely wouldn't dare do anything to me. Looking at Ling Hao's expressionless face, Hong Feng tried to comfort himself again. Maybe she just asked casually. After all, Ling Hao has always been gentle and magnanimous. She wouldn't get jealous, but then he thought of Duan Lanruo. Thinking of these two, he hesitated again. If in this game I needed to find someone to help, the first person I'd think of would be Duan Lanruo, and the second would be Ling Hao. Choosing Duan Lanruo is because of her status, and choosing Ling Hao is because of her personality. After thinking for a while, the more he thought, the more confused he became. But he quickly reminded himself, "Don't panic. If I could handle Emperor Huan Luo, how could I be afraid of Ling Hao?" Right, when she first mentioned her Baishan Academy identity, she was actually helping me. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. At that instant he looked up. Sen Yi, standing behind him, had already sensed it. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, as if she wanted to see what trick Hong Feng would pull next. Hong Feng coughed lightly, quickly steadied his mind, looked directly into Ling Hao's eyes and said, "That's right, there was indeed an agreement between the Green Lotus Sword Scion and me. If one day she could defeat me, I would marry her." The disciples present were all stunned by his words. "Marry?" Over at the Taiching pavilion side, Ling Hao heard this and slowly spoke. "She came to you because of this agreement? She won?" Hong Feng shook his head in denial. "She lost." The disciples standing behind Ling Hao were immediately dumbfounded. The Green Lotus Sword Scion lost? Seeing that there was still not a single ripple on Ling Hao's face, Hong Feng felt a little disappointed. Still not angry even after this. "She really doesn't get jealous," he continued. "So I didn't marry her." After saying this, he turned his head, looked directly into Ling Hao's eyes and said slowly, "I want to marry her." At this point, a disciple finally couldn't help but speak out. "How could the Sword Scion possibly lose to you?" Sen Yi heard this and smiled faintly. "What's so strange about her losing to my junior brother?" That person was angrily about to retort, but before he could finish his words, Sen Yi gave him a cold glare. Feeling her angry gaze, that disciple immediately shut up and stammered, "And no, nothing strange." The disciples started whispering among themselves again. According to news from the Qingfu sect, the Wanyang clan had already begun discussing marriage with the 10,000 Sword City. One is the young lord of Xuanyang, the other is the sword disciple of Qinglian. Is he planning to marry them both? Looking at the red maple before them, they all sighed in unison. If he wishes to marry the sword disciple of Qinglian, how will he explain it to the county princess? It will likely stir up another storm of bloodshed. After a moment, Ling Hao spoke again. "I see," she then added. "But I've heard that the young lord of Xuanyang also wishes to marry you, Taoist friend. The head of the Yi family is currently in Wanjian City discussing the marriage, and there are also two from the Zhang kingdom who wish to wed you. Furthermore," she looked at the women behind Hong Feng and asked, "What is the relationship between these ladies and you, Taoist friend?" Upon hearing this, Hong Feng immediately turned around and began to introduce them. "This is my maid Hongfu, my guard, Jian, and a child entrusted to my care named Zhuizhui." As soon as he finished speaking, Hongfu looked at him with suspicion. Hong Feng felt a chill run down his spine and knew something was wrong. The identity of the puppet must not be exposed. These people all coveted the treasures in the martial emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, Jian also turned her gaze towards him. Hong Feng suddenly felt immense pressure. As for matters like being a woman, even the most tolerant and generous woman might not easily accept it. In the distance, a disciple was observing their conversation, and the more he watched, the more something felt off. The tone, combined with Ling Gao's expression, suddenly made his heart pound. He had never seen the senior sister show any interest in rumors about any man. If she truly cared, it should be about his strength. But then he dismissed the thought. He had never seen the senior sister show any interest in rumors about any man. If she truly cared, it should be about his strength. Could it be? Looking at Ling Gao's expressionless face, a chill ran through him. The senior sister had cultivated in solitude for centuries, always walking alone, and he had never heard of her having any relationship with anyone. Hong Feng looked directly at Ling Hao and continued, "Zyke has always been good to me, and there are reasons I cannot resist, so I must be responsible for her. Also, when I lost my cultivation and was trapped in the moon hut, Yun Xian helped me a great deal." He lowered his head and said, "They are like the sword disciple, I cannot let any of them down." Hearing this, Ling Hao nodded. "I see." The disciples present were almost scared stiff by Hong Feng. They were almost screaming in their hearts. Too arrogant, too arrogant. This guy dared to say such things in front of so many people. Another person looked at Hong Feng and sneered, thinking, "Is this guy asking for death?" He stared intently at Hong Feng standing before him, growing more and more eager to see how he would be punished. The sect master would never allow the sword disciple to marry someone with a harem, and the county princess is the same. Does he want to have them all? Dream on. On the other side, seeing that Ling Hao still hadn't moved, Hong Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good, he thought. If Ling Hao already knew from Qingfeng Xing that Zhang Feng had a harem, yet deliberately asked me, then what exactly does she want to know? At this moment he imagined himself as a lone man wearing sunglasses, pointing at Ling Hao and declaring decisively, "There's only one truth. She wants to know my true attitude towards these girls. If I were to cut ties with them now, that would be the real scumbag move." He was overjoyed. So happy he couldn't express it. Conversely, even if I am willing to be reviled by the world, even if I have to face pursuit from both sides, I must still live up to the expectations of those girls, and I can also leave a good impression on Ling Hao. That's the real way to survive. He was still immersed in his own deductions, thinking that Ling Hao was indeed the gentle and kind Ling Hao, tolerant and not jealous. He suddenly felt that today was a great day. Ha ha ha. Flawless planning. No problem, absolutely no problem. After waiting a while and seeing that everyone had stopped talking, he quickly calmed down and announced in front of everyone. On second thought, you all entered this secret realm surely not to inquire about my personal affairs. There is one thing I must make clear, he continued. This secret realm has already been attacked by spiritual energy and probably won't last much longer. Fellow Taoists and esteemed seniors, if you have matters to attend to, please do so as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone panicked. They looked at each other, and the noise erupted. That's right, we didn't come here to watch a show. The most important thing now is to figure out this secret realm. Then he walked towards a nearby bush. As he approached, a person suddenly stood up from the bush, as if he had known all along that someone was hiding there, he added. Fellow Taoist Tang and I unfortunately fell into this secret realm. Affected by the spiritual energy, it's already a miracle we survived. After finally waiting for the restrictions to dissipate, we had no mind to go after the treasures in the martial emperor's tomb. Walking up to a cave, he said, "As for this puppet, as Taoist Ling Hao said, its research value is greater." He turned to look at the person hiding behind the bush and asked, "And my maid is skilled in mechanisms. If I take it back to Baishan Academy, its potential can be maximized, don't you think?" The person immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly right. Seeing this, the disciples were overjoyed and ran over to talk to him. If you defeated this puppet with your own strength, then we naturally have nothing to say. Besides, we have to thank Senior Sen for making this possible for you. After saying this, they all turned and ran off in different directions. Quick, let's search, understood. Seeing that they had all left, he looked at the dark cave before him and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time without coming up with anything, he had to ask himself silently, "The spatial array Ning Shangrong stuffed into my sleeve is only 3 square meters. Can anyone tell me how the hell I'm supposed to fit this thing in?" Then he turned his head to look at Ling Hao. Ling Hao was busy, and he didn't know when he had started watching her. On Ling Gao's side, that disciple was staring intently at the object in his hand, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Then he activated his technique to power the item. He watched her, thinking, "It seems I need to get close to these symbols to activate it." At that moment, Ling Hao also noticed him. Seeing him walking towards her, she was slightly surprised. Seeing her turn around, he immediately averted his gaze. Ling Hao didn't say anything about it, just turned back to continue discussing with the other person. Although he had turned his head, he still pricked up his ears, trying to hear what they were saying. The disciple spoke. "Senior sister, are there really demons in this secret realm?" He mused to himself. "So they're talking about demons. The 3 heavenly demon corpses haven't been dealt with yet, so it's only natural they'd be discovered. But for now, apart from the Yushu Dao sect, probably no other sect knows about this. To maintain stability, they probably won't leak it either." He looked at the 2 of them, feeling a pang of regret. What a pity. I was planning to clean up the residual demonic energy later, but now I have to pretend I don't know. He saw the golden needle on the compass slowly moving. Ling Hao approached the disciple and asked, "Come on, slowly turn the Tianshu compass." "See," the disciple scratched his head sheepishly. "Oh, don't laugh at me, senior sister. This is my first time using a compass." After some explanation, he finally understood how to use it. He hesitated, saying it was southwest, no, southeast, southwest. Seeing this, Ling Hao said, "Calm down, wait for it to stabilize. The place with the strongest demonic energy is where the demon is." Taking advantage of her distraction, Hongfeng secretly moved a little closer to her. As he got close to her, a character information panel appeared before his eyes. Character, Ling Hao, 5 stars, gender, female, titles, Yushu Hanyan, Beiyun Xian, Chencha Yu, realm, Taoist fusion layer 6, status, normal, Tao demon symbiosis attribute interface. Click to check if there is a demon companion token, carrying none. Didn't see it, so he immediately reached out and clicked. Yes, suddenly a line of text caught his attention, and his heart skipped a beat. Wait, you have Dao Demon Symbiosis? After reading that line, Hongfeng was full of doubts. You have Dao Demon Symbiosis? What does that mean? Thinking this, he turned to look at Ling Hao. The disciple whispered, this, I probably miscalculated. Seeing this, Ling Hao stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" The disciple seemed unable to believe his eyes and said cautiously, the demon has already possessed someone here." The golden needle on the compass continued to spin, and soon it stopped abruptly, pointing straight at Hongfeng. Both he and Ling Hao were extremely surprised. Without another word, Ling Hao drew her sword. She pointed the sword at Hongfeng and said coldly, "In that case, if someone is possessed by a demon, how should our Yushu Dao sect deal with it?" The disciple was momentarily at a loss for an answer. After a moment he stammered, "First escort them back to the sect, then imprison and interrogate them, and then decide how to handle it based on the situation." Hongfeng was also at a loss for an explanation. Looking at Ling Gao's character information panel, Sen Yi looked at her thoughtfully. "Is there something wrong with this status?" "No, this junior suddenly made a move. This is really hard to deal with. Hongfeng's current situation does indeed look a bit like being possessed by a demon, and it would be difficult to completely clear his name." Seeing the chaos, the disciple hurried over to Ling Hao to stop her. "Senior sister, this matter," he seemed to suddenly understand something. He thought with shock, "Did senior sister suddenly ask me to check if there were demons in the secret realm just now on purpose?" Seeing him step forward to stop her, Ling Gao's face remained icy cold as she said decisively, "Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape," she said to the disciple. "Although the demons have been sealed at the bottom of the sea for thousands of years, remnants have still infiltrated the upper Ying realm. With the Zhanhai Tower outside and the Yushu Dao sect within, we must unite to fight against them. We cannot let temporary peace dull our necessary edge." The disciple listened seriously and replied, "Understood. Thank you for the lesson, senior sister." After saying this, he turned around and shouted to a group of disciples not far away, "All disciples, hear my command." Upon hearing this, the group of disciples shouted in unison, "Subdue the demon." On the other side, another group was stunned upon hearing this. They turned around and whispered, "Subdue the demon." After a few words, one of them stepped forward and asked Ling Hao, "Taoist Ling Hao, what is going on?" At this moment, Hongfeng also didn't know how to explain, and found himself in a dilemma. He had originally planned to go back to Yushu Dao's sect with her later to fulfill Ding Huan's last wish. "Old Ding, it's not that I'm not trying my best," he wailed in his heart, "but if I end up logged in a dungeon, I'll have to seize every opportunity to pass on the techniques and leave myself a way out, right?" As he was thinking, Ling Hao was already staring intently at him. He didn't know since when. Then Ling Hao slowly spoke, "I forgot to tell you all earlier. Hongfeng and I are old acquaintances." The disciples were startled when they heard this. She continued, "I know very well what kind of person he is. He has always been a devoted man, so I found it strange from the beginning." She sneered. "Pretending not to know each other earlier was just a test for you. And sure enough, you took the bait. Being possessed by a demon means you can't have complete memories, so how could you have time to judge these things?" Hongfeng was shocked after hearing this. Damn, was this a trap? He thought about retreating and running away, but the surrounding disciples had already closed in without him noticing. He hesitated. If he ran, things would only get more chaotic. He sighed and had to bow his head in defeat. "Alas, fine, I'll go with you, okay?" At this time, Zhang Bo was also present. He looked at Hongfeng and said, "Hey, he doesn't look possessed to me." The disciple stepped forward and said, "The scriptures record, there is still hope when first possessed by a demon. Come with us, Yushu will do its utmost to help expel the demon from your body. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." As soon as he finished speaking, his followers quickly stepped forward to stand in front of him. Seeing how worried they were for him, Hongfeng sighed and reassured them, "Yushu means well, I'll just go with them." Sen Yi stood to the side and slowly spoke, "In that case, I'll go to Yushu Dao's sect as well to ensure my junior brother isn't bullied." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at the group of disciples, making their hearts tighten. Demons are one thing, but if anyone dares to pull any tricks, that's another matter entirely. Upon hearing this, Ling Hao sheathed her sword and said, "It is only natural for a senior to have such concerns. There is certainly no problem with you accompanying us to Yushu Dao's sect." After saying this, she walked up to Hongfeng and took out a talisman. She said, "This is a necessary measure." Then she directly tore the talisman. As soon as the talisman was broken, it transformed into a rope that tightly bound him. She said, "I'll untie you when we get back to Yushu." She stepped forward to tighten the rope, and furthermore. Hongfeng looked at her, not knowing what to say for a moment, but she suddenly looked up and called out to him, "Jun Zan." Hongfeng looked into her eyes and lamented in his heart, "I bet wrong." Meanwhile, on the sea, a ship was cutting through the waves. A group of disciples were sitting around a yin-yang formation cultivating. After performing the formation, they sighed wearily. The formation had been maintained for half a month, and they could finally rest for a while. One of them said, "Alas, in the end, the Luowu people got the Zhu Nanming grass. The Taiching Pavilion only got a piece of Danyang jade." Another disciple asked in confusion. "Didn't we also find the Qingzi lotus root?" Then a few of them started discussing again. "The Luowu people are just too lucky." Another replied, "Haven't you heard the senior sister say, the Luowu sect cultivates using spiritual veins, so they are the most sensitive to such treasures?" The first person nodded in agreement. "True," another disciple said mysteriously, "and that demon corpse I fished up. I never thought the scriptures were all true. The host's appearance changes after being parasitized, turning into that ugly, terrifying form." Another person curled their lips and said, "If I ever get possessed, I'll kill myself right from the start. It's too ugly, I can't stand it." Another person leaned in and laughed. "Hee hee, easy to say. When the time comes, you'll probably just sit there and cry, senior brother." Everyone then said, "But that Hongfeng voluntarily pointed out the demon's location, maybe it really isn't him." "Shish, don't talk nonsense, matters like this have to be decided by the sect elders. Be careful, you'll be punished." "Oh," then they suddenly all started laughing. "What do you think the relationship is between that Hongfeng and our senior sister?" She said they were old acquaintances, but what kind of acquaintances? "I think their relationship is definitely more than just friends." "What do you know, with the senior sister's temperament, how could that be possible?" Just as they were getting excited, a Jade Void disciple suddenly appeared behind them, his face stern as he spoke. "Enough, the formation is complete. Why aren't you back at your posts yet?" He stepped forward and said slowly, "There are plenty of monsters in this river. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?" Seeing this, everyone quickly stood up and bowed. "Uncle Master, senior brother," he barked. "Go now." Scared, they hurried off, still muttering their assent. "Yes, yes, yes." After they had gone far, he let out a weary sigh. "Too," he mused to himself, "I don't know why. I always feel like something major is about to happen to the sect this time." The struggle for the position of Patriarch of the Jade Void Dao sect has long been fiercer than outsiders could ever imagine. If senior sister is after that red maple thinking this, he immediately shook his head to deny it. P2E can't say such unlucky things. Standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the scenery before him, he murmured, "At this speed, we'll be back at the sect in half a month." In Red Maple's room, he too was looking outward. Gazing at the scene here, he thought to himself, "The Hualing River. Legend says that traces of a true dragon once appeared here, its shadow reflected on the river's surface, transforming into a spirit. Hence the name Hualing River. The world thinks it's just a legend, but I know it's a shadow of a transforming dragon." Suddenly, he remembered a rumor he had heard before. The reward was quite good, especially a very imposing bow inside. But now, looking at his own dazed and dazzled state, he could only let out a tired sigh. Just then, a hand suddenly caressed his cheek. He turned and called out, "Ling Hao," she softly reminded him. "Call me by my old name," he smiled. "Jower." Hearing this, she remained silent. After a moment, she leaned in a bit angrily and pinched his cheek. "You remember?" He said softly. "I remember, of course I remember." But inwardly, he breathed a long sigh of relief. "Good thing I reviewed, you remember." The game mentioned it several times. Anyone else would have probably messed up by now. This hurdle is finally cleared. Ling Hao looked at him, letting her pinch him obediently, and slowly spoke. "Taoist Red Maple, I thought your face was really that thick." She poked his reddened cheek with her fingertip, saying things like that. "How come it's red after just one pinch?" Ling Hao came from a fairly well-off ordinary family, like when she was 6 or 7 years old. Her family suddenly met with misfortune. A great fire burned everything down almost overnight. If Qing Yi hadn't happened to pass by, there would be no one named Ling Hao left in this world. After following Qing Yi up the mountain, she took the Dharma name Ling Hao, abandoned her old name, and cut off all ties with the mortal world from then on. But it's said that a year after learning swordsmanship, Ling Hao went down the mountain to take revenge. That was 300 years ago. Held in Ling Hao's warm embrace, gently comforted, Red Maple was a bit stunned. I really can't be completely sure of my own thoughts if I say I have nothing to do with them, or that I don't like them. He was probably caught up in all sorts of hesitation and conflict. They have all done so much for me I can't. Ling Hao picked up where he left off. Have they really done that much? Only the City Lords group. Red Maple was silent for a moment, pondering her words. Ling Hao's words had a hidden meaning. Did she already know something? Ling Hao voiced her opinion. The City Lords group schemed and planned for you, left Shen Siphon and Yi Sike to maneuver for you. And now they've directly allied with the Zan Yin clan. They truly think of everything for you. So if it's her, I wouldn't be angry. Then she lifted Red Maple's chin and looked at him with an indescribable expression. "But you said you want to marry Shen Siphon?" Ling Hao spoke with a hint of frustration. "Among those women, Shen Siphon and Yi Sike are the ones you call your fiancés. But what have those two actually done for you? They've only done what's expected of them. in a relationship is just taking the other person's feelings considered giving a lot. As she spoke, Ling Hao leaned closer to Red Maple, rubbing against him with a hint of affection. My Jun Zan, you're just too soft-hearted. You even locked yourself away for those things. Red Maple was somewhat stunned. Ling Hao looked directly into Red Maple's eyes and said, I know about what you did at Shuiui Dock and what you did at Wanjian City. A series of old accounts being brought up being questioned by his father. Red Maple was stunned speechless. Your cultivation had just recovered back then, so you had to break into the demon's lair to keep Gucin safe. Didn't Ning Shangrong already reach the main fortress's throne? That place was dangerous and unpredictable. It's only natural you were scared. Ling Hao's words left Red Maple dazed for a moment. At Wanjian City, when Zhang Yijian's life was hanging by a thread, who did you think of? If we're talking about how much one has given for love, Jun Zan, aren't you the same? Is it different from them reaping the benefits or different from them drawing their swords to help? Ling Hao let out a light sigh. HMPH, those two from the Ning family have already entrusted their bodies and hearts to you. The Zan Yin clan is now allied with Wanjian City, becoming the power behind you. Mentioning this, she furrowed her brows, clearly displeased. Only that Shen Siphon, all she knows is romance, all she does is throw tantrums and be jealous, arrogant and domineering with no real skill. If she really starts a war of 10,000 swords, Wanjian City will not sit idly by. In the end, it will only force you to risk your life to clean up the mess. Saying this, Ling Hao clenched her fist. The Green Lotus Sword sign is now just an empty name. What right does she have to force you to marry her? Only then did Red Maple finally understand the truth. So this is what she was angry about. It seems I didn't bet wrong. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and the person who entered was Sen Yi. She glanced at the two of them and blurted out, "Very good," she snorted coldly. "Your grandmother here has long been annoyed by how this kid does things. When it's time to kill, you kill." HMPH, dragging things out, hesitating and worrying. How can you achieve great things like that? Red Maple immediately became even more awkward, stammering, "Well, you too." Before Red Maple could finish, Ling Hao reached from behind and hooked her arm around his neck. Red Maple thought to himself, "This is way too generous." Ling Hao shifted her gaze back to Red Maple, her expression extremely serious. "Jun Zan, answer me a few questions." Then she asked Red Maple in succession, "First, between me and Shen Siphon, who do you choose?" Red Maple was instantly stunned, thinking, is this the moment the truth is revealed? He felt torn between the two. Sen Yi spoke Red Maple's thoughts for him. "I think he definitely wants both, can't bear to let go of either." Hearing Sen Yi say this, Red Maple was startled. He looked up at the ceiling but saw no one. Then a voice came from behind him again. Sen Yi had somehow appeared there, laughing, "What about me?" Only then did Red Maple realize with a start that Sen Yi had sat down on his lap again, scaring him half to death. But Sen Yi said nonchalantly, "What are you nervous about? You're not a body cultivator. How cramped can it get? It's not a big deal for you. Can't you just relax?" Red Maple firmly objected. "No," Sen Yi mocked him, "so you have backbone now." Then she stretched and leaned into his embrace. Just then the two heard movement in the room. It was Ling Hao approaching. She rubbed Red Maple's head and said, "Thank you, Senior, for helping my husband out just now." Red Maple was a bit stunned, thinking, Husband? Since when did I become her husband? That's way too narcissistic. Are they going to start fighting?" Sen Yi immediately responded, "It's only natural for me to help my junior brother, but I recall that among his two fiancées there doesn't seem to be anyone from your Jade Void Dao sect, right?" Ling Hao said calmly, "Since he can't let go of either you or me, and he previously said he would marry Shen Siphon, then naturally he will marry me too. What's wrong with calling him husband?" Seeing Ling Hao's response, Red Maple couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Brilliant, truly the City Lords group's tactics. A few words and even I find it hard to argue, yet she can use them to counter Sen Yi, making it sound perfectly reasonable and irrefutable. Sen Yi issued a challenge. "I thought you wouldn't accept Shen Siphon." Ling Hao, however, seemed to grit her teeth and accept that matter too. "The Green Lotus Sword Scion of the Taiching Pavilion, marrying her is naturally a good thing. What's wrong with that?" Red Maple felt something was off again, but she had just been opposing it. Ling Hao walked over, pulled Red Maple into her arms, and whispered, "If I hadn't deliberately done this, how would I have known your true feelings?" Red Maple was overjoyed. "What a pleasant surprise. Wait, does Ling Hao mean she really doesn't mind me having other women?" Then he turned his head and saw Ling Hao looking at him with a smile. He felt uncertain again. Not necessarily. Ling Hao still had one more thing to confirm with Red Maple. "Second question, if I'm in danger, on the verge of death, will you come to save me?" Red Maple nodded blankly. He even patted his chest, a surge of heroism rising within him. "Any wife facing a life-threatening danger is someone I must protect." Even Sen Yi couldn't help but say, "You're such a good person." She reached out a finger and poked Red Maple's cheek. "Oh, you save her too." Can you even save them all? On the boat, Sen Yi asked with a smile. What if she wants to fight to the death with those women who have feelings for you? Red Maple felt as if struck by lightning. Why didn't I think of that? What if Ling Hao goes to settle scores with Shen Siphon, Yi Saik, Duan Lanruo and the others? In his mind, scenes of them fighting each other had already emerged. Thinking of this, he knelt down weakly and sighed. Should he save Ling Hao or save the others? In the end, wasn't it back to the same old problem? Sen Yi, however, remained calm as ever. She's just scaring you, Ling Hao suddenly spoke. Are you that afraid I'll go fight them to the death? Just one question and you're this worried. Just now too, she paused, then continued. Has someone asked you a similar question before, with the condition being our lives, right? Red Maple remained silent. Ling Hao said with a gloomy expression. It was Shen Siphon. In Red Maple's dazed gaze she continued. That day at the Ming Sword platform in Wanjian City, so this is what she asked you. Ling Hao's face turned cold. After she asked, she decided to take you back to Taiching Pavilion. Your answer must have pleased her, right? Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have insisted on seeing blood before stopping. Whether it was you or the girls related to you, she would never have just taken you away and left it at that. Looking at her mocking smile, Red Maple broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, I know women are very sensitive when it comes to feelings, but guessing this accurately is just too ridiculous. Could her real cultivation have already passed the tribulation transcendent stage and she's still here playing cat and mouse with me? Sen Yi leaned in and asked, Your little junior sister told you, right? Hitting the mark, Ling Hao felt a bit uncomfortable and didn't answer. Seeing this, Red Maple was startled. Damn. She regained her cool demeanor. Yes, she told me. Ling Yu was entrusted by me to bring a girl up the mountain. Red Maple, still held by Sen Yi, immediately asked, Is it them? Ling Hao spoke. They're only halfway there. If we set off now, we might still catch up. Red Maple couldn't help but ask. And about Senior Ding, did she tell you everything? Ling Hao tilted her head and said, Of course, but you probably hadn't told her the whole truth by then, right? As she spoke, her slender fingers pressed against his lips. Ling Hao's face was cold, but her voice was soft. First, answer this last question. Suddenly, she tightly embraced Red Maple. If you want everyone, and you're willing to live and die together with anyone without hesitation, then all these years I've believed in you, believed you were a devoted person. His body stiffened. He didn't resist at all. Ling Hao still held him tightly. Human feelings in the end are about eternity, but cultivators can achieve that, she said softly. There's plenty of time ahead. If one is loyal to only one person from start to finish, and once emotionally hurt, their soul scatters and they die for love. That's not what I want to see. Ling Hao leaned close to his ear and continued. So I'm actually quite satisfied with the answers to the first two questions, but precisely because of that, there's a third question. Sen Yi, sitting nearby, was momentarily speechless. Ling Hao leaned down. She said softly, I have to become the next leader of Jade Void, bound by its rules and precepts. Shen Siphon is still the Taiching Pavilion leader's sister, still bearing the burden of the Green Lotus Sword Scion. Jun Zan just listened quietly as she continued. Duan Lanruo is bound by the rules of the Sword Pavilion's successive leaders. Yi Saik must become the head of the Zan Yin clan, bound by the clan's bloodline rules. The Supreme Elder before you has an inescapable calamity. The guard mother by your side bears the red tassel, Ling Hao suddenly asked. Bonds, responsibilities, shackles, rules, calamities, red tassel. With so many things, how do you plan to break them? Hearing this, Jun Zan thought to himself, is it really that serious? As long as I level up to max, then these problems won't be problems at all. Then he thought, whoever dares to oppose my marriage, I'll beat their dog head in. But reality isn't that simple. What he worried about was still the matter between these women. Suddenly, Sen Yi interrupted his thoughts. Hey, snap out of it. Aren't they just a bunch of women? Why worry yourself to death over this? She made an impatient face and threw a punch. Whoever dares to oppose, just punch them once and be done with it. If you don't dare to act, let me do it. I've been itching for a fight lately anyway. Jun Zan nodded helplessly. Right. As long as my cultivation is high enough, I won't need Senior Sister to step in. If Tribulation Transcendence isn't enough, I'll go for Great Sage. If Great Sage isn't enough, I'll keep training until I master everything, and then no one will dare to have any objections. Sen Yi sighed. You were scared out of your wits just now, and now you're laughing so easily. This guy is really hard to figure out. She looked at Ling Hao's chest and frowned. That vixen from the Jade Void Dao sect, even after having children, the City Lords group isn't as big as yours. Jun Zan's expression immediately changed. Oh no, Ling Hao hates it most when people talk about that. Before he could react, Ling Hao had already stood up abruptly, rushing towards him like lightning. Seeing the dazzling sight, Sen Yi merely said lightly, Oh. Ling Hao pressed her exaggerated chest against his face. MMPH. Jun Zan screamed inwardly. I'm suffocating, Sen Yi, sitting nearby, thought to herself. Just holding him like this, Ling Hao tightly embraced Jun Zan and said, No matter how beautiful the appearance, after death it's just a pile of bones. Everything is just a skin bag. What's the difference between elegance and vulgarity? Senior is a high-level tribulation transcendence cultivator. With such profound cultivation and vast experience, can you really not understand such a simple truth? She asked, turning back, then added, besides, if these things make Jun Zan happy, how can they be considered vulgar, right? Senior Shahu. Jun Zan's heart raced and he thought to himself, wow, no wonder she's the successor to the Yushu Dao sect leader. Her cultivation is deep and her explanations are exquisite. She can make even such a question sound so profound, but the more I think about it, the more ashamed I feel. Could you let me go first when you talk? Sen Yi raised a hand in praise from the side. The true teachings of the Yushu Dao sect are truly formidable. The younger generation is indeed formidable. I've long heard that you've made a name for yourself with your swordsmanship, but I never expected your Taoist arts to be so powerful, and your physical techniques to be so supreme. Then, sounding a bit frustrated, she continued, even that part of your body can be used to kill. It was then that Sen Yi stepped forward to mediate. Hey, be careful not to actually kill him. Jun Zan was still struggling desperately. Hey, help! Hearing his cries for help, Ling Hao finally let go. Ah, she stared blankly at Jun Zan, who nearly fainted from lack of oxygen. Sen Yi continued, but in all my years of living, I've truly never seen one so big. I never expected it to be on a Yushu Taoist priest whom everyone says is proud and aloof. Jun Zan, however, snickered inwardly. Such vulgar talk was impossible to hear in the game. She was the senior disciple of the Dancing Hall of the Yushu Dao sect, the true successor of the sect leader, strictly adhering to the rules and regulations, single-mindedly pursuing the Dao, untouched by worldly affairs. Yet it was all genuine. Suddenly Ling Hao spoke up. Shahu Sen Yi, what are you staring at? Before Sen Yi could react, Jun Zan was pinned down on the bed by Ling Hao and he screamed in panic, hey, help, murder. After finishing, Ling Hao calmly straightened his clothes. Jun Zan suddenly asked, by the way, you said earlier that he was asking naked, and you already know what Ji Yan and Sen Yi Zhelang are. Your little lover. Jun Zan immediately replied, she's my daughter. He emphasized again with a firm tone, she's the daughter of Di Huan Luo and me. Ling Hao suddenly said, her concealment technique is powerful but it can't fool me, let alone Shen Si Fan. She looks exactly like Di Huan Luo, and has an aura connection with you. Given her age, she can only be the daughter of you two. She continued helplessly, but her hand viciously pinched his thigh. I really don't know what you've been up to these past few years, even managing to subdue that demoness. Jun Zan winced in pain from the pinch, while Sen Yi rubbed his stomach, mentioning that even the supreme elder of the Tianbao Pavilion had been subdued by this kid. What was impossible? Seeing her laughing uncontrollably, Jun Zan thought to himself, subduing you would probably be easier than subduing Di Huan Luo. Jun Zan sat up and asked, so what about your tribulation? Sen Yi summoned a sword with many red patterns and replied, it's this, she said, actually I haven't figured out much. But the final solution lies with this sword. Jun Zan was puzzled. So that's why she decisively transformed into a spirit sword? According to the original plot, Shahu Sen Yi's tribulation was resolved by herself. Specifically, he only remembered that a few hundred years later, the Supreme Elder was undergoing a tribulation at his peak, saw the Tianbao Pavilion under siege, broke out of seclusion and used his extremely powerful strength to eliminate all those who objected. Supporting characters like this were always versatile. Forum readers felt that such character arcs would surely have new twists later, but no one expected it to be related to Jun Zan's weapon. A possibility suddenly flashed through Jun Zan's mind, the butterfly effect. An ordinary item in the Tianbao Pavilion due to Jun Zan's transmigration had triggered a chain reaction. Watching her caress the sword, Jun Zan thought to himself, what exactly is the relationship between this Shahu Sen Yi and the Qingqing evil sword? This matter concerned life and death. Even the Supreme Elder himself didn't know where the tribulation lay, which showed how extremely dangerous it was. Jun Zan clenched his fists. Ling Hao said, exactly. If I'm not 10 times stronger than them, I really can't protect my harem comprehensively. Jun Zan was lost in his thoughts, not noticing that Sen Yi had long been observing him. And now they're too deeply entangled with me. This will definitely cause many changes in the subsequent plot. He suddenly sat up straight, confusing Sen Yi, thinking carefully, if there's any danger, it's all because of me. I have to take responsibility for this. But the origins of those villains had always been mysterious, and the origin of the weapon had never been clearly explained. It was indeed a bit difficult to trace the root of this sword. I could only start with Shahu Sen Yi. With this thought, Jun Zan turned around. Just then their eyes met and they both looked away simultaneously. But the same thought crossed their minds. Why am I dodging? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Jun Zan had no choice but to look at Ling Hao. Ling Hao looked back in confusion. Seeing this, Jun Zan immediately looked straight ahead and suddenly pointed at the crimson sword, saying, About this sword, Sen Yi immediately handed it to him, gently stroking the blade and said, "This lady's tribulation is none of your concern, little brat." After a moment she looked at him with a challenging gaze. "You should solve your own problems first." Hearing this, a thought flashed through Jun Zan's mind. She didn't want to tell me from the start. Choosing to split her soul during the tribulation was already a dangerous sign. I'm afraid even she isn't confident. Looking at Sen Yi before him, Jun Zan turned away to avoid her gaze. If Shahu Sen Yi didn't want to say it, even if he asked, it would probably, he mused. "My problem is a long story," Sen Yi said calmly. "Then make a long story short. I still remember you said you lost all your cultivation after returning from Zhanhai Tower." Jun Zan asked in surprise. "You remember?" Ling Hao asked softly, hearing Zhanhai Tower. Jun Zan seemed to recall something. Seeing Ling Hao's cold gaze, he explained in a trembling voice, "This story is indeed quite long." Sen Yi suddenly sat on his lap, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Then tell me first, why do you have demonic energy on you?" Sen Yi gently lifted Jun Zan's chin and said, "An ordinary person's body simply can't withstand demonic energy, unless that person has been parasitized by a demon. But Jun Zan, you are still a genuine human," she continued calmly. Blushing, the conversation is still ongoing. Then Sen Yi's face turned cold as she said, "The demonic energy inside you caused the tombstone to misunderstand." She turned back to Jun Zan and continued, "That's why you obtained that part of the demonic cultivation technique." Jun Zan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Finally diverting her attention, Ling Hao suddenly spoke up. "The demon race already knows this much. Even the descendants of the martial emperor are being targeted. This kind of power probably has informants in other sects as well," Sen Yi replied calmly. "Not only that," she said with a frown, "the demon abyss in Yanghu Sea is guarded by Zhanhai Tower. Absolutely impossible to breach. I'm afraid the demon race has found another path." Jun Zan admired her inwardly. As expected of the Supreme Elder, her deductions were spot on. Suddenly, Sen Yi reached out and pinched his cheek, teasing, "That demoness is quite interested in you, junior brother. If she brings her subordinates to find you in the future, are you going to marry her or kill her?" Jun Zan replied grumpily, "The demon race has always been my enemy to kill. Of course I'll do my best to eliminate them." Suddenly he shouted angrily, "And back then she didn't care whether I lived or died. She just wanted to turn me into a demon. You call that being interested in me? She clearly just covets my body." Hearing this, Ling Hao and Sen Yi both turned away, smiling meaningfully. Sen Yi laughed so hard she rolled on the bed. Seeing this, Jun Zan got even angrier. "Can you maintain some dignity?" he asked himself in confusion. "What's unreasonable about coveting my body? Don't you both covet my body too?" Sen Yi suddenly shifted into an extremely seductive lying posture. Seeing this, Jun Zan immediately blushed. She teased with her toe. "Covet?" Jun Zan answered dazedly. "Covet," seeming to realize he'd answered wrong. Jun Zan's face flushed bright red. Sen Yi burst out laughing after hearing this. She leaned close and said, "Then wait until I come out of seclusion." Jun Zan's face immediately darkened again. Ling Hao beside him suddenly spoke. "A sword spirit can't leave its main body for too long." She glanced at Jun Zan and continued, "Senior spirit body is still recovering. It's better to go back and rest." Sen Yi also spoke up. "Actually, there's something I need to tell you. Junior brother has already used the Zan Yang curse with the young master of the Zan Yin clan, so his yang energy is abundant. It's a great supplement for dual cultivation." She immediately pinned Jun Zan down on the bed and forcefully did it a dozen times. The spirit sword body would immediately stabilize. Ling Hao was about to say something. "You." It was then that Sen Yi finally let Jun Zan go. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business." After a while, Jun Zan could finally catch his breath. He asked, "Jower, what's that symbiotic path of the demon race about?" Ling Hao immediately replied, "Earlier I placed a bronze curse of shared life and death on you. As long as I know the other's condition, I can share their feelings, or if you're injured, I can share the burden," she continued. "I sensed your body being invaded by demonic energy, your life hanging by a thread, so I acted immediately. I never expected it to end up with you asking me why I ran to the martial emperor's tomb." Hearing this, Jun Zan frowned in thought. With both power support and injury reduction, no wonder I was so badly injured back then, yet the demonic energy couldn't invade, and my body even gradually stabilized. So it was her, as he was thinking. Sen Yi suddenly interrupted, "Hurry up and go comfort your fairy." Jun Zan was stunned. "What fairy?" Before he could react, Sen Yi shoved him forward hard, and his face was buried directly in Ling Hao's exaggerated chest. Sen Yi also rushed over to join the fun. Wow. Jun Zan was both embarrassed and annoyed. "Hey, can you not grope randomly?" Ling Hao sighed wearily from beneath the weight. So heavy, a wave slapped against the ship's side. Ling Hao immediately sensed demonic aura under the boat. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Senior sister, it's bad. Blue River seems to have appeared at the bottom of the river." She rushed in to report. but the ambiguous scene in the cabin left her frozen in place. She let out a panic cry, and suddenly a force sucked her into the room. The female disciple trembled in fear, curling up in a corner. Ling Hao sat upright on the bed and asked, "I remember your name is Ling Zhen, right?" Ling Zhen replied tremblingly. "Why yes." She hugged her head and cried for mercy. "Wu, senior sister, this junior sister won't tell anyone." Sen Yi immediately teased, "This girl is crying so loudly. She must be trying to attract attention. Better to just kill her." Hearing this, Ling Zhen was too scared to speak. Huling River, called Hulong Lingying in the game, was where that elusive boss appeared. Jun Zan stood by the window thinking to himself, "I've run into it." Suddenly, a miserable scream made his expression change. Ling Hao asked coldly, "Killed?" Ling Zhen was scared into wailing. Ling Zhen, how could you be so loose-lipped? How dare you say anything? Is this something you can talk about? Not only is there the senior sister, but also that supreme elder of the Tianbao Pavilion, and the three of them together, so harmonious. And you, a little disciple, found out. Isn't that asking to be silenced? Outside she cried and said, "No, don't. Senior sister, senior, this junior sister won't say anything." Jun Zan watched from afar and thought helplessly, "They really know how to play. Is it necessary to scare her like this on purpose?" He quickly spoke up to stop them. "Don't listen to their nonsense, it's not that serious." Ling Zhen, who was crying, stopped. Jun Zan gave her a polite smile. As soon as their eyes met, Ling Zhen's face flushed bright red. Ling Hao suddenly spoke. "Someone's attacking over at the Dragon Shadow. It's urgent and I don't have time to deal with you. But I don't trust you either. There's only one solution for now." Sen Yi suddenly leaned close to Ling Zhen and said, "As long as you become an accomplice too, won't this be solved?" Ling Zhen repeated blankly, "ACC, accomplice?" As if understanding something, both of them turned their gazes to Jun Zan. Sen Yi suddenly burst out laughing. Jun Zan thought helplessly, "They can even joke about something like this. It's no different from kidnapping." He waved his hand at Ling Zhen. "Senior sister is just joking. This isn't some huge secret, but it's not convenient to make it public right now. You just need to be careful. And not tell anyone else." Ling Zhen still asked in a trembling voice, "Are really?" Sen Yi waved her hand and teased, "Fake. He's lying to you." Jun Zan immediately leaned in to explain, "Why would I lie to you now, unless you really want me to ruin your innocence?" Sen Yi immediately mocked, "Showing your true colors, huh?" She lightly patted Jun Zan's back. First trick her into letting her guard down, then bypass the heart demon oath and threaten and clean her out, ruining the girl. Isn't that junior brother's favorite trick? That move is so old. "Senior sister, I understand." Jun Zan cursed inwardly. "Understand what? You don't understand a damn thing. Believe me, I'll spank you." Seeing his displeased expression, Sen Yi immediately changed her face. Senior sister was wrong. Senior sister shouldn't have said that. Don't be mad. Tears welled in her eyes, and in the blink of an eye she switched to the pure white lotus female-led mode. "Back then, you used this trick to force senior sister, but to this day, senior sister hasn't given you anything yet." Jun Zan's face darkened. "Damn it, even I'm starting to believe her." Seeing that Ling Hao was also lost in thought, he asked awkwardly, "What's that look? Don't tell me you believe her too?" Seeing no effect, Jun Zan turned back to Sen Yi. "Hey," but as soon as she saw his outstretched hand, Sen Yi immediately closed her eyes tightly and said aggrievedly, "Oh junior brother, I'm sorry, punish me." Jun Zan froze upon hearing this. Ling Zhen witnessed the whole process and thought to herself, so it wasn't mutual affection, but the Supreme Elder was taken by her junior brother through despicable means. After that, feelings grew over time, love and hate intertwined, and she even stooped so low before the river wind. She then looked at Ling Hao even more confused. And the senior sister, could it be, could that cold, pure and aloof senior sister also, thinking this, Ling Zhen's face immediately flushed bright red. "What should I do? If he really wants to ruin my innocence, what should I do? Should I submit or resist? If I submit, wouldn't that be too cheap of myself? But if I resist, how can I defeat the three experts before me?" Seeing Sen Yi's smug expression, Ling Hao sighed and said, "There's no time, just go along with him." Ling Zhen was jolted. "Ha!" Jun Zan was also stunned. "Ha!" Suddenly, a strong force flung Ling Zhen away. Ouch! Fortunately, she landed steadily in Jun Zan's arms. Seeing Sen Yi's delighted smile, Jun Zan was utterly speechless. Sen Yi suddenly transmitted a message. "This little girl is half human, half flood dragon. She's perfect for helping you recover your strength." Jun Zan was stunned. Half human, half flood dragon. He looked at Ling Zhen in his arms and pondered. The mission from Yushu Dao's sect was also issued for a flood dragon. Was Ling Zhen the one? Flood dragons ashore are basically indistinguishable from ordinary humans, with the same aura, and since Ling Zhen was a human-dragon hybrid, she was even harder to tell apart. Even Yushu Dao's sect hadn't noticed. Otherwise, a sect that always rejected non-humans would never have accepted her. Later, when her identity was exposed because she carried the bloodline of the Flood Dragon royal family, Yushu Dao's sect decided to send her back to Biming. That was the player's mission. There are fish in Biming. Jun Zan looked at Ling Zhen trembling in his arms and continued thinking, flood dragons have a high talent for illusion magic, especially in transforming into human form, but no matter how powerful the technique, it couldn't escape the eyes of the Supreme Elder. Sen Yi carefully transmitted. Look closely. Her hip bones and thigh bones have 2 extra joints compared to ordinary people. That's the part even flood dragons can't retract. Upon hearing this, Yun Zan instinctively looked down. As soon as he realized something was wrong, he angrily cursed inwardly. Damn it, what am I looking at? Without using spiritual power to probe, who could tell if it's more or less in that area? Ling Zhen's face flushed red. She thought to herself, was he really someone who liked to force others? If he was that urgent in such an emergency, did he have to take her virginity? Ling Zhen panicked. What should she do? What should she do? And there was so little time, it probably wasn't enough, right? What if someone saw? After thinking it over, she jumped down and said shyly, I'm sorry. Sen Yi walked over and patted Jun Zan on the shoulder. Forget it, junior brother. The most important thing now is to find a way to deal with that demonic shadow. Ling Hao can handle the current situation alone. You and I will set up a formation here. Jun Zan suppressed his anger and replied, no need. He was secretly wary. I'm really afraid she might get carried away and finish the rest on a whim. The current situation really wasn't suitable. Suddenly his gaze fell on Ling Zhen's clothes. Jun Zan immediately reached out and pulled her clothes over to cover her. This unexpected move instantly made Ling Zhen's face turn red. Seeing him act as if nothing had happened, Ling Hao was furious and directly tied him up with a rope infused with spiritual power. Jun Zan was stunned. Not again. Ling Zhen was also shocked. My cultivation is sealed, Ling Hao still said coldly. Bear with it. To avoid causing more trouble. Only then did Ling Zhen breathe a sigh of relief, but her legs were too weak to stand. She stumbled and fell into Jun Zan's arms beside him. Jun Zan asked with concern, are you okay? She blushed and replied very awkwardly, Jun Zan looked at her and thought, how should I put it? Now that she's an accomplice, she probably won't tell anyone, right? But this clearly belittles her feelings. Even if it was forced, it's still belittling. Forget it, I'll take responsibility. It doesn't make much difference to have one more person. With that thought, the words vast harem appeared in his mind. The 4 of them walked out of the cabin together. A thought flashed through Jun Zan's mind. These women are all extremely intelligent and decisive, yet when gathered together, they can actually become teammates. They see things clearly, and only need to exchange a few glances to act immediately, or even like today, without exchanging any glances, giving me no time to react. They had already decided to help me add another person to take responsibility for. Although I'm the one benefiting, I also want self-respect. I want to be strong, and I want to love the person I truly want to love. Suddenly he noticed Ling Zhen was still trembling. Jun Zan sighed. Don't worry, my cultivation is also sealed. Ling Zhen asked blankly. She thought to herself, if he was really just average, why would an old hand at tribulation transcendence like Senior Shahu respect him so much? The senior sister also listened to him. Was he deliberately saying this to make me rebellious, and then use some means to torture me? Seeing Ling Zhen shaking her head desperately, Jun Zan said helplessly, fine. Seeing her still blushing, Jun Zan thought, it seems she's not too opposed to this either. Did this flood dragon girl have some special fetish for this kind of thing? The scene of dark clouds covering the sun made Jun Zan freeze for 2 seconds. He looked at the nearby boat and speculated that it was a small monster sent by the underwater boss. Jun Zan leaned down and shouted loudly at the water. Hey, those beasts! Suddenly a dragon shadow flashed by. After seeing what was in front of him, Jun Zan excitedly shouted, Big Zhuizhuwei. As soon as it saw Jun Zan, it hurriedly asked, Master, this shadow feels familiar to me. Can I eat it? Hearing this incredibly brainless question, Jun Zan was completely stunned. He cursed inwardly. This stupid dragon wants to eat anything it finds familiar. What kind of logic is that? But he quickly replied, eat it if you want, he thought to himself. The last good thing it ate was those rotten same species monsters in the tomb. The conditions were so harsh, it was time to let it improve its diet, right? Upon hearing this, Zhuizhuwei was overjoyed and immediately dived down. Jun Zan thought, Zhuizhuwei's strength has also reached the Lianshu level. I really hit the jackpot. Seeing it cleanly take care of a few small monsters, the disciples on the boat were full of praise. Amazing, wow, Sen Yi spoke up. Looks like we don't need to step in either, Ling Hao replied warily. Not necessarily. Suddenly, strange bubbles emerged from underwater. Zhuizhuwei looked at a light spot, completely confused. Jun Zan was also surprised. This part wasn't in the game. The light spot grew larger and larger. Suddenly, a ferocious giant dragon appeared in front of the boat. A dart suddenly whizzed past a disciple's arm, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! The medicine bottle he was carrying snipped from his hand and fell straight into the river. Two other disciples were also startled and immediately drew their swords to defend themselves. A stern voice rang out, "Explain." The person's face darkened and he stammered, "Big, senior sister," he quickly explained, "Senior sister. I don't know. I took the dragon's blood herb water to heal Ling Do's injuries." Ling Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, "You mean you can't tell the difference between dragon's blood and dragon's blood herb water?" Hong Feng, standing nearby, sneered, "So the Chuo Hall is full of useless people." The man was furious and cursed inwardly. "Don't you see where you are, daring to insult a branch of Yushu Dao sect?" But looking at the people in front of him, he still froze for a few seconds, then snorted in rebuttal. "Calling Chuo Hall useless is the same as insulting the entire Yushu Dao sect, isn't it?" He thought. An outsider had already insulted them to their faces. As the senior sister, how could Ling Hao remain silent? Hong Feng immediately taunted, "Oh, I thought everyone in Chuo Hall was like you, unable to even tell herbs apart. So that's not the case. That means only you are useless." "Ah!" The man was immediately left speechless. Ah, Hong Feng shrugged and continued, "You say you're not useless, so why can't you tell the difference between green dragon blood grass and dragon's blood? If you say the people of Chuo Hall are all very capable, then you shouldn't be this bad either." The man frowned and replied, "Of course." Hong Feng immediately followed up. "Then a whole bottle of dragon's blood poured into the river. How could it be a mistake?" He pointed directly at the other person. "Exposing you, the truth is only one. You did it on purpose." Hitting the mark, the man was speechless, completely unable to refute. Hong Feng taunted again, "Why don't you argue back? You even know how to guilt trip. You can't even do a simple concept swap. The bottle doesn't have your name on it. You could have said someone gave it to you. Why did you admit it right away?" The man was furious and had nothing to say. "You," Hong Feng secretly gloated. If only he could maintain this momentum forever, but unfortunately he was standing in front of this woman. Suddenly Ling Zhen shouted in panic, "Ah, that dragon is charging over." Hong Feng looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a ferocious giant dragon in front of him. He calmly thought, "This aura has surpassed the Lianshu stage and reached the He Ti stage. But with Ling Hao and Sen Yi here, this dragon was nothing to fear." With that thought, he turned back to comfort Ling Zhen. "Don't worry." But that disciple was hit by a dart, screamed, "Ah!" and immediately fell into the water. That dragon was several times larger than Zhuizhuwei, spewing crimson flames from its entire body. Several disciples immediately exclaimed, "The formation is broken, the boat can't hold on." Seeing this, Ling Hao immediately sent out a burst of spiritual power to stabilize the boat. Several disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Stable. Someone noticed that disciple was still floating on the water, but then he was swallowed whole by the giant dragon. Ling Hao said sternly, "Focus on controlling the starboat. I'll deal with it." The disciple acknowledged and replied, "Yes." Ling Hao immediately soared into the air, her aura sharp, and calmly drew her long sword. The giant dragon, seeing its prey, immediately pounced. Ling Hao remained expressionless, executing the sword technique, Heavenly Mound, suppressing ghosts. A burst of spiritual power instantly struck the dragon's eye, causing it to writhe in pain. At that moment, an arrow came from somewhere, aiming directly at a disciple, but was blocked by a force. The disciple said tremblingly, "Thank you for saving me." Hong Feng replied with a smile, "Be careful," the man thought in surprise. "Zhang Feng, has the rope been untied?" That disciple looked blankly at Hong Feng, his eyes full of confusion. Hong Feng smiled and said, "That was actually quite easy to untie." He stood there stunned, almost suspecting Hong Feng was mocking him. He had heard that even a He Ti stage cultivator could be bound by that rope. Where was the ease? Hong Feng took the arrow, examined it carefully, and soon found a mark engraved on it, BALA Mansion. BALA Mansion was an organization located in Zhejiangyuan, bordering the East Sea. The disciples in the tent all addressed each other by titles. The mansion master called himself Wangchen, and his face was always hidden behind a mask. It was said that this title was passed down by the strongest generation of experts. But to this day, the mansion master of this organization remained a mystery. The main task of this organization was to receive, train, and gather cultivators, helping them grow better. Connecting these known pieces of information, Hong Feng noticed several anomalies. It looked a bit like a wind travel talisman, but it was black and white with completely different rules. Whether players or NPCs seemed to habitually see it as an assassin organization. Hong Feng thought seriously. This attack involved BALA Mansion and Yushu Chuo Hall. Could there be cooperation between the two sides? He rested his chin on his hand, showing a thoughtful expression. For now, 3 possibilities couldn't be ruled out. Chuo Hall framing BALA Mansion using Chuo Hall, or mutual benefit between the two sides. Then he fell into the state of biting his nails while thinking about big matters. In BALA Mansion he himself hadn't conquered many people and knew little about the internal situation of this organization. Players only saw it as a place to earn extra income. He recalled the data from the test server. If it was about people with strong aggression, it seemed only 3 female characters fit, but none of them seemed like the type to come directly after me. As Hong Feng's thoughts flowed, a figure appeared in his mind, BALA Mansion's newbie guide, a smart and cold female assassin, Bi Xiaoyang. One was the coach Wen Rushui, who carried a zither, and the other was the beautiful and arrogant maid Mi Ching, who specifically delivered messages for the mansion master Wang Chen. Using his reasoning skills, which were no less than a famous detective's, Hong Feng concluded, if I had to count these 3, the most likely to come after me was still Bi Xiaoyang. She was a character Hong Feng rated highly, with a cold and distant exterior, but a very sincere heart inside, and extremely pure in matters of emotion, still a blank slate. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but purse his lips and smile shyly. If this were modern times, she would probably blush reading shoujo manga. If she came to kill me out of heartbreak, it wasn't impossible, and the possibility was quite high, but this type of character usually had no strong opinions in relationships. If it was really her, it wouldn't be a big problem. In the blink of an eye, Hong Feng turned into a helpless judge again and continued to judge. The second most likely is probably Wen Rushui. Saying this, Hong Feng showed a somewhat silly smile. That outwardly gentle but inwardly sadistic girl probably wouldn't be too pleased with my evaluation, right? Hong Feng still trusted his intuition. I suspect they deliberately put 2 people with completely opposite personalities together. On the surface, she's always dignifiedly holding a zither, but what's hidden in her heart might be whips, props, candles, and the like. He subconsciously scratched his head and smiled. The low-level members of BALA Mansion were all tamed by her, so the methods used to conquer Wen Rushui were also quite extreme. Hong Feng's expression suddenly shifted from shyness to seriousness. He thought to himself, everyone has a tendency to be violent and a tendency to be submissive, especially Wen Rushui. Getting off track. Suddenly he realized something very important. Neither Bi Xiaoyang nor Wen Rushui had been activated yet. At least the person who shot the arrow just now definitely wasn't either of them. Hong Feng, based on the character introductions on the system panel, continued to exercise his detective skills. The next person he selected was Mi Ching. Mi Ching held a high position in BALA Mansion but had no cultivation herself, just a beautiful puppet. Her personality, however, was extremely arrogant. Hong Feng knew this girl to some extent, but I knew that was just her disguise. She was actually very fragile and didn't want to be just a tool. Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. Wait, he pointed at 2 character illustrations at the same time. Wait, Hong Feng was shocked. No, there's no Mi Ching. This new discovery left him completely stunned, muttering, damn it. The girl's figure appeared again with his thoughts. Mi Ching, the messenger puppet. Wang Chen had never shown his face in front of others. For a moment he could hardly believe his eyes. Impossible. It can't be this coincidental, right? Then he couldn't help but repeatedly exclaim, damn it, you dare to disappear. This means the favorability is no longer at its highest. At this moment, Hong Feng was restless and his reaction was particularly intense. How much did it drop? Where did it drop to? 80, 50, 20, or? Suddenly Sen Yi appeared from somewhere. She walked up to Hong Feng and teased, this look is rare. Then she reached out and pinched his face to vent. The 2 looked at each other and Sen Yi asked what's wrong. Another lover come to kill you. Hong Feng stood there like an idiot, stammering, maybe that's really it. Sen Yi expressed her opinion. Strange, I didn't scare you this much when I appeared. You couldn't have provoked someone at the Dacheng stage, could you? Hong Feng turned around and leaned on the railing, replying with a somewhat sorrowful expression. No, it's not that bad, he sighed painfully. This time I'm just facing a character that disappeared from the illustration. Hong Feng stood there looking at the system in contemplation, thinking, if the illustration is gone, it's gone. It's not like I wasn't mentally prepared. Now that I've gained a reputation here and gotten tangled up with so many girls, there's no way to keep those things hidden. Some people will always like me, and naturally, others will turn love into hate, their affection waning or changing. I thought about this back at Chiyu Mountain Villa, but why does it feel so different now that it's actually happening? I'm panicking. I'll deal with whatever comes my way, everything will pass. After thinking for a moment, Hong Feng turned to Sen Yi and said, let's just focus on the immediate problem for now. Then, scratching his head, he added, even if one of my old lovers shows up, I'll find a way to handle it. Seeing him like that, Sen Yi couldn't help but laugh. Why do you suddenly look so silly, she said, stepping in front of him and gazing deeply into his eyes. We're siblings, bound to share both fortune and misfortune. Your problems are my problems, she reminded him. Don't say such foolish things until you've dealt with the troubles Ling Hao mentioned. Hearing this, Hong Feng reached out, took her wrist and gently pushed her hand down. Sen Yi stiffened for a moment but quickly recovered, leaning closer to him. "Are you angry?" she asked. Hong Feng softly pulled her into his arms. "No," he said gently. But that move made Sen Yi embarrassed. She hesitated. Then her restless hand began to slide downward again. Hong Feng's face flushed bright red. "Hey, stop that," he said, grabbing her arm. Sen Yi looked at him, her eyes hazy and entranced, their hands unconsciously clasped together, and Hong Feng teased her until her cheeks turned pink. "Do you dare?" The next second, to Hong Feng's astonishment, Sen Yi transformed into a sword. As he gripped it, he thought to himself, "Someone like the Supreme Elder is all talk, but in truth they're honest with themselves. Outwardly bold, they're just hiding their shyness inside. The Supreme Elder has been single for thousands of years. Though highly respected, this is their first romance. They even avoid eye contact, let alone holding hands, so of course they'd be shy." Just as Hong Feng was thinking this, he suddenly heard Sen Yi's thoughts. "No matter the past or future, no matter how strong you become, for now, you still need to borrow some of my power. You're focused on the big picture and don't sweat the small stuff. This is just a matter of pride. How could it ruin your plans? Besides, you'll have a chance to repay it later." Hearing this, Hong Feng sighed and agreed. At that moment, the weather at sea was at its worst. Thunder, lightning, and torrential rain poured down, with massive waves rolling as if to swallow everything. A shadow dragon shot up from the sea, twisting and turning to dodge the non-lethal attacks. Seeing this, Ling Jia on the ship thought to himself, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't even survive the third strike. They'd have been obliterated long ago. This shows how incredibly powerful the shadow dragon is. Meanwhile, the people on the ship were busy fighting back, the assault too fierce. "Senior brother, I can't hold on much longer. Focus, don't get distracted." Even though the situation is chaotic, Ling Jia remained calm. The timing of BALA Manhua's move was perfect. The people deployed were all young disciples on missions near the Woody tomb. But after a moment he suddenly realized, no, that's not right. Even if they were on missions, why is it so coincidental that everyone around is young and low in cultivation? Even I only came because I heard senior sister Yu was still single. Staring at the terrifying black clouds above, Ling Jia realized with horror that someone must have orchestrated this deliberately. At that moment, a group of people was already lying in ambush in the forest waiting to strike, with two more observing from behind. One of them was a true disciple of the Chuo Hall's Ling Chu, known alongside Ling Jia as one of the Yushu Three Talents. He said to the old woman in a black cloak beside him, "Without a large number of these repeating crossbows, you Foundation establishment assassins wouldn't be able to accomplish anything." The old woman coughed twice but didn't reply. Seeing this, Ling Chu punched the tree trunk in frustration. "The senior sister is almost done killing that evil dragon in the Huling River. Yet more than half the people on the ship are still alive." He turned to her and demanded, "At this rate, how are we supposed to frame my senior sister?" "BALA Manor, do you even want to complete the mission?" the old woman finally replied. "Don't rush, Taoist. These people are just pawns. The real show is only beginning. This is just a temporary setup. It won't be like this later." Ling Chu asked suspiciously. "Pawns," the old woman said decisively. "Rest assured, Taoist, we'll do our utmost to help you achieve what you want. You'll see our true methods soon enough," though still doubtful. Ling Chu had no choice but to hold back. Good, he thought. As long as I can seize the position of sect leader, everything else can take its course. Then he thought maliciously, by then I'll be the revered Yushu sect leader. Even the senior sister won't stand in my way. No, after today, she won't be the senior sister anymore. She'll be a traitor corrupted by the demon race. In midair, sword energy surged as Ling Jia chanted spells. The patterns on the sword grew clearer, and under his control it danced through several forms, sending everyone around flying back with the force. "Who's coming? Who's coming?" The ship swayed slightly, and a woman stumbled toward Ling Jia. "Oh," Ling Jia quickly asked with concern, "are you okay?" But then he suddenly shouted, "Ming Minged, get into the cabin quickly and wait for the senior sister to return." A sharp pain struck below his chest. The person before him was no longer his senior sister Minged. The woman's grip suddenly tightened, and Ling Jia's face filled with disbelief. Demonic energy, a copper coin suddenly flew out of his sleeve. Ling Jia's eyes widened in terror as he saw demonic energy everywhere. He staggered back, clutching his chest, but the wound in his abdomen was too severe and he collapsed again. Trembling, he pushed himself up, realizing that all the disciples from the evil sect were dead, and their wounds were all caused by demonic energy. Ling Jia knew too well that if any surviving disciple ran out to testify and explain everything, Ling Hao would never be able to clear his name, no matter how much he talked. So he gritted his teeth, held his stomach and hoarsely shouted, "Senior sister! Senior sister!" Minged picked up the longsword, excited to take another life. Suddenly a crimson longsword flew in, piercing her heart instantly. Ling Jia closed his eyes, bracing for the pain, but when he heard the commotion and opened them, he saw Minged was dead. Hong Feng appeared beside him and asked, "Can you still move?" Ling Jie was startled and squinted at Zhang Feng, who had just jumped over from another ship. "Senior brother Ling Jie gasped for breath. Bila. Hong Feng reached out and patted his head, using a minor rejuvenation spell. "If you have any strength left, channel your spiritual energy. Don't waste time talking." Ling Jie shook his head. It's useless. The demonic energy has already invaded my body." As he spoke, Hong Feng stretched out his hand and the demonic energy was forcibly drawn out. Ling Jie's heart jolted. Hong Feng calmly toyed with the black energy, then stuffed it directly into his mouth. Ling Jie was speechless with shock. Absorbed? He absorbed it. Both siblings trembled at the thought. "Is he really a demon?" Hong Feng smiled. "Let me show you the healing method of 4-season spring." As he spoke, Ling Jie immediately felt a surge of spring vitality return. Spring breeze and rain, minor rejuvenation, major rejuvenation, withered trees blooming again. Ling Jie looked down joyfully and saw that the wound had completely healed. "Friend Zhang Feng." Hong Feng scratched his head sheepishly. "Just call me Hong Feng. The name Zhang Feng was something I came up with on a whim." Ling Jie immediately cupped his hands respectfully. "All right, friend Hong Feng, are you a disciple of Dongwang Valley?" A series of information flashed through his mind. He'd heard that this sect could even raise the dead and regrow flesh, but they had always remained hidden from the world. Duan Ling, the daughter of the 10,000 Sword City Lord, had been taken in by Dongwang Valley as a child, bringing this person with the City Lord. Hong Feng quickly steadied Ling Jie's hands. "First of all, I'm not. I've said it many times. I'm a rogue cultivator from Baishan Academy. Second," he thought, "is this really the time to be concerned about that? All these healing skills came from hell equipment. The first 2 rejuvenation spells were free for players to choose, while spring breeze and rain and withered trees blooming had to be bought with spirit stones at Dongwang Valley's Fenji Hall. And they weren't cheap." He let out a soft breath, thinking, "I've always been a lone wolf, so staying alive is the top priority." The 3 of them looked back at the several demon cultivators. But before they could do anything, the demons raised their swords and killed themselves. Ling Jie shouted in fury. "No!" He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "You're right, friend. This is an internal struggle within Yushu Dao sect, and it's dragged you into it." Hong Feng smiled and put an arm around his shoulder. "Don't talk about being dragged in. You're righteous and I had to help. People like those despicable scum don't deserve to be the sect leader of Yushu Dao sect. Only Taoist Ling Hao is the chosen one. Not even Bila Manor, let alone Luosheng Heavenly Demon himself, could change that." Ling Jie was so moved he almost cried, sincerely calling out, "Friend Hong Feng." Hong Feng secretly stuck out his tongue, thinking, "I need to start building a reputation now, otherwise, if I later take over the sect leader's position without any backing, I'll probably be beaten to death." He looked toward the forest and said, "From what I can see, they probably used the demonic energy on me to mistake me for a demon clan member. And I share some responsibility for this. I can't shirk it." Ling Jie immediately perked up. "It seems you've already guessed their intentions, friend." "Exactly," Hong Feng said, walking over to the demon cultivator and casually pulling the crimson long sword from the corpse. He turned back and speculated, "I'm afraid the remaining members of the 8 halls have already started moving against Ling Hao." A loud crash came from the main hall above, startling a flock of cranes into scattering. Yushu's sect leader Ching-A calculated on his fingers, then unconsciously clenched his hand. The Chuo hallmaster immediately knelt, begging the sect leader to order the pursuit of the traitor Ling Hao. Ling Yu was shocked. "Traitor Ling Hao?" Hao Bo and Hao Qi wept together. "Sect leader, all hall masters, please kill that demon. She killed so many people, almost everyone on the ship is dead." Senior sister, for some reason she only saved that demon." Ling Yu frowned, thinking, a conspiracy. The senior sister had always cared so much for the disciples of Danqing Hall, yet in the end they stabbed her in the back. Suddenly someone rushed in frantically shouting, "Bad news, the demon cult is attacking the mountain. The first layer of the Great Formation has been breached. The sword is like jade. The dragon's bone roars in the water." A woman of stunning beauty and cold demeanor stepped off the ship. As soon as Ling Jie saw her, he called out, "Senior sister." He hurried forward. "Senior sister, just now." Ling Hao didn't answer, only let out a soft sigh. "Alas," Ling Jie hesitated. "So what do we do next?" Ling Hao's gaze shifted to the side where Hong Feng was comforting a child. There, don't be scared." The child had the mind of about a 10-year-old, still naive about many things in the world. Such a brutal scene had naturally terrified her. Ling Hao walked over to Hong Feng, placed a hand on the child's back and couldn't help but say, "This child seems very attached to you." Hong Feng suddenly turned around, glared at her, then stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the lips, proudly announcing, "We've even hugged and kissed." Ling Hao covered her mouth with a light laugh, her expression meaningful. Hong Feng wailed inwardly, "My image as a Lolita lover is probably never going to be cleared." Then, standing nearby, Ling Jie gaped in shock. "That girl is really bold, just going straight for it." He quickly looked away, thinking, forget it. I'll pretend I didn't see it, since even the senior sister didn't say anything. Ling Hao looked around for the next move. They couldn't bring this child along, nor the others. It was too dangerous. Jian stepped forward and softly called out, "Father." Ling Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I know those people too well. They won't stop until they see our corpses. Their relationship with you is like these three's relationship with us. If we don't protect them thoroughly, they'll only become our burdens." Jian volunteered. "Father, let me take them to a safe place for now," Hu Jiji chimed in mischievously. "I can turn into a spirit form." Hongfeng had no choice but to nod. "Yeah, that works." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Traitor Ling Hao, wicked demon, surrender now." 3 hallmasters appeared simultaneously. The Chuo Hallmaster, the Kangming Hallmaster and the Musong Hallmaster. Hongfeng crossed his arms and sneered. They came fast. They didn't even bother to hide their intentions. Was it because they had backing and weren't afraid, or were they worried about delays? He assessed them silently. 1 mage cultivator, 2 sword cultivators, all at the He Ti stage. Ling Hao was also at He Ti, but she had expended a lot of spiritual energy suppressing the shadow dragon earlier. Ling Hao drew her sword, pointing it at the elders on the ship's bow. Her gaze turned icy. "Rumors are terrifying, destroying reputations. Today I, Ling Hao, have truly learned my lesson. Come on." Her voice also transmitted into Hongfeng's mind. "Go." Hongfeng was startled. Before Ling Hao's words faded, the 2 hallmasters charged from left and right. "Come up and die." Ling Jia, standing nearby, was frantic. "Senior sister." He took out a blood-burning pill, hoping to temporarily boost his cultivation. It was the only option now, even if it helped just a little. He swallowed it without hesitation. Hongfeng thought to himself, "This guy is pretty loyal, but even with a sustain card, I'm only at the Lian Shu stage, about the same as Ling Jia. Rushing in to fight now would be suicide." Ling Jia immediately felt a surge of immense power boiling inside him, so strong that flames erupted around his body. Suddenly a finger poked him. Hongfeng grinned ingratiatingly. "Got any more pills?" Ling Jia was puzzled. "Blood-burning pills? They're hard to refine. Every sect disciple only gets one, and they never use it unless it's a life-or-death situation." He was about to say, "if you want one." But when he turned around, Hongfeng had already gone off to butter someone else up. "You should still have one, right?" Ling Zhen was still in shock. "Senior sister, how could she be a traitor? And you're not a demon either. The elders must have misunderstood something." She tugged at Hongfeng's sleeve, dazed. Why has it come to this?" Hongfeng reached out to comfort her. "You have mermaid blood, so you should be a good swimmer. Later, jump into the sea and swim along the river to 10,000 Sword City." The golden dragon beside him had long grown impatient. Hongfeng added, "You saw the scene of fellow disciples turning on each other, didn't you? The Huling River wasn't far from Yushu Dao's sect, but less than half an incense stick of time had passed." Ling Zhen wept helplessly. "What?" Hongfeng continued. "The Yushu Dao sect couldn't have sent people this quickly, so these 3 were already waiting here." He patted the little girl's head and handed me her blood-burning pill. Ling Zhen quickly passed it to him. Hongfeng swallowed the pill immediately, his mood at rock bottom. Here I was, happily heading off to find my wife, only to have a bunch of roadblocks jump out of nowhere. "No matter who it is, you're all dying today." Green threads had already tightly bound Ling Hao and her sword. The master of the Kangming Hall, holding a horsetail whisk, said, "Ling Hao, stop resisting. If you're willing to give up the position of sect leader, we'll treat this whole incident as a misunderstanding." Hearing this, a flicker of cold mockery and disdain passed through Ling Gao's eyes. "Finally saying it, are you? That old man puts on a hypocritical act of benevolence. I've watched you grow up, and if you're willing to step down, the sect won't make things hard for you. The position of next master of the dancing hall will still be yours." Ling Hao formed a hand seal but suffered backlash, her body trembling uncontrollably. She knew very well that while they wouldn't dare touch her, Hongfeng was different. If they pinned the label of Demon Clan on him, he'd face a siege from the entire Central Plains. The master of the Kangming Hall continued to tempt her. "Ling Hao, I know your relationship with that Hongfeng is unusual, otherwise you'd never have come to Muwu Emperor. But you need to think clearly. If Yushu insists he's a demon, then no one can." Before he could finish, he sensed a powerful aura suddenly surging towards him. Damn it, the old man couldn't even dodge before a sword pierced him, reducing him to nothing in an instant. The remaining 2 hallmasters stood frozen, completely unable to react, while Ling Ji was pale with terror. "Is this Hongfeng's true strength?" Hongfeng waved his hand. "Daring to lay a hand on me, letting you die like this is too easy." The sword flew back into his hand. His appearance was now terrifying. Only a trace of crimson left in his pitch-black eyes. "Want to call me a demon, want to frame me?" Seeing this, the 2 hallmasters trembled all over. You, Hongfeng clicked his tongue, showing a look of pity. "I really didn't want to use this move on you. It's too ugly, but who told you to push things too far?" The 2 hallmasters quickly waved their hands. "We absolutely had no intention of killing anyone." Who would dare touch Ling Hao, the master of the Musong Hall hastily explained. Even if this incident ruins her reputation and prevents her from continuing as sect leader, as Shang Yu said, the position of Danqing Hall master will still be hers. After hearing this, Hong Feng spat contemptuously. Pa, do I care about that? You don't want to kill Ling Hao, but the disciples on the ship are fine to sacrifice as you please, right? The two were left speechless. The master of the Musong Hall suddenly turned to flee, but was immediately pierced through the heart by Ling Gao's sword. The remaining one had Hong Feng's blade pressed against his neck. Hong Feng swung his sword and killed him directly. He was a bit disappointed. Using a blood-burning pill to kill these three old bastards felt like a waste. Junquan, Ling Gao's nose stung as she threw herself into his arms. Hong Feng smiled, gently patting her back to comfort her, when suddenly his expression stiffened and he stepped back. Ling Hao grabbed his arm to check. His meridians were wildly spasming. His dantian was overloaded with spiritual power. Demonic energy had reached its limit, and even his breath came with a scorching, burning tremor. Tears immediately fell from her eyes. He must be in so much pain, right? Hong Feng smiled and held her hand to reassure her. The side effects of the blood-burning pill aren't impossible to cure, don't worry so much. Besides, that junior disciple of yours is quite loyal. Making him stand aside like that seems a bit heartless. Ling Ji was stunned. Did he understand what he meant? The blood-burning pill has a cure. Suddenly he sensed an aura from the opposite shore. A top-grade black-clad assassin from BALA Manor, the man produced a soul-chasing dagger. This demonic dagger could turn a living person into a demon while preserving their consciousness. Give it a try. As soon as the words were spoken, you vanished into thin air. Ling Ji shouted in terror, watch out! Hong Feng turned to shield Ling Hao behind him, but as he tried to mobilize his spiritual power, a sharp pain shot through his body. His face turned pale. It was the side effect of the blood-burning pill. Before he could react, a soul-chasing dagger had already stabbed into his arm. Hong Feng looked at the masked figure before him and couldn't help but sigh. In the game, no one had ever managed to grind an NPC's favorability into the negatives like this. At most it was mild dislike at -10 or -20. But this one was at -50, a blood feud indeed. Ling Hao recognized that eerie mask. Wang Chen, the woman in green, swept her gaze over the bodies floating on the water and snorted coldly. A bunch of useless trash. With a wave of her hand they turned to dust. Then she looked at Hong Feng. I didn't intend to show myself here, only to wait until you were disgraced and abandoned before coming to see you. I never expected you to actually turn into a demon. Hong Feng lowered his head with a cold laugh. This tone was nothing like Yiqing, it felt completely alien. He was certain Yiqing would never call herself this lord. She preferred to use her name as if always repeating it. Moreover, this didn't seem like the act of someone scorned in love because she didn't even bother to glance at Ling Hao. A chill ran down his spine. What to do? The only chance now was to run. The blood-burning pill's effect had 15 minutes left, but 15 minutes was too short. Running at full speed would only cover a few thousand meters at most, likely not enough to escape this person's perception range. He'd probably collapse from exhaustion before getting far. Was fate really trying to kill me? The thought barely crossed his mind before he suppressed it. Bullshit. A genuine tribulation transcendence expert stood right here, capable of reducing him to pulp with a mere thought. What use was fear? But he could also tell that this purple-clad Wang Chen currently had no intention of killing him yet, because his transformation into a demon had disrupted her plans, forcing her to appear in person. In other words, maybe she was still willing to hear him out. His mind in turmoil, he glanced at his wife. Death either way, might as well give it a shot. At least Ling Hao might survive. Hong Feng opened his mouth to taunt. I never thought a nobody like me would warrant the personal attention of the BALA Manor Lord. But this time, Manor Lord, you'd better think carefully. Though I'm a pitiful nobody, Wang Chen saw through Hong Feng like reading a book. The woman you'd give everything for is one whose status and cultivation far surpass yours, she sneered. Would a nobody be the second on the Nether Sword list, the adopted son of the 10,000 Sword City Lord, and the son-in-law of the Xuanyang family? Hearing this, Hong Feng could only force a dry laugh. Wang Chen chuckled. Your other skills are mediocre, but your talent for toying with women's emotions is top-notch. No wonder you've called them all here. I'll personally wake them up. If they're still stubborn, they can die with you. That'll make a few pairs of ill-fated lovers. Hong Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Lovers dying together. Indeed, it does resemble Yiqing a bit. So he rattled off a list of names. Yushu Dao Sect, Luo Xiangtian, Yuming Cliff, 10,000 Sword City, Tianbao Pavilion, 4 Great Families, Qingfu Sheng, Songshan Academy, Southern Wilderness and Northern Plains, the Demon and Dragon Clans and Zhanhai Tower. What if they all targeted BALA Manor? Wang Chen's voice was flat. You've got some nerve daring to touch my BALA Manor assassins, Hong Feng grinned. Flattery, flattery, Wang Chen sneered coldly. But including Yushu Dao Sect in that list is pure stupidity. Do you think your little lover will leave Huling River alive after today? To become sect leader and avenge you? Even if she escapes by some miracle, the sect leader position will only be contested among the remaining 3 halls. This was decided long ago, Hongfeng shrugged. So what? My woman isn't the only one in Yushu Dao sect. What if I die? A beauty dies with me, sharing the same bed and grave. How beautiful. As soon as he said this, Lingao's face turned deathly pale. He was still spouting nonsense. But Manor Lord, you'd better be careful too. What if BALA Manor also nurtures someone who endures humiliation to avenge their husband? That would be truly terrifying. Ling Hao looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Wang Chen lifted her chin. I thought you loved her deeply, but it turns out you're just like this. She raised her hand disdainfully. Sharing the same bed and grave, you're not worthy. See this person for what he really is. How many sects, how many races. He leaves a trail of romance wherever he goes, treating feelings like a game, lusting after beauty without a shred of sincerity, and even wants to drag someone to die with him. Deserving of death. 2 streams of tears slid down Lingao's beautiful face. Yes, I see clearly now. Seeing her sadness, Hongfeng's heart tightened. Then he noticed a sword icon of locked favorability appearing above Lingao's head. An unexpected gain even at this point. He lowered his eyes with a smile. Pretending not to care about Ling Hao was the only way to save her. But that meant there was no way out for himself. What a pity. Oh well, these past few months have been more exciting than my entire previous life. Worth it. Just as Wang Chen raised her hand to strike, Hongfeng suddenly spoke. Manor Lord, could you pass on a message for me? You once asked me which is more important, appearance or inner self? I didn't answer then, but now I want to say, he said frankly. I think appearance is more important after all. Wang Chen's raised hand froze and she asked blankly, Really? It seems Wang Chen was amused by Hongfeng's words, and then a naive voice cut in. Really? Hongfeng felt something was off. He softly called out, Yiqing. Without time to think, Hongfeng immediately opened the interface panel. Silly, do you even need to ask? Yiqing's description bar had changed to character name, Yiqing, star rating, 5 stars, gender, female, alias, Wang Chen envoy, non-abysses, 10 realms, favorability, level, immortal path, tribulation, transcendence, 6th stage, attributes. Click to view portable card data, physique, 130,435, bone structure, 126,432, strength, 114,514, agility, 124,563, spiritual power, 153,345. One glance gave him a headache. The data was a chaotic mess, the entire card seemingly split in half, and the other half was clearly BALA Manor's Wang Chen, the one who had just wanted his life. Didn't this mean the person before him was in an unstable state, liable to turn back into Wang Chen at any moment? Ling Hao stood nearby watching him. She had heard that name before, Yiqing. Tears of grievance and anger welled up. Was the one truly close to Hongfeng the Yiqing he had just mentioned? But now there was another soul dwelling inside her, and that person was likely the real Wang Chen, the true master of BALA Manor. Wang Chen held her head, frantically denying it. Fake, it's all fake, you don't even recognize me, and you still say, Hongfeng hurriedly said, It's true, absolutely true, I like the envoy very much. This immediately piqued Wang Chen's interest. Oh, Hongfeng coaxed her with sweet talk. Really, it's just that you were about to kill me earlier, and it hurt so much I still haven't calmed down. He clasped his hands together, silently begging for mercy. Like her, I'm utterly in love with you. If Yiqing hadn't suddenly regained control of the body, I'd be dead by now. Otherwise, I'd be staring at the sky with tears, branded with the shameful title of a lecherous scoundrel. 3 months and I'd be the fastest dead among transmigrators, nailed to a 1,000-year pillar of shame. Kill him. Wang Chen tilted her head, then suddenly lunged forward, rushing straight at Hongfeng. Hongfeng stared blankly at her, and Ling Hao stared blankly at him. Wang Chen removed her mask, revealing that familiar, gentle and delicate face. It's not me. She grabbed Hongfeng's hand and pressed it against her own face. Hongfeng, you have to believe Yiqing. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his palm. That beautiful face made Hongfeng's heart tremble slightly. She peeked open one eye, cheeks flushed, and whispered, Then what you said earlier, was it true? Hongfeng's heart soared with joy. The name really hadn't been chosen wrong. He breathed a sigh of relief. To me, appearance is indeed more attractive. Inner self falls just a little short. Honestly, if both are good, she's marriage material. As long as the inner self is good, even a bit of a temper is fine, since I can't afford to provoke her anyway. Yiqing smiled gently. Then I'm relieved. Hongfeng teased her further. So when you asked me that before, were you afraid that after I learned about your relationship with Wang Chen I'd think you had multiple personalities and stop liking you? Yiqing turned her face away, mumbling, It's not that. Then she earnestly demanded, Anyway, you still have to keep liking me now or I'll have the Manor Lord beat you. Hongfeng leaned in, starting to act spoiled. Your Manor Lord is currently out for my blood. Would you really let her do it? Yiqing explained softly. A few days ago, the Manor Lord found out I agreed to marry you, and flew into a rage, swearing to kill you, this shameless scoundrel. Coincidentally, her cultivation technique had advanced, so she locked me up. I couldn't do anything for a while. Then I thought since I was coming to find you anyway, I might as well let the Manor Lord bring me along. Hongfeng sighed inwardly. Too reckless, but that was just how she was. Everyone in BALA Manor knew she ran wild with the Manor Lord's backing, but no one knew she wasn't entirely obedient to her own Manor Lord either. No wonder Wang Chen was so furious. Based on past events and the way she appeared just now, it was clear she had no romantic feelings whatsoever, only a fierce ambition. She had been content to rule as a hegemon, only for her other personality to be seduced by a man, and not only that, but wanting to marry him, and she couldn't even control this body. Truly a blood feud. Just thinking about it was heartbreaking with that in mind. It wasn't surprising she wanted to kill me. Hongfeng asked with difficulty, but what if she appears again? I'm already at my last gasp. Once the blood-burning pill wears off, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything. Yiqing suddenly reached out and cupped Hongfeng's face, her tongue lightly licking the corner of his mouth. She coaxed him playfully. All right, it's my fault. I'll let you bully me however you want, okay? Hongfeng was momentarily speechless, just staring at her. He raised his hand to comfort Yiqing, but this wasn't her fault. How could he let her? Yet she pressed a finger to his lips. His gaze was intensely serious. I am her. Yiqing pulled his hand down, pressing it against the curve like a valley. I'll teach you. Where is the weakness of the palace master? This action caused Hongfeng's face to flush slightly. Yiqing let out a soft moan, her whole body trembling lightly. Hongfeng sent a voice transmission to Ling Hao not far away, telling him to bring the rope that had bound her earlier. At this moment, the Jade Void Mountain was shrouded in mist and clouds, peaks rising one after another. Yu Menling said in confusion, "Why did the demon cult suddenly attack the mountain?" The Jade Void sect leader ordered you to gather all disciples below the Void refining stage and bring them here so no more people die. Yes, the master of the Crimson Fire Hall looked tense. And at this very moment the timing was too coincidental. The matter of interrogation would probably have to be set aside for now. The Jade Void sect leader added, although the mountain protecting formation is strong, relying solely on it can easily be broken. This time is enough to wake us up. After slaughtering the demon cult thugs, immediately have someone rebuild the Gaiyuan Zhen Tian formation. This matter gave him a headache. All right, you may all withdraw now. Then Yu Menling said, Master, about the senior sister. He sighed again. Perhaps I already know. It is my incompetence. Yu Menling plopped down to sit. Senior sister is so formidable, and with Hongfeng around, she seems to trust his abilities a lot. Sigh, now we should call her Hongfeng. That guy is very skilled in dealing with people. If he really is an old acquaintance of senior sister, he will surely protect her well and clear her name. The Jade Void sect leader was full of worry but had no other choice, hoping it would be so. Yu Menling's train of thought was a bit strange. Anyone who likes fluffy things is definitely not a bad person. She muttered to herself, then suddenly laughed, saying, I just remembered the girl I brought up the mountain. To enter my sect you need to have some skill. Only then did Yu Menling suddenly recall. Right, master, I haven't told you yet. Ji Yu Chang has already started cultivating. Meanwhile on the other side, while the fellow disciples were still worried, Ling Hao had already started helping Hongfeng tie someone up. Is that right? Before long, Yijing was tied up in a rather alluring manner. Hongfeng was overjoyed inside. He cleared his throat to change the subject. Right, that's it. Her vital points are all bound. She absolutely cannot break free on her own. Ling Hao also nodded, blushing. She even felt a bit envious inside. Although she had also thought about tying Hongfeng up and taking him to her room before, this kind of strange binding method. Yiqing blushed, lowered her head and glanced. Oh, is it tied up well? She tried to struggle, and sure enough she couldn't move. She was very satisfied. All the important acupoints and vital points were bound, so the palace master definitely couldn't move now. Yiqing then instructed, Jun Zan, don't scare her. Actually, the palace master is very good. This whole thing is really my fault. Hearing this, the corner of Hongfeng's mouth twitched. Probably only she would think that the bloodthirsty BALA palace master was a good person, but he happened to love her nature. Thinking she was a good person wasn't wrong. No matter how bad she was to others, she should at least be good to herself. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Don't worry. I just want to see what that always cold palace master looks like when she shows some charm. I won't really do anything to her. But inside he was already overjoyed. Huang Quan is probably going to cry from anger. Suddenly, Yiqing's demeanor changed. She had now transformed back into Huang Quan. Take your dirty hand away. Hongfeng's movement froze. He stiffened for a few seconds, meeting Huang Quan's furious gaze, and then as if to vent his anger he rubbed even harder. Huang Quan gritted her teeth. You bastard. But as soon as she struggled she suddenly froze. My cultivation method and life pulse are all controlled. The path of the rope perfectly matches the nodes of my spiritual power. Her gaze pointed straight at the culprit. You, Hong Feng chuckled lightly. As expected of the BALA Palace Master, your killing intent is truly heavy, she shouted angrily. Yi Ching, Hong Feng clicked his tongue and warned. Don't waste your energy, every point of your cultivation method's vital gate is bound. I also know all your weaknesses. If you still want to resist, you'd better drop that idea now, Huang Quan snorted coldly. So what, do you think this can make you win against me, she taunted. The blood-burning pill is almost burning through your blood and chi. If it keeps burning, even your lifespan will be consumed. Even if the demonic energy in your body can help you hold on a little longer, it's just a temporary reprieve. I'll just sit here and wait for you to die in agony. Hearing her say this, Hong Feng also sensed the abnormality in his body. The power of the blood-burning pill was about to dissipate, and the uncontrolled spiritual power inside him was tearing wildly. He chuckled lightly, intentionally adding fuel to the fire. That's right, I am indeed at the end of my rope now. So Palace Master, get ready to face a storm of rage. After all, a dying man will do anything. She was startled, and that fair, delicate face immediately flushed red. Who doesn't know that Zhang Feng is a notorious womanizer? Huang Quan sneered. HMPH, I'll just treat it like being bitten by a dog. Hong Feng was in an excellent mood. The prey was already in the net. How could he not be happy? I hope the Palace Master will keep her word. Hong Feng lifted the rope end around Huang Quan's neck. She taunted, Are you planning to trample on Yi Ching's feelings? Hong Feng's voice sounded in her ear. What, doesn't the Palace Master want to kill me? He smiled faintly. If you truly think Yi Ching and I are in love, then don't you know what to do? Wouldn't killing me make Yi Ching very sad? But now you say I'm trampling on this relationship. If I were really deceiving Yi Ching, trying to use her to plot against the BALA Palace, why would I cherish such a tool? Feeling the breath on her face, Huang Quan closed her eyes weakly. If I happen to survive this time, I'll make sure this brat pays back double. A sickly sweet voice sounded in her ear. Palace Master, enjoy the days ahead. Hong Feng suddenly added, absolutely make sure you don't lose your composure in front of your subordinates. Before Huang Quan could understand, Hong Feng had already grabbed the mask and put it back on her face. She was completely stunned. This guy must have been driven mad by the blood-burning pill. Taking the blood-burning pill leaves no way to live. What days ahead is he talking about? As if seeing through her thoughts, Hong Feng smiled proudly. Who says taking the blood-burning pill leaves no way to live? To extend your life, a Shanhai spiritual object can do it. To recover, a drop of phoenix blood is enough. Shanhai spiritual object and phoenix blood. These two things were precisely the antidote to this pill. She had heard of these two things before, but were they easy to obtain? Forget phoenix blood. She probably couldn't even find a single phoenix feather. In the end, she would only become a laughingstock. Hong Feng infused spiritual power into the rope and pulled it tight. Then don't trouble the Palace Master with that, she snorted, and Hong Feng became even more arrogant. I might even be able to get phoenix urine, let alone just a bit of blood and a couple of feathers. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Palace Master, how does it feel? Through the mask, Huang Quan's expression was unreadable. She only spat out two words, shameless. Then Hong Feng made a few hand seals over the rope, and the rope disappeared from everyone's sight. But Huang Quan was still tightly bound. You hid the rope. What exactly are you trying to do? Hong Feng was intrigued. What, are you looking forward to it? Amidst the thunderous roar, the three of them flew away on a large bird. Ling Hao said calmly, Although Sheng Yu and the other two are dead, the struggle between the three halls has never stopped. This is just the beginning. We absolutely cannot sit idly by. Hong Feng smiled and comforted her. For now, there's no need to worry about Ling Zhen and Zui Zui. That dragon looks a bit silly. Actually, it's very shrewd. You usually can't do anything about it. Let's go meet up with Ji Yan and the others first. For now, we can only take shelter in the demon cult. He saw Ling Hao's unease. Ling Hao abhorred evil and had always been irreconcilable with the demon cult. Although the situation was urgent, she still felt some conflict inside. Her watery eyes looked into his, her slender hand gently holding his. She said softly, Where are you going? Wherever you go, I go. Hong Feng immediately smiled like a spring blossom. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. He planted a kiss on her lips. Ling Hao didn't resist and relaxed into his kiss. The two kissed as if no one else was around, completely ignoring the presence of a third party. Huang Quan watched them speechlessly, feeling extremely irritated inside. This Yi Ching was too useless. Clearly, this man was a womanizer everywhere, yet she loved him to death, even turning against her for him. After a long while, the two finally parted. Ling Hao happily leaned on his shoulder, her eyes shimmering with moisture, blushing as she secretly looked at him. She nestled contentedly beside her beloved, even though she was over 3,000 years old. Her maiden heart was still the same as ever. Hong Feng noticed the faint gaze that fell on him. He said, If you're unwilling, you can also take the initiative to beg me. Huang Quan scoffed. She swore irritably, You might as well kill me, otherwise sooner or later I might pretend to be Yi Ching and kill you. Hong Feng didn't care. Then I really look forward to that day. The white giant bird spread its wings, carrying the three through the stormy sky. Finally, Hong Feng felt a wave of intense pain surging like a tide. The power of the blood-burning pill had finally completely ended. The speed of his white hair spreading doubled. He raised his hand and touched his changing hair. Although I do like white hair, I don't want to turn white myself. Then a sharp pain shot through his internal organs. The after-effects of the blood-burning pill were indeed not to be underestimated. Ling Hao beside him was extremely worried. Jun Zan let out a heavy breath. Although demonic energy barely supported him compared to the meridians being destroyed, it was just a drop in the bucket. He glanced at Ling Jia again. Ling Jia's condition seemed to have improved a lot. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. He had been knocked unconscious by Huang Quan earlier. The spread of the blood-burning pill seemed to have slowed down a bit. Hong Feng chuckled lightly. It was a blessing in disguise. His breathing gradually weakened and his consciousness began to blur. Just as Hong Feng closed his eyes, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey kid, don't sleep," he recognized it. It was his spiritual sword, Sen Yi. He chuckled lightly. "This isn't a drama. When I die depends on my health and HP. This matter is very objective and has nothing to do with whether I sleep or not." Sen Yi listened to his dazed muttering, looking confused. What is an idol? After saying that, she figured it out herself. Anyway, she couldn't understand anyway. Her voice was muffled. "Before, all I heard was about high cultivation and strong strength. I once held hundreds of people in my scabbard and none dared to talk back. Now look at you, throwing away your life for your senior sister." Hong Feng hugged the sword and chuckled lightly. "It's not just for my senior sister but also for my family's supreme elder, and for all of you. I can give up my life for that too." There was one thing he didn't say. Of course, also for those hundreds of cards. Sen Yi was silent for a moment. Hong Feng found it strange. Why did you suddenly go quiet?" Then his ear was suddenly bitten by her. Amidst their playful banter, that rascal only knew how to sweet-talk. Hong Feng blushed, leaning on Ling Hao. Sen Yi gently pressed against his back and whispered, 3,000 years ago, I was just an ordinary person who had learned a little martial arts." Distant memories came flooding back. That day it was snowing heavily. "Only my brother and I escaped. A beggar also hid with us in a ruined temple, using dry grass to make a fire for warmth. Senon took a sword strike for me. But he didn't say anything. I told him to sleep first and I went out to keep watch. At dawn I went in to wake him up. What met my eyes was a corpse that had long since stiffened and gone cold. This incident had clearly affected her greatly, but at the time he looked like he was still sleeping peacefully. So that's why she told me not to sleep earlier." Hong Feng turned around, reached behind Sen Yi and hugged her. "Then what should I do from now on? Can I really not sleep?" She irritably punched him in the chest. "You rascal, as if you ever slept peacefully in Wanjian City before." Anyway, she stammered, blushing. "Anyway, you're not allowed to sleep in front of me." Hong Feng's heart jolted violently. "Damn it, I can't die, absolutely cannot die." Huang Quan beside her didn't want to listen but still heard all those words. But compared to the cheerful and harmonious atmosphere of the three over there, her mind was on something else. She had long obtained intelligence about Tianbao Pavilion from the Supreme Elder, along with a lot of information related to Hong Feng, but now it seemed that this kid's value might be even greater than those things, if she used his relationship with Yi Ching perhaps. Thinking of this, she felt irritated again. HMPH. But even if she felt Hong Feng's smug gaze, even if his value was immense, he simply couldn't be won over. Right now he was a wolf. Even if the meat was brought to his mouth, he would never relax his guard in the slightest. She looked into the distance and thought to herself, "Yi Ching, I'm doing this for your own good." The rain was pouring down like a waterfall. At Wuyan Cliff, a branch of the demon cult, a person ran hurriedly through the heavy rain into the protector's office. "The Holy Envoy has suddenly arrived." The protector of the demon cult branch was the newly appointed Supreme Protector, Yin Lei Mo Sha. Shui Zui was reading a book. Hearing this, he was stunned. Holy Envoy, he thought to himself. The demon cult had a holy maiden of supreme status, even higher than the cult leader. There was also a Holy Envoy. She was the one who conveyed the Holy Maiden's orders and traveled the world on her behalf, backed by the Holy Maiden. Seeing her was like seeing the Holy Maiden herself. But those who had actually seen this Holy Envoy were extremely rare. Why would the Holy Envoy suddenly come here? Shui Zui's heart sank. Have I been exposed? But he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. I have never shown any flaw. Stay put and observe. I absolutely cannot reveal my whereabouts and betray the senior's trust and my own efforts. Shui Zui's expression remained unchanged. Send someone to escort her to the main hall and entertain her. She must not be slighted. I will be there immediately, the person acknowledged. Yes, but Vice-Altar Master Han has already gone to receive the Holy Envoy. He put down his book, showing interest in the one called the Holy Envoy. Oh, polite and courteous. Since Vice Altar Master Han has already gone, it would be very inappropriate for me not to go. The holy envoy turned out to be Ji Yan, accompanied by only 2 young girls. Holy envoy, an old man stepped forward to greet her. The holy envoy has had a long journey. Among the deputy altar lords of Wuyan Cliff, Han Tianyi wore an expression that was clearly hostile. Shui Zui found it grating at first glance, that same ugly old face. He chuckled inwardly. In Wuyan Cliff, if there was a primary target, it had to be Han Tianyi. Eliminate this deputy altar lord, and even if Wuyan Cliff didn't collapse from within, at least a third of the situation would stabilize. With that thought, he stepped forward, cupped his hands, and greeted respectfully. The holy envoy graces us with your presence. I failed to welcome you from afar. My apologies. Jian suddenly spoke an unrelated sentence. Heaven covers the earth, the tiger guards the mountain. Shui Zui immediately understood. This was the secret code the elder had mentioned. He was momentarily bewildered. How could the holy envoy know the elder's code? Had the elder been captured by the demon cult, yet he still warmly led the way? Could the holy envoy also be from Zhang State? How do you speak with that accent? Jian said calmly, only finishing half the sentence. Shui Zui certainly believed Hong Feng couldn't be dead, but if that were true, why not just kill him outright? Why waste so much time? So that's it. This saying refers to the customs of that region. Heaven covers the earth, the tiger guards the mountain, the pagoda suppresses the river demon. He smiled gently. If the holy envoy doesn't mind, I, Shui, could explain it to you. After careful thought, only one possibility remained. This holy envoy was actually a comrade from the organization the elder had mentioned, one of their own. His heart filled with admiration and fervent trust. Indeed, it's the elder. The matter of the drop of water is top secret. No one knows of it. He had thought himself skilled enough to operate alone as an infiltrator, but he never imagined the elder's chess game had already spread everywhere. Now that the holy envoy had come to him, could it be that a major task finally needed his execution? Shui Zui cupped his hands to Jian. If there's any order, I, Shui, would go through fire and water, even die 1,000 deaths without hesitation. She was silent for a moment, then spoke coldly. Arrange a place for me, quiet and secluded by the Huazhang River. Just that, no problem. He immediately ordered his servants prepare it quickly. Yes, but his actions greatly displeased those nearby. Han Tianyi glared at him darkly. This Shui Zui, relying only on being from Zhang State, had so easily ingratiated himself with that aloof holy envoy. Damn it, what right did he have? Han Tianyi's hands trembled with rage as he suppressed his anger, a cold sneer curling at his lips. What is Shui Zui anyway? In Wuyan Cliff I have 1,000 ways to make him die without a burial place. He suddenly asked, Is everything arranged? A figure appeared and reported the information they had gathered. In 7 days, clues about the missing disciples of Sumeru Mountain would be delivered to Wuyan Cliff. Shui Zui's conspiracy would soon be exposed. All the truth would point to Xiao Shui. It was this new upper-rank member of the demon cult who had used strange fire to burn Sumeru Mountain, and 3 direct disciples. Han Tianyi stroked his beard and laughed smugly. Good, if you want to steal credit, you'd better see if you're qualified. After Shui Zui led the holy envoy into the inner chamber, he ordered his servants, all of you, withdraw. Yes, then he let out a long breath, everything in his mind becoming clear. Did the elder send you to find me? I'm willing to charge into battle for the elder. If there's something I need to do, I will. But Jian suddenly said, Enough. This abrupt remark left him stunned. HMPH, enough of what? Immediately, the curtain was violently torn. Shui Zui sensed an intruder at once, his spiritual power already coalescing, his dragon feathers rustling. When he saw who it was, he was shocked. It was the Taoist nun Ling Hao and the master of BALA Mansion Huang Quan. He froze instantly, his body turning cold, a premonition of disaster. How could these two appear here together? What had happened? Then he saw Ling Hao extend her hand, and the white-haired man supported her as he slowly descended. Shui Zui was somewhat surprised. This man was. Ling Hao helped him down. He looked extremely exhausted. Hong Feng opened one eye slightly and called out, Shui Zui, long time no see. Shui Zui was both surprised and delighted. Elder, but suddenly Hong Feng began to cough violently, and he panicked. Elder, what's wrong? Before he could step forward, a little girl rushed over. Jun Zan Hong Shuang threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down. Looking up at him with worried eyes, Hong Feng sighed. What are you crying for? It's only been a short time. Did you miss me that much? Hong Shuang felt the unusual wrinkles on his hand, even his hand. She cried even harder. Jun Zan Hu Jiji also wanted to run over. Its father's body knew what to do. It took a deep breath, gathered power in its hands and formed a shimmering green orb of light. Huang Quan recognized it at once as the core of the mountain and sea spirit. She looked around. Unbeknownst to her, tender sprouts had quietly grown on the objects in the room. Hu Jiji sent the core into Hong Feng's body, and he immediately felt a surge of cool energy. Huang Quan snorted coldly. So he really did have the mountain and sea spirit on him, but when she looked up she met Ling Hao's gaze. Ling Hao tugged at the rope, a warning not to entertain any crooked thoughts. Ling Hao raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Do you want to be led out like a dog on a leash? Let everyone see what the master of BALA Mansion has become?" This stung Huang Quan's pride, but she didn't retort. Instead she retreated to advance. "I'm his now, at least for the moment. He probably wouldn't allow his property to be gawked at by others, would he?" Ling Hao's eyes flickered with amusement. "So you admit to being a slave?" Huang Quan glanced at Hong Feng, who was sitting and regulating his breath, her expression indifferent. Stammering, she said, "I'm not." Ling Hao pressed further, leaning in to scare her. "In the end, you're just a dog. What's wrong with taking you for a walk?" Huang Quan was displeased. Ling Hao, usually so aloof and detached, was now repeatedly bickering over a man and a woman, even losing her composure, but on the surface she feigned a mix of embarrassment and anger. Ling Hao smiled with satisfaction. "Good, very good." Huang Quan glanced at Hong Feng again, recalling how he had confidently said that to continue living he needed the mountain and sea spirit. To fully recover, only a drop of phoenix blood would suffice. The mountain and sea spirit was already there, but where could you find phoenix blood? Hong Shuang suddenly cried out. The wrinkles on his hand are slowly disappearing, green light swirling like a small universe. Finally, Hong Feng felt somewhat better. Just then, Hu Jiji's body went limp and collapsed. "Jiji?" Hong Feng quickly checked on it. Its face was pale, likely from overexertion of mind and power. He also checked Ling Jia's condition. Indeed, it had been treated, though still unconscious. But his life was saved. After handling these matters, Hong Feng comforted Hong Shuang. "Hong Shuang, I'm fine." Hong Shuang's eyes still held tears and she nodded gently. Then Shui Zui stepped forward. "Elder, what exactly happened?" But Hong Feng raised a hand to his lips. "Shish, someone's coming." Rapid footsteps approached quickly, and soon someone knocked outside. "Altar Lord, Holy Envoy, there were abnormal energy fluctuations here just now and traces of a broken formation. Has an outsider intruded?" Shui Zui's heart skipped a beat. "It's Deputy Altar Lord Su Langfeng." He was wary. This woman seemed formidable. Hong Feng lifted the curtain and signaled. Jian took out a jade pendant and said without hesitation, "Good." The pendant lit up, and with a dreamlike shimmer, the three of them instantly transformed into different appearances. Huang Quan was taken aback to see her own appearance unchanged. Why is only my appearance the same?" She immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be? Hong Feng walked behind her, placed his hands on her shoulders and pulled her to the middle of the path. "Come, stand here." Huang Quan was furious but couldn't vent. This guy wanted to use her as a shield, pretending to be from BALA Mansion. Then Hong Feng cleared his throat. "BALA Mansion has matters to discuss with the Holy Envoy. When did it become your turn to interrupt?" The people outside froze. The woman clearly looked incredulous. Su Langfeng, Deputy Altar Lord of the demon cult's Wuyan Cliff, bristled with aggression. "Your BALA Mansion people come to our demon cult's territory without reporting? You're too arrogant." As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings. "And who do you think you are, daring to speak before the Holy Envoy?" She peeked through a crack in the window. Hong Feng could see her figure clearly but still bluffed without hesitation. "HMPH, you who don't know the rules, today I'll make you understand. I am the master of BALA Mansion, Huang Quan, and the sole protector personally appointed by Lord Zurin." Huang Quan beside him looked clearly unconvinced. "Zurin, isn't that just a homophone for master?" Hong Feng noticed her expression and shook the rope provocatively. Su Longfeng sneered inwardly. "Sole appointed protector? I've never heard of it. But daring to wave Huang Quan's banner outright, that's audacity beyond measure." She flexed her wrists. "Even if you really were BALA Mansion's protector, you shouldn't speak before the Holy Envoy, let alone kick down the door without reporting. You're no protector at all." But when the door swung open, she froze in place. The first thing she saw was Huang Quan sitting there. Mansion Master," her face turned pale. "How is this possible?" Hong Feng immediately seized the moment and barked. "Outrageous to barge in so rudely. You not only disrespect my BALA Mansion but also slight the Holy Envoy of your own cult?" Su Longfeng immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. Holy Envoy, forgive me. I was worried for your safety and acted rashly. Please spare my life." But Hong Feng sensed something off. This middle-aged woman's first cry wasn't Holy Envoy but Mansion Master. Her gaze toward Huang Quan also held a hint of fear and dread. A thought immediately surfaced. Could she also be an insider? He stole a glance at Huang Quan, seeing her uneasy expression, and was speechless. In an enemy camp with 2 deputy altar lords and 3 altar lords, 2 were insiders. This wasn't Wuyan Cliff. It was clearly an underworld. Jian transmitted a message. "Father, what next?" Hong Feng replied. "Watch me perform." He put on a respectful demeanor, cupped his hands and said, "Yes." Then he grandly declared, "The Holy Envoy is merciful. You are only punished with a month of servitude to atone." He lifted Su Lanfang's chin. "I hear your cult is fond of keeping servant slaves. I assume Deputy Altar Lord Su knows what to do." She dared not refuse. Thank you, Holy Envoy, for sparing my life. I will serve with all my heart. Huang Quan watched all this, thinking this bastard had an impenetrable face. She simply closed her eyes, unwilling to look further. But Hong Feng was scheming inwardly. He found it amusing. This subordinate, outwardly a slave but loyal to the mansion master, would eventually face the real slave in himself, running around only to find all her efforts wasted. Then he said to Su Longfeng, Wuyan Cliff is treacherous. A core position like Deputy Altar Lord cannot be vacant. I, on behalf of the Holy Envoy, specially permit you to retain your rank. For now, you need only serve the Holy Envoy. Dismiss all other outsiders. She found it strange. It sounded like a demotion but was actually a promotion. Yet she bowed deeply in gratitude. Yes, then she withdrew. All of you withdraw. Do not disturb unless there's a major matter. Yes, Shui Zui also withdrew as Hong Feng ordered. As they passed each other, sparks seemed to fly. Su Longfeng entered, cupped her hands. Holy Envoy. The door slammed shut, leaving only Huang Quan and her in the room. Huang Quan's gaze was icy. Fool. This word made Su Longfeng tremble. She shrank back. Mansion Master, calm your anger. The plan is what matters now. Huang Quan pondered briefly and sat down. Su Longfeng was secretly pleased. Logically, BALA Mansion was now cooperating with the Jade Pot Dao sect, yet the Mansion Master appeared in the demon cult's lair. If she guessed correctly, could she also have a chance to participate in this operation? Hong Feng spoke again. Now that Ling Hao has lost the chance to compete, this matter is irreversible. The Jade Pot Dao sect is in chaos. In my humble opinion, now is the perfect time to sweep them clean. The Mansion Master, far away in the mansion without communication, is indeed inconvenient. He smiled meaningfully. I think this Deputy Altar Lord could barely serve as a messenger. Huang Quan half closed her eyes. Such swine are only fit to be messengers. Then she looked at Hong Feng, who was watching her. She felt a bit awkward. Hadn't her words just insulted Yin Qing as well? Insulting Yin Qing was insulting herself. At that thought she grew inexplicably irritated. If this guy hadn't provoked her first, how could she have made such a foolish mistake? Hong Feng also noticed her slip and touched his face. This one probably had a pretty silly side too, but he continued his act. Hurry and thank the Mansion Master and the Holy Envoy. Su Longfeng immediately knelt again. Thank you, Holy Envoy. Thank you, Mansion Master. She glanced at Hong Feng once more and kowtowed again. Thank you, Protector Zhu. Hong Feng was quite satisfied. She knew her place even better at reading the room than the Mansion Master. Su Longfeng offered her opinion. Does the Holy Envoy mean to agree to cooperate with our BALA Mansion? To take advantage of the Jade Pot Dao sect's internal strife and weakened combat power to sweep them clean? Both superiors nodded in tacit agreement. Su Longfeng knelt, her tone hesitant. But the higher-ups have ordered us to stand still. That branch altar has already begun attacking the Jade Pot Dao sect. With supervising elders like Wan Feng Runzhang taking action, Jade Pot is probably in a mess right now. Wuyan Cliff's branch altar has limited strength and likely can't help much. She lowered her head as she spoke. After all, BALA Mansion was still cooperating with the Jade Pot Dao sect. Turning around and betraying them didn't align with BALA Mansion's usual rules. This clearly displeased Huang Quan. Su Longfeng felt the killing intent emanating from her and pursed her lips, but then she thought she was just a small fry who had barely escaped death. To doubt now would be suicide. Huang Quan lifted her foot. What's wrong? Have you gotten too comfortable in the demon sect and started thinking on its behalf? She stood up and barked. I placed you here to make contact with the surrounding people and forces, not to enlighten those ignorant masses. Su Longfeng immediately trembled all over. Fu Master, please calm down, spare my life. The Fu Master is indeed as ruthless and tyrannical as the rumors say. Bamboo Protector really wasn't having an easy time, but Hong Feng, standing nearby, was secretly astonished. The demon sect attacking Yuhu Dao sect, this plot wasn't in the original story at all. He was certain it had to be related to that book of the other shore. He had to find the source who gave this order. Su Longfeng answered cautiously, saying she heard it was a secret order personally issued by the Saintess. She repeated the Saintess's words verbatim. Lately, the reputation tied to cheeky Hongfeng affects the rise and fall of fate. Everyone in the sect must prioritize keeping him alive at all costs and fully assist him. Hongfeng's mouth twitched. Sure enough, still as domineering as ever, full of demon sect style. He asked again, seeing the Holy Envoy is like seeing the Saintess herself. Unless it's a personal edict from the sect leader, I doubt any order now outranks the Saintess's decree, right? Yes, and it's not like they're sending you to support elsewhere. With your strength, going would just be suicide. The urgent matter is something else. He walked up to Su Longfeng. After the incident at Yuhu Dao sect, the various factions there are in a panic. We can take this chance to get what we want. His voice was steady, with a guiding tone. For example, that Nirvana secret realm that hasn't been heard from in years. Su Longfeng's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Phoenix, her voice went shrill and off-key. Phoenix Jian replied calmly, oh right, the two below were stunned. Hong Feng chuckled lightly. Miss, you're too impatient. Huang Quan watched him silently as he controlled the situation. Hong Feng continued, the Fu Master has long known the whereabouts of the Nirvana secret realm. This cooperation with Yuhu Dao sect was just to scout things out and make a move on the sly. He pushed the Fu Master forward as a shield with every sentence. After receiving the instructions, Su Longfeng withdrew. Your subordinate takes leave. A thought flashed through Huang Quan's mind. She never expected Hong Feng to be so bold. Borrowing the Emperor's authority to command the nobles, using her name to send people searching for the Nirvana's secret realm, and judging by his confident demeanor, he probably already knew where the Nirvana's secret realm was. Hong Feng relaxed and said to everyone, all right, let's settle down and rest for a few days. As for those from Yuhu Dao sect, he smiled faintly. Right now, the demon sect's main forces are in the north. This conflict won't last long, but it's already bought us some time. After speaking, he glanced at Huang Quan again. Contact BALA Mansion through Su Langfeng and let them know what regret feels like. This person is convenient to use and can be reused. Hong Feng was very satisfied, borrowing her name, using her power. Turning it back against Yuhu Dao's sect, the Fu Master's schemes had become a sharp blade. The feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else must be enough to anger her for a while. Moreover, Huang Quan's gaze burned as it fell on him. Hong Feng smiled. It seems the Fu Master's hatred isn't that firm after all. He estimated that in such a short time the favorability had shifted by 20. Just talking alone couldn't have done it. As soon as Huang Quan met his eyes, she immediately looked away. Hong Feng's lips curled slightly. Then there's only one possibility left. Seeing her fidgeting and restless, Huang Quan seemed to actually enjoy this feeling of humiliation. Huang Quan finally spoke. You still dare to return to BALA Mansion? Aren't you afraid I'll contact my trusted men to kill you? Hong Feng only said lightly, is that so? Seeing his attitude, Huang Quan instead grew flustered. Hong Feng suddenly yanked the rope. In that case, please tell me, Fu Master, where the nearest BALA Mansion stronghold is. I can take you there right now and tell them their Fu Master is in my hands. Huang Quan was immediately pulled to her feet. He gently lifted her, pulling Huang Quan into his embrace. Hong Feng's voice carried arrogance as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, who would tell an enemy their plan to guard against assassination? Huang Quan felt this distance was far too close. His hand slowly moved up her plump thigh. Fu Master, deep down don't you want me to punish you? She struggled. How could that be, you despicable, shameless little man, being cursed like this? Hong Feng remained unfazed. I see. I thought the Fu Master liked this. I was just wondering whether to switch to a different form of torment. He raised his hand and brushed through her hair. But what I love most is doing what my enemy hates most. The angrier the Fu Master gets, the happier I am. This rope stays tied like this. He stopped and waited for Huang Quan's reaction. Huang Quan actually felt a hint of anticipation. What does a different form mean? She even asked directly, what other torture methods do you have? Hong Feng looked at this woman putting on a coy act and was speechless inside. I'm still testing the waters. Why are you already looking forward to the next step, my Fu Master? Do you have any sense of shame? He leaned in, gently licking her earlobe. What do you think? Huang Quan shuddered all over. Don't even think about it. My body will never be defiled by a lowly, worthless little man like you. It seemed that until Huang Quan completely fell, that was when the favorability would max out. Hong Feng smirked wickedly. Of course, the Fu Master's body can't be taken so easily. With that, he casually slapped her bottom. Huang Quan felt like she'd been electrocuted. You, Hong Feng's voice was tender, almost ambiguous. It seems we still need more time to get to know each other. What I mean is, his hand slowly stroked along her slender, willow-like waist. Huang Quan immediately struggled violently. Shameless, just like those filthy pigs and dogs, how could you even think of such a dirty idea? In her struggle, she accidentally touched something hard below. Her body stiffened and she flushed bright red. Ah, Hong Feng took the chance to tease. Has the Fu Master already lost patience? He held her bound hands. Even if you're eager, don't be so rough like this. Just then, Hong Chongqing ran over cheerfully to claim credit. Hong Feng, the wind has been swept clean, as if something had been triggered. Huang Quan suddenly screamed, what room, sweep what? A new day began. Morning light spilled onto the golden walls. Hao Ji was still in a deep coma, placed on the bed. Hong Feng picked up Hong Chong and praised her. My Hong Chong has worked hard. He hugged and kissed her. Beside them, Huang Quan's blush hadn't fully faded. Then Ling Hao walked in. Have some tea. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Hong Feng took the teacup and gently sniffed the aroma. The fragrance lingered at his nose. So fragrant, and it has the effect of calming the mind, enhancing focus and aiding recovery. Ling Hao stroked his hair, which had returned to normal. What happened on the Huling River today? I'll never forget it in my life. He blew on the tea to cool it. Don't think about it anymore. In Yushu Dao's sect, I really only have you, woman. But Ling Hao gently shook her head. HMPH, she stepped forward and hugged him from behind. If you like, he reached back and embraced her. Now I don't like anything else, only you. Ling Hao blushed, her heart brimming with unspeakable joy. The two lingered in tender affection, quietly nestled together. Hong Feng suddenly spoke first. So about that, Ling Hao girl, don't push me away on your own anymore, Ling Hao said softly. Back then his thoughts weren't hard to guess. A lifetime of muddled chastity. I can't bear it anymore. If it really gets more chaotic, Hong Feng held Ling Hao and confessed, whether it's power or status, I'll earn it with my own hands. It's not that I don't covet these shortcuts, I already have enough, she answered, blushing. Suddenly he lifted her chin, his gaze deep and gentle as water, then pressed a fiery kiss onto those red lips, their tongues intertwined. Hong Chong watched in confusion. After all, she was just an innocent, simple child. Why did their kiss look different from hers? She looked at the two and made up her mind. She'd have to get Hong Feng to teach her later. Hong Chong thought they looked really thirsty, probably needed some water. Then she grabbed her broom and ran out quickly. Tea. Jian stood behind the curtain watching it all in silence. The mermaid quietly felt the water enveloping her body. She remembered Hong Feng said it was called Zhuizhui, a demon dragon. She shook her head in denial, but there were no true dragons left in the world. Maybe it was just a variant of a flood dragon. The mermaid clasped her hands together, firm in her faith. The only true dragon is the divine dragon our clan worships. But then, meow, she suddenly felt something was off. The waves rippled gently. The mermaid turned around and the golden dragon emerged from behind the rocks. Ever since that demon dragon swallowed the hooling dragon shadow, it had suddenly writhed in agony midway. At the junction of the underwater river and sea, she saw the flames on the demon dragon go out. Then it was wrapped like a cocoon in a burnt black stone. She was a bit worried too. Senior sister and Hong Feng, I wonder how they're doing with such a big commotion. What if it attracts other cultivators? The golden dragon curled up, panting heavily. The mermaid swam over and called, Zhuizhui, are you awake? Let's go quickly. But the golden dragon's bright eyes stared at her, even exuding an oppressive aura. She stopped, fear spreading around her. The golden dragon panted. The mermaid stood watching its reaction, then heard the golden dragon complain, Zhuizhui still as playful as ever. Only then did the mermaid jolt in shock. Dragon god? But then the golden dragon returned to its naive demeanor. Dragon god. The mermaid found it strange. Was I hallucinating just now? But I clearly felt the dragon god's aura. She thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Although I've never seen the dragon god before, the mermaid clan often prays. That aura was unmistakable. The golden dragon took the initiative to speak. Why aren't you talking? Aren't we going to Wanjian City? It suddenly felt something was off with its body. Zhuizhui was originally a cat, but now it had turned into something else. Zhuizhui was a Chixia Liulan flood dragon. Where's Chixia? Is Zhuizhui fake? The mermaid cat watched it wailing in a pathetic mess. She immediately dismissed the thought. How could the dragon god be such a stupid cat? No, a flood dragon. Back to the bay, to Zhenhai Tower. The shackles clinked. Zhuizhui, the woman stepped lightly on the cold floor tiles. They were already so close she looked at herself in the water. Just a blank face and horns on her head. So she could make that expression too. She stood there quietly, lost in thought. Yiqing crossed her arms looking sulky. Not playing anymore. What's there to play? Ling Hao announced with a doting smile. Then today's pastime ends here. The two exchanged glances, then looked at Jian, who sat motionless across from them. Someone spoke to them. Holy Envoy. A maid approached Jian and relayed. Jun Zan says Jian can't be used, he'll handle it. After hearing this, Jian murmured softly, Father. Ling Hao smiled gently and patted her head. You two father and daughter are jealous not letting other men see you. Jian nodded, though a bit shy, and replied, 14th aunt is right. As soon as Jian said this, Ling Hao's expression instantly changed. 14th, where did the previous 13 come from? Yes, an incredibly innocent 14th aunt from little Jian has officially plunged our father Hong Feng into a brand new tribulation. Just look at Ling Hao's stunned expression right now. This time, even with 10 mouths, our male lead won't be able to explain where on earth those previous 13 wives came from. It seems that no matter how clever our Hong Feng is, whether escaping the demon sect, traversing perilous lands, or defeating demon dragons, his toughest challenge is always the harem tribulation. From the domineering city lord Duan Lanruo and the easily jealous Zan Yin young master to the extreme demon saintess, and now Ling Hao, who appears pure as ice on the outside but is just as fiercely jealous as the rest. It really takes a lot of power to back up managing such a massive harem. What kind of sweet-talking masterclass will Hong Feng use this time to appease Ling Hao and save his own skin? What shocking events await in the schemes of Han Tianyi, the rise of the demon cult, and especially the journey into the Nirvana secret realm to find the Phoenix blood? All the breathtaking action and hilarious harem disasters will unfold in part 2 of the story. Remember to hit like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the upcoming episodes. Thank you for watching until the very end. Goodbye and see you in part 2.